Big brother, the music teacher, carries a gajang to school every day. She is so elegant. My 6-year-old sister tugged at the corner of my shirt, pointing toward the school gate with a face full of admiration. I followed her finger, and the blood in my veins instantly turned to ice. That was no gajang. It was clearly a solid black wooden coffin, dark as ink and wrapped in thick iron chains the size of a thumb. The most unsettling part was that the students and parents walking by were greeting the teacher as if it were perfectly normal, completely blind to the deathly black coffin. Can others not see it? I swallowed hard and tried to remain calm as I grabbed my sister's hand. Meng, brother is going to get you a day off today. We are not going to school. This was not the first time I had encountered something bizarre. For the past 5 days, I have had the same nightmare every night. In the dream, there is an overgrown, solitary grave, and my name is carved clearly on the broken tombstone. Last night, driven to a mental breakdown, I cleared away the weeds in my dream and bowed 3 times with devotion before my own grave. Since then, my strength has become immense, my vision has become terrifyingly sharp, and I can even see the hidden truths of this world. Just as I picked up my sister to flee the school, that Ms. Chin with the black coffin on her back suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned her head slowly, peering through the bustling crowd, and stared at me with a cryptic, chilling smile. Under the gaze of those deep, dark eyes, I felt like I had fallen into an ice cellar, and the terrifyingly bizarre dream from last night uncontrollably flooded my mind. Everything strange started with that dream last night. A desolate ridge, a lonely crow. A solitary grave, a broken tombstone. On the crumbling stone, 2 sloppy characters were carved, Chen Fan. Overgrown with weeds, the master of the grave had long been forgotten by the world. In the distance, a youth in green robes silently gazed at this lonely grave. After a moment, he took a step forward, wading into the waist-high weeds. A fleeting guest in the mortal dust, like a fallen leaf that cannot return to its roots. Are you unwillings? Or is it that you are my own unwillingness? The youth murmured, crouching down to clear the weeds on the grave with his bare hands. There is nothing in the dream, not even an offering. This bow of mine, if you have a spirit, I pray you find peace in the Pure Land. After pulling the weeds, the youth wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed deeply to the grave. As he stood up, the corner of his mouth twitched. Am I paying respects to myself? The youth gave a bitter smile, because he too was named Chen Fan. Ring-a-dings. The alarm clock rang sharply. Chen Fan bolted upright in bed, gasping for air. That dream again. I paid my respects this time, hopefully, I will not dream of it again. He rubbed his heavy temples, his face full of exhaustion. It has been 5 days in a row. Every night he had the same dream. A desolate ridge with a lonely crow, a broken tombstone, and his own name carved upon it. The first night he just brushed it off as a normal nightmare. The second night he began to panic. The third night his scalp went numb. By the 4th day he was certain that something was truly bizarre. Last night was the 5th, he took sleeping pills but the dream persisted. Desperate, he decided to try paying respects to the grave in his dream, hoping to end this strange cycle. He rolled out of bed to wash up. Chen Fan was so preoccupied that he did not notice his movements today were much faster, and his strength had grown significantly. Brother, good mornings. Help me tie my hair, I love the way you tie it the most. Crisp laughter rang out as 6-year-old Chen Meng ran over in a princess dress, barefoot, clutching a ribbon. Hearing his sister's laughter, the gloom in Chen Fan's heart dissipated significantly. You are getting so big, and you still need someone to tie it for you. He grumbled, but his face was full of smiles. He picked Meng up, took the ribbon, and with nimble fingers wove a neat braid in one go. Only he felt vaguely that Meng seemed lighter today. Brother ties it the prettiest. Chen Meng kissed Chen Fan on the cheek. I am going to brush my teeth, do not you dare eat breakfast without me, wait for me. Stinky mouth, Chen Fan feigned disgust. HMPH, it is not stinky at all, I brushed my teeth before bed. Meng believed him, covered her mouth and exhaled, sniffed it, then put her hands on her hips and acted like an adult. I am just kidding, haha. After the playful bickering, watching his sister brushing her teeth carefully in the bathroom, the smile on Chen Fan's face gradually faded. He thought of that grave in his dream again. It only had his name, not even an epitaph. A lonely grave was one thing, but it was overgrown with weeds. It clearly had not been visited or honored by anyone. If that was his grave, why did not Meng ever go to pay respects? Unless she had an accident too. Absolutely impossible, people are cremated in big cities. Chen Fan suppressed his unease. Looking out the window, he felt that this world seemed tinged with something uncanny. Brother, I am done. Meng's cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. Come eat breakfast with your little princess. After finishing the porridge and fried egg, the little girl wiped her mouth with satisfaction. Let us go, time for school. Chen Fan grabbed the school bag and rode his electric scooter to take her to school. Brother, my birthday is coming soon, will I get to see Dad? Meng Meng asked cautiously, her small face pressed against his back. Chen Fan paused, then replied with determination, you will, what Dad promised he will definitely keep. Yay, that is great. The elementary school was very close. Arriving at the school gate, Meng Meng hopped off the scooter and waved goodbye as she prepared to head in. Tug. Chen Fan's pupils constricted, and he suddenly grabbed his sister's arm. Brother, what is wrong? Meng Meng turned back in confusion. Meng Meng, brother will ask for leave for you, you're not going to school today. Chen Fan stared fixedly at the campus, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He rubbed his eyes hard, but when he opened them again, the scene before him remained unchanged. On the playground, the music teacher, who brought her guzheng to play every morning before class, was not carrying a guzheng at all. She was carrying a heavy coffin wrapped in pitch-black chains. Surrounding students and teachers walked by, chatting and laughing, completely oblivious to the sight. Others, oh, can they not see it? Chen Fan's scalp went numb. Could it be that my mind has snapped from having too many nightmares lately? Why are you asking for leave, brother? Chen Meng Meng blinked with curious eyes. Good mornings, Meng Mengs. Teacher Li, the head teacher on duty, walked over and greeted them. Hello, Teacher Li. Meng Meng will not be attending class today. I am here to ask for leave for her. Chen Fan could not bother explaining to his sister. The sight he had just seen was too gruesome. Even if he were having a mental breakdown, he had to get her out of there first. Asking for leave. Teacher Li looked at Meng Meng's neatly packed school bag, her face full of confusion. It was all very sudden and I am afraid I cannot explain it properly. I hope you understand, Teacher Li. Seeing Chen Fan's firm attitude and how well-behaved Meng Meng was, Teacher Li hesitated and nodded, all right then. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly sensed a gaze on him. He looked up and saw that music teacher. Her eyes held confusion, along with a hint of profound significance. This only confirmed Chen Fan's suspicions. If his mind really was playing tricks on him, why was everything normal except for the zither on her back? Avoiding her gaze, Chen Fan scooped Meng Meng up onto the footboard of his electric scooter, shielding her with his body as he sped away. After they had ridden for a while, 6-year-old Meng Meng realized something was wrong and spoke up again, brother, why are you really asking for leave? I have not quite figured it out yet, haha. Chen Fan forced a laugh. Meng Meng saw he was just brushing her off, and like a sensible girl, she did not ask again. Chen Fan felt unsettled. If his mind was perfectly fine, why was he the only one who could see that black coffin wrapped in chains? Was he losing his grip, or was it connected to that isolated grave from his dreams? Ever since he paid his respects to that grave, his strength had indeed increased significantly. Should he call the police? Chen Fan immediately dismissed the thought. No one would believe such an eerie story, and he might even end up getting locked away as a lunatic for clinical study. Suddenly, an intense sense of crisis pierced through his nerves. There was no time to think. Chen Fan slammed on the brakes of the scooter and pulled Meng Meng tightly underneath him for protection. Boom! A deafening roar erupted and flames shot into the sky. A brutal wave of heat roared toward them, nearly blasting them off, and a sharp, stinging pain instantly scorched his back. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and endured, filled with regret. Dreaming of his own grave for several days straight was clearly a sign of impending death. He should have looked for someone to help him avert it. He curled up to protect Meng Meng as they rolled onto the roadside to disperse the impact. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the source of the explosion, a shop on the side of the road. Thick smoke billowed and flames instantly engulfed the entire building. Then Chen Fan's pupils shrank. Within the towering inferno, a brawny 3-meter-tall black shadow was slowly standing up. It was bathed in fire with horns on its head, looking like a demon crawled out from hell. The shadow waved its arms, roaring silently toward the sky. Hush! Seeing Meng Meng open her mouth to scream in terror, Chen Fan shoved his palm into her mouth. He felt the sharp pain of being bitten down hard, but he did not make a sound, keeping her mouth covered, terrified of alerting the monster in the flames. One shock after another had completely shattered Chen Fan's materialistic worldview. He was not crazy, the world itself was abnormal. Pillars of fire erupted through the building, and the outline of that demon in the flames was clearly visible. This was absolutely no ordinary explosion. Suddenly, the demon slowly turned its head. A pair of emotionless eyes locked onto him. He had been spotted. Chen Fan felt his scalp tingle as he picked up Meng Meng and sprinted for his life. In this life-or-death moment, an astonishing power suddenly erupted within him. Meng Meng felt weightless in his arms, the wind whistling in his ears. His motion vision became incredibly sharp. The cars weaving through the road appeared to be moving in slow motion. He reached the other side of the road in one breath, just as a deafening roar came from behind him. Chen Fan instinctively looked back, only to see an incredibly shocking scene. The music teacher had appeared out of thin air. Her long hair danced without wind, her eyes were cold, and on her back was that very same black coffin wrapped in heavy chains. Ethereal and transcendent, yet as eerie as a demon. "You beast, you are asking for death." Just as her cold, clear voice faded, an irresistible wave of drowsiness flooded Chen Fan's mind. He completely lost consciousness. The moment he fell, he instinctively curled into a ball, shielding Meng Meng tightly in his arms and letting his own back take the brutal impact of the ground. Desolate hills, a lone crow. A single isolated grave, half a broken tombstone, overgrown with weeds. "I am back again. I am not dead." Seeing this eerie yet familiar scene, Chen Fan breathed a long sigh of relief. Being able to enter this dream again meant he was still alive. "The weeds I pulled up before have grown back entirely, exactly as they were." Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. He noticed that whenever he entered this dream, his mind became unusually calm. Explosive strength, high speed, heightened motion vision, and even the ability to see monsters that ordinary people cannot. He quickly reviewed his extraordinary performance during the explosion. "All these changes started after I paid my respects to this grave in my dream last time. Did I pay my respects to this lonely grave, and the tomb's owner bestowed power upon me? Or could it be that the owner of the tomb is actually me? Did I gain the power of incense by worshipping myself?" Staring intensely at the name Chen Fan carved on the tombstone, the unease in his heart gradually faded, replaced by an irrepressible spark of excitement. A lonely grave, a ruined monument. If this were my grave, could this mysterious gift change everything? Looking at the broken tombstone, Chen Fan's heart was in turmoil. This was by no means an ordinary dream. He could truly feel that the grave in his dream was granting him power. "Is there no epitaph because I died in obscurity? If I perform world-shaking deeds, will brilliant inscriptions appear on the monument? If this dream never appears again, does that mean I will live forever?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan waded through waist-high weeds, walked to the ancient grave, and began to clean it with devotion and seriousness. "Even if the world abandons you, you still have me, and I still have myself." The weeds were soon cleared away. Chen Fan paid his respects solemnly, his gaze incredibly firm. "If you have a spirit, please grant me greater power. If you are me, then even after I die, I want to be worshipped by all and enjoy incense for generations to come." "God!" A harsh, jarring crow's cry sounded abruptly. Lin Fan looked up, only to see the lone crow circling in the sky diving straight toward him. Just as he was about to run and dodge, the crow flapped its wings and landed steadily on his shoulder. Chen Fan's body stiffened, terrified that it might peck his eyes out. "Caw!" The crow let out a soft cry, and actually reached out with its beak to preen the short hair by his ear, appearing gentle and fawning. "Is it acknowledging me as its master?" Chen Fan mustered the courage to turn his head, and his pupils shrank instantly. This crow was pitch black all over, but between its brows was a closed golden vertical line just like a third eye. Even more terrifying was that it had 3 claws growing under its belly. A 3-eyed crow, or a 3-legged golden crow. A storm surged in Chen Fan's heart. This was a legendary entity of great terror. "What? Big brother?" Meng Meng's tearful call yanked Chen Fan back from the dream to reality. He opened his eyes to the white walls of the hospital ward, wearing a patient's gown. "Meng Meng, brother is fine." Looking at his sister by the bed with tear-stained cheeks, Chen Fan smiled. This was not a forced smile. He was full of energy, with surging power flowing through his body. The ritual in the dream had worked. "Boo-hoo, brother, you scared me to death." Meng Meng dove into his arms and wailed. There, it is okay now." Chen Fan comforted his sister, but his eyes grew dark. Meng Meng was safe and sound, which meant he had successfully protected her. But the scene before he passed out was still vivid in his mind. What about the flame demon? Was it subdued or was it slain? He was certain that everything he had encountered before was real, and his fainting was definitely that irresistible mysterious force forcefully covering something up. "Brother, are you really okay?" Calmed by Chen Fan, Meng Meng wiped her tears and looked at him insistently. "Of course I am," Chen Fan smiled. "But you have been unconscious for a whole day." Chen looked suspicious. "Look, I am in a regular ward, not even on a 4 drip, just had simple bandaging." Chen Fan moved his arm. He clearly remembered falling heavily, but now he felt no pain at all. "By the way, who handled our admission paperwork?" Chen Fan asked. "Teacher Chen did." Meng Meng's expression dimmed. She said she could not reach Dad. Seeing his sister sad, Chen Fan hurriedly changed the subject. "Who is Teacher Chen?" She is the beautiful teacher who plays the guzheng for us at school every day, Meng Meng said with a look of admiration. It was her. Chen Fan was slightly shocked. That woman could actually disguise a black coffin as a guzheng and play music that sounded like heavenly melodies, acting like a fairy slaying demons and ghosts in every move. Why does she play music with a black coffin in a primary school every day? Could it be that a demon is sealed in Meng Meng's school? Thinking of himself in the future being mediocre with no one to see him off, Chen Fan grew even more uneasy, and a thought of transferring his sister to another school immediately sprouted. Brother, are you daydreaming again? You said you were fine. Meng Meng looked at him worriedly. Brother was just wondering why that beautiful teacher helped us. Chen Fan made up an excuse. I do not know either. Meng Meng shook her little head, her braided pigtails trembling. Meng Meng, is your brother awake? A clear, serene voice came, and a figure wearing a white retro-style long dress walked into the room. The person who arrived was none other than Teacher Chen. However, she was not carrying the guzheng this time, or more accurately, she was not carrying that black coffin. Teacher Chen, Meng Meng cheered and threw herself at her, clearly very familiar with her. Good girl, Meng Meng, I told you your brother would be fine. Teacher Chen picked up Meng Meng, but her gaze lingered on Chen Fan, examining him secretly. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Chen Fan thanked her quickly. It was nothing. Teacher Chen shook her head, then asked with a smile, do you remember what happened? Chen Fan's heart tightened. Why ask that? Was it to confirm whether his memory had been erased so as to hide those mysterious events? He knew that the woman in front of him had a mysterious identity and must not expose that he had seen the truth. If he claimed to have forgotten everything, it would arouse suspicion, so he had to provide the safest answer. He pretended to try hard to recall, hesitating as he said, I only remember hearing an explosion and then I passed out. Is that so? Teacher Chen looked at him with an inscrutable smile. Meng Meng, however, remembers everything very clearly. Teacher Chen's ambiguous expression left Chen Fan feeling a bit uncertain. However, he was deeply shocked inside. At that time, Meng Meng was completely under his protection, so it was impossible for her to have seen those scenes. Unless it happened after he fell unconscious. Could it be that while he was unconscious, Meng Meng remained awake? Was Meng Meng different from ordinary people, different from him? Chen Fan could not help but recall the scene 6 years ago, when that man brought Meng Meng back, his body covered in blood. Back then, Meng Meng seemed to have been born only a short time before. Meng Meng, why do not you go outside for a bit? I would like to have a chat with your brother, is that okay? Teacher Chen set Meng Meng down and said gently. Meng Meng looked toward Chen Fan. Seeing Chen Fan nod, she obediently went out, even sensibly closing the door behind her. Your memory was not erased. You also saw those scenes, did not you? And the reason you asked for a leave of absence for Meng Meng on such short notice was because you saw the abnormalities with the zither, right? Also, the burns and bruises on your body have all healed, have not they? With a tone of certainty, Teacher Chen seemed to have already seen through everything. Who are you? Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan asked, effectively admitting to everything Teacher Chen had said. According to novels or movies, we could be called demon hunters. However, we call ourselves the Night Watchers, also known as the Night Patrollers. Teacher Chen sat down and explained in a soft voice. Night Watchers. Chen Fan was somewhat surprised by the name. He knew what a night watchman was, a demanding and high-risk profession from ancient times. They mainly kept time, prevented fires and thefts, deterred robbers, and played a huge role in maintaining public peace and order. According to more superstitious beliefs, night watchmen could also ward off ghosts and bring good fortune. Therefore, not everyone had the chance to become a night watchman. However, it is the modern era now. Do night watchmen still exist? Winter is coming and the eternal night is descending. In this long night, we must protect the candles of the world, correct people's dreams, and preserve the last sanctuary of humanity. Teacher Chen looked up at the window, her gaze extremely profound. The night is getting darker and the stars are becoming more blurred. Following Teacher Chen's gaze, Chen Fan also looked out the window, staring at the starry sky. He could not make anything out in the sky. He only felt that Teacher Chen's words were very mysterious. He could not understand the specifics, but it felt like something major was about to happen. Lately, have your dreams been very strange? Has it always been the same dream? Teacher Chen asked. Yes. After thinking for a moment, Gargantuar Fan only nodded, without offering further explanation. As expected, Teacher Chen seemed to have anticipated it. However, there was still a hint of happiness in her eyes. Next, Teacher Chen took out a transparent crystal ball. Hold this ball and squeeze hard. Without waiting for Chen Fan to react, Teacher Chen handed him the crystal ball and said gently, "Can I refuse?" Chen Fan frowned slightly and asked, "Theoretically, no." Teacher Chen shook her head. "Winter is coming and the eternal night is descending. As a night patroller, my duty is to protect the pulse of human life, to ensure there is more sanctuary and less ruin in this world. If you are a sanctuary, it will be a blessing for humanity. If you are a ruin, we will strive to turn you into a sanctuary." Teacher Chen explained further. Sanctuary ruin. Chen Fan felt a bit confused. Yes, it relates to the dreamscape. To be accurate, it is how we divide our factions. A sanctuary dreamscape is generally a power of protection. Once awakened, it can create more sanctuary spaces for the world. Ruin is a power of destruction, and once awakened, it only brings endless ruin. Teacher Chen explained patiently. In the beginning, my dreamscape was classified as a ruin, and it caused me endless trouble. However, in the early stages, it was corrected in time, and my dreamscape evolved into a sanctuary, which allowed me to find peace. As if to dispel Chen Fan's doubts, Teacher Chen used herself as an example. So if my dreamscape is detected as a ruin, it will not be destroyed on the spot. Chen Fan breathed a small sigh of relief. His dreamscape was a lonely tomb, which is generally interpreted as ominous, and he was worried about being classified as a ruin. Naturally not. If your dreamscape is a ruin, you would at most be monitored and guided by us. As long as you do not revolt, you will not be suppressed. Every self-awakened person is very precious, and they are all worth our efforts to cultivate and recruit. Teacher Chen naturally understood Chen Fan's worries. However, she noticed that compared to his peers, Chen Fan lacked a certain impulsive passion. Then let us begin. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan took the initiative to hold the crystal ball. Refuse. That would definitely be asking for trouble. This Teacher Chen came from an organization or a system, a powerful operating machine. Chen Fan would not be foolish enough to refuse. He had seen this woman's terrifying side with his own eyes. Her being mild-mannered and patient in explaining things to him was already showing him great respect. If someone else more aggressive had come, they probably would have forced him to be tested. As Chen Fan squeezed hard, the crystal ball trembled slightly and instantly erupted with a searing golden light. The crystal ball in his hand felt as if it had turned into a sun. Teacher Chen, who had been sitting in front of the hospital bed, jumped up and took 2 steps back, her shocked eyes filled with a searing intensity. Following that, a black shadow emerged from within the glowing sphere. It was a golden crow, dark as ink, yet showing only 2 legs. Majestic, overbearing, as if it were a god walking out of mythology. The crystal ball shattered directly, breaking all over the floor. The apparition also vanished immediately afterward. It was not a lonely tomb. Chen Fan was stunned and extremely astonished. His dreamscape was primarily the lonely tomb, and he had not expected the crystal ball to present a golden crow instead. However, where did that blazing light come from? Could it be inherent to the golden crow? Sure enough, that lonely crow was truly a golden crow. A 3-legged golden crow with a golden eye of heaven. However, the crystal ball did not display these aspects of it. But the golden crow was only a part of his dreamscape, so why did the crystal ball present only it? What about the lonely tomb? Chen Fan felt a sense of relief though. The lonely tomb was too strange, so keeping it as a secret was definitely for the best. Golden Crow Sanctuary. Mythological legend. Teacher Chen stood dumbfounded, her gaze toward Chen Fan no longer calm, no longer reserved, like the look of a hungry wolf before pouncing on its prey. She had long guessed that Chen Fan's sanctuary was extraordinary, but she had not expected it to be so powerful that it almost exceeded her perception. Teacher Chen, the crystal ball, it broke. Chen Fan was the first to regain his senses, feeling a bit embarrassed. This crystal ball must be worth a fortune. It is fine, it is fine. No, to be accurate, it is good that it broke, it is good. Teacher Chen clearly had not fully regained her composure, and she consoled Chen Fan somewhat incoherently. It seems this Golden Crow Sanctuary is a bit frightening. Seeing Teacher Chen's expression, Chen Fan realized it instantly. Your Pure Land must be the Golden Crow Pure Land. It belongs to myth and legend. Teacher Chen finally pulled herself together from her state of loss of composure. It is good that it is a pure land, not a ruin. Chen Fan laughed. His heart was also filled with immense excitement. If even a golden crow could make this woman lose her composure like that, then what about that lonely grave? Chen Fan had a strong premonition that the lonely grave was the true core of his dream Pure Land, or at least the most important part of it. How do you distinguish between a pure land and a ruin? Chen Fan asked curiously. If it were a ruined dream, the energy manifested would inevitably be filled with destructiveness, chaos, or other negative influences. Teacher Chin explained, your dream is quite terrifying, but it lacks those negative influences, so it can basically be defined as a pure land. Myth and legend, does the pure land have ranks too? Chen Fan was very curious. Yes, pure lands are categorized into 6 levels: mythical, legend, myth, legend, epic, rare, and common. There is also another type of pure land not currently included in the ranking, which we call mysterious, referring to existences that are beyond comprehension. Your pure land is the highest level currently known, the mythical legend level. From what I know, there are only a handful of them. Of course, the level of your pure land only represents your potential, not your current strength or your future. Only by staying alive do you have a future, and only through effort do you gain strength. Teacher Chin explained, her eyes filled with anticipation, her tone carrying a sense of encouragement. How is strength classified then? Chen Fan was thirsty for knowledge. All of our power comes from our pure land. The pure land is born from dreams, so in reality, all our power comes from dreams. Therefore, the stronger the dream, the stronger our power, and the more real the dream, the greater our strength. Because of this, we categorize the levels of a pure land based on the authenticity of the dream, or as they say in novels, we divide the realms of the pure land. When a pure land first awakens, it is still just a dream, so we call those who have just awakened the dream realm. The pure land at this level allows us to awaken certain supernatural abilities. When a dream becomes an illusion, we can use our pure land to cast illusions and cause harm to others. We call this the illusion realm. After the illusion realm comes the void realm. Being void means having form but being empty, or what we call inner emptiness and outer vacuity. At this level, the pure land can provide us with a steady stream of magical power, which you can think of as something like true energy. However, it cannot be projected externally, it simply acts as our perpetual motion machine. After the void realm comes the pseudo realm, which lies between void and real. At this stage, the pure land is half real and half fake, and the energy it provides can not only be projected externally but can also communicate with and manipulate nature, earning it the name half-god realm. After the pseudo realm comes the true realm. The true realm is hard to describe. At this stage, the pure land is almost entirely real. A true realm pure land can manifest your thoughts, create objects out of thin air, trigger disasters, and more. At this level, you are no different from a god. Teacher Chin explained in detail, her eyes growing more full of longing and aspiration as she spoke. Dream, illusion, void, pseudo-true. Are there only 5 great realms in total? Chen Fan's eyes burned with intensity. He never imagined that a dream pure land could be this powerful. Does not that mean even immortality is possible? The dream and illusion realms are not that strong yet. However, once you reach the void realm, it starts to get a bit absurd. It is equivalent to having a perpetual motion machine. But wait, does the pure land only start providing energy in the void realm? His lonely grave seems to have already started providing mysterious energy. It is just that to obtain that energy, it requires worship. Chen Fan was more inclined to believe this mysterious power was the power of incense and offerings. A mysterious pure land. Chen Fan felt that if the lonely grave dream was a pure land, it must belong to that mysterious category outside the standard ranking. Certainly more than that. However, the true realm is the highest we have ever seen, and the limit of what humanity can currently reach. Teacher Chin shook her head, her heart filled with yearning. Seen before? Chen Fan squinted slightly. Yes, that was a god. Teacher Chin's expression turned extremely solemn. Are there really gods? Have you seen one? Chen Fan asked. I do not have the qualifications to have seen one. However, they do truly exist. Teacher Chin nodded. Do you know how they appeared? They do not come from dreams, do they? Chen Fan blurted out. Bingo, you got it. Teacher Chin looked at Chen Fan with great approval. As if looking at her star pupil, the flame demon you saw yesterday also came from a dream, though it was from a ruined dream. Coming from a dream, gods, they actually come from dreams. Chen Fan felt his entire worldview being upended. Quite shocking, is not it? When I first learned of it, I felt my own understanding was completely overturned as well. In all recorded myths, humans and all things were created by gods. Yet in the end, it turns out gods are manifested from human dreams. Teacher Chin was clearly laughing quite happily. This world must be sick, and quite severely so. Chen Fan muttered, finding it hard to accept. Of course, not all gods were born from dreams. Many gods were evolved from beings like us. Teacher Chen explained, think about it, when our pure land reaches the true realm, how are we any different from gods? Besides, this is not the only conclusion. Another theory is that most gods have already fallen. Being born from our dreams is a way for them to resurrect or return. Seeing Chen Fan's furrowed brow, Teacher Chen added, this is a perspective that is widely accepted by the upper levels at the moment. No matter which way it is, what we will ultimately have to face is the return of the gods, right? So-called cold winter and perpetual night are just the awakening and return of the gods. Chen Fan responded quickly, having sorted out the connections in no time. Ancient night watchmen warded off ghosts to bring blessings, so the duty of the night watchman in this era is to expel ghosts, evil spirits, and gods to create a pure land for humanity. Something like that. But it is not just gods that can be manifested from dreams. There are also demons, ghosts, monsters, and all sorts of uncanny, mysterious, or ominous entities. We collectively call them dream creatures. These are the things we have to exhaust ourselves dealing with. Teacher Chen nodded and continued, do you know where ghosts come from? Do they also come from dreams? Chen Fan asked back. That is indeed true. However, their precursors are a type of weak spirit we call demonic seeds, which attach themselves to dreams and feed on them. If someone experiences extreme emotional turmoil before death, it will awaken these seeds, which then devour the deceased spiritual power and manifest as what we call vengeful ghosts. Teacher Chen explained softly. And what is a spirit? Chen Fan asked. A dream spirit. For instance, that golden crow in your dream or that black coffin of mine. Spirit lands or ruins refer to the entire dream realm. In common terms, it is the world of dreams or the spiritual world. A dream spirit is a creature or object born within a dream that you can connect with. Teacher Chen explained. I see. Chen Fan suddenly understood, then asked, what is the purpose of a dream spirit? First, it can grant you talents or attributes, such as certain skills or abilities. Second, it can help you in battle. Teacher Chen looked at Chen Fan with a hint of envy. Not only had Chen Fan awakened a golden crow pure land, but his dream spirit was also a mythical level golden crow. Understood, but I still have a question. If my pure land reaches the true realm in the future, will the dream spirit become a god or will I? Chen Fan was like a curious baby who had just discovered a new world. Both can become gods. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that a dream spirit might choose to devour its master to gain greater power. Therefore, it is very important how you get along with your dream spirit. Teacher Chen cautioned him solemnly, causing Chen Fan's expression to turn slightly grave. Generally speaking, the spirits of pure lands rarely devour their masters, unless they are deeply disappointed in their masters. The evil spirits of the ruins, however, are truly dangerous. Evil spirits often hide within the ruins, bewitching their masters into becoming corrupt and evil. Once the timing is ripe, they often choose to devour their masters. After devouring its master and taking over the ruins, the evil spirit will break out of the body and fully manifest. The flame demon you saw is exactly that situation. Seeing Chen Fan's solemn expression, Teacher Chen continued to explain. So the enemies of the night watchmen are the ruin awakeners. Now Chen Fan finally understood. This mysterious force had two major factions: pure land and ruins. It is not just the ruin awakeners. Powerful creatures or some special beings can be born directly from the dreams of ordinary people. Let me give you an example. Someone accidentally dreams of a god. That god has already been born, yet we do not know about it. This is the most terrifying and mysterious aspect. Of course, for now, the manifestation and birth of gods are extremely rare cases. Teacher Chen shook her head, leaving Chen Fan stunned again. Born directly from a dream. That is truly frightening. Fortunately, this was just an isolated case, an extremely rare exception. Normally, the stronger the individual, the more powerful the creatures born in their dreams should be. How can a god be born from an ordinary person's dream without the sustenance of a spirit land or ruins? Chen Fan found it hard to comprehend. Through a medium. What exactly that medium is, we have not grasped yet. Teacher Chen said helplessly, but it should be related to the coming eternal night, which we collectively call samsara. It feels more like gods are being resurrected from the dreams of humans. Chen Fan thought carefully and whispered. Right now, there are two main schools of thought regarding the appearance of gods. One is the resurrection of gods school, also known as the traditional school. This school believes that gods existed before all things, and after a catastrophe or a war of the gods fell and left behind various legends. These legends are their schemes. When the eternal night descends, they will use these legends as cradles to hatch and resurrect within dreams that belong to them. Supporters of this school think as you do, believing that if gods were created by humans, the dreams of ordinary people would not be enough to birth powerful gods. Also, before us, there were 4 generations of human civilization, but these human civilizations all mysteriously disappeared after becoming powerful to a certain extent. Furthermore, 90% of the human brain cannot be developed or used. This is known as the God's Forbidden Zone. These are all proofs that gods dominate humans. If humans created gods, then gods would have no right to dominate humans. Moreover, we have also discovered many ancient gods, whose existence spans a time longer than human history. Looking at Chen Fan, teacher Chen explained softly. The other school is the human-created gods theory. Yes, teacher Chen nodded. The human-created gods school believes that gods and powerful creatures being born from dreams is a real, documented fact. It is also a documented fact that humans can strengthen themselves enough to become gods. They feel that those ancient gods were born from the dreams of even more ancient humans. The disappearance and destruction of the first 4 generations of humans, as well as the twilight of the gods, were the results of the struggles between the earliest batch of powerful humans and spirits. Even the approaching eternal night is just a continuation of this war. Teacher Chen's tone was very grave. But regardless of the school, they all unanimously agree that once the gods return, all order will be broken, and the world will be reenacted within the chaos of destruction. Gods have ambition, they will eventually rule and control humanity. The 4 generations of humans that disappeared and perished before us are the best evidence. We are the 5th generation of humanity, and the eternal night is coming. Teacher Chen's eyes shimmered with a murderous intent. Do all gods have to be like this? Chen Fan asked. I do not know, but it is said that the gods discovered so far are unwilling to communicate with us. Teacher Chen sighed softly. Where are they? Chen Fan frowned tightly. Building prisons within their own circles, opening up dwelling places, creating their own forbidden zones. Perhaps many more gods have been hiding in dreams all along, waiting for the cold winter and the eternal night. Teacher Chen shook her head and then asked, so will you join us? My little sister is still young, I have to take care of her. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Fan shook his head. He was being very rational. If what Teacher Chen said was true, then once the eternal night arrived, no one would be qualified to escape its shroud. Only by becoming strong himself could he better protect himself and his family. Joining this mysterious organization to become a night watchman for the eternal night was definitely the fastest way to increase his strength. At the same time, he could come into contact with more secrets and master more clues, so that when the eternal night truly descended, he could make the most correct decisions. However, Meng Meng was too young. Meng Meng needed his care. That said, although he had refused, he was still somewhat conflicted inside, weighing his options. He was also afraid of missing an opportunity. Joining the organization must come with some special permissions and rights, right? I see. Teacher Chen thought for a moment and nodded. It seemed she knew quite a bit about Chen Fan's family situation. Getting such a straightforward reply, Chen Fan was stunned and asked instinctively, do you need to erase my memory? I already tried when we were at the scene. I could not erase your memory. Also, your sister was actually able to resist my drowsiness dream. Teacher Chen shook her head, her eyes flashing with curiosity. What? So Meng Meng did not fall into a deep sleep after all. Chen Fan muttered to himself. Are you sure you do not want to join us? Teacher Chen continued to ask. Your sister is very strange. I have tested her and she has neither awakened a pure land nor a ruin. Yet she was able to resist my hypnotic sleep induction. You should know that even you, with your awakened golden crow pure land, could not do that. Teacher Chen added, what does this mean? Chen Fan's expression darkened slightly. He did not know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. He had always found Meng Meng's background somewhat strange. I do not know either, but she is very special. Teacher Chen shook her head. What does that imply? Chen Fan asked. It very likely means unknown potential. Once she awakens, she will at least be on the same level as you. Let me put it this way, as a night watchman, my duty is to protect the city. Since I have discovered her potential, I will certainly be keeping an eye on her from now on. Until the day she awakens. Teacher Chen was incredibly candid. Just like that, Chen Fan was quite surprised. To be honest, he initially thought she was going to do something more extreme. What did you think I would do? Teacher Chen smiled. Every child has a sun in their heart, and we can all look forward to the day they shine bright. Night watchmen are not cold, heartless machines. Teacher Chen added, "If I join the Night Watchmen and become one of you, does it mean I have to leave Meng? Chen Fan asked. The world was unknown, hiding too many secrets and too many unseen dangers. If the terms were good, Chen Fan was actually considering it. After all, one needs friends and support to get by. An individual's strength is limited, after all, especially when it comes to the power of information. Naturally not, missions are like attending school. If you leave the city in the future, it is like getting into a university. Moreover, if the city faces a crisis, the families of night watchmen are given priority protection." Teacher Chen said with a smile. "Priority protection?" Chen Fan asked. "Though we prioritize the public over our own families, if we cannot even protect our own, how could we ever hope to protect the city? There is humanity and worldly wisdom among the night watchmen." Teacher Chen said with a warm, gentle expression. Looking at her warmth, Chen Fan felt something stir inside him. This organization was truly not some cold, unfeeling machine. However, I must be honest with you. Joining the Night Watchman means frequently dealing with dream creatures. Honestly, you never know when danger might strike. Seeing that Chen Fan was interested, Teacher Chen did not rush him but told him the risks up front, being completely transparent. Because she wanted the person she recruited to join genuinely and without regret. Danger? Chen Fan paused for a moment. If it were not dangerous, why would night watchmen's families get priority protection in times of crisis? The principle was much like priority for soldiers' families. Yes, there is indeed danger. But I truly, sincerely hope you will join us. First, from a selfish standpoint, your potential is so high that we need you. Second, only by joining the Night Watchman can you become stronger, faster, and better, learn more about this world, and better protect your family and Meng. An individual's ability is limited, especially since you have not fully matured yet, you do not know when a threat might emerge. Teacher Chen said with utmost sincerity. Fine, I will join you, but can we take it a bit slow at first? After thinking for a long time, Chen Fan finally made up his mind. Welcome, new recruits. Let us introduce ourselves properly. I am Chin Mu, Deputy Captain of the South City Night Watch Team. My pure land is the legendary rank, the Void Realm. Chin Mu smiled and extended her hand to introduce herself. Deputy Captain. To think it is the Void Realm, no wonder she is so strong. Chen Fan was somewhat taken aback. However, it is not that easy or fast to officially join the Night Watchmen. As of now, you can at most be considered an intern. Chin Mu smiled. An intern and then what? Chen Fan asked. You just need to follow the rules of the Night Watch and work on improving your strength. When there is an opportunity, I will take you along for some intern missions. As for the rest, you can continue living your current life for now. Chen Mu smiled slightly. Thank you, Captain. Chen Fan let out a long sigh of relief. There is humanity and worldly wisdom among the Night Watchmen. Chen Fan thought back to what Chin Mu had just said. Intern Chen Fan, I am assigning you your first internship task now. Take good care of Meng's. Chin Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as she said this softly. Understood. Chen Fan was happy at first, then stunned. Oh, task. About Meng's. Did you figure it out? You are quite perceptive. Chin Mu thought to herself, seeing Chen Fan's reaction. Bai potential is enormous. Before she awakens, what she needs most is protection and warmth. Alright, we have chatted long enough. Let us let Meng come in now. Chin Mu checked the time. About 10 minutes had passed. I have one more question. Is there something wrong with Meng's school? Chen Fan asked. It has already been resolved. I am just doing the cleanup, using my music to purify the children's dreams every morning. Chin Mu looked at Chen Fan and said. Suddenly, she pressed her hand against a small earpiece. I will be there right away. Chin Mu said in a low voice. I have already paid the medical bills, you can be discharged now. We will talk more about your abilities and other matters later. After leaving those words, Chin Mu left in a hurry. Could it be that another dream creature has appeared? Still, this time it seems quite serious. Watching Chin Mu's hurried departure, Chen Fan could not help but think to himself. Brothers, I bought you some breakfast. Meng pushed the door open and handed him a bun, some fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk. My little Meng is such a good girl. Chen Fan smiled and took the breakfast. The two siblings ate happily. After completing the discharge procedures, Chen Fan was successfully released from the hospital. Why was I even hospitalized? Was I burned that badly back then? Chen Fan thought to himself, though he felt completely fine now. Brother, are we going homes? Meng Meng asked. Of course, did not teacher Chen already help us get leave? Chen Fan waved down a taxi. His e-bike must be totaled. Even if it was not, leaving it on the street for a whole night, the battery was probably stolen by now. Once home, he needed to study his pure land carefully, and even more importantly, his dream soul. The heavenly eye three-legged golden crow, a creature of myth. Meng Meng Zio Fan, why are you home so early today? Just in time, I was about to go out to buy groceries and make you something delicious. Just as they returned home, an elderly woman in her 60s with a kind face was mopping the floor. Seeing the two siblings return, she quickly wiped her hands, intending to get them their slippers. Grandma, we are homes. Is your headache better? Seeing the old woman, Meng Meng happily ran over to greet her. This was Chen Fan's nanny, who had been with their family for over a dozen years. A headache? Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Lately, Grandma Li had been suffering from nightmares and insomnia. After making breakfast yesterday, she went to see a doctor. It seemed Meng Meng had not told her about him being hospitalized last night. It is nothing, the doctor just gave me some sleeping pills and told me not to worry so much. Grandma Li gave a kind smile. Meng Meng was very close to her, and she treated Meng Meng like her own granddaughter. Grandma, do you always have the same dream? Chen Fan asked. Now he was particularly sensitive to dreams, especially nightmares, because they could indicate the awakening of a ruin. Not really. Grandma Li was taken aback, then laughed kindly. When you get old, you tend to get nostalgic, always dreaming of the past. Then you really should get some good rest. Chen Fan said with a smile, feeling relieved. As long as it was not the same recurring dream, the chances of an awakening were very low. However, he still was not completely at ease. It would be best to have Captain Chin Mu come over in person to be sure. Thank you, my dear grandson. But you know, once you are old, it is hard to sit still. I am going to buy groceries. What would you like to eat? Chen Fan's thoughtfulness made Grandma Li very happy. I want braised pork and also. Chen Fan was pretty easygoing about food, but Meng Meng was like a little glutton. I hope these peaceful days last forever. Watching the heartwarming scene, Chen Fan whispered to himself. What? Even though she was not at school, Meng Meng still went back to her room to read. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be reading books for the 4th or 5th grade by now. That is right, Meng Meng is a total prodigy. At least when it comes to learning. Top student or genius does not even begin to describe her. She has an innate thirst for knowledge. Watching Meng Meng studying intently at her desk, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. A while later, he also returned to his own room. How can I improve my pure land? Chen Fan sat cross-legged, just like the cultivators in ancient times. Time was limited, and there were still many questions Chen Fan had not had the chance to ask. One of them was how to achieve self-improvement. Finally, he decided to try meditation. Meditation should just be about clearing the mind and letting go of all distractions. Chen Fan did not actually know exactly how to meditate. He did a quick search for some information. Following the guide, Chen Fan chose one method. He closed his eyes, relaxed his mood and his muscles, cleared away distractions, and put aside all thoughts. A strange and mystical feeling washed over him. Chen Fan felt the surroundings become exceptionally quiet. In the next room, he could clearly hear the sound of Meng Meng turning pages. He could even distinctly distinguish the honking of cars outside the residential compound. He vaguely felt that he could even pinpoint locations based on sound alone. He did not know how much time had passed when he felt a blinding light. His vision suddenly brightened, and Chen Fan felt as if he had entered a mysterious space. Here it was scorching hot. Everywhere was filled with endless firelight. In the sky hung an incredibly dazzling sun. It was this blazing sun erupting with brilliant light that filled the entire space with endless fire. Within the scorching sun, a massive dark silhouette appeared, blotting out the sky, its entire body wreathed in roaring flames. Its cold and majestic eyes seemed to harbor some terrifying kind of fire, as if it could purify everything in the world. It was immensely valiant and incredibly domineering. It radiated an indescribable pressure. The black figure had a golden crack between its brows, looking exactly like a golden divine eye that had not yet opened. Under its belly were 3 claws, appearing as if they were forged from steel. Even though it was inside the burning sun, the 3 claws gave off a sensation of biting cold. 3-legged golden crow with the divine eye. Chen Fan was shocked. Then, is this my true mental world, the pure land space I awakened? Chen Fan felt completely bewildered. Chin Mu had said that a pure land space awakened from a dream is essentially the initial construction of one's mental world. However, his dream was not this golden crow pure land. It was an isolated grave. If this is my true pure land, then what kind of existence is that isolated grave world? Chen Fan felt a bit confused. This sun god bird is definitely a golden crow. Except for lacking this level of valiant dominance, the crow in my dream is almost identical to this one. Could it be that the one in my dream is the true form? And the golden crow's true form resides in my isolated grave space? Chen Fan muttered, feeling a surge of indescribable excitement. He felt that the isolated grave dream must be far beyond even the legendary golden crow pure land. What? The golden crow in the scorching sun flapped its wings, and a black phantom wreathed in raging flames charged out from the sun. Before Chen Fan could react, the phantom dived directly into his body. An indescribable heat shocked Chen Fan into consciousness, forcing him to exit his pure land and wake up from meditation. Chen Fan was stunned to find his body covered in flames, and his clothes were instantly set ablaze. His eyes itched intensely and flickered with golden light. Profound and obscure information appeared in his mind. Instinctively, Chen Fan opened his palm, and the flames burning all over his body gathered toward it, forming a small flame. This must be the ability I gained after awakening my pure land. Looking at the flame dancing in his palm, Chen Fan felt a trace of excitement. This meant that the powerful recovery ability he had obtained earlier came from the isolated grave. It was the power he received from paying respects to the grave. In other words, besides the pure land, I can also gain additional power by visiting the isolated grave. Thinking of this, Chen Fan could not hide his excitement. It felt like an ordinary person buying 2 lottery tickets. The first one wins 5 million, and the second one wins 500 million. It was a miracle he was not dancing with joy. Soon the flame in his palm faded, and his itchy eyes gradually returned to normal. He glanced at the dark space behind the curtains where light could not reach, and now to Chen Fan it was crystal clear. Night vision. Chen Fan muttered, then looked out the window and smiled slightly, and long-distance vision too. He could see things very far away with great clarity, almost like a hawk's eye. Suddenly, an insect flew into his line of sight. Such powerful motion tracking. Chen Fan discovered he could clearly see the frequency at which the insect flapped its wings. As expected of a mythical level pure land, just the superpowers of these eyes alone are definitely not weak. Chen Fan finally calmed down a little. He changed his clothes, walked over to the desk, grabbed the corner of it and gave it a hard tug. With a snap, the corner of the table was broken right off. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. He was just testing his strength to see if it had improved. He did not expect it to have increased by so much. If nothing else, my speed must have definitely increased too. Chen Fan was very confident. Soon, Chen Fan left the room and walked toward the bathroom. Fast as the wind, Chen Fan misjudged his speed and almost crashed into the wall. Even though he almost had an accident, Chen Fan smiled. Only when I am strong enough can I better protect Meng Meng and my hardworking father when the eternal night descends. Chen Fan muttered to himself. Looking in the mirror, Chen Fan realized that he seemed to have changed, yet somehow he had not. Brother, can I ask you a math question? Meng Meng trotted over and stood in the doorway asking Chen Fan. 5th grade, 2nd semester. Seeing that Meng Meng had dug out his old books, Chen Fan muttered. Do not you want to take a break? How about I take you outside to play? Checking the time, Chen Fan asked with a hint of concern. He just realized that his meditation session had taken at least 2 hours. Meng Meng had also been studying by herself for 2 hours. Once Meng Meng dove into a pile of books, she basically could not come out. It seemed that was her paradise. Meng Meng shook her head immediately. All right then. Chen Fan felt a bit helpless. What? Inside a hospital. A man lies on a hospital bed with his upper body bare, his skin crisscrossed with scars that look like crawling centipedes. The bandage wrapped around his abdomen appears to be seeping blood. Even in his coma, his brows remain tightly furrowed. In his dream, a pool of blood churns with a foul stench. Suddenly, a scarlet shadow emerges from the pool of blood. This time, you almost died. You almost did not get to see your 2 children again. Do you feel like you are incompetent? Do you want powers? Worship me and I can bestow power upon you, immense power. The scarlet shadow drifts to the man's side, leaning against his ear and whispering seductively. Power. The man mutters, then suddenly reaches out and grabs the shadow by the throat. Snap! With a clean, swift movement, he snaps the shadow's neck. The shadow collapses to the ground. I told you, do not appear in my dreams, and do not ever try to manipulate me. The man's face is icy cold. You will beg me. You definitely will. The shadow contorts and slowly stands back up. Can you not be killed? The man narrows his eyes slightly and throws a straight punch. The punch pierces straight through the shadow. The shadow seems to be made of congealed blood, making it easy to punch through. Tell him. Is this all the power you have? Weak indeed. No, it is far too weak. Because of your weakness, you lost to your own brother in the competition for the title of King of Soldiers. Because of your weakness, you lost the girl you adored to your own brother. Haha, because of your weakness, you are still providing for your brothers and your goddess is son. After being punched, the shadow laughs instead of getting angry, prodding at the man's wounds with a mocking yet seductive tone. Boom! The man lands another punch directly on the shadow's chin, sending it flying. Did I hit a nerve? The shadow does not fight back, nor does it resist. It simply continues to mock him. A nerve? Though I do not know what kind of monster you are, one thing is for certain. You are a complete idiot. You will never understand the most genuine human emotions. Classmates, comrades, and the time we spent hanging out together. Also, do you know how he died? And what do you think I am living for? The man stops his fists, his eyes turning bloodshot as he stares at the shadow, speaking word for word. The next moment, a storm of punches rains down on the shadow. Finally exhausted, he squats on the ground panting. The shadow, now reduced to a puddle of black blood, twists as it slowly stands up again. Damn it! Seeing this, the man cannot help but curse under his breath. Hee, is this what human emotion is? It is not that moving, is it? It seems tomorrow is your daughter's birthday. Looks like you are going to break your promise. Do you want me to help you out? I will give you power, and this time there will be no interest charged. The shadow, having just stood up, continues its seduction. The man stands up and lunges at it again, unleashing a flurry of punches. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Fan makes a call, but the other end of the line sounds like it cannot connect. Still on a mission. Tomorrow is Meng Meng's birthday. After hanging up the phone and glancing at the soundly sleeping Meng Meng, Chen Fan sighs softly. Meng Meng is sleeping very soundly, with drool at the corner of her mouth and a smile on her face. She is probably dreaming about something delicious. A smile appears on Chen Fan's face as well. He gently wipes the drool from Meng Meng's face, closes the door, and returns to his own room. Today, Chen Fan spent the whole day adjusting to his newfound strength and speed. Chen Fan's gaze falls on the room where Grandma Li is resting. She is a live-in nanny, but she feels more like family. To take better care of Chen Fan and Meng Meng, she lives with them. I hope it is not a ruin awakening. After practicing a set of military boxing, Chen Fan hops into bed. However, he feels that even if Grandma Li really did awaken a ruin, as a newly awakened ruin, he still has the qualifications and ability to suppress it. But after 10 years of living together, Grandma Li has long since become like family to him and Meng Meng. That is why he is worried. Barren Hills, a lonely crow. A single lonely grave. The familiar scene reappears, and Chen Fan knows he has entered a dream. However, he is still slightly puzzled. Although I did not get to ask normally after awakening a pure land, if you enter a dream, it should be your own pure land, right? Chen Fan is a bit confused. Now he is not even sure which one is his real pure land. The dream is an old grave, meditation leads to the Golden Crow Pure Land. This is beyond his understanding. Caw. A crow's caw sounds out. The Golden Crow dives down from the sky and lands on Chen Fan's shoulder. Chen Fan smiles instantly. At least after entering the dream this time, the dreamscape has changed. The Golden Crow still remembers him and accepts him. However, the lonely grave is overgrown with weeds again. It seems the only change is that the lonely Golden Crow remembers him. I cleared the weeds and paid my respects the first time, but the Golden Crow did not accept me. It was not until the second time that it accepted me. Why is that? Was it because I awakened my ambition in front of my own grave? Chen Fan ponders. He recalls saying this during his last visit. If you were me, I would also want to be worshipped by the world and enjoy endless offerings after my death. In that case, this really is my grave. Then this dream might not be my pure land, it might be a mysterious pure land. Chen Fan lets out a sigh of relief. This time, he intends to start clearing the weeds from beneath his feet. A change in the dream is definitely a good thing for him. However, this change was passive. It was not active. In the dream, Chen Fan feels his strength is great and his speed is fast. Clearing the weeds is very easy. Before long, the weeds around the lonely grave have all been cleared. Know the material of the tombstone, it is different. Finally, Chen Fan discovers that the tombstone seems to have changed. Although the tombstone is still a piece of dead wood, and it is still only half a piece. This time the wood is definitely much better than the last time. Also, the handwriting seems to be written in a hurry, but it is no longer so scribbled. Instead, it is quite elegant, revealing a sense of vigor. Clearly, the handwriting must have been left by a decisive and sharp woman. Is it because I awaken the pure land? Regardless, change is a good thing. If I am destined to die, I will have the most magnificent epitaph carved on my tombstone. Chen Fan clenches his fists tightly. Let God. Chen Fan's words seem to have hit the mark, as the lonely crow on his shoulder could not help but let out a cry. Then it happily began to preen Chen Fan's hair. Do you agree as well, little crow? Seeming to sense the crow's mood, Chen Fan smiled. He was now basically certain of the crow's reaction. This was his grave. A lonely tomb forgotten by the world. Yet he did not understand why his own lonely grave would appear in his dreams in such a way. He also had no idea what this might signify. However, dreams often serve as omens of the future. I must change this. I want to see the mark of Meng Meng's visit here. Chen Fan murmured. If nothing could be changed, then this dream was a premonition of just how miserable his life would be. I do not know who you are either. But you seem to be the keeper of my grave, the only living thing that remembers me. Thank you. Chen Fan smiled at the crow on his shoulder, filled with gratitude. God. The crow let out a sound and then proudly turned its head the other way. With a smile, Chen Fan bowed deeply to his own grave once again. With utmost devotion. The next day, Chen Fan woke up a few seconds before his alarm went off. He felt refreshed and full of energy. My strength seems to have increased a little more. Clenching his fist, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Although the increase was not much, but with progress every day, sand would eventually pile up into a tower. Besides, he did not even have to do anything. He just needed to sleep, visit his grave in his dreams, and pay respects to himself, and his strength would increase on its own. If only I could bring some offerings with me into my dreams. With offerings, perhaps my strength would increase faster. Chen Fan could not help but think to himself. Fan, you are up so early. As soon as he stepped out of his room, he found that Grandma Li had already prepared breakfast. She had even prepared the toothpaste for Chen Fan and Meng Meng, very thoughtful. 10 years of meticulous care, day in and day out. Grandma, did you sleep well last night? Watching his grandmother's busy figure, Chen Fan asked. He felt that his grandmother's complexion did not look very good. I slept quite well, just kept dreaming. Seeing Chen Fan care about her so much, Grandma Li felt a warmth in her heart. You need to get more rest these days. Chen Fan nodded. He decided to talk to Chin Mu when he dropped Meng Meng off at school. He would ask her to come over and take another look tomorrow, since today was Meng Meng's birthday. If that dad of hers could not make it back today, and then they lost Grandma too, Meng Meng would surely be heartbroken. Good morning, Grandma, good morning, brother. Meng Meng's sweet voice rang out as she held a ribbon. Brother, you still have to tie my hair. What? In the hospital, the middle-aged man in his 40s woke up, his eyes looking somewhat exhausted. Captain, you are awake. Captain, you are finally awake. What? The people guarding him were overjoyed. What is the date today? The middle-aged man asked. Captain, it is September 15th. You have been in a coma for 2 days. The male guard replied. The man glanced at the clock on the wall and let out a slight sigh of relief. There is still time. With that, he sat up straight. The sharp pain from his abdomen made him frown, but he did not make a sound. Sir, you cannot sit up yet, or your wound will worsen. A nurse quickly urged him. Xiao Zhao, bring me my clothes. Ignoring the nurse's plea, the man spoke to the young man in a tone that brooked no argument. Captain, your injury. Xiao Zhao was stunned by the man's tone, but he still hesitated and tried to persuade him. Sir, you cannot do this. The nurse also hurriedly spoke up. Bring them here. The man's tone grew heavier, even turning icy, which turned Xiao Zhao pale with fright. I broke a promise once last year because of a mission. This time, a measly injury like this is nothing. The man calmed his tone. A measly injury. A 10-centimeter wound, and you call it a measly injury. The nurse muttered. Captain, listen to me. If you go back like this, they will just worry about you. Xiao Zhao had also calmed down and tried a different approach to persuade him. That is true. The man muttered, his eyes falling on the nurse, as he said, "Little lady, give me a shot of painkillers and prepare a few extra for me to take away." You strange man, are you crazy? The nurse was stunned, then shouted angrily, "Lie back down. I do not care who you are. Once you are here, you have to listen to the doctors and nurses." I understand, Captain. Xiao Zhao was stunned for a long time before compromising. He knew that once the captain made up his mind, no one could change his will. The captain was one tough cookie. Crazy, he is so badly hurt, and yet he is in such a rush to see someone. Who could be so important that he would risk his life like this? The nurse could not help but whisper. Stop talking. Xiao Zhao quickly warned the nurse. The electric scooter was gone, and he was not going to buy one for now. After saying goodbye to Grandma Li, Chen Fan held Meng Meng's hand and walked her to school. Along the way, Meng Meng was as cheerful as a magpie, skipping and jumping. Passing by the shop that exploded yesterday, Chen Fan noticed it was still cordoned off. He took a curious look but did not see anything unusual, so he did not pay it any more mind. Brother, Teacher Chen is so amazing. Meng Meng suddenly said. What did you see? Chen Fan asked curiously. I saw Teacher Chen holding a guzheng, walking into the fire, playing it amidst the flames, and then the fire just went out. It is so magical. But Teacher Chen told me not to tell anyone else. Meng Meng's eyes were filled with adoration. So since you told your brother, does that count as a leak? Chen Fan blinked his eyes. Teacher Chen said I could tell my brother. Meng Meng said proudly, and besides, I do not think telling my brother counts as a leak. Brother has not spoiled you for nothing all these years. Chen Fan smiled happily and pinched Meng Meng's rosy cheek. Before long, Chen Fan arrived at the school gate again with Meng Meng. They were a bit later than the day before. Looking into the campus, Qin Mu had already set up the guzheng and was sitting upright. Dressed in an archaic style and sitting with her guzheng, Qin Mu's first impression was one of peerless elegance. Go on in, Chen Fan said to Meng Meng. After saying goodbye, Meng Meng skipped into the school campus. Wait for me. Qin Mu's ethereal voice reached him, sounding just like the telepathy described in novels. Though that distance seemed a bit far. Dang. The melodious sound of a zither rang out. As the saying goes, the beauty plays by the window, her fingers dancing on the strings, the zither singing in harmony with her soul. When the music began, Chen Fan closed his eyes. Every note resonated in his ears, with echoes lingering in the air. An ancient zither, a beautiful sound. Qin Mu's playing carried a unique rhythm all its own. Chen Fan realized he had never heard such a beautiful sound before. It felt as if it were cleansing the soul, possessing a mysterious power that purged the world of its distractions. Chen Fan was soon lost in the wonderful melody. However, he quickly sensed a hint of battle hidden within the music. The gentlest kind of killing intent. So that is how it is. Qin Mu plays the zither for the students every morning to soothe the dreams they had the night before. Chen Fan seemed to have reached an epiphany. He believed that by listening to Qin Mu's zither over time, these students would have a high chance of awakening a pure land if they ever awakened their abilities. However, Chen Fan knew that while Qin Mu appeared to be playing the zither, in reality, her hands were caressing the iron chains upon a black coffin. Her spiritual manifestation is so strange, can it change its form? But I must say, her mastery of music is incredibly powerful. Chen Fan remarked to himself. If Qin Mu were to enter show business, there would be no room left for other celebrities. She could even make the zither a global trend. Yet such a peerless beauty has chosen to quietly stand watch for the city and all living beings, silently hunting demons and monsters. As the song ended, Chen Fan opened his eyes to find everyone still lost in the music. No wonder Meng Meng worships Qin Mu so much. The music is truly too beautiful, it is hard to pull oneself away. Qin Mu packed up the zither and slung it across her back. But in Chen Fan's eyes, it was a black coffin she carried. Chen Fan felt this image was something he would never forget in his lifetime. In fact, even without the black coffin, just carrying a black zither around already makes her look very eccentric. Walking silently out of the school, Qin Mu ignored the adoring and admiring gazes of the security guards. Captain, Chen Fan greeted her proactively. Are you heading off to class now? Qin Mu nodded and asked. Yes. Once I officially join you all, will I no longer be able to attend classes? Chen Fan asked. To become one of us, you have to undergo a great deal of subject training. Once you become one of us, even when there are no missions, you need to train daily and be on standby at all times. Chen Mu did not say it explicitly, but her meaning was perfectly clear. When you have time, let me know, and I will take you to meet the other members. Your attributes and abilities also require systematic testing and analysis, so that we can equip you with the right gear in advance. Without waiting for Chen Fan to speak, Chen Mu continued. I do not have time today. It is Meng Meng's birthday. Chen Fan shook his head. So it is Meng Meng's birthday. It seems I need to prepare a gift as well. I wonder if I will have time tonight. Chen Mu paused and smiled. It was clear she cared deeply about Meng Meng. Are you all very busy usually? Chen Fan asked. Lately we have been quite busy. Although the eternal night has not descended, the eternal night tides erupt occasionally. Each time an eternal night tide erupts, the number of awakened individuals tends to increase. Furthermore, the eruption of an eternal night tide also triggers the birth of dream creatures. As it happens, the next eternal night tide is about to erupt soon. Chen Mu's tone became a bit somber. Eternal night tides? Chen Fan asked curiously. Usually it is a total solar eclipse. The eternal night tide erupts during a total solar eclipse, but the eclipse is merely a manifestation. When that day comes, you will understand. Chen Mu did not explain further. Captain, I would like to ask you something. Our grandma has also been having nightmares lately. But I asked her yesterday, and she said they are not the same nightmare. Is this a sign of awakening? After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Fan brought up his question. This matter is not to be taken lightly. Not only for his and Meng Meng's safety, but Chen Fan also did not want anything bad to happen to Granny Li. She had taken such meticulous care of them for so many years. Although Chen Fan was not particularly sentimental, Granny Li had long become someone very important to him. Meng Meng even treated her like her own grandmother. After all, Meng Meng was raised by her since she was a child. Normally speaking, if it is not the same dream, it is likely not an awakening. However, there are always exceptions and special cases. One cannot be careless. Chen Mu shook her head. Since it is someone close to you, I will go take a look either tonight or tomorrow. However, my true return bead has shattered, and I applied for a new one yesterday, so it probably will not arrive that quickly. So do not pin too much hope on it for now. Seeing the worried look on Chen Fan's face, Chen Mu added. Is the true return bead the only way to detect it? Chen Fan frowned slightly. Yes. Whether it is the Pure Land or the ruins, they are all dreams. They only manifest when entering a dream or during meditation, and they only appear in the dreamer's own dream. It is difficult for others to investigate. Only by using a true return bead can they be revealed, and even then, it is not 100% certain. If an awakened individual has reached a certain level of cultivation, they can even decide whether or not their dream is shown by the true return bead. Chen Mu sighed. Because of this, there is no telling how many awakened individuals or dream creatures are hiding among ordinary people. Then how did you discover me? Chen Fan asked curiously. Experience and intuition, I suppose. Chen Mu smiled. I see. I hope the true return bead arrives soon. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. The probability is quite low. However, I will try my best to come by your place tonight or tomorrow. During the eternal night tide, demon gods are active, and small probabilities can often lead to major events. Chen Mu had intended to comfort Chen Fan, but could not help but sigh in the end. Which made Chen Fan roll his eyes. Get in my car, I will drop you off at school on my way. Chen Mu took out her car keys, and Chen Fan was stunned when he saw them. It was actually the key to a Lamborghini supercar. She is a wealthy one, all right. Are night watchers that wealthy? Chen Fan could not help but ask. Night watchers are well compensated. But my family actually owns mines. Chen Mu gave a smug smile, and the zither on her back slowly faded until it disappeared without a trace. Spiritual manifestations can be summoned. However, the more powerful the spirit, the harder it is to summon into the current world. Before getting into the car, Chen Mu explained to Chen Fan. What? Are the more powerful spirits, the harder they are to summon? Chen Fan thought to himself as he sat in the car. His dream spirit was the heavenly eye three-legged golden crow. Even in mythology, the highest level of golden crow seems to be just a three-legged one. Heavenly eye three-legged golden crow. There does not seem to be any record of this in mythological history. Seeing Chen Fan sitting in the Lamborghini and remaining so calm, Chen Mu could not help but feel a bit curious. This young man does not seem to be easily swayed by material things. Captain, you left in such a rush yesterday. Did you encounter a powerful dream creature? Recalling how Chin Mu left in a hurry yesterday with a solemn look on her face, Chen Fan asked. We found a nightmare, but we only severely wounded it and let it escape. Chin Mu's expression was grave. A nightmare? Chen Fan asked out of curiosity. Nightmare is a general term distinct from dream demon. Both nightmares and dream demons can be evil spirits from the ruins. Before a dream demon grows up, they usually just bewitch their host and gain power from the host's corruption. However, a nightmare can freely detach itself from a host's dream and create different disasters based on its nature. For instance, some nightmares feed on dreams. They enter others' dreams to create nightmares. Cruel nightmares will devour all the mental energy of others within the dream. Another example, some nightmares feed on fear, and these kinds of nightmares will incite slaughter. Additionally, some nightmares are dream creatures that hatch from the dreams of ordinary people. There are too many to name. In short, any demons or ghosts from mythological history or legends can be seen. Chin Mu's explanation made Chen Fan's mood sink slightly. The eternal night has not even arrived yet, and the world is already this deep. Nightmares are best at concealment, which makes them particularly difficult to deal with. Chin Mu shook her head. Screech. Chin Mu suddenly slammed on the brakes. Chen Fan looked out and realized they had arrived at his school. I was in such a rush yesterday, I did not get a chance to leave my phone number. Go ahead and save my number. When the time is right, I will take you for an internship. After parking the car, Chin Mu took out her phone. After exchanging numbers, Chen Fan got out of the car. Vroom! With a stomp on the gas, the sports car roared and sped away. It immediately drew the attention of countless people. Chen Fan became the object of envy for many students. With a smile, Chen Fan walked into the campus under the worshipful and envious gaze of the security guard at the gate. Perhaps my time in school will soon be over. Chen Fan could not help but feel a bit emotional. The more he learned about this world, the more Chen Fan wanted to join the organization. It was not just pure hot-bloodedness. He felt that only by joining the organization could he better improve his strength and gain resources. To put it bluntly, if the Eternal Night really arrives, with the organization as his backing and fighting for his home, his family would definitely get priority protection. Whether out of altruism or self-interest, Chen Fan felt that joining the organization was the best choice. When the building is about to collapse, no one can stay out of it, let alone think they can turn the tide on their own. If you want to preserve yourself, you must first preserve the group. As they say, one for all and all for one. Chen Fan muttered. Becoming a night watcher, he does not ask for all to be for him. He only hopes that when the eternal night falls, his loved ones can be properly protected. Although he awakened a mythical level Pure Land, Chen Fan did not think he could be invincible in the world. Grandma Li's situation had already made him worried and helpless. Second year, Class 3. When Chen Fan arrived at the classroom, it was already mostly full. Because almost all the students were boarding students. Chen Fan, have you heard? In a few days, September 20th, there will be a total solar eclipse. As soon as he sat down, his desk mate said excitedly to Chen Fan. What is so strange about that? A total solar eclipse happens twice every 3 years. It just occurs in different places each time. Chen Fan smiled. But inside, he started calculating. Today is already September 15th. 5 more days and it will be September 20th. Total solar eclipse, the eternal night tide. Hee, you do not know this total solar eclipse is happening right in our city. Experts have predicted it. This total solar eclipse might be different. Phenomena might occur, perhaps after the eclipse thick clouds will obscure the sun. The world might fall into a long period of darkness. The desk mate chuckled. That is not a good sign. The ancients said, the sun is the symbol of the ruler. If the king does not practice virtue, the sun will change accordingly. The Book of Han also records, the sun is virtue, so when there is an eclipse, one should cultivate virtue. The conversation between Chen Fan and his desk mate drew the attention of the boy in front, who turned around, pushed up his thick-rimmed glasses, and spoke seriously. Go away, nerd, what age are we in? We are talking about astronomy, do not butt in with your archaic talk. The desk mate said with a look of disdain. Astronomy and science, right? Relevant research shows that when a total solar eclipse occurs, it triggers abnormal behavior in animals, especially birds. Other studies suggest that total solar eclipses can trigger certain earthquakes. The boy in front pushed up his thick glasses and said calmly, also, some scholars speculate that if the total solar eclipse lasts for an hour, all humanity would likely faint. Go away. What research shows that? Do you have evidence? What research? Which institute? In which journal was the conclusion published? The desk mate said dismissively. Seeing the two arguing, Chen Fan remained silent on the side. If it were before, he would have definitely disregarded what the boy in front said. However, Chin Mu said that a total solar eclipse is actually an eternal night tide. If the eternal night tide also happened in ancient times, Xiao Fan would really have to admire the wisdom of the ancients. Oh no, someone is about to jump off the building, over at the senior year side. A chubby student rushed into the classroom shouting, "Someone is jumping off the building." Chen Fan stood up and looked out the window, just in time to see a girl standing against the wind on the railing of the opposite teaching building corridor. With Chen Fan's current vision, he could see the woman's face clearly. Her eyes were struggling. A nightmare. Seeing the struggle in her eyes, that was Chen Fan's first thought. At this moment, the class was in chaos. Everyone stood up and surged out of the classroom. After a brief hesitation, Chen Fan took out his phone and dialed Chin Mu's number. "Captain, someone in our school is about to jump off the building. I suspect it is a nightmare's bewitchment. Come quickly. Find a way to stall her." Chin Mu left one sentence and hurriedly hung up. "I hope I am in time." Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan rushed out of the classroom. The scene was in total chaos. Teachers and school administrators were rushing in from all directions. Homeroom teachers were hurrying to their respective classes to organize their students and keep them from shouting and provoking the girl on the railing. Administrators were frantically making various phone calls. The accident happened too suddenly, no one had seen it coming. However, the school's teachers and leaders did have relevant emergency plans and drills in place. The PE teachers moved as quickly as they could to open the storage room and bring out the safety air cushion. The school beauty's homeroom teacher dared not get too close and could only try to persuade her from a distance. But the girl heard nothing, staring blankly at the sky as if two different wills were fighting within her eyes. "Which class are you in? Why are you here joining the commotion?" Chen Fan had just reached the downstairs area as quickly as he could when the grade-level director spotted him and stopped him immediately. The grade-level director had a frosty expression on his face. Did this student think things were not chaotic enough? Was he really going to be this arrogant just to watch the spectacle? "Mr. Li, I am here to help." The situation was critical, so Chen Fan blurted it out directly. "Nonsense. What kind of help could you possibly provide? Get out of here." The grade-level director snapped. "Mr. Lei, instead of wasting time scolding me here, you would better start thinking of a solution." Chen Fan frowned and changed his tone. The grade-level director had never expected that not only would Chen Fan show no fear of him, but he would even dare to talk back, leaving the director speechless and choked up. "Do not you me, if she jumps, I will be there to cushion her fall. I am strong, so I might just be able to catch her." Chen Fan glanced at him and walked straight past him. "Also, keep your voice down. If you scare the student upstairs, the responsibility will be yours." As he passed by, Chen Fan added that extra note. The grade-level director, who was about to blow his top, instinctively covered his own mouth. He was flushed with anger, but he had no choice but to let it go. The situation was too critical. If the student upstairs really were frightened by his voice, setting aside the responsibility, he would not be able to live with himself. Even if it was not because of his voice, if she happened to jump, the blame would definitely fall on him. "Stall for time. How can I stall for time?" Chen Fan was getting anxious too. He had been staring at the girl's eyes, and as he saw the resolve in them gaining the upper hand, he grew even more frantic. His strength was enough to snap a table corner, but he could not guarantee he would be able to catch a human. 4 stories up, over 10 meters of gravitational acceleration. Just how great would the force of an adult's impact be? "It looks like I have no choice but to sacrifice my reputation." Chen Fan muttered to himself, then asked the grade-level director, "What is her name?" Chen Fan felt like he recognized her. She seemed quite famous in school, a talented girl with good grades and brilliance. Unfortunately, Chen Fan really did not know her name because she was a senior. The grade-level director was stunned. This student really was reckless. But he was also curious that this student did not even know the name of the renowned Qin Menjiao. "I am asking you." Time was tight, so Chen Fan could not care less, raising his voice and even using some of his awakened strength. "Qin Menjiao." The grade-level director seemed struck by the invisible authority Chen Fan was projecting, and the name slipped out. By the time he snapped out of it, he felt extremely annoyed. "I will remember you." The grade-level director thought to himself. "Qin Menjiao, I love you." Once he knew the girl's name, Chen Fan shouted it out. He seemed to have forgotten that his physical constitution had already undergone a radical change. His shout was absolutely deafening, let alone Qin Menjiao upstairs and the teachers and leaders around him. The students throughout the entire campus probably heard it. For a moment, everyone was stunned, including Qin Menjiao above. Who is that, actually confessing to Qin Menjiao at a time like this? My god, this guy is savage. Is this what they call taking advantage while the iron is hot? He is not afraid that if Qin Menjiao really jumps, she will come looking for him tonight. I have got to admire him. I am floored, this guy is truly a steel-headed lunatic. A romance of life and deaths. The students were all stunned by Chen Fan's sudden roar. My god, my buddy Chen Fan, he is usually so aloof. Who knew he was such a closet romantic? Chen Fan's desk mate was wide-eyed, giving him a direct thumbs up. With this kind of courage, you are my big brother from now on, my big brother forever. Feel? Seeing a flicker of surprise in Qin Menjiao's eyes and her regaining her focus, Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief. If it were any other reason, Chen Fan certainly would not have dared to do this. But since this Qin Menjiao was being bewitched by something in her mind, his approach could actually help wake her consciousness. Qin Menjiao, I have sent you a love letter every single day. Did you never receive them, or do you just look down on me that much? I get straight A's every year, I am 1.8 meters tall and handsome, and I even drove a supercar to school today. How am I not good enough for you? Chen Fan was making things up as he went, all with an arrogant tone. Who are you? Finally, Qin Menjiao, standing high above, seemed to have her curiosity piqued by Chen Fan. She did receive love letters every day, but receiving one from the same person every day was definitely not the case. Seeing Qin Menjiao speak, not only did Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief, but the teachers and leaders around him did as well. Her homeroom teacher had been pleading with her earnestly for a long time without any reaction. A few words from Chen Fan were enough to make her speak. This was a good sign. I am Chen Fan, the one who loves you 365 days a year. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan had to bite the bullet and state his name while delivering a spine-tingling confession. Got it? The one who loves you 365 days a year, blah blah blah. My god, what a cringy confession, but I have learned it. Chen Fan's voice was loud and the entire school could hear him. Chen Fan, I never received your love letters. Qin Menjiao shook her head. Impossible. My god, I get it now, that guy must have taken my money and never actually delivered the letters to you. Chen Fan roared. So? Qin Menjiao asked softly. My desk mate lay tightened, he said he was your neighbor and knew you well. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. In an instant, all the students in the class turned their eyes toward Li Gangdan. My god, you cannot be like this, Chen Fan. When the hell did I ever send a love letter for you, and when did I ever take your money? Li Gangdan was stunned for a long time before finally cursing and defending himself, though his voice could not reach the building across the way. Do you really love me? Qin Menjiao was silent for a long time before suddenly smiling at Chen Fan, though the smile seemed to have become a bit eerie. Obviously, for 136 days, I have given you a new golden line every day just to move you. My hair has even gone gray. Chen Fan said affectionately, delivering another line that had the students scrambling to take notes. In my opinion, there is only one kind of love, and that is to love until death. Do you dare? Qin Menjiao stared at Chen Fan and said word by word, do you dare to come up here and prove your love? All eyes were on Chen Fan now. They knew this was the critical moment. Fine. Wait for me. Chen Fan took a deep breath. He knew that the nightmare had used his passionate confession to bewitch Qin Menjiao once again. The nightmare inside her head probably was not worried about being caught by him. Perhaps in the nightmare's heart, he was just a high school student showing off. Student, please do not do anything rash. Seeing Chen Fan marching forward with unwavering steps, the grade director rushed to stop him. Chen Fan looked so much like he was about to die for love that the director could not tell if he was actually going to save someone, or if he was genuinely attempting suicide. He felt a headache coming on. He had not even finished dealing with Qin Menjiao, and now this reckless student was causing more trouble. Yes, in his eyes, Chen Fan had already been labeled a reckless troublemaker. However, Chen Fan ignored him, bolted, and dashed up the stairs in a flash. Stop him! The grade director shouted, but it was already too late. In one breath, Chen Fan reached the 4th floor and looked at Qin Menjiao, who was standing on the railing, panting heavily. Of course, the panting was just an act. With his current stamina, let alone the 4th floor, he could run up 10 floors without even catching his breath. Do you really like me that much? Or do you just want to come and save me? Qin Menjiao looked back at Chen Fan and asked softly. How could the nightmare not know about Chen Fan's tricks? If you really want to go, please take me down with you. Chen Fan took a deep breath. Qin Menjiao's reaction was within his expectations. However, Chen Fan just wanted to wake her up and stall for time. After saying that, Chen Fan also climbed onto the railing. His appearance triggered more gasps, sending the people below into a panic. You can believe me now, right? Either you come down and be well with me, or I am going down with you. Chen Fan put on a look of deep affection. This time not only was Qin Menjiao stunned, but the nightmare in her mind was also bewildered. It even started to believe that everything Chen Fan said earlier was true. Because standing on the railing together like that, the chances of saving someone were practically zero. With such a thin foothold, it would be impossible for Chen Fan to exert any significant force. Even if Chen Fan caught her, it would be difficult to save her. Instead, the probability of them both falling was very high. I am coming. Chen Fan took soft steps, swaying slightly, which was of course just acting. Qin Menjiao did not speak, nor did she stop Chen Fan. Instead, she watched him intently. She was very touched. Just as Chen Fan got close, Qin Menjiao suddenly felt a splitting headache and lost her balance. Chen Fan could not care less, reaching out and grabbing Qin Menjiao's palm. The heavy weight also caused Chen Fan to lose his balance, and his body began to fall. However, he was exceptionally calm at that moment, and his hand gripped the railing. Everything that happened had already been rehearsed in his mind. Compared to other scenarios he had imagined, this was child's play. Got you. Chen Fan smiled. His hands were like iron clamps, one gripped the railing and the other clamped onto Qin Menjiao's arm. The students and teachers in the classroom on the 4th floor reacted quickly, rushing over immediately, fearing that Chen Fan would not be able to hold on for long. Sharp tongue, soft heart, old man. Seeing the grade director rush to the ground floor first, arms spread trying to catch them, Chen Fan smiled. Soon other teachers and leaders poured in, gathering together, linking arms to form a human cushion. Chen Fan was deeply moved. Are not teachers just the guardians of students? Admittedly, in a large forest there are all sorts of birds. Black sheep are inevitable. However, Chen Fan believed that many teachers, when choosing this profession, were prepared to burn themselves to light the way for their students. Feeling the struggling force from his palm, Chen Fan exerted his strength, lifting Qin Menjiao directly and letting the teachers who rushed up catch her. She is saved. Chen Fan heard the cheers of the teachers below. Clap clap. As Chen Fan was pulled up by the students, an incredibly enthusiastic round of applause filled his ears. So this is what it feels like to be a hero. The applause and cheers made Chen Fan murmur to himself. If I could, I would not want to be a hero. I also hoped that there would be no heroes in the world, so there would be no disasters or helplessness. Thinking of the danger just now, Chen Fan mused. For someone who had already awakened, that was not considered dangerous. But what if it were an ordinary firefighter? To become a hero, one must dare to do what ordinary people do not and endure danger. Scatter! Chen Fan suddenly shouted. Because in his eyes, a mass of black mist had suddenly emerged behind Qin Menjiao. The black mist condensed into a dark shadow. He knew that the nightmare or dream demon had appeared. Chen Fan's sudden outburst caused the applause and cheers to stop abruptly, as everyone stared at him confused. Ha ha, he was right to tell you to move away. The shadow chose to reveal itself and a sinister laugh echoed. Ghost. Its eerie appearance made everyone's skin crawl. After a brief silence, screams tore through the campus sky. The fear of the unknown and the instinct for self-preservation made everyone scatter, either running back to classrooms or charging down the stairs. I only wanted to create a bit of fearful mystery, but you forced me to reveal myself. Then accept this blatant disaster. The eerie figure did not stop those fleeing, its sinister gaze locked onto Chen Fan. As expected, being a hero is not easy. Facing such an eerie presence for the first time, Chen Fan felt his brain deprived of oxygen, as if he had lost the ability to think. He hoped Captain Qin Mu would arrive soon. Facing such a confident dream creature, he felt uncertain inside. Who knew this entity would be so petty and audacious, daring to show itself so openly? Was it not afraid of being hunted by the Night Watchers? Or was it just that confident in its own concealment? Under the pressure, Chen Fan's body tensed up. The next moment, intense flames burned directly on his body. However, this time the golden crow fire seemed quite considerate, burning on Chen Fan's body without consuming his clothes or hair. Otherwise, he would not only be naked but bald as well. Indeed. An awakener, you really are an awakener. What kind of fire is this? The release of the golden crow fire immediately extinguished half of the dream creature's arrogant spirit. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Holy cow, what is going on? This junior just transformed. Transformed, he transformed. Give him a Harley and he would be a perfect ghost rider. No, this is way cooler than a ghost rider. What? Students hiding in the classroom saw the flames rising from Chen Fan like armor and gasped in amazement again. They were incredibly excited. Their earlier fear of the entity instantly cast to the back of their minds. No, you are just a dreamer. Your fire is terrifying, but it is all show. The creature quickly reacted, regained its confidence. To deal with you, it is more than enough. Chen Fan said confidently. He had to be confident whether he felt like it or not. He had to stall for time. What? Stalling for time. Sorry, but I still know that villains always die from talking too much. I am ending this right now. The dream creature saw through Chen Fan's ruse, let out a wicked cackle and lunged at him. Though it looked like a human silhouette, as it lunged, it seemed to transform into a bloodthirsty tiger with razor-sharp claws. Chen Fan's heart leapt to his throat, and golden light shimmered faintly in his eyes. In that instant, the creature's strange movement seemed to slow down 100 times over, as if by some mysterious force. Its trajectory was clearly captured by Chen Fan. Instantly, Chen Fan's confidence soared. Although he had not experienced life-or-death battles, his old man had drilled him in hand-to-hand combat every chance he got. As a result, he had developed natural instincts. He lunged forward with a fierce step and delivered a straight punch directly into the nightmare's stomach. Chen Fan could clearly see the look of distortion on the nightmare's face. Without any hesitation, Chen Fan followed up with a combo, turned his hand into a claw, grabbed the nightmare by the throat and slammed it hard into the ground. Boom! The floor tiles shattered, and the nightmare in his grip seemed to shatter as well, dissolving into black mist. However, the black mist drifted past the railing like a gust of wind and coalesced back into a human figure. Chen Fan noticed that its figure did not seem as solid as before. Because his 2 strikes had purified a fair amount of the black mist with the golden crow fire. Damn it, you are clearly just a dreamer. How can you possibly hurt me? The nightmare felt like it was going crazy. It was on the verge of entering the void realm, yet it had been severely wounded by a rookie who had just awakened. Haha, so you only understand that villains die from talking too much. It is standard for the protagonist to have cheats, did not you know that? Chen Fan gave a faint smile, though he was already cursing inwardly. This nightmare was indeed clever. Since it flew into the air, he truly could not do much about it. With a thought, the fire from his whole body gathered in his palm, forming a scorching flame. He was not sure if he could throw the flame and score a direct hit, though. However, he soon smiled and the flame in his palm vanished. Because he heard the roaring sound of a bull. Captain Chin Mew was here, and she seemed to be carrying a certain anger. If that is how it is, then let a nightmare descend. Do not you love saving people? Let us see how many you can save. You die today. The nightmare laughed as well, a particularly sinister laugh. It was going to unleash its ultimate move, casting an illusion to shroud the entire campus. Even if it attracted human experts, it was determined to kill the boy in front of it. At that moment, the school campus was bewildered and in complete chaos. A mere nightmare daring to bully my people on my turf. Who gave you the courage? Chin Mew had arrived, her face cold as frost. She walked with heavy steps. This time she no longer hid it, the black coffin appeared directly on her back. The chains on the black coffin seemed to be imbued with life, like poisonous pythons, raising their heads as if locking onto the nightmare in the sky. Who are you? The pressure emanating from Chin Mew made the nightmare's hair stand on end. Legendary first-standing terror. Who am I? Did not you scout the area before committing evil? Chin Mew sneered. Tamed. Without any hesitation, the nightmare chose to flee, instantly turning into black wind and trying to escape. However, it seemed a bit too late. The chains on the black coffin on Chin Mew's back shot out, moving much faster than the nightmare. Like a pack of pythons, they bit onto the nightmare and dragged it right back. Amidst its screams, the nightmare was pulled straight into the black coffin. With a boom, the black coffin closed, and the nightmare's scream stopped abruptly. Clang, clang. After devouring the nightmare, the chains on the black coffin rattled against each other. Chen Fan felt a wave of magical energy sweep across the surroundings. All the teachers and students fell into a daze. Chen Fan knew Captain Chin Mew was hypnotizing them, clearing their memories of what just happened. I will wait for you outside. Having done all this, Chen Mu said to Chen Fan upstairs with a smile. A captain who looks so pretty when she smiles is too terrifying when she gets aggressive. Chen Fan muttered. However, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The crisis was averted and there were no casualties. A fortune within misfortune. What just happened? Just as Captain Chen Mu left, the teachers and students woke up from their days. Only Qin Menjiao was still unconscious. To play the part, Chen Fan was currently holding the unconscious Qin Menjiao on the ground. Clap clap. Loud applause rang out again. Teacher, senior sister Qin Menjiao fainted from fright. Let us get her to the hospital first, Chen Fan said. Right on cue, various sirens sounded from outside the school. The ambulance had arrived. Rescue successful. A love of life and death, an epic story that will be remembered forever. The students cheered. That jerk Chen Fan, ruining my reputation and winning the beauty who will clear my name. Li Dan roared to the sky. Which class is this student in, daring to engage in puppy love? Punish him to set an example, this is lawless. The grade head teacher had also reacted and was yelling loudly. That would not be right, would it? A young teacher nearby hurriedly tried to intervene. Do you have an opinion on my decision? The old man raised his eyelids, making the young teacher wisely shut up. HMPH, credit is credit and fault is fault. Punish where punishment is due, but merit must also be recognized. The old man huffed. Suddenly, everyone laughed. Sure enough, it was that old man, strict on discipline but with a heart of gold. While everyone was busy, Chen Fan found an opportunity and slipped out of the school. Took a leave of absence. Captain Chen Mu was leaning on her sports car, and when she saw Chen Fan come out, she asked with a smile. You did not clear the memory of me saving people. Do you think I can ask for leave at a time like this? So embarrassing. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Thinking about how to save someone, he had confessed to Qin Menjiao in public, right before she was about to end her life. He found it extremely cringy. All that talk about life and death, love and eternal romance will probably become a hot topic on campus soon. You did very well. Exceeded my expectations. And you are much stronger than I expected, to be able to severely injure a nightmare of this level. Chen Mu looked at Chen Fan with great approval. Not nearly as impressive as your dominance, Captain. Chen Fan said modestly, then asked, by the way, is this the one you were hunting yesterday? No, this one feeds on fear, yesterday's one fed on dreams. Chen Mu shook her head, and yesterday's one was already at the peak of the void realm. Want to come with me to the hospital to visit your school beauty? Chen Mu asked. Sure, I have already skipped class anyway, I will buy Ming Ming a gift while I am at it. Chen Fan smiled. He knew the captain definitely wanted to check on Qin Menjiao's condition. What? Captain, where are your other team members? I thought they would show up for this operation. Sitting in the car with the wind blowing, Chen Fan asked. We are short-handed. To deal with the upcoming eternal night tide, our members have already been deployed to every corner of the city. Chen Mu sighed slightly, as if this were a very helpless situation. So that means when the eternal night tide hits, you all act independently. What will you do if you run into a powerful nightmare or an awakened one from the ruins? Chen Fan's expression turned somber. We can only try our best to stall for time until everyone else can arrive. I just hope it does not come to that. Chen Mu shook her head. But you do not need to worry too much. By then, the Ministry of War will also arrange for special defense regiments to garrison every city to handle the crisis. Chen Mu added, the Ministry of War's special defense regiments. Can ordinary people really stand up to nightmares? Chen Fan asked curiously. The members of the special defense regiments are all hand-picked. Each and every one of them is practically a king among soldiers. Although they have not awakened their pure land, they are capable of rounding up nightmares once equipped with special weapons. In fact, we are also under the command of the Ministry of War. Relying on the Night Watchers alone is far from enough to deal with the Eternal Night. A smile appeared on Chen Mu's lips. These special defense troops are genuinely strong. Whenever one of them awakens their pure land, all the night patrol squads scramble to snatch them up. I see. So when the Eternal Night descends, it is a war between humans and gods. Chen Fan murmured, then asked, this solar eclipse is not only happening in our Nanchi city, could not we pull members from other squads to help? The solar eclipse is only happening in Nanchi and its surroundings, but the eternal night tide is a global event. It is just that we happen to be in a high-risk area. Chen Mu explained. Does not that mean the eternal night tide happens on average every year and a half? Chen Fan gave a bitter smile that was far too frequent. Tell me about it. By the way, you have made a great contribution this time. I am planning to report it for you. Chen Mu smiled. A contribution? Are there any benefits? Chen Fan asked, feeling a bit expectant. A promotion and a pay raise. Chen Mu laughed. How worldly. Chen Fan shook his head. You should not think that way. The eternal night will eventually descend, and no one knows what will happen then. With more meritorious service, even if we fall in battle when the eternal night comes, our families will receive higher level protection. Chen Mu explained tenderly. Thank you, Captain. Chen Fan said gratefully. Who says heroes cannot be worldly? Heroes have human hearts and are made of flesh and blood too. The reason we are fearless is because we have the people behind us, and among them are our loved ones. We can die, but it would be best if we could meet death calmly without any worries. Chen Mu murmured, seemingly touched by her own thoughts, appearing a bit melancholic. Chen Fan remained quiet, not wanting to disturb her. She seemed like a sentimental captain. Having seen so much death, she must have gone through many partings of life and death. Yet her heart has not turned cold because of it. How did that nightmare appear? Did it come from Qin Menjiao's dream? Once Chen Mu had calmed down, Chen Fan asked, though he shifted the topic. It is highly unlikely. It probably hatched from someone else's dream. Nightmares are among the easiest dream entities to be born from within a dream. Chen Mu explained, nightmares are dream entities we frequently encounter, along with so-called ghosts. However, compared to the evil spirit nightmares born in the ruins, they are much weaker at the same level. Soon, the sports car drove into the mall's parking garage. Your classmate should not wake up that quickly, so let us go get some gifts for Meng Meng first. By the way, what does Meng Meng like? Chen Mu asked. Readings. Chen Fan blurted out. Living up to the super genius title. Chen Mu looked like she already knew. How did you know? Chen Fan asked, but he realized it instantly. Chen Mu cares so much about Meng Meng, how could she not have checked up on her situation at school? Seeing Chen Fan's knowing expression, Chen Mu did not explain any further. Half an hour later, the two met at the exit of the mall. Did not you say Meng Meng likes reading? You bought this instead. Seeing the playing house dolls in Chen Fan's hands, Chen Mu was stunned. Actually, I do not want Meng Meng to read so much. I hope she can be ordinary and have the childhood a little girl should have. She likes making friends too, and new toys should help her make more friends at school. Chen Fan felt a bit helpless. He figured that within a year, Chen would probably start self-studying junior high courses. You really are a good brother. But she is destined not to be ordinary. Chen Mu sighed with emotion. I know, that is why I hope she can have a bit more ordinariness now. Perhaps this will become her most precious memory in the future. Chen Fan smiled. You are her most precious memory. Chen Mu glanced at Chen Fan. Global mythology history. What are you trying to do? Chen Fan's face sank, his tone sounding unpleasant. I understand what you mean. But are you sure you can stay by her side forever and protect her? Or rather, do you think you can stand up to the gods when the eternal night descends in the future? Being strong yourself is the only true strength, and it is the only way to live better. Besides, an awakened one does not necessarily have to become a night watcher. Chen Mu met Chen Fan's gaze and spoke calmly. I was short-sighted. Chen Fan's tone softened a lot, but he still asked with concern, but is it really okay for her not to become a night watcher? Are there any people her age among the awakened? The priority is yours, I will keep it a secret for you. Chen Mu smiled. Also, you were not being short-sighted, you were just being selfishly protective. But what if it is the ruins? Chen Fan murmured. Do you not trust Meng Meng that much? Or do you not trust yourself? I do believe in Meng Meng. Chen Mu said lightly, get in the car. Also, external stimuli will not trigger an awakening, otherwise there would not be so few of us night watchers. The last sentence left Chen Fan feeling incredibly embarrassed, and he pretended to look at the scenery outside the window. Chen Fan's reaction made Chen Mu laugh heartily. She seemed a bit triumphant, and then, lost in thought, she fell into contemplation. Entering the hospital and arriving at the service desk, Chen Mu pulled out her identification. The nurse on duty quickly led the two of them to Qin Menjiao's ward. The nurse entered the ward first and whispered a few words to the teacher inside. The teacher was stunned for a moment, then followed the nurse out of the room. Upon coming out, she happened to see Chen Fan standing right next to Chen Mu, and she was stunned again. Close the door. Chen Mu said to Chen Fan, then walked straight toward the ward. At this moment, Qin Menjiao had already woken up. Seeing a stranger enter, she felt inexplicably nervous, especially since Qin Mu possessed an inexplicable sense of pressure in both her demeanor and temperament for a teenage girl like her. However, when she saw Chen Fan behind Qin Mu, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of something, her face suddenly turned red. "Here, I wish you a speedy recovery." Qin Mu smiled gently and handed over a bouquet of flowers she was holding. "Thank you." Qin Menjiao was slightly taken aback, but still smiled and took it. "It is from Chen Fan." Qin Mu said lightly, which stunned Qin Menjiao again. She snuck a glance at Chen Fan and her face turned crimson in an instant. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth twitched immediately. Is this what it feels like to be caught in the crossfire for no reason? He immediately thought of Li Titan, whom he had used as a scapegoat. He must still be feeling indignant right now. "Thank you, Junior Chen Fan." Qin Menjiao's voice was very soft, as faint as the sound of a mosquito. "Wish you a speedy recovery." Chen Fan smiled and offered his well wishes. Qin Menjiao had already been saved. He no longer needed to continue playing the role of her devoted admirer. Show the spirit of a campus belle, come on. How could Qin Mu not know the little girl's thoughts? She directly gave Qin Menjiao encouragement. Knowing her thoughts had been seen through, Qin Menjiao buried her head into the quilt. Internally, however, she lowered her guard against Qin Mu significantly, and her favorability surged. Seeing a smile appear at the corners of Qin Mu's mouth, Chen Fan instantly understood her intentions. This seemingly casual maneuver was worthy of a master psychologist. A bouquet of flowers, a single sentence, and she had won over Qin Menjiao, making her relax and drop her guard. "Deep and calculating. It has already been eliminated." Qin Mu said calmly. Qin Menjiao was stunned, raised her head, and looked at Qin Mu in disbelief. "Do you believe in its existence?" Qin Menjiao asked, seeming a bit excited to have found validation from others. "It is not about believing, we know it exists and we are dealing with them." Qin Mu explained. "Them?" Qin Menjiao muttered. "Do not worry, the thing in your mind has disappeared. It was destroyed by Chen Fan." Qin Mu continued to give credit to Chen Fan, which made Qin Menjiao look at him again, a spark of admiration rising in her eyes. "Although it has been destroyed according to protocol, we need to master it better. So can you cooperate with us next?" Qin Mu asked. "Yes." Qin Menjiao nodded. Since it had been destroyed, there was nothing left to be afraid of. "When did it appear?" 5 days ago." "Did you see it?" "No, I only heard its voice. It kept seducing me, kept digging up my flaws, and kept telling me about the darkness of this world." "What about in your dreams? Did you dream of it?" "No." "Have you had the same dream these past few days?" "No, although I had nightmares for several days in a row, the dreams were not repetitive." "What?" Qin Mu asked one question after another, and Qin Menjiao cooperated fully. Because there was no true pearl detection, Qin Mu asked about every detail and from every angle. When the interview ended, half an hour had already passed. "May I take the liberty of asking for your identities?" Qin Menjiao asked. "Night Watchers, which is equivalent to people who specialize in dealing with supernatural events." Qin Mu said lightly, then took a booklet out of her bag. "Confidentiality agreements." Seeing the characters on the booklet, Qin Menjiao muttered. "If you are unwilling to sign, we have a better way. Which is to erase your memory. Actually, this might be better for you, helping you forget the shadows of this experience. There are 2 options, and we respect your choice regardless of which one you pick." Qin Mu said. "I will sign the confidentiality agreement." Qin Menjiao hesitated, but finally looked at Chen Fan and said firmly. Her gaze gave Chen Fan a slight headache. "If you want to sign, just sign it. Why look at him before making the decision, making it seem like she did not want to forget this experience because of him? If anything happens later, he does not want to be responsible. Are you sure you have made up your mind? Once you sign your name, it has immediate legal effect. If you violate it, you will go directly to a special court." Qin Mu warned. "Yes." Qin Menjiao took the pen and brushed her name onto the signature line. "Thank you for your cooperation, and I wish you a speedy recovery." Qin Mu stood up and shook hands with Qin Menjiao. "Chen Fan, leave your phone number so we can contact you easily if there are any follow-up matters." Qin Mu continued to instruct Chen Fan. "Is always that necessary?" Chen Fan asked suspiciously. "You know the true pearl was broken by you." Qin Mu reminded Chen Fan. After all, Qin Menjiao did not go through the real test. "All right then." Chen Fan also readily left his number. "Junior Chen Fan, thank you again." When they reached the door, Chen Menjiao's voice came from behind, thanking him again. It is my duty, it is what I should do. Chen Fan looked back and said softly, seeing her clutching the slip of paper with his number tightly. Yes. Watching Chen Fan's retreating back, Chen Menjiao felt a little disappointed. Unwavering until death, following through life and death. Chen Menjiao clearly remembered every scene that had happened before. Let alone a young girl's heart, even the frozen heart of an old ant would have been cracked by Chen Fan's actions. Are you going back to school or home? After getting in the car, Chen Mu asked. Let us go home, I definitely cannot attend class today. Chen Fan thought about it. I will drop you off, and by the way. Chen Mu had just started, but before she could finish, she pressed the earpiece and frowned deeply. Another mission. You go back on your own, please bring Meng Meng's gift for me. I definitely will not have time tonight. After finishing the call, Chen Mu said helplessly, there are traces of ruins and the destructive power is extremely high. Be careful, Chen Fan exhorted. If it were not for Meng Meng's birthday today, Chen Fan might have wanted to follow along to see and learn. But not today. Let vroom. With a heavy foot on the gas, the sports car left Chen Fan behind, vanishing in a cloud of dust. So busy, Chen Fan sighed. Chen Mu had been rushing around all day. One team is responsible for one city. It might be manageable usually, but when the night tide descends, they are truly spread too thin. Perhaps when he officially joins the Night Watchers, he will be just as busy. Find a place to meditate. Meng Meng is still in class, and he has no plans to attend classes for now. He might as well use this time to meditate. He found a cheap inn and rented a room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chen Fan replicated yesterday's state, adjusting his mood and calming his emotions. He began to clear his mind, letting his spirit enter an ethereal state. With his eyes closed, Chen Fan realized he felt something different. Although he was in darkness, he felt as if everything around him was within his grasp. It was as if he could see everything. Though it was not very clear. It covered a radius of several dozen meters. Is this what is known as sensory perception? Chen Fan could not help but feel a little happy. His progress was obvious. After some time, Chen Fan, eyes still closed, felt a blinding light. Soon after, everything around him brightened up. Chen Fan knew he had entered his pure land space again. Clearly, his meditation method was correct, at least for himself. The last time was not just a coincidence. Here it remained a place of intense heat. There was no other matter, only endless flames everywhere. In the sky hung an incredibly dazzling sun. The light and heat from the sun felt warm and comforting to Chen Fan. However, the golden crow did not manifest itself within the sun as it had before. It seemed to be in deep slumber. I have entered my pure land space. But how should I improve my cultivation realm? Chen Fan felt helpless. Chen Mu was too busy to provide him with any systematic guidance. The last time he meditated, he had also entered this space. The golden crow had indeed bestowed talent and power upon him. He was not even sure if that counted as cultivation. Am I just supposed to sunbathe here? Chen Fan felt a bit depressed. Maybe I should meditate here as well. Bored Chen Fan had a sudden inspiration. He knew his consciousness was here, and he was currently in a meditative state. Spiritual meditation. What would happen? Chen Fan did not know, but he was willing to try. Action speaks louder than words. Within the Pure Land, Chen Fan sat cross-legged. Thinking of nothing, basking in the warm sunlight, Chen Fan quickly entered an ethereal state. Faintly, he felt as if he had turned into a ray of light, merging into the entire space. In his meditative state, Chen Fan naturally did not know that a faint halo was radiating from him. He looked incredibly sacred and pure. If anyone were to witness this, they would definitely shout, a deity, and worship him. Around noon, the halo around Chen Fan slowly faded, and he opened his eyes. So comfortable, so warm. Chen Fan stretched, working out his muscles and bones, which crackled in response. It seems my cultivation method is correct. But I should head out to pick up Meng Meng from school. Checking the time, it was nearly time for Meng Meng to finish school. He checked out of the room, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for her school. Brothers. He did not have to wait long before seeing Meng Meng chasing and playing with her friends. When she saw Chen Fan, she ran over and leaped into his arms. Is this my gift? Seeing Chen Fan carrying a gift, Meng Meng's eyes lit up. Yes, this one is from Teacher Chen for you. She did not have time tonight, so she asked me to bring it to you. Chen Fan handed over the gift. Thank you, brother, and thank you, Teacher Chen. Meng Meng smiled happily. Let us go. The way home was short, and Meng Meng held Chen Fan's hand, skipping along the whole time. It smells so good. As soon as they opened the door, a fragrant aroma hit them. Grandma, did not I tell you to get more rest? You are still preparing so much food. Chen Fan gently scolded. Yeah, Grandma, you should get some good rest. Otherwise Meng Meng will be sad, so please be a good girl and rest, Grandma. Meng Meng said, acting cute to try and convince her. Alright, Grandma will be good. But it is my girl's birthday today, of course I have to cook something delicious. Grandma Li smiled widely, and while hugging Meng Meng, she quietly wiped away the murky tears gathering in the corners of her eyes. Chen Fan saw it but did not think much of it, assuming she was just touched by Meng Meng, so he went to serve the rice. Let us eat. Once the rice was served, Chen Fan laughed. He really loved this joyful atmosphere. After dinner, Chen Fan took the initiative to clear the dishes. Grandma Li looked at Chen Fan affectionately before slowly returning to her own room. After washing the dishes, Chen Fan saw Meng Meng studying the history of myths intently and said helplessly, Meng Meng, it is time for an afternoon nap. Okay, brother. Meng Meng obediently closed her book and climbed onto her bed. She truly is the legendary other people's child. Meng Meng is so well behaved that it makes one's heart ache. Sometimes he really wished she were a bit more rebellious. Take a nap. Chen Fan rarely took afternoon naps, but to increase his strength quickly, he was more than happy to do so. Chen Fan was glad to nap. Desolate ridge, lonely crow. A single lonely grave, a half-broken tombstone. The place was overgrown with weeds, it seemed nothing had changed. However, as Chen Fan's gaze landed on the tombstone, his body trembled slightly. An epitaph. There is finally an epitaph. Chen Fan wanted to laugh out loud. However, when he read the epitaph clearly, his mouth twitched, and the urge to laugh instantly vanished. Life and death and undying love. The cross-section of the tombstone is exactly a triangle. And the broken part happened to be where the main epitaph was inscribed. So only the 4 characters for life and death, and undying love remained on the remaining half of the tombstone. The epitaph was written vertically too. Therefore, both the beginning and the end of the epitaph must have been lost. The 4 remaining characters must be from the middle section. However, even with just a guess, Chen Fan could infer the general content of the epitaph. What happened just today has already appeared directly on my tombstone. In other words, everything that happens to me in reality has the potential to alter my dreams. At the same time, this proves that this is truly my own lonely grave. Chen Fan murmured to himself. God. Seeing Chen Fan arrive, the lonely crow landed happily on his shoulder, just as it had the previous 2 times. Do you see, I really did change my epitaph. Are you happy because of that too? Chen Fan said to the crow. The existence of the lonely grave was already beyond his comprehension. But now he could be certain of 2 things. This grave is his and he can change it. However, he still did not know where the grave came from or why it appeared in his dreams. If I had not changed it, would my greatest achievement in this life have been the confession of love to Qin Menjiao? Chen Fan could not help but laugh at himself. But deep down, he was still very happy. Whatever the epitaph said, at least it had appeared. Then who would be the one to bury me? A schoolmate, Captain Qin Mu. Or perhaps Qin Menjiao. Chen Fan wondered to himself. The only ones who knew about that were the teachers and students at school, plus Qin Menjiao and Qin Mu. But since it was someone he knew who carved the tombstone, why were there no offerings afterward? Did something else happen later? Could it be that after the eternal nights? The calligraphy on the epitaph was graceful yet powerful, with deep, vigorous strokes. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan began to clear the weeds from around his feet. This was also a very strange thing. Every time he entered the dream, the lonely grave was always overgrown with weeds. It seemed he could not change anything directly in the dream. To change the dream, he had to make changes in reality. Once he changed it himself, the lonely grave would follow suit. There was nothing in the dream. The lonely crow was his only guardian and companion. With the crow as his sole company, Chen Fan cleaned the weeds away completely. Finally, after offering a devout prayer at his own grave, Chen Fan woke from the dream. It is always like this. I wake up right after paying my respects and the timing is just right. It feels as if my entering the dream is just to pay respects to myself. He opened his eyes and checked the time. It was just past noon. Checking himself, Chen Fan found that his strength had increased again. And it had increased by a lot. His senses were sharper as well. Is it because the epitaph appeared on my grave? It is evolved. The strength it can bestow upon me, or rather feed back to me, is much more powerful. After reaching this conclusion, Chen Fan could hardly contain his excitement. The appearance of the epitaph brought about a quantitative shift in gaining strength. Clearly, he had found a shortcut to rapidly increase his power that belonged only to him. You could even call it a cheat code. However, paying respects to the grave did not seem to elevate his pure land realm. When he left the room, Meng Meng was up too, looking bright and spirited. "Grandma, you do not need to go out. I will take care of ordering Meng Meng's cake." Before leaving, Chen Fan said to Grandma Li. "All right then." Grandma Li's cheerful voice replied. "Let us go." Chen Fan took Meng Meng by the hand. "When we get back, Dad should be home too, right?" Meng Meng asked with anticipation. "Definitely." Chen Fan nodded, though he was not really sure himself. His old man was always busy. But he had never told Chen Fan what he was busy with. Chen Fan only knew he was on a mission. Yet he had retired 10 years ago. After dropping the expectant Meng Meng off at school, Chen Fan hesitated before dialing the number again. Usually Chen Fan rarely called, afraid of interfering with his father's missions. "Hello, kids, you finally called me." As the call connected, a smile appeared on Chen Fan's face, followed by the sound of a hearty, gruff laugh. "I'm on my way back. I will come pick you guys up from school." After the laughter died down, the man spoke a few brief words and hung up directly. "Old man's." Hearing the dial tone, Chen Fan smiled helplessly. Always like this, a man of few words but a man of his word. He then seemed to fall into his memories. "All right, I will just play along. I will wait for you at the school gate in the afternoon." His father was coming home, so Chen Fan felt relieved. At least Meng Meng would not be upset. Initially, Chen Fan had intended to head straight home after ordering the cake. But since his father was coming back, he did not want to cause him any unnecessary worry. So he decided not to let his father know about him skipping class. If he went to school now, the commotion probably had not settled yet. Therefore, Chen Fan called his homeroom teacher and asked for a half-day off. "I will just book a room to meditate some more." Chen Fan was now fully focused on cultivation, eager to boost his strength. The eternal night tide was coming soon. The receptionist gave him a curious look, noticing he had checked out that morning only to book a room again. Chen Fan ignored it, set an alarm, and went back into meditation. Before long, holy light began to envelop him once again. In the afternoon, during dismissal, a Hummer SUV roared up to the side of the school. A burly middle-aged man stepped out, his rugged, battle-hardened aura impossible to conceal. It scared the young security guard at the gate so much that he reached for his walkie-talkie in advance. However, as the man removed his sunglasses, his eyes revealed an unexpected gentleness, watching the group of children leaving class with anticipation. There was also a sense of nervous urgency, like someone finally returning home after a long journey. Finally, the man spotted Meng Meng in the crowd. "Daddy." Meng Meng clearly saw him too, her face lit up with surprise and excitement, and she ran straight toward him. The man, who had seemed hurried and uneasy, broke into a smile and crouched down immediately. As Meng Meng dove into his arms, the man winced slightly, but it was quickly masked by a gentle smile. "Daddy, I thought you weren't coming back." Meng Meng said, her voice filled with emotion. "Today is your birthday, Meng Meng. Nothing in this world could keep your old man away." The man possessed an unspeakable air of dominance. "Daddy, no bad language allowed." Meng Meng pouted, though her lips were curled into a smile. "All right, I promise no more swearing." The man seemed to thoroughly enjoy taking orders from his daughter. Giggle. Seeing her daddy be so cooperative, Meng Meng laughed with sheer delight. "Daddy, is this your car? Let's go pick up Big Brother." Even at this moment, Meng Meng had not forgotten Chen Fan. "You got it. Has that kid been bullying you?" The man asked with doting affection. "Not at all, Big Brother treats me so well." Meng Meng quickly explained. "Here's we go off to pick up Big Brother." Lifting Meng Meng into the Hummer, the man wore a smile on his face. A moment later, the Hummer roared away like a war machine. "Daddy, slow down." "Got it. It's still too fast." "Haha, I am used to it. Your brother loves this kind of wild speed." What? Along the way, the streets echoed with their joy. What? High school had just finished. Chen Fan had already picked up the cake and was waiting quietly by the roadside. When he saw the aggressive Hummer charging toward him like a tank, a smile appeared on his face. "Can't you be a bit more low-key?" Chen Fan shook his head. "Big Brother, Daddy and I have come to pick you up." The moment the Hummer stopped, Meng Meng's voice drifted from the car. "Get in." Old Dad poked his head out, shaking his neck, his tone concise and crisp. "You're 2 minutes late." Chen Fan opened the door and smiled as he squeezed in next to Meng Meng. "Traffic was a bit backed up, heh. Old Dad chuckled, which left Chen Fan slightly surprised. Old Dad never made excuses. A moment later, he furrowed his brows. He was no longer the person he once was, and he could sense that Old Dad's complexion wasn't very good. He was just putting on a brave face. Soon he noticed Old Dad's abdomen was heavily bandaged, and blood was seeping through. In an instant, Chen Fan understood. No wonder his calls hadn't gone through the last 2 days. Stubborn old man. What's wrong? Heartbroken. Seeing Chen Fan suddenly go silent, Old Dad asked with a smile. Me heartbroken? How is that even possible? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. So you are having a puppy love affair? Old Dad chuckled. What if I said the school beauty had a crush on me? Chen Fan's lips curled slightly. Trying to bait me. The school beauty has a crush on you. In your dreams. Old Dad couldn't help but take him down a peg. But I have to admit, compared to your old man, you truly have surpassed your master. Finally remembering something, Old Dad could not help but sigh with emotion. Dad? Chen Fan muttered, saying nothing more. Old Dad wasn't his biological father. 10 years ago, he became the orphan of a martyr. 10 years ago, 2 glorious plaques honoring his home as a first-class hero family appeared. One belonged to his biological father and one to his biological mother. That year, Chen Fan's life fell into endless confusion. It was also that year that Old Dad gave up a promotion, retired early, and even sacrificed a marriage that was about to begin. He came to his side, took care of his daily life, helped him walk out of the sorrow, and became his old dad. 6 years ago, Old Dad returned home covered in blood, holding the newborn Meng Meng. From then on, a lovely angel joined Chen Fan's life. However, since 6 years ago, Old Dad began to get busy again. Looking at Old Dad's graying temples, Chen Fan knew that this father carried too much on his shoulders. Old Dad seemed to have remembered his old friend, and a brief silence fell within the car. Daddy, big brother, why are you two so quiet? Meng Meng asked curiously. Old Dad and I are playing a breath-holding game. Chen Fan explained with a smile. Hey kid, you lost. Old Dad quickly reacted, silently applauding Chen Fan's quick thinking. Meng Meng's identity had always been kept secret. From the time Meng Meng began to understand things, Chen Fan had proactively put away the 2 hero plaques. Hee, Daddy is still the best. Oblivious to the situation, Meng Meng giggled happily. I let him win. Playing the role to the end, Chen Fan laughed. Vroom! The car roared as it headed towards the residential complex. Daddy, I want to ride the big teddy bear. As soon as they got out of the car, Meng Meng said happily. All right, here comes the big teddy bear. Old Dad immediately put on a fierce face, grabbed Meng Meng and placed her on his shoulders, triggering peals of carefree laughter from her. Behind them, Chen Fan's hand, which had reached out to stop him, stopped short. Even though he was behind him, he could sense that when Old Dad bent over, his brows furrowed tightly as his abdominal wound split open. 10 years ago, Old Dad was just like this. To make him happy, such a serious, rugged man would play either a teddy bear or a clown. He knew that outside their home, Old Dad was very serious and spoke very little. When facing him and Meng Meng, Old Dad could act silly, be all smiles, as if he were a child who had never grown up. It smells so good. Before they even opened the door, they could smell the aroma wafting from the apartment in the hallway. The moment the door opened, the fragrance filled the room. On the table were more than a dozen dishes. They were all Meng Meng's favorites, his favorites, and Old Dad's favorites. Grandma, didn't we tell you to get more rest? Chen Fan felt an instant pang of heartache. Today is Meng Meng's birthday and your dad is back too. I am so happy today I just couldn't sit still. Granny Lee said with a smile, looking kindly at Chen Fan and Meng Meng, her gaze toward Old Dad full of gratitude. Auntie, thank you for all your hard work over these years. Old Dad's gratitude was incredibly sincere, spoken in a low voice. It's no trouble at all. I should be the one thanking you for letting me enjoy the joy of family. Granny Lee smiled kindly. I'll go back and change my clothes. Saying that, Old Dad put Meng Meng down, grabbed his bag and walked toward the room. Something's not normal. Looking at the table full of dishes, Chen Fan thought to himself. There are too many dishes, all of them Granny Lee's signature specialties and all of them their favorites. Previous holidays and birthdays were never this lavish. Back in his own room, Dad lifted his shirt and could not help but grit his teeth. Tearing off the blood-soaked gauze, he frowned tightly as cold sweat beads appeared on his forehead. However, he did not make a sound. He took out a painkiller, injected it into his abdomen, and then rebandaged his wound. After changing into fresh clothes, he packed up the syringe and the bloody bandages, placing them at the very bottom of his bag. Little Fan, that kid, is good at observing and analyzing. Dad muttered to himself as he walked over to the mirror. He rubbed his face vigorously until the paleness faded and a bit of color returned, then adjusted his mood before heading out of the room. "Why did it take you so long to change clothes?" Seeing Dad walk out of the room, Chen Fan asked with a smile. However, his hands were trembling slightly. He could vaguely perceive everything Dad had been doing in the room. If it were not for Dad teaching him since childhood that a man can bleed but not cry, he would not have been able to control his emotions. He wanted to confront Dad, but he knew Dad had only come back to celebrate Meng Meng's birthday, and even more so, he did not want them to know and worry. So the concerned question in his heart turned into a light-hearted joke by the time it reached his lips. "Haha, cannot you let your old man be a little vain?" Masking the flash in his eyes, Dad laughed out loud. "Meng Meng, is Dad handsome?" Chen Fan asked, turning to Meng Meng. "Handsome? Dad is the most handsome." Meng Meng clapped and laughed. "Yes, Dad is the most handsome. Especially today," Chen Fan said softly, turning his head away as his eyes slightly reddened. It is rare to get a compliment from my son." Dad's voice was particularly cheerful. "Time to eat," Grandma Li called out. "Thank you, Grandma, Meng Meng really loves you so much." Looking at the table full of delicious food, Meng Meng smiled happily. 3 generations in one family, enjoying such a rare moment of joy together. Although this family of 4 had no blood relation, the affection between them could no longer be measured by mere blood ties. After the meal, it was finally time for Meng Meng to cut the cake and make a wish. Qin Mu must have been busy and could not come. Meng Meng was the star of the night, with Grandma Li, Dad, and Chen Fan all surrounding her. Grandma Li seemed particularly energetic tonight. She usually started resting by 9 o'clock. However, tonight she kept holding Meng Meng, playing games with her, and talking about how well-behaved she was. "Dad, is she still waiting for you?" Sitting on the balcony, Chen Fan asked Dad, who was blowing clouds of smoke. "Little brat, stop prying into adult matters." Dad was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes at Chen Fan. "I do not understand adult matters, but..." Chen Fan wanted to continue but was interrupted by Dad. "Let us not talk about that, how is your studying going?" "You know, I like to keep a low profile." Chen Fan touched his head, embarrassed. "You are very smart with a sharp mind, definitely above your parents. But you should not let your mind wander all the time. Use your intelligence for your studies, understand?" Dad patted Chen Fan's shoulder gently. "Let us not talk about that, what is your job?" Chen Fan shifted the subject with the same tone. This was the first time he had ever asked about Dad's work. "You do not usually ask about this, do you? Why are you suddenly asking today?" Dad was visibly taken aback. "I cannot just not know what my own dad does for a living, can I?" Chen Fan laughed. "Narcotics control." After a long silence, Dad spoke softly, smiling, "Your old man here is a hero." What? After talking for a long time, Chen Fan made an excuse and went back to his room to sleep. He knew that Dad needed to rest the most right now. Grandma Li needed to rest too. But before returning, he and Grandma Li cleaned the bowls and chopsticks. Back in his room, Chen Fan did not meditate. He was afraid of causing any strange phenomena. Chen Fan did not want them to know about the eternal night. He did not want to add to their worries. Especially Meng Meng, he was afraid she would have nightmares. Because the eternal night was too terrifying. Tossing and turning in bed, Chen Fan could not fall asleep. Not long after, the whole house fell completely quiet. In the middle of the night, after ensuring Meng Meng was asleep, Dad dressed neatly and walked out of his room carrying his pack. He had intended to go to Meng Meng's room, but hesitated at the last moment. "Zio Fan, Meng Meng, please forgive your old man for leaving without saying goodbye again. But your dad really cannot stay any longer, and I do not dare to fall asleep at home." Dad muttered, his face full of reluctance. After standing in silence for a long time, he opened the door gently and closed it slowly. Sigh. Chen Fan, who had not fallen asleep yet, could not help but sigh. It was not that he did not want to keep Dad. It was because Dad's wound had already begun to worsen. So seeing Dad leave, he actually felt a sense of relief. Because it was best for Dad to return to the hospital at this time. With Dad gone, Chen Fan finally set his mind at ease. Not long after, he drifted off to sleep. He did not know if his dreams would change tonight. He was impatient to become stronger. Without power, he could not change anything. If only his level were higher, perhaps he could have treated Dad's wounds himself. Xiao Fan, Grandma has to go now. Suddenly, he heard Grandma Li's voice in his ear. Grandma? Chen Fan was surprised, realizing that Grandma Li had come into the room at some point. She was dressed immaculately, looking at Chen Fan with kindness and reluctance. Where are you going? Chen Fan asked in confusion, a foreboding feeling rising within him. Grandma has to go, there is something I need to do. Take good care of Meng Meng in the future, okay? Meng Meng likes to kick off her blanket when she sleeps at night, remember to tuck her in. You are the same way, you had a habit of kicking your blanket off as a child, though you should have grown out of it by now. Also, you two siblings do not have the best stomachs, so cook the food softer in the future, do not eat cold things and cut back on the snacks. What? Grandma was giving him earnest instructions, so many things. What? You deserve to die, you deserve to die. 20 years ago, your appearance tore my family apart. This time you will not get away with harming my grandchildren. I have lived long enough, I will take you down with me, I will accuse you of your crimes before the king of hell. At the first sign of dawn by the river, an old woman stood calmly, muttering as she poured fuel over herself. Before long, a raging fire erupted. What? No, this is a dream. Grandma Li is sending me a message in my sleep. Wake up. Listening to Grandma Li's instructions, Chen Fan sensed something was terribly wrong and roared at himself. Idiot. Chen Fan cursed at himself, realizing he had overlooked too much. What? Grandma. Just as he awoke from a deep sleep, he heard Meng Meng crying her heart out. He rushed out of his room and found Meng Meng standing at the doorway of Grandma Li's room, sobbing uncontrollably. Brothers, Grandma is gone, I dreamt of her last night and she said she was leaving. Seeing Chen Fan, Meng Meng buried her head into his chest, her voice choked with sobs. It is okay, maybe Grandma has just gone out to buy some groceries. Chen Fan comforted her in a hurry, but as he looked at the tidily kept room, his heart sank to the bottom. Besides, it was already almost noon. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him and Meng Meng to have slept in this late. Moreover, he and Meng Meng had dreamt of Grandma Li at the same time. The dream about his own isolated grave that should have appeared did not, replaced instead by Grandma Li. It must have been Grandma Li entrusting her final wishes through their dreams. What on earth had happened? Chen Fan felt his mind was a mess. For the past few days, Grandma Li had been acting quite unusually. The way she looked at him and Meng Meng was always filled with a kindness tinged with reluctance. Last night she had even cooked every single dish they both loved. Even though she usually went to bed early, she had stayed up late to keep Meng Meng company. All these signs indicated that she had been preparing for her own passing. Chen Fan wished he could slap himself. He had not realized any of this. Where is Dad, brother, where is Dad? Meng Meng seemed to have sensed something too and was completely distraught. Dad received a call last night and went off on a mission. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan offered an explanation. He felt overwhelmed. He definitely could not contact his father right now. His father had been through a rough journey yesterday, relying on painkillers to suppress his injury, which had already started to worsen. Do not worry, Chen Fan said comfortingly, then took a deep breath and led Meng Meng toward Grandma Li's room. Brother, there is a letter. Meng Meng's voice trembled as she pointed to an envelope on the table. Let me see. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan said softly. He picked up the envelope and opened it. Meng Meng leaned in closely to look. My dear grandson, dear granddaughter. Forgive Grandma for leaving without saying goodbye. I was afraid I would not have the strength to let go. Thank you, my grandchildren, for letting me enjoy the joy of family in my twilight years. Hearing you call me Grandma every single time, it made my heart melt. I never grew tired of hearing it, not even for a lifetime. Every little thing about you, Grandma remembers, I remember it all. What? Grandma has to go now. Xiaofan, you are the older brother, remember to take good care of Meng Meng. Meng Meng, you must eat breakfast on time every day, eat your meals on time, eat less cold food, have more warm food, and remember to put on more clothes when it gets cold. Oh, and I have knitted a few sweaters, they are in the trunk. 2 for every year, remember to wear them during the winter. Once you are 10, you will be more conscious of your looks, and you will not have to wear Grandma's old-fashioned sweaters anymore. And also, when you sleep at night, remember to tuck yourself in properly, do not kick off the covers, or you will catch a cold. Meng Meng, you are always so well behaved that it breaks my heart, but remember to balance your reading with rest. Often your stomach is not very strong either. I have prepared plenty of medicine for you. It is in the second layer of the cupboard, third drawer. Remember to take them. Also, over the years, Grandma has saved up some money. I used it to buy gold. There are 2 boxes, one for each of you. In a few years, often will need to get married. You can use this for the dowry, and when Meng Meng grows up and gets married, you will have your own dowry. This is Grandma's final gift. On the paper, row after row of elegant handwriting, blurred by teardrops, recorded all her instructions, warnings, and her profound reluctance to part. Halfway through reading, Chen Fan, who never cried, found his eyes blurred. He could imagine the old woman in the middle of the night, her hands trembling as she wiped away tears, writing down her love and longing. Meng Meng had already dissolved into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. She was closest to Grandma Li, because the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes into this world was Grandma Li. To this day, she still did not know Grandma Li was not her real grandmother. Brothers, where did Grandma go? Does not she want Meng Meng anymore? Why does not she want me? Did I do something wrong? Grandma, please come back. Meng Meng will be so good. I will not be naughty ever again. Meng Meng cried until she was exhausted, her voice hoarse from sobbing. Meng Meng, be a good girls. Grandma did not stop wanting us. She just finally found her own family and they came to take her back to reunite with them. So we should be happy for her, should not we? Wiping his eyes hard and taking a sharp breath, Chen Fan comforted her. Found her family? Are not we Grandma's family? Meng Meng looked at Chen Fan with tear-filled eyes. Yes. Before you were born, Grandma came to our home and she just never left. Chen Fan held Meng Meng and began to explain, memories of their life together flooding his mind. Every little moment they shared appeared in his thoughts. I see. But Meng Meng misses Grandma so much. After the explanation and comfort, Meng Meng felt a little better. I will call Teacher Chin and see if I can find out which city Grandma went to. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan found his phone and dialed Chin Mu's number. He hoped that a miracle would happen, and that with Captain Chin Mu's influence, they might still be able to find Grandma Li in time. His hand searching for the number was trembling. Hello? The call finally connected, and Chin Mu's voice came through. Captain, do me a favor, please help me find Grandma Li. Chen Fan took a deep breath and said to Chin Mu. She has been found, but... The voice from Chin Mu's side left Chen Fan's mind blank. Chen Fan wanted to slap himself. The fact that Chin Mu directly took over the case meant it was definitely related to the dream world. Brothers, Meng Meng looked at Chen Fan with anticipation. Yes, Teacher Chin is helping. Once he finds out which city Grandma was taken to, he will let us know. Chen Fan hung up the phone and said to Meng Meng with a smile. Oh? Meng Meng felt utterly disappointed. Chen Fan could only silently pull her into his arms. When the time comes, I will take you to find Grandma and give her a surprise. How about that? Okay. Meng Meng nodded heavily. The thought of giving Grandma a surprise seemed to lift her spirits a little. In the living room, the sound from the television was quite loud. This was the first time Meng Meng had actively turned on the TV since she had become sensible. However, her gaze fixed on the screen did not seem to be focusing on anything. She was just staring blankly at the TV. Chen Fan watched Meng Meng silently, then walked into Grandma Li's room again. He pulled out 2 wooden chests from under her bed. Each chest was very heavy and solid. When he opened them, he saw that every chest was filled with all sorts of gold jewelry. Chen Fan grew even more silent. She had spent every bit of the salary Dad sent her on buying gold for him and Meng Meng. He opened another chest, which contained sets of hand-knitted sweaters folded neatly. He counted them exactly 8, 2 for each size and different styles. Just enough for Meng Meng to wear through winter until she turned 10. Holding them in his hands, they felt warm. Opening Grandma's wardrobe for the first time, Chen Fan felt a sharp ache in his nose. There were no clothes and no other personal items. All that remained were the various toys from his and Meng Meng's childhood, all kept neatly arranged and wiped clean. It felt as if they were trying to tell him something. After quietly tidying everything up, Chen Fan walked out to the living room. For some reason, the whole living room felt empty. It seemed to have lost its warmth. It even felt strange, as if it were no longer home. For the first time, Chen Fan understood the difference between a house and a home. He sat down slowly beside Meng Meng and gently pulled her into his arms. Meng Meng had lost her usual liveliness and leaned silently against Chen Fan's chest. The 2 siblings said nothing, and only the sound from the TV filled the room. I do not know how much time passed, but eventually Meng Meng fell asleep. Chen Fan felt a scorching heat on his chest. He did not need to guess to know that Meng Meng was crying in her sleep. So, Chen Fan took a deep breath and remained motionless. Long after, Chen Fan picked Meng Meng up, carried her back to her room and gently tucked her in. Perhaps she would feel much better when she woke up. Ring ring. The phone rang. It was Captain Chin Mew calling. Hello. Chen Fan answered the phone. I am already outside your door. May I come in? Chin Mew asked softly. Chen Fan walked over to open the door. He was not surprised at all that Chin Mew could find his place. If they did not have such energy, how could the Night Watchers guard a whole city with just a single small squad? Is Meng Meng asleep? Seeing Chen Fan open the door gently, Chin Mew asked in a low voice. Chen Fan nodded, his spirits not very high. Does she know too? Chin Mew asked. Yes, I told her that Grandma was picked up by her relatives. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. Will not Meng Meng feel like she has been abandoned? Chin Mew could not help but admire Chen Fan's calmness and rationality. At least it gives Meng Meng something to look forward to, an expectation of meeting again, does not it? Chen Fan murmured, his voice very low. Chin Mew closed her eyes, her hands forming a seal. With a magical power, she isolated Meng Meng's room from the outside. She left heroically. From your perspective. After finishing, Chin Mew sighed, no longer suppressing her voice. Was it a dream, demon? Chen Fan gritted his teeth. For the first time, an emotion called hatred welled up inside him. In a way, she thought it was a death-bearing omen, so she chose to burn herself, intending to take the thing from her dream with her down there. Perhaps fearing her own power would not be enough, she even put on a red dress, wanting to turn into a vengeful spirit to fight it. As she explained, Chin Mew's expression was deeply moved. As far as I know, she was actually just a nanny for your family. She was grandma to me and Meng Meng. Chen Fan corrected, his eyes red. I am sorry. Chin Mew apologized. Burning herself. To protect us, she burned herself. Grandma had to go through such agony. Chen Fan felt a heavy knot in his chest. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug into his skin, oblivious to the pain. The Kin-Eater parasite. Our captain reconstructed her dream and discovered traces of the Kin-Eater parasite within it. Chin Mew spoke slowly. Kin-Eater parasite. Chen Fan's expression turned cold, at least he knew the killer now. We have been tracking the Kin-Eater parasite for a long time. The one in her dream must have been planted there. When it comes to cruelty, malice, and viciousness, the Kin-Eater parasite ranks at the very top of all dream creatures. Once the parasite awakens in the host's dream, the host's relatives, especially those closest to them, start dying mysteriously one after another. Only after the relatives are gone will the parasite disappear and the host's nightmare will end. However, even if the dream nightmare is gone, the real-life nightmare has only just begun. This kind of nightmare is not a dream, it is a true nightmare. Chin Mew explained with a somber face. This must have been the second time it was planted in her. Besides the traces we found in her dream, 20 years ago, all her family members died mysteriously one after another. So when the parasite appeared in her dream again, she thought the omen had found her once more. To protect you both, she decided to take the omen with her. Fire overcomes bad omens. She must have intended to burn the omen to death, perhaps even hoping to become a vengeful spirit to fight it alongside it. It is all my fault for not discovering it sooner, all my fault. Chen Fan blamed himself deeply. There was nothing you could have done. To this day, we have never once successfully dealt with a Kin-Eater parasite. We do not even know how the parasite causes the host's relatives to die so mysteriously. The only thing certain is that they do not need the host to do anything themselves, but the deeper the host loves, the more painful the relatives' deaths become. Chin Mew comforted Chen Fan. Are you saying the parasite in Grandma's dream was transplanted? Chen Fan's tone grew colder. That is our inference, but the person behind it remains unknown for now. Chin Mew nodded. But Grandma Li and we have no blood relation. Chen Fan frowned. But she loved you both so deeply that it far surpassed the definition of blood ties. Chin Mew took a deep breath full of emotion, even she found it hard to comprehend. From now on, Meng Meng will move in with me. Chin Mew's tone left no room for argument. Give Meng Meng a change of environment to help her dwell less on the past. Besides, Grandma Li loved Meng Meng the most. Does that mean Meng Meng and I are still being targeted? Chen Fan asked. We do not know, nothing like going down with the Kin-Eater parasite has ever happened before. So Grandma Li's sacrifice is very heroic for us as well. It has provided us with a new lead. As for you, you have nothing to worry about. As for Meng Meng, it is best if she listens to my zither music every day. Chen Mu explained. Fine. Let Meng Meng stay with you for now. Chen Fan accepted Captain Chen Mu's proposal. Beyond the 2 points Chen Mu mentioned, Chen Fan also considered the matter of the eternal night tide. With the eternal night tide descending, Chen Fan had no idea what might happen. However, he felt it would be safer to stay at Captain Chen Mu's home. You come along too, Chen Mu said to Chen Fan. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. Meng Meng surely could not be separated from him right now. Any leads on the person behind all this? Chen Fan asked, a murderous glint in his eyes. Grandma Li, such a kind and gentle person, had been struck by tragedy twice. First, her family was torn apart, forced to watch her loved ones die mysteriously. Now, just as she was enjoying the joys of family with Meng Meng, the kin-eating goo appeared again. Before she took her own life, Grandma Li even believed she was cursed, destined to bring misfortune to her loved ones. Who could be so heartless as to use such cruel means to torment such a warm and kind elderly woman? No leads for now. But this mastermind could be an owner of ruins, or perhaps someone who has carved out their own forbidden zone. Chen Mu shook her head, her eyes filled with helplessness, but this person behind the scenes is extremely cautious. If it was the same person who planted the kin-eating goo in Grandma Li both times, then this individual must be quite old. Chen Mu added, no matter who it is, even if it is a god, they will pay the price. Chen Fan said silently to himself, we still need to observe Grandma Li's remains for a while longer before we can lay her to rest. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu said, I have no objections. I will go to see her off on her final journey. Meng Meng and I are her last remaining kin. Let us not let Meng Meng know about the details. After saying this, Chen Fan fell silent again. Chen Mu lifted the barrier over Meng Meng's room and leaned back against the sofa. She just stayed there with Chen Fan. She could understand exactly how Chen Fan was feeling. She had naturally looked into Chen Fan's background. He lost his parents at 6. It was his father's old comrade and Grandma Li who helped him through those dark times, especially Grandma Li, who gave him affection no less than that of a biological relative. Later, he gained a little sister. Chen Fan knew how precious family was, so he cherished it deeply. Now, 10 years later, one of the people he cherished most was taken from him in such a way. She could feel how heavy his heart was. She felt it might actually be better if he just broke down and cried. But Chen Fan was bottling it all up, which made her feel uneasy. Because Chen Fan's power was immense. She had not had time to guide his cultivation these past few days, but she could sense him growing and becoming stronger every single day. Brothers. Waking up with a start from her dream, Meng Meng's first instinct was to find Chen Fan. It is all right, Meng Meng, brother is here. Chen Fan immediately went to Meng Meng's side to comfort her. Is teacher Chen here? Out of the corner of her eye, Meng Meng saw Chen Mu, poked her head out and asked. Yes. Chen Fan smiled. Hello, my little Meng Mengs. Chen Mu smiled and came over to greet her. Hello, teacher Chen. Meng Meng gave a shy smile. It was clear that after some sleep, Meng Meng's state was much better. Time is always the best medicine. Chen Fan believed that after some time, she would be able to move past the sorrow of this loss. Meng Meng, I have already asked some friends in the traffic department to help out. So do not worry, we will know soon where Grandma moved to. This was the story Chen Mu and Chen Fan had cooked up beforehand. Thank you, teacher Chen. Meng Meng's eyes lit up, full of expectation. So to make sure we find out about Grandma as soon as possible, would you like to come stay at my house for a while, Meng Meng? Chen Mu asked. I want to stay home and wait for Grandma. After some hesitation, Meng Meng voiced her thoughts. Meng Meng, with teacher Chen's friends helping, we will be able to hear news about Grandma much faster. Chen Fan said with a smile. What about brothers? Meng Meng asked. Of course, brother is coming with you. Wherever Meng Meng goes, brother goes. Chen Fan was even more doting on Meng Meng at this moment. Alright then, are we leaving now? I need to pack my things. Although her spirits were not very high, Meng Meng remained as well-behaved as ever. Let teacher help you pack. I want to see what kind of treasures Meng Meng has collected. Chen Mu took Meng Meng's hand and walked towards the room. Chen Fan walked silently into Grandma's old room and packed the things she left behind into a large box. Finally, he went back to his own room and packed a few clothes. He did not have many personal belongings. All his stuff added up to only 2 large boxes and 1 small bag. Meng Meng did not have many things either, though she had quite a few books. Let us go. Chen Mu reminded them, helping Meng Meng carry everything. Chen Fan did not speak. Last night this place had been so lively, filled with joy and warmth. Today it felt so empty and desolate. He locked the door, cast one final glance with Meng Meng, and refused to look back again. He had no intention of notifying his old man for now. Meng Meng, get in the car first. Arriving at an SUV, Chen Mu opened the trunk and said with a smile. Chen Fan glanced at her. The sports car had been swapped for an SUV. Had she been prepared for this all along? She must have decided to take him and Meng Meng away before she even left to pick them up. That was fine. Meng Meng would be better cared for, and he could formally join the Lin to pursue power and hunt down the person behind this. Once again, Chen Fan felt the helplessness of being weak. Without strength, he could not protect anything he held dear. Vroom! The SUV started up, roaring away like a wild beast. Perhaps to shift Meng Meng's mood, Chen Mu did not slow down. Sure enough, Meng Meng was captivated by Chen Mu's driving skills. Could their usually elegant music teacher really be this aggressive behind the wheel? Soon, Chen Mu drove into the most luxurious villa district in Nanxi. The people living here were either extremely rich or influential. As expected, the captain was a wealthy woman. A top-tier wealthy woman at that. The car soon pulled into a magnificent, standalone villa. Even Chen Fan, who had no pursuit of material things, could not help but be impressed. Meng Meng's attention was also captivated. Welcome to our new homes. Opening the car door, Chen Mu was all smiles. What? Teacher, is this your home? It is so beautiful, teacher, you must be very rich. Meng Meng had temporarily forgotten her sorrow, and after being carried out of the car by Chen Mu, her eyes were filled with curiosity. Why do not you find a room you like, and then we can decorate it together to make it look like a princess castle? Chen Mu said with a smile, patting Meng Meng on the head. Okay. Meng Meng did not hold back and holding Chen Mu's hand, walked toward the villa. Do you live here alone? Following behind the two, Chen Fan observed the surroundings and noticed very few signs of activity in the villa, so he asked curiously. Yes. However, once you and Meng Meng settle in, we will need to hire a housekeeper. Chen Mu said. Chen Fan nodded without saying anything further. Meng Meng soon picked out her room on the second floor. Chen Fan also chose a room right next to hers. Hearing Meng Meng's joyful voice coming from the room, Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief. In a new environment, Meng Meng, unaware of the truth, was indeed in a much better mood. To think that newcomers have arrived in this house, how extraordinary. An incredibly abrupt voice rang out, freezing Chen Fan in his tracks, and then he began to look around carefully. No need to search, I am right above your head. The mysterious voice sounded again. An owl? Chen Fan's body trembled slightly. The creature speaking in human language was actually an owl. Chen Fan's eyes flashed with a golden light, as if trying to see through its true form. He discovered that it was not a creature from a dream, but a real, living organism. It was truly an owl. As expected, you are also an awakened one, a night watch rookie, right? Seeing the golden light in Chen Fan's eyes and his composure, the owl said with great interest. And you, what are you? Chen Fan asked. My name is Nighthawk, but I am not a member of your night watch. The owl said with a proud and aloof tone. Not a member of the night watch. Chen Fan muttered. I just follow that girl Chen Mu. The owl's tone sounded somewhat old-fashioned and pretentious. Oh, Sister Chen Mu, is this your pet parrot? It looks so much like an owl. Is it a mutant? Meng Meng had just walked out of the room and was instantly completely attracted by the new discovery. Who are you insulting? You are the parrot and you are the mutant. The owl was instantly offended, its feathers bristling as it snapped angrily at Meng Meng. Wow, this parrot is so fierce, but it is so much fun. Far from being scared, Meng Meng became even more cheerful. Nighthawk, do not be rude. This is Meng Meng and this is Chen Fan. They are members of our household from now on. Chen Mu quickly scolded the owl. Understood, my master. The owl immediately deflated. Meng Meng, this is not a parrot, it is an owl. However, you were right about one thing, it is a mutant but an owl-type mutant. After scolding the owl, Chen Mu explained to Meng Meng with a smile. You are the mutant, your whole family is mutant. Seeming particularly averse to being called a mutant, the owl muttered under its breath, though it dared not talk back after hearing Chen Mu introduce it to Meng Meng. A talking owl, this is truly so much fun. Owl, can I give you a hug? Meng Meng looked at the owl with excitement in her eyes. The owl's scalp tingled with a bad premonition. Just as it was about to refuse, a single glare from Chen Mu made it shrink back in fear. Of course you can, you are our princess, and it is my honor to be held by you. Rolling its eyes, the owl said with a sorrowful expression, then flapped its wings and landed in Meng Meng's arms. "My lady, please do not pull my feathers." A sharp shriek rang out immediately. Meng Meng's laughter soon echoed throughout the entire villa. Animals can become magical beings. After Meng Meng ran off with the owl, Chen Fan asked with extreme curiosity. "In this era, anything is possible." Qin Mu nodded and said, "During the eternal night tide, animals were pulled by a mysterious force and became extremely active. At such times, the probability of them awakening a pure land or ruin is very high. Once they awaken a pure land or ruin, they transform into monsters." Transform into monsters. Animals can also awaken pure lands or ruins. Does that mean they also dream? Chen Fan asked, taken aback. Animals naturally dream. But under normal circumstances, their dreams are difficult to manifest as pure lands or ruins. However, the outbreak of the eternal night tide provided them with a much higher probability. After transforming into monsters, these animals not only possess intelligence comparable to humans, but they even awaken powerful talents and supernatural abilities. Speaking of this, Chen Mu's expression turned grave. When the last eternal night tide arrived, a rat king was awakened, triggering a terrifying rat tide. Can you imagine how terrifying it is for a rat tide to march like an army? Do you know how many rats are hidden in a city? When all those rats form an army and attack human cities in an organized manner, everything in their path is stripped bare. At that moment, I only had one thought: humanity is too weak. Chen Mu muttered, seeming unwilling to look back at those cruel scenes. Then how was it defeated? Even just hearing about it, Chen Fan felt his scalp tingle. It was a coincidence. I subdued Nighthawk just before the tide broke out. Nighthawk is the natural enemy of rats. Nighthawk risked its life to kill the Rat King, and that was how we ended that disaster. Chen Mu said with a sense of relief. The birth of just one Rat King nearly destroyed an entire city. Finally, Chen Mu added. Chen Fan said nothing, for he did not know what to say. However, he could imagine how many Night Watchers had laid down their lives, silently guarding the light of humanity and repelling evil. Without them, perhaps human cities would have long since fallen. It will not be long now. The next round of the eternal night tide is about to break out. This time, our city is expected to be a major disaster area. After the tide, we will need a long and sustained cleanup operation. Chen Mu said softly. On the day of the eternal night tide, take leave for Meng Meng. Do not go anywhere, just stay here. I have made some preparations in the villa, it is safe. Chen Mu advised. Understood. Chen Fan naturally would not refuse. Now that Meng Meng is settled, should I apply for a withdrawal from school? Chen Fan asked. No need. We might need you to keep your student status. I have written you a certificate. With this, your student records will be retained and you can go to school whenever you want. Chen Mu shook her head and handed Chen Fan an envelope containing a letter of introduction. What? Are the Night Watchers' authorities really that extensive? Chen Fan took the envelope, feeling quite curious. We belong to the military department, and we are an independent authorized agency within it. When necessary, especially when it involves the eternal night, we can take over everything. We are the great wall of flesh and blood. No matter where we stand, behind us is the pure land we must protect. Chen Mu said in a low, solemn voice. This afternoon, Meng Meng and I will go shopping to decorate her room. Are you coming with us or are you heading to school? Chen Mu asked. I will head to school first. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan said softly, I need to hand this envelope over to the school administration first. All right. When you come back tonight, I will teach you how to cultivate. As she spoke, Chen Mu took a set of car keys from her bag and tossed them to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took a look and realized it was yet another Lamborghini key. There were many luxury cars in Chen Mu's garage. He had seen 2 Lamborghinis in there just a moment ago. You do not know how to drive? Then I guess you will have to take a taxi. Chen Mu teased. It is just a sports car, is not it? If you gave me a tank, I could drive that away too. I just feel that driving a supercar to school is a bit too flashy. Chen Fan shook his head. He was not bragging. When he was a child, his dad took him on many crazy adventures to help him move past his grief. He had even taken him abroad to drive tanks and fly planes. His dad was a madman, competitive all his life. You are just bragging. Chen Mu rolled her eyes at Chen Fan. People never believe the truth. Chen Fan could not even be bothered to explain. Tell him. You will be exposed once you take the assessment. Chen Mu chuckled. You are on your own for lunch. I am taking Meng Meng out for a feast. As she said this, Chin Mu tossed the electronic key to the villa to Chen Fan and went downstairs to find Meng Meng, presumably to take her on a shopping spree. Do you have time today? Watching Chin Mu leave, Chen Fan muttered to himself. He felt that Chin Mu was particularly concerned about Meng Meng. Maybe she is afraid that if Meng Meng lives in the shadows, she will awaken as a ruined type. Chen Fan thought to himself. Actually, he also felt that it would be better if Meng Meng did not awaken at all, because if she did, it would likely be something terrifying. He had never seen such a monstrous genius. Of course, Chen Fan was referring to her talent for learning. As for Chin Mu, what she cared about most was probably that Meng Meng was able to resist her hypnosis. Finally, I am free. Finally, Meng Meng let go of the owl, and it flew to the second floor, landing on the railing as if escaping from a living hell. That little demoness actually wanted to study why I can talk. After saying that, the owl shook its feathers that had been ruffled by Meng Meng. Little guy, what kind of monster is your sister? She was actually able to resist my hypnosis. The night owl stared at Chen Fan and said with ill intent. It seemed like it wanted to take out its frustrations from Meng Meng on her brother. You dare try to hypnotize Meng Meng? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, his gaze chilling as his aura surged, a faint halo shimmering around his body ready to form flames. Crap, bad moves. You are a monster too. The aura of the golden crow seemed to have a natural, absolute suppression over avian creatures. The night owl shivered instinctively. Spare me, hero, I did not hurt your sister. I only suggested she stop pulling my feathers and stop studying me, that is all. Seeing Chen Fan was about to strike, the night owl immediately cowered and begged for mercy. That is better. Chen Fan calmed down and his aura gradually retracted. Two monsters and one of them has even awakened. The night owl let out a sigh of relief and muttered to itself. With a flap of its wings, it immediately flew away, leaving the villa. It did not want to stay near Chen Fan at all. Especially since it was daytime, it could not even utilize 1/10 of its power. Whatever. Chen Fan had intended to ask the night owl some things, but seeing it fly away, he let it be. Regardless, he was not in the mood anyway. He ordered some takeout to get by, and after finishing his meal, Chen Fan headed toward the garage. Thinking about the delivery guy's bewildered and cautious look when he arrived, Chen Fan could not help but smile. Vroom! With the Lamborghini roaring, after almost hitting the garage wall, it finally pulled out successfully. It has been so long since I drove, I am rusty. Thank goodness my reflexes and awareness have improved significantly. Chen Fan said with a wry smile. He certainly had driven sports cars before, all kinds of them. But back then he was only 7 years old. His dad used to help him press the gas pedal. A luxury car is a luxury car. Just the roar of the engine was enough to attract countless gazes on the road. Especially with Chen Fan looking slightly melancholic, his presence caught the attention of many beauties along the way. Chen Fan was actually quite handsome. He had inherited the most perfect genes from his parents in terms of appearance and height. Who are you looking for? After parking the sports car in the school parking lot, Chen Fan was just about to enter the campus when he was stopped by the security guard. I am a student here. Chen Fan showed his student ID, leaving both security guards stunned. It is not fake, is it? Are students these days so flashy? That is nothing, just yesterday morning a student confessed to the school beauty in front of the whole school. That was an emergency, he was saving someone. After Chen Fan walked away, the guards finally snapped out of it and started gossiping. Chen Fan? A soft voice came from behind him. You have been discharged. Turning around, Chen Fan realized it was Qin Menjiao and was quite surprised. What a coincidence. There was never really anything wrong with me. I was discharged yesterday afternoon. I am in my 3rd year of high school, so my studies are quite busy. Qin Menjiao smiled, appearing a bit excited and nervous when she saw Chen Fan. Then I wish you academic success in advance. Chen Fan forced a smile. He was not familiar with Qin Menjiao and truly did not know what to say. Thank you for your kind words. Qin Menjiao giggled, her smile bright enough to rival the moon. Oh my god, he actually succeeded. That beast Chen Fan actually ended up with Qin Menjiao. He is even walking her to her senior classroom. The two were walking side by side, a scene that was just caught by Li Tai Dan, who had just come out of the restroom, and he roared out in shock. His voice was loud enough to attract Qin Menjiao's attention, and her face turned bright red. I am going to be late, Qin Menjiao said and ran off, blushing. Chen Fan looked helpless. It was a huge misunderstanding. He was heading to the principal's office and just happened to be going the same way as Chin Menjiao, a special status student. In the office, the old principal opened the envelope, took a look at the recommendation letter, and fixed an odd gaze on Chen Fan. "Is there a problem?" Chen Fan asked curiously. The old principal's look was different from what he had imagined. He thought the principal would be extremely shocked after seeing the letter. Or at least not this kind of weird expression. "Numbers problems at all." After a moment of contemplation, the old principal shook his head and said, "I just need to find a reasonable excuse. Would not it be easier if you just announced that I was being recommended for admission to a certain university?" Chen Fan smiled. "That seems plausible, but which university do you want to be recommended to?" The old principal asked. "National Defense, I suppose." After thinking about it, Chen Fan replied. This school had been his goal all along. "Then National Defense it is. Also, if you need any help in the future, just let me know." The old principal smiled and said, "Then thank you very much, principal." Chen Fan said softly, then turned and left. This old principal has quite a bit of pull. Meng Fan thought to himself as he walked out. This seal, I feel like I have seen it somewhere before. Watching Chen Fan's retreating figure, the old principal muttered and made a phone call. So it really is from that mysterious department of the military. I hope nothing big is about to happen. After hanging up the phone, the old principal looked somber. From the brief call, he only knew that Chen Fan was with the military and needed a student identity as a cover, possibly to carry out some kind of mission. This could not help but make him overthink, and he felt uneasy. After leaving the principal's office, Chen Fan headed back to the classroom. While passing the flower bed, he glanced at the bushes and was instantly stunned. A cobra was slithering through the flowers, flicking its tongue. The cobra was at least as thick as his arm and several meters long. Such a deadly venomous creature, it must be a snake king at the very least. Chen Fan was startled instinctively. If he were bitten by such a creature, he probably could not handle it even now. However, with his current reaction speed, it was basically impossible for this snake king to bite him. This thing is definitely a huge security risk in the school. Chen Fan decided to get rid of it. Even if he had not found it in the school, Chen Fan would have wanted to eliminate it. The night tide will descend soon, and creatures of this level have a high probability of awakening. Once it awakens and becomes a king-level beast, it will be a potential threat. Just thinking about the rat tide Chen Mu mentioned made Chen Fan's scalp tingle. Locking his eyes on the cobra, Chen Fan also tried to sense the surroundings. He discovered that there was a rabbit lying in the bushes, pure white, chubby, and looking lazy. The cobra's target was that big white rabbit, and the rabbit did not seem to realize the danger at all. "Let me save your life then." Chen Fan intended to intervene, but the cobra launched its attack first. Its body tensed and it lunged. It was so fast that Chen Fan could even see the venom surging at the cobra's fangs, aiming straight for the rabbit's neck. What a pity, Chen Fan thought to himself. He was still some distance away from the flower bed. However, the next scene shocked him deeply. The rabbit seemed to have been prepared all along. Before the fangs could reach it, it acted on the defensive, pushing off with both legs and leaping into the air. It performed a somersault and landed right on the cobra's neck. Its large front teeth bit down hard, aiming precisely for the cobra's vital spot. Snap! With his keen hearing, Chen Fan could clearly hear the sound of the cobra's vital bone being crushed. The rabbit's counterattack was so sudden, so stunning, and its movements were so practiced. Chen Fan even saw a flash of cunning and disdain in the rabbit's ruby-like eyes. The rabbit has turned into a monster. That was Chen Fan's first reaction. Then an incredible sight occurred. After crushing the cobra's vital spot, the rabbit actually began to drink the snake's blood. The rabbit stopped eating grass and started eating meat instead. It has definitely been monsterized. This must be an awakened rabbit. I just do not know if it awakened as a pure land or a ruined creature. It certainly looks quite savage. Chen Fan took a deep breath, hesitating on whether to call Chen Mu. It is just a mere rabbit. He did not believe he could not handle it himself. It is just a mere rabbit. He truly does not believe he cannot subdue it himself. After drinking the blood of the Cobra King, the rabbit let out a burp, raised its head and froze. Its ruby-like eyes stared fixedly at Chen Fan, realizing he had been watching it all along. It realized that Chen Fan had discovered it. But the rabbit's first reaction was not to run or attack. Instead, it opened its mouth and spewed an invisible force at him. Is it trying to hypnotize me? Chen Fan reacted instantly, a faint ring of light glowing around his body. Whoosh. Seeing this, the rabbit bolted. Well, watching the rabbit zip away, stirring up dust and fallen leaves, he was speechless. At that speed, it was practically reaching the speed of sound. In an instant, it had vanished. Chen Fan did not even have the desire to chase it anymore. What terrifying speed! Rabbits are naturally fast, and after awakening, it must have gained a superpower related to speed. White and chubby, could it be a pet rabbit? Chen Fan did not pursue it, knowing he would not be able to catch up. It is a domestic rabbit, and there have not been any reports of abnormalities in the school regarding animals. Plus, when the rabbit discovered me, its first reaction was to hypnotize me rather than attack. There is a high probability it is from the Pure Land. Chen Fan analyzed, his eyes filled with interest. It seems this night tide is truly unusual. It has not even arrived yet, and some animals have already started turning into monsters. Chen Fan's expression became slightly grim. This is not a good sign. Especially in Nanxi, which is a major disaster area for the tide. Li Titan is always well informed. I should have him ask around about who in school keeps a rabbit. Chen Fan thought to himself as he headed to the classroom. When he stepped into the classroom, Chen Fan noticed everyone's eyes were on him. To this, Chen Fan chose to ignore them. Not bad, brothers. After sitting down, Li Titan cracked his knuckles, looking at him with a resentful and malicious gaze. Here, this is for compensation. Chen Fan smiled and handed him a box. Do not think that. Li Titan said dismissively, but before he could finish, he snatched the box. Is this really compensation? Li Titan hugged the box tightly, eyeing Chen Fan warily. Do not be ridiculous, did not I just give it to you? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Haha's my good brothers. Not only have I forgiven you, come on, insult me, sully my great reputation to your heart's content. Li Titan's laughter was incredibly exaggerated. What? Bro, where did you get this? This is a limited global edition Gundam figure. Li Titan looked at Chen Fan with admiration. Did you think I was bragging when I said I drive a supercar to school? Chen Fan said calmly. Oh come on, have not you snapped out of your bragging yet? Or are you from a parallel world? I remember you riding a beat-up electric scooter to school every day. Li Titan looked at Chen Fan with disgust. Hee, I saw you walking with the school beauty earlier. You did not actually win her over, did you? Li Titan winked and looked like he was dying for the gossip. You and that loud mouth of yours. Chen Fan complained helplessly. Damn, my voice might be loud, but it is nothing compared to yours. Li Bai looked at Chen Fan teasingly. Your sincere confession gave the whole school goosebumps. Let us not talk about that, let me ask you something. Does anyone in our school keep a big white rabbit? Pure white, no other colors, just fat and chubby. Chen Fan changed the subject and asked about the white rabbit. That rabbit was too ferocious. It bit the neck of an arm-thick cobra in one go, and when it ran, it even kicked up small pits in the dirt. Let me think. Li Titan was curious why Chen Fan was interested in a rabbit, but considering the figure, he was happy to waste some brain cells. Teachers keep quite a few pets at school. There do seem to be a few fat white rabbits. Does the rabbit you are asking about have any other features? Li Titan asked. It is very intelligent and a bit bigger than a normal rabbit. Chen Fan said. Then that must be the rabbit from our biology teacher's house. Believe me, I am sure of it. However, it is not the biology teacher's pet, but a rabbit his daughter keeps. Li Titan said very confidently. The biology teacher's rabbit. His daughter's pet. Chen Fan frowned slightly. He had met the biology teacher's daughter once. For some reason, she was always in a wheelchair, spoke very little, and had an aura like an elegant orchid in an empty valley. Are you sure? Chen Fan asked. Absolutely sure. I even helped the teacher look for this rabbit just a few days ago. Let me tell you a secret, see the bruise on my arm, it was from that rabbit kicking me. It is ridiculously strong. Li Titan pulled up his sleeve and said sneakily. By the way, why are you asking about a rabbit? Li Titan asked out of curiosity. Just like you, I got kicked by one, but I was luckier than you. Chen Fan smiled, he basically believed what Li Titan said. He had also basically determined the origin of that rabbit. He needed to tell Chin Mu about this when he got back. The rabbit's speed was too fast, he really could not handle it alone. Speaking of luck, I have had a streak of bad luck lately. Hope this compensation of yours can bring me some good fortune. Li Titan cursed a bit. What happened? Chen Fan asked. Too many things had happened lately, and he could not help but think in a strange direction. What? Li Titan looked at Chen Fan, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Does it have to do with dreams? Chen Fan asked while closing his eyes to earnestly sense Li Taiden's condition. To be honest, Li Taiden was nearly 1.8 meters tall, burly, and decent-looking. He just had a loose tongue. Chen Fan had not studied traditional Chinese medicine, but he could sense that Li Taiden seemed a bit weak, his yang energy depleted. Tug, are you just guessing? Seeing Chen Fan hit the nail on the head, Li Taiden was surprised. It would not be one of those unspeakable dreams, would it? You seem a bit drained. Chen Fan voiced his doubts. At his age, with plenty of stamina and energy, especially since Li Taiden was muscular, it should not be him who is drained. Me drained? How is that possible? I am very powerful. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Li Taiden exploded, jumped up in pain, and shouted. Seeing other students looking, Li Taiden realized what he had done, quickly covered his mouth and glared at Chen Fan. You are getting agitated, so I must have hit the mark. Chen Fan blinked. I am only telling you this. Do not go around spreading it, otherwise a mere limited edition figure will not soothe my anger. Li Taiden lowered his voice and muttered. Chen Fan did not speak, waiting for him to continue. Have you heard of a weasel asking for a seal? Li Taiden lowered his voice even further. You did not actually run into one, did you? Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Bro, you believe in this stuff too? Li Taiden suddenly felt like he had found his group. Hurry up and tell me. Fan felt like something was wrong. Last weekend, I went to a barbecue stall and had some drinks with the guys. Could not hold it anymore, so I found a random spot to take care of it. Guess what happened? I actually ran into that legendary quest for a seal. A standing weasel appeared in front of me and spoke like a human, asking if it looked more like a human or a god. Li Taiden recounted the story. And then, what did you say? Chen Fan asked. I must have been drunk at the time. The alcohol gave me some liquid courage and I thought it was an illusion, plus the voice sounded really nice. Li Taiden said slowly at the end, I answered that you look like my wife. Chen Fan could not hold it in and burst out laughing. He knew this guy was reckless and his answer would be unpredictable, but he never expected it to be this wild. This guy is a madman. But seeing Li Taiden's embarrassed and angry look, Chen Fan stopped laughing. And then you started having nightmares. Chen Fan asked. Yeah, every night whenever I go to sleep, damn it, I find myself sitting in a red sedan chair and I am even covered by a red cloth. God, I just want to die. Li Taiden's expression was as if he had just found something disgusting in his food. I think you are in big trouble. I will find an expert tonight to give you some guidance. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan said to Li Taiden. Is it reliable? Li Taiden asked after hesitating. He had wanted to talk to someone about this for a long time, but it was just too embarrassing. Since it came up with Chen Fan today and he trusted him, he decided to just let it all out. Although he was easygoing and brave, he just could not handle such weird events. You have known me for 2 years. Do you think I have ever been unreliable about serious matters? Chen Fan asked calmly in return. What? Bro, you are my real brother. If you can help me this time, I will be yours forever. Li Taiden grabbed onto the words like a drowning man clutching at a straw. If it were just something strange, he would not be this worked up. The problem is this strangeness is just too unsettling. Get lost, when is it time to be joking around like this? Your mouth, really? Chen Fan said with a playful laugh. What? Although they were only in their second year of high school, the school had already started rushing the curriculum, so they would have more time for review in the third year to prepare for the college entrance exam. Chen Fan listened attentively to the 3 classes that afternoon. For him, such opportunities might be rare in the future. Right after the final class ended, the homeroom teacher hurried into the classroom. I have an announcement to make. Congratulations to our classmate Chen Fan, who has been recommended for admission to the National Defense University early due to his outstanding performance. The homeroom teacher, always decisive, announced it directly after stepping onto the podium. Well, no way. Recommended and to the National Defense University. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The teacher's announcement left the students in an uproar, gazing at Chen Fan with immense envy. Every year, the college entrance exam is a brutal battlefield, where millions fight to cross a single narrow wooden bridge. Yet Chen Fan had not just obtained a pass across the bridge, he had secured a direct route to the Palace of Success. How could the other students, working hard through cold windows, not be envious? Congratulations to Chen Fan. The homeroom teacher led the applause. Clap, clap. Followed by a burst of enthusiastic applause from the classroom, mixed with both envy and jealousy. Li Tiden looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. He realized that Chen Fan had changed. He was no longer keeping a low profile. A bold confession, a heroic rescue knowing an expert, and now he was getting recommended for early admission. He suddenly felt that Chen Fan seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious mystery. Thank you to the school and teachers for their guidance, and thanks to my classmates for your help. Chen Fan was a bit stunned. He had not expected the principal to announce this so quickly. Listening to the enthusiastic applause, Chen Fan stood up and expressed his gratitude briefly. His expression remained calm, devoid of any real joy. Because he was not truly getting admitted for his academics, he just needed a reason to come and go from school freely. Moreover, this was Captain Chen Mu's idea. As to why she arranged it this way, Chen Fan did not fully understand. Perhaps because high school is the age where people love to dream. Anyway, since coming back to school, he had already found two strange things. After a brief interlude, the students of Class 3 in the second year were dismissed. Chen Fan left the school immediately. He did not want to be too high profile. However, when he started up Chen Mu's Lamborghini and the roar began, staying low profile was going to be difficult. My god, this guy Chen Fan, he has kept such a deep secret. Watching the supercar speed away, Li Tiden shouted again. Well, now everyone knows Chen Fan drives a supercar to school. Passing by a fresh food supermarket, Chen Fan sighed inwardly, parked the car and bought some groceries to take back. When he returned to Chen Mu's villa, he found that neither Chen Mu nor Meng Meng had returned. Chen Fan walked into the kitchen and saw that it was clean and tidy, with no sign of gathering dust. It was clear that even living alone, Chen Mu cooked for herself. Little one, is the food you make actually edible? Otherwise, do not go wasting food. The Nighthawk perched outside the kitchen and warned Chen Fan, my stomach is very picky. Everything has to have a first time, does not it? You will only know if it suits your stomach after you have tasted it. Chen Fan shook his head and began to work, washing pots, chopping vegetables, and seasoning with the fluency of a seasoned pro all in one go. Looking at your movements, there is definitely going to be something good to eat tonight. The Nighthawk chuckled, clearly hungry and craving the meal. Nighthawk, besides yourself, do you know of any other animals that have transformed into monsters? Chen Fan asked. Of course, more than a year ago, I killed a rat king that had transformed. If it were not for me, this city of yours would have been reduced to ruins. I suspect you would not have even had the chance to awaken. The Nighthawk was very proud and could not help but open the floodgates. Besides the rat king, have you seen any others? Chen Fan asked. Do you think just any cat or dog can achieve such a status? The Nighthawk said disdainfully. Is not it just luck if they awakened a pure land? Achieve status, you say? Chen Fan muttered to himself but maintained a calm surface. Actually, to tell you the truth, I saw one today and heard about another. Impossible. The Nighthawk shook its head. During the last eternal night tide, the monster animals in this city were either subdued by your kind, or they were wiped out or driven into hiding. The current eternal night tide has not arrived yet. It is impossible for so many transformed animals to appear. If you really saw two in such a small area, then if it is true, this eternal night tide might be truly serious. The Nighthawk's eyes were grave, losing its usual carefree demeanor. Can you ensure they are all cleared out? I heard that for this eternal night tide, Nan City is a disaster zone. Could they be coming from the deep mountains and forests or other places, arriving early to welcome the baptism of the eternal night? Chen Fan shared his own insights. He felt that monster-transformed animals could absolutely never be completely cleared out. Who told you that the eternal night is a baptism for monsters? The Nighthawk asked. Is not that how it is written in novels? Chen Fan was puzzled. Are not the tropes always like that? Read fewer novels, preconceptions will kill you. The eternal night tide is not a baptism. The mysterious magnetic field triggered by the tide does indeed increase the probability of awakening the spirit world. However, for those who have already awakened their spirit world, this mysterious domain has a weakening effect. So the transformed animals from last time would not just come early. They would actually leave, and even if they were to come, they would only arrive after the eternal night tide had ended. Only then would there be some benefits. The Nighthawk glanced at Chen Fan with disdain before explaining. Do you know why the solar eclipse is called the eternal night tide? The Nighthawk asked and Chen Fan shook his head. Because the tide triggered by a solar eclipse is a short-lived, weakened eternal night. The Nighthawk murmured, its expression very serious, and Chen Fan's mood was slightly pricked by it. Wow, smells so good. Meng Meng's voice came through, filled with joy. Not bad, it looks and smells great, but I wonder how it tastes. Chen Mu's voice came through as well. The two of them were back. Loaded with bags, they returned in triumph. Both looked very happy, and Meng Meng seemed to have temporarily forgotten her sorrow. Unaware of the truth, she believed Grandma Li had simply found her family and returned to where she belonged, so naturally she was not too heartbroken. I have tasted it, it is delicious, better than your cooking, that is for sure. This kid, he has earned my approval. The Nighthawk's voice came through with immense satisfaction, clearly a total foodie himself. Look at you acting all high and mighty, Meng Meng, go pluck his feathers. Chen Mu shot the Nighthawk a look of disdain, and Meng Meng cooperated perfectly by pouncing on it, filling the room with laughter. Time to eat. Meng Meng, go wash your hands first. Chen Fan brought the last dish to the table and called out. Kid, what do you mean by that? Are you saying my feathers are dirty? The Nighthawk, currently being held by Meng Meng, bristled instantly. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Ignore him, this bird just lacks a sense of presence and loves to dig its own grave. If it were not for the fact that he is somewhat useful, I would have given him away long ago. Chen Mu seemed equally speechless when it came to the Nighthawk. Meng Meng, meanwhile, obediently went to wash her hands. Chen Fan's culinary skills were indeed impressive, winning endless praise from Chen Mu. However, Meng Meng seemed to be thinking of something, and her spirits were not very high. But after dinner, when Chen Mu took her back to her room to decorate it with the items they had bought today, she cheered up again. Worn out from a day of shopping and being in her favorite room, Meng Meng fell asleep early after a bath. My legs are so sore. Seeing that Meng Meng had fallen asleep, Chen Mu slumped onto the sofa, lounging without a care in the world, her long legs tossed onto the coffee table. I think I encountered a demonized creature today. Chen Fan seemed to ignore Chen Mu's lack of decorum and spoke calmly. Are you sure? Chen Mu sat up straight at once, as if her sore back had suddenly vanished. There is no mistake. Chen Fan recounted everything he had seen, along with what he had gathered from their tablemate. It is definitely a demonized animal, and it seems to be of the speed and agility type. I suspect it awakened within a pure land. Still, we need to confirm it, and as it happens, the Truth Pearl has arrived. Let us go, we should try to recruit some firepower for our squad before the eternal night tide hits. A speed type, that is great. Hearing Chen Fan's description, Chen Mu was eager to act. She jumped to her feet, ready to set off immediately. What about Meng Meng's? Chen Fan frowned slightly. Do not worry, it is perfectly safe here. Chen Mu was extremely confident in the security measures of her villa. I am worried she will wake up and not find us. Chen Fan shook his head. I have placed some dream-calming substance in Meng Meng's room. She will sleep very soundly. Chen Mu explained. Dream-calming substance. Chen Fan was surprised. It is a precious supply used to aid cultivation. You can only exchange for it with merit points from headquarters, or receive it as a special reward. I can barely bring myself to use it. Chen Mu shook her head and said, including this time, you have performed 2 meritorious deeds. Once you are officially confirmed, I will report your contributions, and you will earn the corresponding merit points. It is that amazing. Chen Fan became curious immediately. It is truly incredible. I have heard that only a few high-level night watchmen have the qualifications to refine it, so it is extremely scarce. You will understand later. In any case, you are not eligible for rewards yet, and those few merit points would not be enough anyway. Chen Mu seemed in a rush to leave and did not offer further explanation. That can wait, I have something more urgent. Chen Fan took a deep breath and told her about Li Titan's situation. Hearing about Li Titan's exploits, even though the situation was serious, Chen Mu could not help but laugh. The Nighthawk was even more amused and kept laughing uncontrollably. Your classmate is quite the character. I would really love to meet this guy one day. Once he stopped laughing, the Nighthawk said with genuine admiration. This is serious. Laughter aside, Chen Mu said with a very grave expression, the eternal night tide is coming, and you have somehow found 2 demonized creatures. Yeah, the Nighthawk already told me about that. Chen Fan nodded and asked, is there any hope for my classmate? Hard to say, the yellow immortal is the most troublesome kind. They bear grudges and never forget a slight. Especially since this is a yellow immortal bold enough to come out and seek a human blessing. The Nighthawk said in a low voice, becoming extremely serious. Also, it is still uncertain whether this yellow immortal awakened and transformed on its own, or if it hatched from someone's dream. Chen Mu added, does it make a big difference? Chen Fan asked. Of course, an awakened demon is still relatively easy to deal with. If it came from someone else's dream, it is a fiend, which is much stranger and harder to handle. Chinmu explained, as of now, various supernatural phenomena can be roughly divided into deities, demons, fiends, spirits, and ghosts, plus ruin awakened. Deities, setting aside pantheons, are divided into ancient deities in deep slumber, deities born or awakened from dreams using a medium, deities that grew alongside the Pure Lands, and deities that grew alongside the ruins. We call them ancient gods, new gods, righteous gods, and evil gods respectively, but their identities can sometimes transform. Demons are usually living creatures that have awakened their spiritual world. Those that follow humans or do not harm them are called righteous demons, and others are called evil demons. As for fiends, they are naturally dream fiends. There are many types, but they are usually divided into two, fiends from the ruins and fiends spawned in ordinary people's dreams. Spirits are either spirits from the ruins or those that hatched and grew from human dreams, which are generally well-intentioned. Ghosts generally come in two types, those born from the dreams of ordinary people, and those formed when a hidden fiend seed within a person is corrupted by negative energy after death. Ruin awakened are complex. One could say they are the antithesis of us night watchmen. Chinmu provided a detailed explanation this time, adding, "Of course, there is much more, but I will explain it to you slowly in the future. We cannot delay. Let us get your classmate to meet us. King Hu Park will do. I will call the captain. He happens to be in the area." With that, Chinmu took out her phone and made a call. "Are you heading out too?" Seeing Nighthawk following along, Chen Fan could not help but ask curiously. "It is an owl, after all. Night is its hunting ground, and its combat power at night is at least tenfold. As for speed, its fastest burst can reach nearly the speed of sound." Chinmu smiled, then opened the car door. "Are demonized animals really that terrifying?" Chen Fan muttered. "Hey kid, I am one of the ace cards of the Lone Blade Squad." Nighthawk cackled arrogantly. It was feeling quite annoyed today because it had been suppressed by the aura radiating from Chen Fan. "The Lone Blade Squad?" Chen Fan asked. "Our squad is a bit special. Not every awakened can join. To join us, one must have the strength to hold their own. Take them individually, and every member is a sharp blade." Mentioning her squad, Chinmu felt quite proud. Demonized animals are not necessarily that scary. What is truly terrifying are the demonized beasts that have awakened the Dominion talent. In other words, the natural-born kings, those are the truly terrifying ones. Chinmu answered Chen Fan's question. "Like the Rat King I mentioned before, which launched a rat tide. In that battle, we lost a full 3 members." Chinmu looked a bit saddened. "Whoosh." Sitting in the sports car, Chen Fan suddenly felt a sharp, icy killing intent headed his way. Something seemed to be tearing through the air towards him. In an instant, Chen Fan seemed to enter a combat state automatically, and the incoming projectile appeared incredibly slow in his eyes. Reaching out his hand, Chen Fan caught the stone. Screech. Chinmu slammed on the brakes, and the tires left white smoke on the ground. Chen Fan was surprised to see a figure slowly emerge from the shadows under the moonlight, appearing as if out of thin air like a ghost. A middle-aged man with a stubbly beard that was not very thick. He stood about 1.70 meters with a well-proportioned build. Chen Fan was certain that he was the one who had just attacked. "Captain, testing a newcomer with an attack right upon meeting is not really your style." Sure enough, Chinmu spoke up and revealed the newcomer's identity. Chen Fan was observing the captain of the Lone Blade Squad. Instinctively, he felt this man was very powerful. Definitely above Chinmu. He might even be a pseudo-god realm powerhouse. Worthy of being a god shepherd, our Lone Blade Squad needs a genius like you. The captain seemed extremely satisfied with Chen Fan and acknowledged him directly. "God shepherd?" Su Fan was curious, was he referring to him? "Did not Chinmu tell you?" The captain asked. "Number?" Chen Fan shook his head in confusion. "Chinmu, it seems you are not a very qualified guide." The captain smiled. "I have been so busy I have not had time for a bath in days." Chinmu rolled her eyes. "I heard from Chinmu that your awakened Pure Land is the Golden Crow Pure Land, that is of mythical legendary rank. And your spirit is also a Golden Crow. The Golden Crow is a deity from myths and legends." The captain smiled and explained, "If a Pure Land's dream spirit is a deity, we call the awakened a god shepherd. The literal meaning is easy to understand. You are shepherding and grazing your deity within your divine land. Golden Crow Pure Land, Golden Crow Dream Spirit. No wonder he is such a monster, naturally suppressing and restraining me." Nighthawk, which had been feeling smug, was stunned. It muttered to itself, casting a wary look at Chen Fan. "God Shepherd shepherding gods, what a domineering title. Chen Fan murmured. Is not it? Chen Mu said proudly. She was the one who had discovered Chen Fan. But it is a bit Chunabiu. Chen Fan smiled. What if the dream spirit is not a deity? Chen Fan asked curiously. Naturally, there are other terms. If it is a divine weapon, we call them divine weapon masters. The captain said calmly. Divine weapon master, that is awesome. Chen Fan did not know what to say, but these names really do sound like things that would get youngsters fired up. Let me introduce myself. I am Ling Ying, Shadow Pure Land, Void Realm Level 6. The captain introduced himself. Void Realm Level 6. Chen Fan was confused again. He knew the Pure Land levels were divided into Dream Realm, Illusion Realm, Void Realm, Pseudo-God Realm, and True Realm. But what exactly was Level 6? You should know that the Pure Land is divided into Dream, Illusion, Void, Pseudo-God, and True Realms, right? The captain asked. Yes, Captain Chen Mu told me. Chen Fan nodded. Each realm is further divided into 7 sublevels, and we call each sublevel a heaven. The captain glanced at Chen Mu and explained. Why call it heaven instead of stage or layer or level? And is not it usually 9 stages for the limit, 10 stages for perfection? Chen Fan asked. If you really want an explanation, that is not impossible. In Eastern mythology, Nuwa used 7 days to create humanity. In Western mythology, God used 7 days to create the world. When we humans cultivate our pure land, we are actually creating and perfecting our spiritual world, which theoretically also requires 7 days. Of course, this 7 days refers to a conceptual 7 days, a 7-level hierarchy. Does that make sense? Actually, you can think of it as a layer, a stage, or a level. It is just terminology. But when meditating, using heaven makes it easier to understand and carries more significance. You have not even started meditation yet, have you? The captain explained patiently, then looked at Chen Mu again. I was planning to teach him tonight, but then this emergency came up. Chen Mu was helpless. Actually, I have taught myself by looking up novels and searching online. However, since I did not know the specific divisions of the realms, maybe the results have not been very good. Chen Fan explained, feeling embarrassed. You can even do that. The 2 people and 1 bird stared at Chen Fan as if he were a monster, which made him feel quite awkward. Let us head out now. Otherwise, Chen Fan's classmates will arrive first. Seeing Chen Fan looking embarrassed, Chen Mu sighed inwardly and suggested. We really should hurry, I have things to do tonight. Captain Ling Ying nodded, and his figure faded away into the moonlight. Chen Mu's supercar roared to life. Can the captain keep up? Chen Fan asked. Do not underestimate the speed of a level 6 Void Realm expert. Chen Mu gave a faint smile. To the surprise of Chen Fan and the others. When they arrived at the park, Li Titan was already waiting alone in the bleak wind. The roar of the engine caught Li Titan's attention. Seeing the 2 get out of the car, Li Titan knew Yu Fan had arrived. Big brother, you finally made it. Li Titan was visibly excited to see Chen Fan, but he froze when he saw Chen Mu. An instinctive sense of inferiority welled up within him. Chen Mu was beautiful and possessed an indescribable air of elegance. Chen Mu, meanwhile, was observing Li Titan with great interest. Nighthawk was scrutinizing him with an investigative gaze. Called. Little Fan, is this your desk mate? He is certainly bold. Even though he is possessed, he dares to wait for us here alone on such a dark and windy night. Nighthawk suddenly cackled. Ghost? The sudden voice stunned Li Titan. Only then did he realize there was a bird on Chen Fan's shoulder, and it was the one speaking. Consequently, a high-decibel scream echoed throughout the quiet, deserted park. Stop screaming like a ghost. I have never seen you act so cowardly. Chen Fan slapped him and said with annoyance. Your bird is talking. The slap confirmed that the person before him was indeed Chen Fan, but Li Titan was still rattled and spoke incoherently. Your bird is the one talking. This is an owl. Chen Fan's mouth twitched, and his face darkened as he explained irritably. Chen Mu kept a straight face, but inside she was laughing hysterically. Oh, an owl, but your owl can actually talk. Li Titan regained his composure and realized his previous words were ambiguous, so he smiled awkwardly, especially since there was a super beauty standing there. Your woman can talk, so why cannot other animals talk? Chen Fan asked. Big brother, please show some mercy and stop bringing that up, okay? Li Titan begged, looking at Chen Fan pitifully. Being in front of a beauty, his situation made him feel utterly ashamed. The whole point of this trip is to solve your problem, so how can I not mention it? Chen Fan looked at Li Titan with a playful expression. With the captain of the Lone Blade Squad arriving in person, Lee Titan should be safe. However, the captain had not appeared yet. Where is the expert? Lee Titan glanced suspiciously at Chin Mu, then quickly averted his eyes and landed them on Chen Fan, saying, "Do not tell me, brother, that you are the expert." Like a Taoist monk coming down from the mountain in a novel, just keeping a low profile. As he spoke, Lee Titan looked at Chen Fan with vague excitement. "What, do I not look like an expert?" Chin Mu finally spoke up. "You are not you the sister-in-law?" Lee Titan asked suspiciously. Smack. Chen Fan lightly rapped him on the head. "I told you to read fewer novels. There are not that many cheesy plots in real life." As he spoke, Chen Fan watched Chin Mu cautiously. He knew how formidable she could be when she lost her temper. "What is being with me a cheesy plot?" Chin Mu rarely found something amusing, so she looked at Chen Fan teasingly, her smile hiding some mischief. "Captain, we are here to save someone. Any later and this loose-lipped guy might lose his life." Chen Fan quickly changed the subject, also giving Chin Mu a reminder. "Boring, you have no sense of romance." Chin Mu felt bored and turned her attention to Lee Titan, her brow furrowing slightly. "Take this orb and squeeze it hard." Chin Mu took out the reality pearl that had arrived today and handed it to Lee Titan. "Just do it." Seeing Lee Titan's questioning gaze, Chen Fan nodded. "All right." Lee Titan trusted Chen Fan implicitly, so he took the pearl and squeezed it with all his might. Nothing happened. "It is not an awakening." Chin Mu frowned, her face looking grave. Nighthawk, confirm whether it is a demon or a dream demon. Taking the pearl back and handing it to Chen Fan, Chin Mu instructed the owl on his shoulder. Snap! Nighthawk vanished and pecked directly at Lee Titan's hand. Blood flowed from Lee Titan's arm and he let out a scream. Nighthawk picked up a drop of the blood and tasted it. Lee Titan glared at Nighthawk, but was stopped by Chen Fan's gaze. There is no aura of demonic possession. This guy must have attracted a dream demon. Nighthawk opened its eyes and spoke. "For us and Nanchi, this is actually good news. However, for your classmate, it might not be. Demons are easy to purge, but spirits are hard to tangle with." Chin Mu breathed a slight sigh of relief. If it were a demon haunting Lee Titan, it would be a bad omen for Nanchi. Am I still savable?" Lee Titan panicked and looked at Chin Mu with pleading eyes. He was only 16 or 17, and he had not truly experienced life yet. "You are. It just depends on how we do it." Captain Ling Ying walked out from the shadows. Captain! Captain!" Chin Mu and Chen Fan greeted her. "Kid, do you want to live?" Ling Ying asked. "Master, save me." Lee Titan lunged forward, trying to hug Captain Ling Ying. Captain Ling Ying did not coddle him, her face full of revulsion. "An expert indeed. That is the demeanor of a true master." Kicked away by her, Lee Titan was not angry. Instead, he shouted in excitement. He had been kicked away without suffering any injury or pain. This was definitely a legendary expert. He really is quite a character. If Nighthawk had hands, it would surely have given him a thumbs up. He has not been scared witless yet, which is quite impressive. Chin Mu said, sounding somewhat approving. "It is not that there is no way to save you. First, we dispose of the demon, but there might be unpredictable side effects for you. Second, you can just submit to its will." Captain Ling Ying said inscrutably. "Submit to its will? Damn it, just bury me instead. If I were willing to submit to its will, why would I have come looking for you?" Lee Titan was stunned for a long time, his eyes shifting uncertainly before he finally let out a tragic wail. "Kid, it is just a dream. What are you afraid of? When the time comes, we will assist from the side. You will be in control and it will be secondary." Captain Ling Ying said calmly. How will you do it?" Lee Titan asked. "By using the power of a contract to restrain it." Captain Ling Ying said peacefully. "Is it really that simple?" If that was the case, Lee Titan decided he would risk it all. Naturally, and after completing the contract, you will gain ghost god powers. You could call it a superpower. A smile played on Captain Ling Ying's lips as if she were coaxing him. "And I will get superpowers. I am in." Youth is full of hot blood. What young person does not dream of flying over roofs, vaulting over walls, or roaming the world with a sword? What do you need me to do?" Once he made up his mind, Lee Titan was very direct and decisive. "You just need to sit still," Ling Ying said indifferently. "All right." Lee Titan complied very readily. Just then, a black coffin appeared behind Chin Mu. "What are you guys doing?" As soon as the black coffin appeared, Lee Titan felt his scalp tingle and asked in horror, "Is this a Taoist priest? How could he be so gloomy, weird, and terrifying?" "Stop talking nonsense, I am performing a ritual for you," Chen Mu said testily. "Brother, tell me the truth, can I still trust you?" Lee Titan's body trembled, and he turned to look at Chen Fan with a pleading gaze. The moment the black coffin appeared, he suddenly stopped trusting Chen Mu and Captain Ling Ying. Chen Fan had become his only hope. It was too bizarre. He only had a nightmare, and now it had attracted a talking owl, a middle-aged man who claimed to help him complete a ghost marriage, and a beautiful woman carrying a black coffin. It was too weird and too creepy. Chen Fan felt helpless and could only try to sense the mysterious power within himself. In an instant, a faint light radiated from Chen Fan, forming a suit of flame armor around him. Although the halo was faint, it was incredibly mysterious, sacred, and carried an inexplicable pressure. At this moment, Chen Fan was like a god of war. "Big brothers, you are still my big brother, are you an angel?" Chen Fan's state at this moment brought a strong sense of security to Lee Titan, who was almost moved to tears. "Divine attributes," Ling Ying exclaimed. "It is actually the light of divine attribute." Chen Mu's eyes also became incredibly fervent. "Is this the light of divine attribute? This is no monster, this is the presence of a deity." Night Eagle's pupils shrank slightly. "What is a divine attribute?" Seeing how shocked everyone was, Chen Fan asked curiously. "You can understand it as the attribute of a god. And it is the kind of attribute possessed only by the true gods in legends, who are qualified to receive the power of incense." Taking a deep breath, Captain Ling Ying explained. His eyes were burning with fervor. He knew his team had definitely struck gold. "Am I that powerful?" Chen Fan muttered, while secretly wondering if he had truly received the power of incense. Was it because of that lonely grave? Cling. After endless sighs, Chen Mu snapped back to reality and began stroking the chains on the black coffin, producing a beautiful clinking sound. Confused and shocked, Lee Titan fell into a deep sleep and soon began to snore. "Alright, the kid is asleep and will soon enter dreamland. In a moment my spirit will enter his dream. If everything goes smoothly, I can get them to complete the contract. However, it is also possible that the immortal will escape his dream, and it will be up to you guys then. Zio Fan, you can assist from the side this time. Your divine attribute will definitely suppress it." Seeing Lee Titan asleep, Captain Ling Ying made his arrangements. As his voice faded, the surroundings became darker, as if forming a sort of domain. Chen Mu nodded and moved further away from Chen Fan, forming a blockade. Night Eagle soared into the air, circling above, keeping everything locked down. Once the preparations were made, a lonely shadow stepped out from Captain Ling Ying's body. That must have been his dream spirit. The lonely shadow dream spirit went straight into the space between Lee Titan's eyebrows. This must be one of Captain Ling Ying's innate abilities. It is amazing that he can enter other people's dreams. If only he had awakened such an ability as well. Then Grandma Li would not have. Thinking of this, Chen Fan felt a bit melancholy. However, he quickly regained his focus, his golden eyes flashing as he stared intently at Lee Titan. Unfortunately, he could not see anything. He could not perceive Lee Titan's current dreamscape. Otherwise, Lee Titan's current predicament and expressions would probably be quite funny. The night deepened, becoming darker and quieter. Do not know how much time had passed when a figure emerged from Lee Titan's forehead. It was in the shape of a woman with disheveled hair wearing red clothes. She was not beautiful, instead she had an indescribable weirdness. "So you have helpers after all. Men are really no good." The woman in red let out a cold snort, and the next moment she transformed into a yellow weasel trying to escape. "Get back here." Chen Mu's voice was unquestionable, and he slammed his palm onto the black coffin. The iron chains on the coffin instantly came to life, turning into giant pythons and lunging at the yellow weasel. Another powerhouse of the Void Realm. The yellow weasel's face darkened as it changed direction and lunged straight at Chen Fan. "So powerful." Chen Fan's expression grew grave. However, under his golden eyes and perception, the yellow weasel's speed seemed to have slowed down. Chen Fan prepared to take its strike. Boom! As Chen Fan concentrated his attention and his fighting spirit soared, the flames on his body suddenly became more intense, and the flame armor emitted a dazzling light. The golden crow fire flickered subtly. In an instant, Chen Fan met the attack, his fighting instincts coming together in one fluid motion. The yellow weasel was sent flying by his punch, but he himself was impacted by an invisible force in his chest, staggering back a few steps as he felt a sense of breathlessness. Such powerful strength. Chen Fan exclaimed, indeed strength was the absolute truth. The yellow weasel's cultivation realm was a bit too high for him. The yellow weasel was at least in the void realm, while he was still only in the dream realm. The yellow weasel had it much worse and let out a miserable shriek. Chen Fan's physical strength could not shake it, but his flames held the dominance of the golden crow and were further empowered by the divine attribute, managing to hurt it. Tamed. Night Eagle swooped down on a gust of wind, its sharp claws locking onto the yellow weasel. Tamed. Finding no way to escape, the yellow weasel dove back into Li Titan's forehead. As expected of the divine attribute, as expected of the god herder, to think you could actually injure a void realm dream demon. You were able to hurt that nightmare last time because of the divine attribute too, right? Chin Mu could not help but praise him. My level is too low and my power is too weak. If it were a real monster, I probably would not have fared so well. Its strength would have left me half crippled. Chen Fan shook his head, naturally aware of his shortcomings. Your strength and speed are not ordinary. Normally, those levels of strength and speed should not be yours to possess right now, yet you are extraordinarily powerful. Chin Mu said, it seems the talent your pure land bestowed upon you is very comprehensive. Strength, speed, perception, and the divine attribute. Chen Fan nodded. In fact, these abilities did not just come from the pure land, but also from the lonely grave. It should be a success this time. Looking at the still sleeping Li Titan, Chen Fan said, it should be, it depends on the captain now. Chin Mu nodded. Done. The ghost marriage contract is complete. After a long while, Captain Ling Ying opened his eyes and spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, his dream spirit withdrew from Li Titan's brow and returned to his own body. This kid has some good fortune to become a demon feeder. Nighthawk said with a smile. A demon feeder. Hearing a new term, Chen Fan was curious. It is someone like your classmate, who has made a contract with a dream demon and can borrow the demon's power. Chen Mu explained. Is it different from a ruin awakener? Chen Fan asked. Of course, demon feeders do not have their own pure lands and cannot cultivate on their own. However, they can borrow the power of the dream demon and grow stronger as the nightmare gets stronger. Chen Mu continued to explain. To gain power without cultivating and to keep getting stronger, does not that sound great? Chen Fan felt a bit envious. From that perspective, it certainly does. But a demon feeder needs to nurture or provide for the dream demon in various ways. Moreover, since they cannot cultivate themselves, their growth rate and the upper limit of their realm are determined by the dream demon. There are pros and cons, but generally speaking, demon feeders are a bit weaker than awakeners. Ling Ying shook his head and explained, of course, if a demon feeder and a dream demon get along well and merge with each other, they can theoretically become awakeners, and the demon being raised can be transformed into their spirit. If so, why do not the higher-ups build an army of demon feeders? Chen Fan had a sudden thought and asked, can not the night watchmen subdue dream demons, make them sign contracts with humans and create many demon feeders? This plan has been in progress for a long time. But it is very difficult, at least it is impossible to achieve right now. The birth of every demon feeder is a matter of chance and requires very harsh conditions. Things like fortune and causality cannot be explained by us, but they clearly exist. To enter a contract, there must be a bond of fortune and causality between the two, and both are indispensable. And the birth of such causality cannot be artificially manufactured by others. Captain Ling Ying shook his head with regret. I see. Chen Fan muttered, then asked, so is Li Titan on our side? Although his power as a demon feeder comes from the dream demon, I added some of my own contracts when I helped them finish theirs. Captain Ling Ying smiled knowingly, feeling pretty good about being a witness for a wedding for the first time. Chin Mu could not help but laugh. Tackle. Nighthawk laughed even more recklessly. This guy finally got what he wanted. Why are you laughing so deviously? The great yellow immortal can take human form in dreams, you know. Captain Ling Ying glared at Nighthawk. At this moment, Li Titan slowly woke up. To Chen Fan's surprise, the guy was incredibly excited. He sprang up like a carp, threw a punch, and the air crackled with a faint blast. Is this my power? So strong. Feeling the surging power in his body, Li Titan roared wildly. Brother, come on, let us fight. Whoever wins is the big brother. But since I owe you a huge favor this time, I will not only let you have the first move, but I will also give you 3 more. Li Titan looked at Chen Fan with excitement in his eyes. He was naturally combative and never liked to admit defeat. He had a good relationship with Chen Fan, and they had become friends through fighting in the first place. Kid, you really are something. Even your lady is not a match for little Fan. Go home tonight and ask her if she would dare lend you her power to fight him. Nighthawk said to Lee Tiden with great admiration. Bird sir, is my brother really that powerful? Lee Tiden instantly wilted. Bird sir. Nighthawk frowned with annoyance and shouted, my name is Nighthawk and you should call me Master Knight. Master Knight. Lee Tiden muttered. Yes. Nighthawk responded sweetly. Oh damn it. Lee Tiden realized what happened and wished he could slap himself, then pointed at Nighthawk and shouted, Old bird, how dare you trick me? If you have the guts, come fight me 300 rounds. Lee Tiden, come with me. Seeing the man and bird bickering, Ling Ying felt a headache coming on. Captain, my name is Li Gangdan. Lee Tiden glanced at Chen Fan with resentment and corrected him. Are not Gangdan and Tiden pretty much the same? Alright, stop fussing over it. Ling Ying glared at Lee Tiden. Nighthawk burst into laughter, falling right off Chen Fan's shoulder while kicking his feet in the air. Chin Mu could not help but chuckle either. Captain, there is still a rabbit. Seeing Ling Ying dragging Lee Tiden away, Chen Fan reminded him. Leave that to you guys. Captain Ling Ying smiled. Let us go too. Chin Mu breathed a sigh of relief and said to Chen Fan. Captain, where is our supercar? In the night far away, Lee Tiden's disappointed voice could be heard. Supercar? Is not this just the start of a super long run? Stop the chatter and catch up. Ling Ying shouted, drawing a wail from Lee Tiden. Chen Fan could not help but feel lucky that he was following Chin Mu. The captain is very strict, especially since the battle against the rat tide last time. Chin Mu softly reminded him. I understand. More sweat in training means less blood in battle and fewer tears from our families. Chen Fan said it was something his dad used to tell him often. It is already late at night, are we still heading out? Chen Fan asked. Tomorrow, we will go visit the owner of that rabbit then. The rabbit has undergone demonization and is still in your school, likely because it misses its owner. If nothing unexpected happens, this is a righteous demon. After thinking about it, Chin Mu said. How are righteous demons usually dealt with? Chen Fan asked. First, we will invite them to join us. If they do not want to join, they must live within human Pure Lands according to the order established by the Night Watchman. Chin Mu took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. It has been a long time and the demon race has formed a certain scale, but they rarely appear in human territories. Is not that also a potential threat? Chen Fan frowned. What else can we do? The world is so vast, how much of it can we humans actually reach? All we can protect are the human Pure Lands, and even those are shrinking. Chin Mu let out a long sigh. Chen Fan's expression turned somewhat solemn. It seems that the bustling mortal world is actually filled with dangerous undercurrents. The eternal night is approaching, the bitter winter is coming, the gods are returning and demons are reawakening. Is humanity truly prepared? The crucial part is that humanity is divided into different factions. Boom! He got into the car, the sports car roared to life, and the Nighthawk stood steadily on his shoulder. Many demons should be standing on humanity's side as well, right? Feeling the strength in the Nighthawk's talons, Chen Fan found a bit more hope in his heart. Given enough time, humanity will be able to cope with the eternal night. The world still looks peaceful. I suspect the higher-ups have already made preparations. They might even be planning to nip the source of the disaster in the bud before the eternal night fully descends. Returning home and seeing Meng Meng still fast asleep, Chen Fan smiled. In this moment, his smile was very warm. Every night watcher must have someone they are willing to protect at all costs, right? Chen Fan thought to himself, I am going to take a shower first. Then I will officially guide your cultivation tonight. Stretching, Chin Mu grabbed her pajamas and walked toward the bathroom. Do not try to sense anything you should not. Before closing the door, Chin Mu looked back and gave Chen Fan a stern warning. Chen Fan responded by simply rolling his eyes. I should meditate a bit before going to sleep. Chen Fan thought silently, then sat down cross-legged. During his fourth meditation session, Chen Fan entered his Pure Land world with practiced ease. The vast scorching sun cast down intense flames, giving Chen Fan a warm feeling. The golden crow seemed to be in deep slumber. It did not manifest within the sun this time. It takes 7 days to perfect one's spiritual world every time. How exactly are these days calculated? The Pure Land world does not have any concept of time at all. And how is it supposed to be perfected? Lost in meditation, Chen Fan sank into deep thought. According to novels and various records, cultivation is about perceiving heaven and earth and understanding the truth. But when meditating, I am entirely within my own spiritual world, so how am I supposed to perceive heaven and earth? Could it be that the heaven and earth one needs to understand is actually one's own spiritual world? Chen Fan pondered hard, but his spiritual world was empty, save for the sun and the flames. The golden crow was still sleeping. He looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. It was incredibly bright and dazzling. Yet it was not stinging to his eyes at all. Calculating, I should be on the first day of the dream realm now. Yet I feel like I can do nothing, and there are no such things as legendary cultivation techniques. Just gazing at the sun, Chen Fan pondered various questions. Unknowingly, he seemed to lose focus and entered a state of meditation. This meditation state was different from the last. Previously, he had been in a state of emptiness. This time, he was immersed in his own thoughts. He felt as if he had integrated into the entire spiritual world. Deep in thought, Chen Fan unknowingly sensed the passage of time. In reality, an incredibly holy and intense halo radiated from Chen Fan, though its intensity seemed to be merely an illusion. The sofa Chen Fan sat on showed no signs of being scorched. Finally, after Chen Mu finished her scented bath, she remembered she had to guide Chen Fan's cultivation. So she hurriedly put on her pajamas. When she entered the living room, she was completely stunned, her beautiful eyes captivated by Chen Fan's heroic posture. Because the halo radiating from Chen Fan was several meters in diameter. Enveloped in the halo, Chen Fan appeared both incredibly peaceful and sacred. He was holy and inviolable, exuding a majesty that came from his very essence and bones. He seemed like a god incarnate. Within that majesty, there was an unyielding, domineering aura. It was as if he were a natural-born superior. Then to Chen Mu's utter shock, she gasped, "Second day of the dream realm. He broke through, how is this possible? This guy is a monster. Are you sure you have not guided his cultivation before?" The Nighthawk had long since hidden far away, as the pressure from Chen Fan made it uncomfortable. "I have not. Before, I only roughly told him the basic divisions of the Pure Land Realm. He learned to meditate on his own. Tonight, the captain only told him that each level takes 7 days to perfect, and he just broke through directly. Learning without a teacher." Chen Mu's expression was once again completely thrown. "Do you remember how long your first cultivation took?" The Nighthawk asked curiously. "It took me 10 days just to learn to meditate before I could enter the Pure Land world for the first time. And it took me over a month to complete the first day of cultivation. Back then, I was even called a rare genius by my mentor." Gazing at the incredibly majestic Chen Fan, Chen Mu remained dumbfounded. This guy says he just looked up novels and searched Baidu, and then learned to meditate. The Nighthawk muttered, "Tamed." Finally, the halo surrounding Chen Fan slowly retracted into his body. Chen Fan opened his eyes, and a hint of golden light flickered within them. At this moment, he felt refreshed, and his strength and perception had both increased. Beyond visiting lonely graves, meditation could also enhance his strength, speed, and perception. "What is wrong?" Seeing both the Nighthawk and Chen Mu staring intently at him, Chen Fan asked curiously. "How long do you feel you stayed in the dream?" Chen Mu asked. "A little over a day. I also find it strange. I have completed meditation 3 times before but never felt the passage of time. This time, after finishing, I somehow knew exactly how long I had stayed in the dream." Chen Fan also felt it was odd. "Congratulations, you have broken through. The number of days you feel you spent breaking through in the dream is the number of days you spent perfecting your world." Chen Mu offered her congratulations, feeling a sense of helplessness inside. To think someone could break through without even realizing it and actually find it strange. "So that is how it is. Does that mean I am a genius?" Chen Fan smiled, asking with some self-doubt. After all, he had no idea how long it took others to break through for the first time. However, to Chen Mu and the Nighthawk, his modest tone sounded like humble bragging. "What? To master meditation on your own and make a breakthrough in such a short time, the word genius does not even begin to describe you." Chen Mu could not help but offer her praise in the end. "However, I still have many questions." Chen Fan said modestly. "Perfect, let me guide your practice tonight, and you can tell me what you are confused about." Chen Mu felt a strange sense of pressure. Chen Fan was too monstrously gifted, and she was afraid she would not be able to handle his questions. "After awakening our pure land, can we still dream about it while we sleep?" Chen Fan asked. This was something he was quite curious and concerned about. because his current state seemed vastly different from everyone else's. He had never dreamt of his Golden Crow Pure Land. In his dreams, there was only a solitary grave. Yet despite dreaming of the solitary grave repeatedly, the Pure Land he awakened was the Golden Crow Pure Land, and the one he entered through meditation was also the Golden Crow. When he dreams, however, he continues to see the solitary grave. He did not know what it was like for others after they awakened their Pure Land. Yes, but once you learn to meditate and can enter your own spiritual world at will, you basically stop having those dreams. That is because it means the awakener's spiritual world has basically taken shape, so it no longer appears in dreams automatically. Of course, you might still dream of it occasionally. Chen Mu explained, then asked with curiosity, "Can you still dream of your Pure Land now?" "Not anymore, and it is precisely because I am not dreaming of it that I am worried." Chen Fan pretended to breathe a sigh of relief, but he did not tell Chen Mu the truth. He felt it was better to keep some secrets. As it stands, his solitary grave dream was quite bizarre. "Do not worry, that is perfectly normal." Chen Mu comforted him. "Do you have any other questions?" "Yes. After awakening a Pure Land, is there a chance to awaken a second one?" Chen Fan asked. "I have no information on that at the moment. It could be that our clearance level is not high enough, or perhaps those who are intentionally hiding it." Chen Mu shook her head. "Then is it possible for someone to awaken both a Pure Land world and a ruin world?" Chen Fan continued to ask. "My answer is the same as the previous question." Chen Mu continued to shake her head. "At least within the scope of my clearance and knowledge, there is no such case." "What is your state like when you meditate?" Not having received the answer he wanted, Chen Fan began to seek advice from Chen Mu on meditation. They talked until late at night, and it was only after Chen Mu yawned several times that their cultivation session finally ended. Back in his own room, Chen Fan felt a sense of unfamiliarity. However, he fell asleep very quickly. Perhaps because of Grandma Li visiting him in his dream the night before, he had not seen the solitary grave. Wild Hills, a lonely crow. It was still the solitary grave, but this time the tombstone was complete. A complete tombstone. Chen Fan smiled. He did not know why. Perhaps it was because his cultivation level had broken through. God. The lonely crow landed on Chen Fan's shoulder again, but this time its cry was not excited but filled with a sense of sorrow. Chen Fan suddenly fell silent, his excitement vanishing instantly because he saw the epitaph on the tombstone. The complete epitaph. "You were the light that illuminated the dark night. You were the fire that warmed the entire city. A lone hero fighting the underworld king, you shall be remembered by history." The previous epitaph was gone, replaced by this new, complete and simple one. Chen Fan went silent, his heart sinking to rock bottom. "Dead, this is how I die. It is magnificent, lighting up the dark night, warming the city." Chen Fan remained silent. "If I am to be remembered by history, why is this still a solitary grave? With no one to pay respects." Chen Fan remained silent. "Did the city ultimately fall? Or was I ultimately forgotten?" Chen Fan's mind was in turmoil. What about Meng Meng's? Chen Fan felt as if his heart were bleeding. Lighting up the night, warming the city, could he not even protect Meng Meng? Did I die when the eternal night descended? Or afterwards? No, if it were the descent of the eternal night, it should have been inscribed as eternal night, not dark night. That is to say, it is the eternal night tide, and it is this current tide. A breeze blew, snapping Chen Fan out of his silence and helping him calm down slightly. Underworld King. Who is it? A monster or a demon? A king? Why is their opponent me? What about the captain Chen Mu Nighthawk? And the other members? Did they all die in battle? With every question that arose, Chen Fan's heart trembled. If this is true, how tragic this battle must be. The dream changed, the grave changed, the tombstone is complete, the epitaph is finished. But last time the change in the epitaph recorded a past event, whereas this time it records a future one. Chen Fan grew increasingly calm. Is this a premonition or something that will truly happen? If the grave can change, the tombstone can change, then reality can certainly be changed, and the future can certainly be changed. Chen Fan muttered, "Clues, I need clues. Dark night, not eternal night, the point in time must be this current tide. What exactly is the Underworld King? This is the most critical clue. With my current strength, even if I were to die with them, it would be impossible to kill a king at their peak. Which means the captain and the others must have severely wounded this Underworld King before they all perished. I must find the Underworld King. I hope they do not awaken only when the tide arrives. There is another way. I must get the War Department to send more squads and more powerful fighters to guard Nan City. Chen Fan analyzed various ways to break the situation. The key is someone needs to believe him. Why did not Meng Meng come to pay her respects? This was what worried him the most. It was not that he feared Meng Meng was cold and heartless, he knew she would never be. He feared that something happened to her during this eternal night tide. God, the lonely crow's soft cry woke Chen Fan from his thoughts. Do not worry. Believe me, I can reverse all of this. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan comforted the crow. Whether it is a prophecy or a warning, it serves as a reminder. This is actually a good thing. God. The lonely crow gently groomed Chen Fan's hair. Let us pay respects to myself first. Since no one else is here to care, I have to take care of myself. Back to weeding. After cleaning the solitary grave until it was spotless, Chen Fan bowed deeply to himself. What? Every time I wake up from the dream right after paying my respects, without a second longer to spare. It was already dawn when I woke up. This time the surge in power feels a bit intense. As he tested his strength, his knuckles creaked just from making a fist. Is this related to the changes in the solitary grave? Or is it mainly due to the changes in the epitaph? Chen Fan speculated to himself. He threw a punch into the air, and it let out a faint whistling sound. In terms of raw strength, it felt as if he had undergone a complete transformation. Whenever I pay respects to the grave, the main changes seem to be in strength, speed, perception, and spiritual enhancements. After fully sensing his own condition, Chen Fan reached his conclusion. Meng Meng was already awake. He could hear her cheerful laughter from inside the room. Everything can definitely be changed. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan stepped out of the room and was met with a big hug from Meng Meng. Big brother, Sister Chin Mu and I have already made breakfast. Bai said, looking for credit. Then I must have a good taste of our little Meng Meng's cooking. Chen Fan smiled. Seeing her eagerness for praise, he knew Meng Meng had mostly moved past the sorrow of yesterday. Maybe I should take Meng Meng and leave Nan City. Looking at Meng Meng's innocent smile, Chen Fan had this thought for the first time. The thought of being a deserter. He could lose the whole world, but he could never lose Meng Meng. All these years, the one thing that truly healed him was Meng Meng's arrival. Breakfast was very cozy, except for a chatty owl. Meng Meng is coming to school with me. I am leaving first. You are closer to your school, so stay and clean up the dishes before you go. After breakfast, Chin Mu left a light remark and walked away, holding Meng Meng's hand. Not long after, the roaring of a motor rang out again. Sigh? Chen Fan let out a light sigh. Why are you sighing at such a young age? You and your sister are both outstanding. You are already very lucky. In this city, beneath all its brilliance, who knows how much sorrow is buried? Seeing Chen Fan sigh with a troubled look, the night owl could not help but mutter. Chen Fan looked at the night owl in surprise. It was just an owl, yet it could make such a philosophical observation. No need to idolize me. The night owl shot Chen Fan a smug look. If you knew for sure that a battle would lead to your death, would you still go through with it? Chen Fan was not in the mood to bicker with the night owl and asked instead. Definitely not, I am not stupid. Only you humans are idiots who like to be heroes and worship them too. The night owl's answer was incredibly blunt. I remember Chin Mu saying that during the last rat tide, it was you who risked your life to kill the Rat King and end the disaster. Chen Fan looked at the night owl with suspicion. Had Chin Mu exaggerated this guy's record? Yes, so am I not great? Cawed. The night owl paused for a moment and then cawed with laughter. Chen Fan shook his head. He could not read the night owl at all, and he had originally intended to ask it some questions. Now it seems, forget it. He picked up his phone, sent a text to Chin Mu, and then sat cross-legged on the sofa. He did not plan on going to school today. From now on, there were only two things he would do: meditate and sleep to dream. The dream from last night left him uneasy. Before the eternal night tide descends, he must increase his strength as quickly as possible. Every bit more power is another layer of protection. Soon, a halo of light once again surrounded Chen Fan. Now he could enter a meditative state very quickly. Sure enough, I can feel the passage of time. Immersed in meditation, Chen Fan's consciousness merged into his mental world. He did not know how long it had been, but eventually, his consciousness detached from his mental world. He woke up from his meditation. The second day of the dream peak stage. As my cultivation level improves, time in the Pure Land world seems to be moving slower and slower. Chen Fan felt a bit frustrated. He had intended to use this meditation session to push past the second day and reach the third day of the dream. Indeed, as your level improves, the further you go, the harder it is to advance. Soon you will realize what it means to have days feel like years. However, your current rate of progress is enough to be content with. Chen Mu said, sitting with her legs crossed. Deputy leader, you are back. Chen Fan was surprised. He checked the time and realized that his meditation session had actually lasted 2 hours. Did not you send a message asking me to come back? And you spent that time meditating. You left me waiting for an hour and a half for nothing. Chen Mu struck a pose as if waiting for an explanation. Leader, I want to ask you a question. If you knew for certain that the next battle would mean your death, would you be willing to die for it? After a long silence, Chen Fan took a deep breath and asked slowly. Now it was Chen Mu's turn to go silent. I would. A long while later, Chen Mu's tone was incredibly firm. Knowing you will die is wise. Chen Fan asked in a deep voice. He wanted to catch a hint of hesitation from Chen Mu, but there was none. So he felt a bit panicked, although he could not explain why he really was panicking. There is no why, and there are too many reasons why. I just follow my heart. Chen Mu shook her head. Oh? Chen Fan was a bit confused. What is wrong with you? Chen Mu felt that Chen Fan was acting a bit strange today, like he was lost and out of it. Occasionally, I can foresee bad things happening, and they have all come true. For example, the night before last, I foresaw that Granny Lee. Chen Fan snapped out of it and said softly, What did you foresee this time? Chen Mu's expression turned grave as she sat up straight. It might be related to this eternal night tide, something bad. After some thought, Chen Fan said, Something bad. Chen Mu's expression became even more serious. You all died. And it has to do with the Underworld King. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan revealed the clues he had pieced together from his dream. The Underworld King. Both Chen Mu and the Night Owl's faces turned pale instantly. How do you know about the Underworld King? Chen Mu stared at Chen Fan and asked in a low voice. Consider it a premonition. The reaction from Chen Mu and the Night Owl made Chen Fan's face sink as well. It seemed his dream truly did serve as a warning. What else do you know? Chen Mu asked urgently. Nothing else, I only know that an underworld king has appeared in this eternal night tide. It should be very terrifying. In fact, I do not even know if the underworld king is a demon, a monster, or just a codename. Chen Fan shook his head. There were too few clues, and he did not dare to say too much. Did you really not know about the existence of the underworld king before this? Chen Mu asked with absolute seriousness. I did not. Chen Fan's answer was completely certain. Things are troublesome. It looks like I will have to request further support this time. Chen Mu exhaled heavily, her brows furrowed into deep lines. However, upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Chen Fan felt a slight sense of relief. Chen Mu was taking it seriously, so she would likely be requesting much more powerful fire support. What? Is it still early enough to request reinforcements? Chen Fan asked. The Night Watcher squads are very fast. However, if it really is the Hades, ordinary squads will not stand a chance even if they arrive. I just hope the Nanxianmen Special Task Force is not in the middle of a mission. Chen Mu's expression was incredibly grave. The Nanxianmen Special Task Force. Chen Fan looked at Chen Mu with immense curiosity. It is a grand special operations project, also known as the Nanxianmen Project. It is named after the legendary Nanxianmen, created to fend off enemies from beyond. The Nanxianmen Project has already established several elite combat teams. The Mystic Squad, where every member has awakened a mystic pure land. The Shepherd God Squad, where every member's dream spirit is a deity. And the Divine Weapon Master Squad, where everyone's dream spirit is a divine weapon. Of course, there are other special teams, but these three are the strongest. Their numbers are small, but they always carry out the most dangerous missions. It is said that they have even forced dialogues with deities. Chen Mu explained, her eyes filled with deep admiration. Could we request these teams as reinforcements? Chen Fan was filled with anticipation. If they came, surely any Hades would be turned to ashes. Chen Fan's eyes also shone with longing. Forcing a dialogue with a deity, what could be more imposing? Do not even think about those three squads. We would be lucky just to get any other team belonging to the Nanxianmen Project to support us. Chen Mu said with a bitter smile. What is the Hades? Is it so powerful that only the Nanxianmen squads are qualified to deal with it? Chen Fan's expression grew serious again. Both Chen Mu and the Night Eagle changed their tune instantly at the mention of the name. If the Hades you speak of is a codename, then it is definitely a huge problem. The Hades was once an organization born from ruins. Not only did they commit every evil, but its members were also incredibly powerful. However, they were wiped out 2 years ago. Could they have returned from the ashes? Chen Mu explained, looking deeply puzzled. I really do not understand you humans. Disaster is looming, yet you are still engaged in internal strife. The Night Eagle could not help but chime in with a jab. They are merely parasites who happen to acquire great power. They do not represent humanity. Chen Mu said with disdain. Petty grievances leading to the ruin of the state and the suffering of the people. They truly do not represent humanity. Chen Fan deeply agreed, though he froze shortly after. Because at this moment, he still had not fully abandoned the thought of taking Meng Meng and leaving Nan City to become a deserter. Even if it was for Meng Meng's sake, would this count as the same kind of petty ruinous act? You use such historical allusions with ease. Your command of classical literature is quite good. Chen Mu seemed not to notice Chen Fan's expression and praised him. I am still in high school. Chen Fan replied with a bitter smile. Indeed, at your age you should be living carefree, yet here you are, worrying about the fate of the nation. Which soldier in the combat divisions is not in their late teens or early 20s? They are all training hard, guarding the borders and keeping the enemies at bay from thousands of miles away. Chen Mu sighed and the Night Eagle responded. The human and the bird sang in harmony, stirring Chen Fan's heart, making him feel as though they had seen right through his desire to back out. Xiao Fan, is the Hades you mentioned a codename? Chen Mu asked. I am not sure. Chen Fan shook his head. He had wanted to say no. But he had his own agenda. He hoped that it would be taken seriously so that powerful reinforcements would be sent. It looks like we will have to investigate. Even if it is the Hades without proof, we will not get any significant reinforcements. The tide covers the entire world. Chen Mu said, feeling a bit helpless. Xiao Mu, I feel obligated to remind you that Rat King also styled itself as the Hades. The Night Eagle spoke up. I know that is why the situation is so complex and the trouble is so great. Chen Mu nodded. Was not the Rat King killed? Chen Fan asked. Not only was it killed, it became my dinner. The Night Eagle said proudly. It was indeed killed, but everything is possible. After that catastrophe, we wiped the memories of everyone involved. However, we cannot guarantee that we wiped everyone's memories, or rather, the memories of every living creature. Do you understand what I am implying now? Chen Mu voiced her other concern. I understand. Chen Fan instantly grasped Chen Mu's meaning. She was worried that people or other animals who survived that disaster still had their memories intact, and by dreaming of that Rat King, they could cause it to be resurrected from the dream realm, making a kingly return. Everything is possible. The predictions already suggest that this eternal night tide is somewhat abnormal. The key is that we do not know if it will return, if it has already returned, or if it will return only after the eternal night tide descends. Chen Mu added, Night Eagle, I am giving you 1 night to continue hunting urban rats and checking to see if there is anything unusual about them. Chen Mu issued the order directly to the Night Eagle. Fine. We had an agreement that I am just following you, not that I am one of your night watchers, yet you are putting me to work on your errands. The Night Eagle grumbled but accepted nonetheless. Thank you for your hard work. Next time I get my hands on some dream-soothing materials, I will give you extra. Chen Mu comforted it. I need to make a call to the captain. The captain must know about this. He is the only one with the authority to request reinforcements. After comforting the Night Eagle, Chen Mu took out her phone. Deputy Captain, do you really trust me that much? Trust that I can see the future? Chen Fan asked, feeling somewhat touched. Things like this are just too surreal. Naturally. Chen Mu smiled gently. If I die in battle, make sure to dream of me. Perhaps I could become your dream spirit, allowing you to awaken a second pure land and become a unique existence. Also, find me a good feng shui spot. For the epitaph, make sure to write it in an exaggerated way and describe me as someone truly great. Looking at the gentle and earnest Chen Mu, Chen Fan froze, staring into her eyes for a long moment. What, reluctant to let me go, fallen for me? Chen Mu shifted her tone and smiled triumphantly. Do you really think if all of you die in battle, I will even have a chance to survive? Chen Fan came to his senses and sighed. Do not worry, sis will ensure you survive. If a shepherd god were to die in our Nan city, it would be our greatest loss. Chen Mu patted Chen Fan on the shoulder with a heavy tone, then dialed the captain's number. Captain, there might be big trouble. Without waiting for the captain to ask, Chin Mew went straight to the point. The Hades might have resurfaced and it might appear in our Nan city. It is not certain, just a possibility. We need to investigate. Soon Chin Mew hung up the phone. Chen Fan, I need to meet with the captain. I will leave the rabbit in your care. After hanging up, Chin Mew instructed him. I cannot keep up with its speed. Chen Fan shook his head. He had seen the rabbit's speed before. It would vanish in the blink of an eye. Nighthawk will go with you. Besides, your main objective is to meet its owner. Take the true bead and some contract documents with you. If that rabbit is not willing to follow us, there is no need to force it. But if it wants to continue living in the human sanctuary, it must sign a contract and abide by the order we have established. If it refuses, I will definitely hunt it down tonight. Chin Mew had returned to her aggressive wartime persona. After saying this, she jumped directly from the second floor to the first, seemingly in a great hurry. Let us go. Nighthawk flapped its wings and landed on Chen Fan's shoulder. Why do you like standing on my shoulder so much? Chen Fan asked curiously, as Nighthawk was not his pet. He had never seen Nighthawk stand on Chin Mew's shoulder. You possess a divine lineage. This is what I call standing on the shoulders of a god. Nighthawk smiled smugly. On the shoulders of a god. Am I a god? Chen Fan muttered to himself. As long as you do not die, you will be in the future. Nighthawk's tone was very firm. Chen Fan did not want to draw attention, but to save time, he had no choice but to continue driving his supercar. He still had to return for meditation after finishing his business. Nighthawk, you have to find a way to subdue that rabbit. Chen Fan instructed Nighthawk on the way. I am not confident during the day. It would be easier if it were at night. Nighthawk did not brag about itself this time. Besides, it is not a rule for night watchers that we must subdue the rabbit, and that girl Chin Mew only asked you to get a contract signed. Why are you giving me orders? Nighthawk asked curiously. However, Chen Fan ignored it. If nothing goes wrong, this class should be the biology teacher's. There is no need to visit him. After parking the car, Chen Fan showed his student ID and was not stopped, walking directly into the school. The biology teacher lived on campus, as did his family. Chen Fan had already learned the biology teacher's address from Li Tai Dan yesterday. Along the way, Chen Fan scanned the flower beds and bushes in the school, but did not see any sign of the rabbit. Could it have moved away? After all, you startled it yesterday. Nighthawk helped analyze. Its owner has limited mobility. Even if they wanted to move, it would not be that fast. Unless it plans to abandon its owner. Chen Fan shook his head. Then why did you tell me to definitely subdue the rabbit? They are disabled, are you really that heartless? Nighthawk asked with annoyance. Chen Fan's eyes flickered with inner conflict, and he said nothing. He had originally intended to subdue the rabbit so it could protect Meng Meng. However, the biology teacher's daughter was also an innocent girl, and one with a congenital disability. Selfish as he might be, he could not put personal gain above everything else like this. I will protect Meng Meng, but not at the cost of hurting an innocent and vulnerable person. Otherwise, both myself and Meng Meng in the afterlife would look down on me. Chen Fan shook his head. He had made up his mind. He soon arrived at a faculty apartment and gently rang the doorbell. Who is it? An ethereal voice echoed, sounding like a solitary orchid in a deep valley. A student of Teacher's Eye. Chen Fan replied. Krika. Not long after, the door opened. A girl sat in a wheelchair, wearing a simple dress, exuding an indescribable elegance like an orchid in a deserted valley. My father is not home. The girl looked at Chen Fan, her eyes reflecting the moonlight, clear and cold yet infinitely profound. Her slightly icy voice was remarkably ethereal. However, her gaze soon fell upon Nighthawk, and she seemed to understand something immediately. Come in, Night Watchers. The girl seemed to have seen through Chen Fan and pushed her wheelchair toward the living room. Chen Fan could not help but exchange looks with Nighthawk. Shock and vigilance flashed in their eyes. You know about the existence of Night Watchers. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan stepped into the house with Nighthawk. The first thing he saw was the big white rabbit from yesterday. It was lazing on the sofa, glanced at Chen Fan with a look of disdain, and then closed its eyes again. I do. The woman's reply was simple and cold. She pushed her wheelchair to the rabbit's side and pulled it into her arms. What else do you know? This was his first time handling such a matter, and his first time encountering something like this. Chen Fan really had no plan. I know everything you know, and I also know everything you do not. The girl went to the piano and stroked it gently, seemingly uninterested in dealing with Chen Fan. Where is the underworld king? Chen Fan had calmed down. Hearing the girl's bold words, he narrowed his eyes slightly and asked indifferently. Nighthawk, perched on his shoulder, stared at Chen Fan in speechless frustration. The girl was clearly stunned, feeling that the young man's thinking was far too unrestrained. He really came up with quite a question. The tides rise, the ruins dream, the underworld king appears, and wrathful vengeance returns. The girl closed her eyes. After a long while, she opened them, offered a faint smile, and then began to chant softly, until blood spilled from the corner of her mouth and her voice came to an abrupt end. There are 2 more lines, do you want to hear them? Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, the girl asked. The rabbit that had been lying quietly opened its eyes, stood up slowly, and stared fixedly at Chen Fan with its ruby-like eyes. Nighthawk was completely stunned. It understood the 4 lines the girl recited. The eternal night tide was descending, and the underworld king was returning with hatred. However, it might just be the girl bluffing, as anyone who knew about the eternal night and the rat king/underworld king could easily come up with a jingle. I am all ears. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan spoke slowly. This girl is not simple. I hope she is not a ruin awakened. The first 4 lines proved what I said earlier. If you want to hear the last 2 lines, you must pay a price. The girl took her hand off the piano and gently comforted the white rabbit. What price? Chen Fan asked. For the next question, you must remain silent. The girl looked into Chen Fan's eyes and said coldly. What? Chen Fan had just been about to agree but stopped himself. What does it mean to not open my mouth for the next question? How could she know what my next question will be? Besides, if I cannot speak for the next question, then the one after that and the one after that will still be the next question. She might as well just tell me to shut up forever. A pointless word game. Chen Fan shook his head. You can choose not to hear the last 2 lines. Clearly, the girl did not want to get into a war of words with Chen Fan. Deep down, however, she was slightly surprised that Chen Fan had seen through her word trap so quickly. Chen Fan watched the girl silently. Nighthawk watched Chen Fan with immense curiosity, dying to know how he would break this deadlock. Thank you. Chen Fan suddenly laughed and offered his thanks. Go ahead, tell me the last 2 lines. After giving thanks, Chen Fan spoke. Nighthawk was bewildered. It did not understand what kind of move this was. The girl was also stunned, secretly wondering if her inner thoughts had been discovered. What? The 2 kings run rampant, with no one left to mourn at the lonely graves. Staring deeply at Chen Fan, the girl spoke the final 2 lines. Chen Fan's pupils constricted slightly. As the last 2 lines were spoken, Chen Fan realized that the girl's words were not merely some pretentious fabrication. She truly knew. The tides rise, the ruins dream, the underworld king appears, and the vengeful wrath returns. The 2 kings run rampant, with no one left to mourn at the lonely graves. Chen Fan murmured to himself, noting how these words aligned perfectly with the prophecy on the tombstone in his dream. The outcome was exactly the same. Unless this girl knew what he had dreamed, her words could not possibly be such a coincidence. Therefore, she must truly have knowledge of the future. At the very least, the short-term future. It was all too mysterious, and Chen Fan was desperate to know who she really was. Had she awakened a pure land that could foresee the future? He was dying to know, but he would not ask. Thank you. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude once more. My name is Zai He. The girl spoke calmly, which caught Chen Fan by surprise. He had not expected that the girl, who had remained so cold and aloof, would volunteer her own name. Chen Fan. Chen Fan replied, then added, now I must begin my official duties. As he spoke, he took out the truth orb and said, please, hold this orb firmly. Zai He did not refuse. She took the truth orb and gripped it tightly. Under Chen Fan's expectant gaze, there was absolutely no reaction. No pure land, no ruins. Not an awakened ones. Chen Fan stared deeply at Zai He. This girl was strangely mysterious. The Nighthawk's gaze also became incredibly serious. Are you going to join us? Chen Fan ignored Zai He and turned his gaze toward the big white rabbit in her arms. In truth, he no longer held any real hope. It was just a routine question. Saying this, he took out the contract documents, ready for the rabbit to press its paw print. Sure enough, the white rabbit shook its head, but sensibly pressed its paw onto the contract. Zai He also signed her name on her own documents. Thank you for your cooperation, I will be going now. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan stood up. His work here was done, the rest was beyond his reach. Zai He nodded and said, please close the door on your way out. Her slender fingers danced over the keys, and ethereal music began to play, soothing to the soul. What? Chen Fan, how did you walk out of that dead end the girl set up for you? Just after they got downstairs, the Nighthawk asked with immense curiosity. I did not walk out. I am still in it. At least until I could communicate through intent, she would not have bothered answering any of my questions. Chen Fan said calmly, You did not break the games. But why does it feel like you did? The Nighthawk muttered, not quite understanding. You feel it is broken because I straightened my mindset and understood her intentions. You insist on seeing it as a game, but it was just a choice involving gains and losses. By letting go of the fear of gain or loss, I broke the game. Only by breaking the structure where she pretended to be in control could I be qualified to speak with her as an equal. Chen Fan thought for a moment before answering earnestly. It is that simple. The Nighthawk asked, struggling with the concept, but I still think it is such a pity. If you had not chosen the last two lines, could not you have kept asking other questions? I feel this he seems to know a lot, perhaps even possesses the ability to foresee the future. The Nighthawk felt truly regretful. That is why you are still in the game. Chen Fan gave a faint smile. Do not you find it a pity? The Nighthawk asked. She is not a god and the blood she shed was not fake, meaning she has to pay a price for seeking the unknown. Her setting up that game was, in its own way, a stubborn form of self-protection. Did not you see that rabbit was about to lose control? My questions had pushed her to her limit. If I had given up on the last two lines and kept asking about other unknowns, do you think she would have had the strength to keep answering? She would have had to either risk her life or drop the facade of being all-knowing. She has been flawed since childhood, cold on the surface but fragile inside. So she owes me a thank you. Chen Fan explained softly. It seems you understand human nature quite well. The Nighthawk realized that Chen Fan was becoming hard to read. I do not understand human nature, but I understand her, because I have been fragile once too. Chen Fan shook his head. Then why did you thank her? The Nighthawk was confused, thinking it should have been Zaihe thanking him. Because during that moment of choice, I suddenly understood a truth. With no desire one is invincible, with no demands there is no game. Chen Fan laughed then mocked himself, but I cannot do that. Besides, is not her answer worthy of our gratitude? Chen Fan added, his expression turning grave. The tides rise, the ruins dream, the underworld king appears, and the vengeful wrath returns. The two kings run rampant, with no one left to mourn at the lonely graves. The Nighthawk repeated the lines, looking equally serious. The first part matches our previous guesses, but the second part points to an even more dire situation. One Mouse King was scary enough, now there is another king. Chen Fan gave a bitter laugh. No one left to mourn at the lonely graves. Your lone blade squad is on the path to total annihilation, it seems. The Nighthawk muttered. The heavenly secret has been leaked. As long as powerful reinforcements arrive, we should be able to reverse it. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's tone was filled with anticipation and hope. That is true, you scared me. The Nighthawk flapped its wings against its chest. By the way, how did you think to ask her about the Underworld King? The Nighthawk asked out of curiosity. She was so arrogant, saying she understood everything I understood and everything I did not. That question had been weighing on my heart, so it just slipped out. Chen Fan smiled. I intended to give her a hard time, but she ended up giving us a big surprise. Are you still hung up on it? It was a choice of two. You chose to ignore an answer that could save your life, all for the sake of the future. Chen Fan looked at the Nighthawk, speechless. Truly worthy of being a divine entity, you have even started blessing yourself. The Nighthawk's eyes lit up. I am sticking with you. Do not, I am not your master. And I do not like birds that betray their masters so easily. Chen Fan looked repulsed. Then do not blame me for being heartless. Gio, I am going to set you up with my master. The Nighthawk cackled loudly. What? Chen Fan was in disbelief. This was literally betraying one's master for glory. This guy really would do something like that. What? Stepping out of the campus, it was almost time for school to end. However, he still had one more task to complete. He made a call to Qin Menjiao and then got into the car to wait quietly. Before long, Qin Su hurried out of the campus, looking around until she spotted Bai Fan sitting in the car. Her face turned red, and she could not hide the smile on her lips as she slowly walked toward him. It is over, it is all over. This silly girl has fallen for you. What about our little Mew? Seeing Qin Menjiao's expression, Night Eagle muttered. You are a bird, do you even know what love is? Chen Fan's lips twitched slightly. He finally understood why the captain and Qin Mew disliked this guy so much. Its sharp tongue was definitely on par with Li Tiden. Chen Fan. Reaching the sports car, Qin Menjiao spoke in a soft voice. Get in the car first. Seeing many students who lived off-campus looking their way, Chen Fan secretly frowned. It is all over, it is all over. Our campus beauty has gotten into someone else's sports car. No more love, there is no more love left in this world. What? Catcalls and teasing erupted instantly. Night Eagle, make them forget what they just saw. Chen Fan said to Night Eagle with a sigh of helplessness. You are using public power for personal gain. That is against the rules of the Night Watchers. Night Eagle rolled its eyes at Chen Fan. Seeing an owl speak, Qin Menjiao was shocked, but once she remembered Chen Fan's identity, she felt relieved. Where do you get all this nonsense? You are not a Night Watcher and I have not officially joined them either. Chen Fan said impatiently. Fine then. Night Eagle was also helpless, who told Chen Fan to not only counter it but also possess divine ties, making it love and hate him at the same time. As long as Chen Fan does not perish prematurely, he is destined to become a god in the future. It had to hug such a powerful thigh tightly in advance. Besides, Chen Fan was right, neither of them were official Night Watchers yet. No need for that. Qin Menjiao said softly. She was touched but also felt embarrassed and dared not cause Chen Fan any trouble. Of course, she also had a bit of selfishness, hoping that some things could become a fait accompli. The rumors will affect you. You have the college entrance exam next year. Even if you do not mind, it is not good to have people talking behind your back. Chen Fan said softly. After Night Eagle cast the hypnosis, he slammed on the gas and drove away. Seeing that Chen Fan was looking out for her, Qin Menjiao felt as if her heart was filled with honey. Behind them, the students were dazed for a brief moment after the hypnosis. Soon, Chen Fan pulled the car over. Let us check if you have awakened. Chen Fan took out the true return pearl and handed it to Qin Menjiao. When he and Qin Mu went to the hospital to visit her last time, they had missed this step. Another task of his today was to perform an awakening test for Qin Menjiao. Okay. Qin Menjiao was nervous, filled with both anticipation and worry as she gripped the pearl tightly just as Chen Fan had taught her. However, the result was disappointing. The true return pearl had no reaction, and Chen Fan felt a slight sense of loss. Publicly and privately, he naturally wanted as many Pure Land Awakeners as possible. Even for Ruin Awakeners, if discovered early, there should be a chance to turn the ruin into a Pure Land. I have not awakened, have I? Seeing Chen Fan's disappointed expression, Qin Menjiao felt extremely disheartened. Yeah, but this might not necessarily be a bad thing. To become a hero, one must first be prepared to become a martyr. Hero and martyr are only a character apart, and the identity can switch in an instant. Chen Fan comforted her. Qin Menjiao shook her head gently. She knew Chen Fan did not understand her feelings or her true intentions. Besides, this test was only for that one moment in time. After a moment of thought, Chen Fan added, So there is still a chance. Qin Menjiao asked, There is a chance for a lifetime. As long as you have not awakened, there is always a chance. Chen Fan nodded. For a lifetime. Qin Menjiao murmured, her face flushed with secret delight. This is terrible. Every word this kid says makes this silly girl misunderstand. Night Eagle could not help but cover its eyes. Where do you live? Let me take you home. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Fan suggested. She was already in the car, so it would be rude for him to kick her out. Okay. Qin Menjiao smiled happily and gave him her address. By the way, on the day of the solar eclipse, do not go anywhere. Stay in your room and keep the doors and windows locked. On the way, Chen Fan reminded Qin Menjiao. Since she was in the loop, this did not count as using public power for personal gain. The place where Qin Menjiao lived was not far from the school and was a high-end community. Her family was quite wealthy. After dropping her off at home, Chen Fan drove directly to pick up Ming Meng. Before, when you wanted to tame that rabbit, was it to have it protect Ming Meng? Night Eagle was a bit slow on the uptake, finally guessing Chen Fan's thoughts. Yes. Chen Fan nodded, admitting it straightforwardly. It has high speed and great strength. If danger really occurs, it can take Ming Meng away from it. Night Eagle did not speak. Although they had only spent 2 days together, it knew that Ming Meng was Chen Fan's reverse scale, as well as his greatest weakness and vulnerability. I have a friend who owes me a favor. I can have it come over and protect Ming Meng for 2 days. Night Eagle suddenly spoke up. Is your friend reliable? Chen Fan asked. I once saved its life, so it should probably. After thinking about it, Night Eagle said, Thank you for the offer. But I do not understand your demon race. Chen Fan thought about it and refused. Since even Night Eagle could not be sure, how could he let a demon protect Meng Meng? Because Meng Meng was somewhat special. However, he was still quite grateful that Night Eagle was willing to use its favor to help him. How about this: when the time comes, tell Qin Mu to let me stay and protect Meng Meng, or let me take Meng Meng and leave Nan City. Night Eagle chuckled. Chen Fan was speechless again. He had just thought this guy was reliable, and now it wanted to escape at the last minute. Although Chen Fan was actually quite tempted by its suggestion. The problem was whether Qin Mu and the captain would allow it. Night Eagle was the trump card against the Rat King after all. Do not even think about it. I almost forgot, the Pluto returned this time carrying hatred, so he will definitely come to you for revenge first. When that happens, if you dare to get close to Meng Meng, I will kill you first. Remembering something, Chen Fan warned it immediately. He had almost been played by this guy. If you had not reminded me, I would have forgot. Last time I swallowed its physical body whole. No, I have to leave Nan City. That guy has returned as a dream demon and I am no longer its match. Night Eagle murmured. Flap. With a flutter of its wings, it actually flew away. Chen Fan was stunned. It left just like that, so decisive and straightforward. Flap. However, not long after, Night Eagle flew back and landed on Chen Fan's shoulder. Did not you just leave? Night Eagle's actions left Chen Fan quite confused. How could that be? Do you think I am the type who fears death? Night Eagle said proudly. You are, and you never do anything without a profit. Chen Fan said flatly, the reason you came back is probably to see if there are any reinforcements. Kid, you cannot slander me like that. Back in the day, I went in and out 7 times to protect all of you, and I risked my life to kill the Pluto. Night Eagle mentioned its combat record again, speaking very seriously. It seems that might actually be true. Qin Mu had said so herself, which is why Chen Fan found it increasingly hard to understand this owl. It could be cowardly and lazy, yet when it got serious, it could also lay down its life. After picking up Meng Meng, Chen Fan simply cooked 2 dishes. He needed time to meditate and dream. After lunch, Meng Meng went back to her room very consciously. Not long after, Qin Mu returned. Accompanying her was Captain Ling Ying. Did you find any clues? Qin Mu asked immediately. Both of them looked exhausted. It was clear they had been to many places throughout the morning. None. Not a single one. Their faces were extremely solemn. So I came over to get more information. The captain looked at Chen Fan and said, What? Tides rise, ruins dream, the underworld king appears, and vengeful hatred returns. Twin kings ravage the land, with no one to mourn at the lonely graves. This is the prophecy, a prophecy obtained from the owner of that rabbit. Chen Fan told them everything that happened today. This is a prediction about the future from the master of that demon rabbit. Captain Ling Ying's expression was heavy. Yes, it really is too much of a coincidence. Nighthawk chimed in from the side, praising Chen Fan. Fan, how credible do you think this is? Ling Ying asked. 100%. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan replied with a very certain tone. It seems you have truly awakened the ability to prophesy. Captain Ling Ying nodded. It does not count as a prophecy, nor is it a controlled ability. Chen Fan really did not know how to explain this power of his. You just have not tapped into it yet. Qin Mu smiled, her eyes fixed on Captain Ling Ying, waiting for his decision. The prophecy has made it very clear. A mere pair of kings is not enough to request the South Heaven Gate Task Force. Besides, as far as I know, they have been tied up with their own emergencies during this time. However, there is a chance to apply for 1 or 2 mobile squads for reinforcement. Additionally, we can apply for 1 or 2 extra garrison task forces from the War Department, mainly to handle rat tides and other riots. After pacing around the living room, Captain Ling Ying spoke up. But according to the prophecy, can 2 kings wipe out a Night Watcher squad? Chen Fan frowned slightly. I can go head-to-head with 1 demon king, but killing it is difficult. If 2 demon kings join forces, I do not stand a chance, not to mention that one has now transformed into a devil king. What is more terrifying is that a demon king can use its dominion power to bestow some of its abilities upon its chosen subordinates. They themselves can hide within the city. If we do not get information in advance, we will not have any chance of winning when faced with an attack from 2 kings. The entire army could be wiped out. Captain Ling Ying explained softly. However, since we have already obtained intelligence, We can make appropriate preparations and request reinforcements in advance. Chen Mu exhaled slightly. We cannot be careless either. 2 kings are already enough to give us a hard time. Who knows what other monsters might awaken? The key is that we do not know in what form they will appear or where they are hiding. It has always been extremely rare for kings to awaken in cities. For 2 to appear at once is highly abnormal. Ling Ying did not relax, his expression grew even more serious. There are only 2 days left, we must accelerate the rat extermination operation. Nighthawk, you cannot slack off tonight. Ling Ying said to Nighthawk in a deep voice. All right. After hesitating for a moment, Nighthawk nodded. The most unsettling part is that unknown king. Ling Ying was in a heavy mood. Can we ask that Zai He? Chen Mu asked. It would be hard to get her to open up further. Chen Fan made the choice for us to a certain extent. Besides, her abilities are surely limited. Chen Fan handled this perfectly. He has definitely performed a great service. Ling Ying thought for a moment and rejected Chen Mu's suggestion, then looked at Chen Fan with great praise. He has not even officially joined the night patrol yet, and he has already made 3 great contributions. It is unprecedented and has brought honor to our lone blade. Who is Zai He? She possesses such powerful abilities and has a demon rabbit following her, yet the true pearl of returning did not show her pure land. Chen Fan ignored Captain Ling Ying's praise. He was extremely curious about Zai He's identity. He felt that Ling Ying was implicitly wary of her. Otherwise, in times of crisis, for the sake of the people, the Night Watchers would have the authority to make everyone cooperate. She might be a reincarnator or perhaps a subordinate deity. Ling Ying thought for a moment and said, among humans, apart from Pure Land Awakeners, Ruin Awakeners, and Demon Feeders, there are 2 other types, reincarnators and subordinate deities. Chen Mu should have told you that some strange entities or deities can be born or resurrected from human dreams through unknown media. These born or resurrected entities and deities do not cause ordinary people to awaken. After they are born, they will leave directly or even be born elsewhere. However, some awakened entities or deities after leaving will leave behind certain powers, abilities, or attributes on ordinary people. When ordinary people activate these powers, they can also awaken powerful abilities. Although they have no pure land or ruins, they can still practice on their own. We call these people reincarnators. Ling Ying was worthy of being a captain, explaining things in great detail and with sincerity. This kind of reincarnation power has another name, called spiritual roots. Having read novels, it should be easy for you to understand, right? Only those with spiritual roots can cultivate. That is to say, only after the reincarnation power awakens can one cultivate. Ling Ying explained using another popular way of understanding. So on the cultivation techniques of those sects are real? Chen Fan asked in surprise. Naturally, though, those with spiritual roots are very few. However, there will definitely be more and more of them in the future. Ling Ying looked forward to that, believing that only then would humanity possess a powerful army. What about subordinate deities? Are those people who possess divine attributes? Chen Fan asked. No, subordinate data refers to a person belonging to a deity. Divine attributes are just the deity's traits. A subordinate deity person is someone who serves a deity, which can be called a divine envoy. They also do not have pure lands or ruins, but a deity that has already awakened might reside in their bodies, or they might carry a deity's seal within them, allowing them to practice using the deity's power. They live in the mortal world as the eyes of the gods. This kind of existence is the most mysterious and the one we fear the most. Ling Ying's face was solemn. So they are spokespeople for the gods. Why not expel them, let them act as eyes and ears for the gods in the human world? Chen Fan asked. It is simple, sometimes they are willing to provide us with some intelligence. Like in your case this time. It is too difficult to communicate with a deity. Communicating with a subordinate deity is relatively easier. You just need to find someone they are willing to communicate with. You might be one of them. Captain Ling Ying explained. Also, we hope to win over some deities by communicating with subordinate deities. Can deities be won over? Chen Fan was surprised. Gods do not belong to just one camp. Their goals for awakening are not the same either. Do not forget, among the gods, there are some who evolved from humans. As far as I know, one deity has already agreed. Ling Ying smiled. Which one is it? Chen Fan was even more curious. I am not really sure about the specifics. Ling Ying shook his head and said, but this is good news. It is indeed a good sign. Chen Fan agreed completely. He could imagine just how much pressure the human leadership was under. Now I will start contacting the higher-ups to request fire support. Chin-Mu, you are responsible for coordinating the other team members, adjusting the corresponding deployments, and making advanced preparations for post-disaster city recovery. Nighthawk, tonight you are responsible for weeding out the rats in the city. Kill as many as you can. Captain Ling Ying issued his mission orders with decisive efficiency. What about me? Chen Fan asked. Rest and recharge. Once the battle is over, you can assist with the cleanup work. Captain Ling Ying smiled. He had long since noticed Chen Fan's breakthroughs and progress. Naturally, he was incredibly excited inside. This was the seed of humanity. In the future, he could definitely become a main warrior to purge the gods and expel the eternal night. Therefore, he would not let Chen Fan participate in battles of this scale. After saying this, Captain Ling Ying hurried away. Vice Captain Chin Mu also hurried away. Sighed. Watching the backs of the two as they left, Nighthawk let out a soft sigh. Chen Fan was also a bit worried. Meditation or sleep? Lin Fan chose to take a nap. Now that the captain and the others had made their deployments, normally speaking, his dreams should have changed. Lying on the bed, it was hard to calm his mind at first, but he quickly adjusted his mood and state. Before long, Chen Fan drifted off into a dream. In the dream, barren ridges, a lonely crow, a solitary grave, and a complete tombstone. However, when Chen Fan's eyes saw the complete epitaph, his heart sank to the bottom. You are the light that ignites the dark night. You are the fire that warms the entire city. Fighting the underworld king in lonely heroism, you shall be remembered by history. The epitaph was complete and unchanged. It was still the same as before, seemingly foreshadowing that Chen Fan was destined to die. It has not changed. Where exactly did I go wrong? Chen Fan felt restless and agitated. Could it be that my dream is not foretelling this particular eternal night tide? But why did Zai He's prophecy correspond perfectly to my dream? Chen Fan forced himself to calm down and fell into deep thought. Unless Zai He's ability is not foreseeing the future, but rather mind reading. She did not give me a prophecy, but instead read my or Nighthawk's inner thoughts and concocted this mystery to fool us. Thinking of this possibility, a surge of anger rose in Chen Fan's heart. He felt like he had been played. But would she dare? Even if she is a lesser god, even if she is a divine messenger of some deity, would she dare to toy with humanity's most powerful machine on human soil? Chen Fan quickly calmed down. If it were him, he definitely would not dare. Where exactly did I go wrong? No, I have to go ask her again. I cannot ask out loud, but writing it down should be fine, right? Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan made up his mind. Whether for the greater good, for personal gain, for his own life, or for Meng Meng's safety, he decided to be shameless for once. Or perhaps my dreams cannot predict the future. As soon as this thought surfaced in his mind, Chen Fan immediately dismissed it. Reality can influence changes in his dreams. This has already happened in reality. Therefore, his dreams are surely linked to his reality. Or is the strength of the Twin Kings so immense that even with reinforcements, the southern city cannot contend with them? This was what Chen Fan worried about most. Neither he nor Ling Ying could prove the strength and horror of the Twin Kings. Without proof that the mobile team's reinforcements could not withstand the Twin Kings, Nanxianmen certainly would not let the heaven-defying team abandon their mission to come back. Because the mission being executed by the Nanxianmen heaven-defying team was undoubtedly of great importance. God! The lonely cry of the crow awakened Chen Fan's thoughts. He cast his gaze upon the tombstone and narrowed his eyes slightly. The same epitaph, yet the handwriting seems to have changed, as if it were written by someone else. Chen Fan once again fell into deep thought. This time, the handwriting carried a touch of coolness within its elegance. It feels like something has changed, yet it also feels like nothing has changed at all. Chen Fan sighed lightly. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan began clearing the weeds from beneath his feet. If he is destined to fight the underworld king in lonely heroism, the only thing he can do is improve his own strength. If he is destined to die in battle, he should die gloriously, dying in a blaze of light. Waking up from the dream, Chen Fan vaguely sensed a force surging through his entire body. It seemed like a mysterious baptism. Every pore on his body was expanding. His strength, speed, physique, and senses had improved once again, and his eyes had become even more profound. After a simple wash, he found that Meng Meng had already packed her school bag. Nighthawk, come with me. Looking at Nighthawk dozing on the rafter, Chen Fan greeted it. Nighthawk opened its sleepy eyes, glanced at Chen Fan, and then closed them again. It clearly did not want to bother with him. It had to patrol tonight after all. Hurry up. Indisputably, Chen Fan's tone contained a certain authority, an unforced majesty that made Nighthawk shiver, instantly banishing all its drowsiness. Flap. With a flutter of its wings, Nighthawk landed on Chen Fan's shoulder. So fierce. Nighthawk felt a bit aggrieved. There was no help for it. Chen Fan had awakened the Golden Crow Pure Land, the Golden Crow Dream Spirit, and possessed divine affiliation. He naturally suppressed it in both bloodline and aura. Seeming to sense Chen Fan's restlessness, Meng Meng took the initiative to hold Chen Fan's hand. The silent comfort allowed Chen Fan to gradually calm down, and a gentle smile appeared on his face of its own accord. Nighthawk's eyes lit up slightly as if it had thought of something. Meng Meng seems to be the key person. If it could just get on Meng Meng's good side, could not it act up in front of this shepherd of gods? Boom! The sports car roared, and Chen Fan drove Meng Meng to school as fast as he could. Then he headed toward his own school. Little Fan, you are still going to school. Nighthawk was puzzled. In its understanding, Chen Fan should be practicing desperately right now, trying to improve his strength as much as possible before the tide arrived. I am going to find Zai He. Chen Fan did not hide it. What for? Nighthawk was even more curious. Naturally, to ask her a few questions. Chen Fan said calmly, "Did not you promise her you would not ask any more questions?" Nighthawk was speechless. Chen Fan changed his mind faster than flipping a book. She told me not to open my mouth to ask the next question, but I can write it down. Chen Fan said lightly. Shameless. Nighthawk rolled its eyes. How could it have imagined that the seemingly cold and stern Chen Fan could have such a slick move up his sleeve? If this had happened to Li Taidan, it would feel normal, but happening to Chen Fan felt strange. Also, are you sure she will answer your questions? Nighthawk asked. That is why I brought you along. Chen Fan smiled. Holy crap, you are planning on using force. Nighthawk was incredulous. For humanity, for the greater good, why not? With a calm tone, Chen Fan was all in. What? Watching Chen Fan's righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor, Nighthawk was left speechless. Chen Fan entered the school grounds naturally. Man and Hawk once again headed toward the teacher's apartment building. Before long, Chen Fan appeared in front of Zai He's door again. But his expression sank abruptly. The door was locked tight with a note hanging on it. Do not look for me. There were only 4 words on the note. Incredible, she actually knew you were coming back and left in advance. Nighthawk was also incredibly surprised and shocked. Chen Fan did not speak. He closed his eyes and began to sense his surroundings carefully. Sure enough, the room was empty, no sign of her, no magic rabbit. Zai He had really left. And she had left a note behind. She really could foresee his return. She truly possessed the power to predict the future. This completely overturned Chen Fan's speculation that she was just mind-reading and playing mystery. What exactly is wrong? Are the dual kings too powerful? Chen Fan felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Of Chen Fan's 3 guesses, the idea that Zai He could read minds had already been ruled out. His dream and Zai He's note matched perfectly, meaning the events were definitely going to happen during this Evernight tide. Then the only remaining possibility is that the dual kings are too strong for the 3 teams to handle. Or will something unexpected happen in these 2 days? Chen Fan clenched his fists. They probably have not been gone long, and given Zai He's leg disability, they could not have gone far. Shall we go after them? Seeing Chen Fan silent, Nighthawk suggested. With that magic rabbit there, we will not catch up. Besides, we do not have a single clue. Chen Fan shook his head, took down the note and stared at the characters on it, lost in thought. The delicate yet forceful handwriting seemed somewhat familiar. Closing his eyes, Chen Fan tried to recall. He felt this handwriting was very similar to what was on the tombstone in his dream earlier today. It carried a sense of aloofness that kept others at a distance. Was it her who carved that tombstone for me? And for what reason? Chen Fan felt his inner thoughts growing chaotic. Let us go, let us head back. After sensing the apartment once more and finding no other clues, Chen Fan had no choice but to leave with helpless and troubled thoughts. Back at the villa, Chen Fan returned to his room alone and entered a state of meditation. There was nothing else he could do now. The only thing was to improve his realm and strength. Before long, a sacred halo of light surrounded Chen Fan. Time ticked away second by second. The halo surrounding Chen Fan was also radiating outward at a snail's pace. What a monstrous talent! Seeing the halo expand outward, Nighthawk gasped in secret. Suddenly, the halo surged outward by a full meter. It seemed he had broken through. The third day of the dream. Finally broken through. Opening his eyes, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Chen Fan's face. Zio Fan, there are 2 days left. Try to push your pure land to the illusory realm in one go, then you can awaken your very first exclusive skill. With the skills, your combat power will more than double. Nighthawk landed in front of Chen Fan and said, filled with anticipation. A skill? Can pure land also awaken skills? Chen Fan was stunned. Qin Mu and the others had not mentioned this. Normally, every time a pure land or ruin breaks through a realm, it awakens a corresponding exclusive skill. But it depends on destiny, luck, or talent. Exclusive skills are far more powerful than ones learned. Nighthawk explained, gazing at Chen Fan with great anticipation. A powerful exclusive skill. Chen Fan was instantly moved. But breaking through to the illusory realm in 2 days, that is easier said than done. Chen Fan could not help but smile bitterly. He noticed that as his realm improved, the passage of time in the Pure Land he could sense during meditation grew slower. This meant that as the Pure Land world became more complete, cultivation became increasingly difficult. Meng must be getting worried. Glancing at the time, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Chen Fan felt a wave of self-reproach. Setting aside all other thoughts, Chen Fan immediately drove toward the school. At this moment, the school was already quiet. A lonely figure sat on the garden fence, quietly reading a book. Looking through the school gate at Meng's well-behaved appearance, Chen Fan felt a pang of heartache. Brothers. As Chen Fan approached, Meng noticed him, raised her little head and beamed a sweet smile. In an instant, Chen Fan felt all his troubles being healed. Meng, I am here to pick you up. Chen Fan smiled. Then let us head back. Meng was always cheerful and did not blame Chen Fan for being late at all. Meng, the day after tomorrow is the weekend. How about brother takes you to another city to play? On the way, Chen Fan had hesitated for a long time before finally making up his mind. Forget the Night Watchers, forget the human Pure Land. He only wanted to take Meng away from this city and the danger that was coming. Huh, brother, did you discuss this with Sister Qin Mu? Meng asked curiously. Discuss what? Chen Fan was also curious. Sister Qin Mu came today to ask for time off for me, saying brother was going to take me on a trip for a week. Meng said happily. Is that so? Chen Fan murmured, feeling a sudden, inexplicable sense of shame. He had been thinking of deserting his post and taking Meng away from danger. But Captain Ling Ying and Captain Qin Mu had already made arrangements. They never intended to let him get dragged into the danger. And it seems they are not very optimistic about the upcoming situation either. Brother, did something happen that I do not know about? Seeing Chen Fan silent, Meng asked. Her intuition was always sharp. She could sensitively perceive the emotional changes in those around her. It is nothing, brother just wanted to go out and clear his head. Chen Fan smiled, temporarily pushing down his restless mood. After getting home, Chen Fan continued to cook dinner, making a portion for Qin Mu as well. But she did not come back. Chen Fan tried calling a few times, but her phone was powered off. As night fell, Nighthawk disappeared quietly. Starting tonight, every night, the rats will face their own nightmares. Standing by the window, looking at the brightly lit city, enveloped in peace. Chen Fan knew that all of this was being protected by people fighting for their lives. Everyone is fighting with everything they have. Li Taidan is probably enjoying it too. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. He was conflicted, trapped in the difficult choice between the greater good and his own small family. He had experienced the pain and helplessness of losing loved ones. That year he was 6. This year Meng is also 6. I wonder what their state of mind was back then before they chose to sacrifice themselves. 2 faces long sealed away appeared in Chen Fan's mind. Whoosh! Outside the window, a large white rabbit flashed by, then stopped in the distance, silently staring at Chen Fan. What? A demon rabbit! Chen Fan recognized the rabbit at a glance. It was the same one that always followed Zai He. Chen Fan had already guessed that Zai He was still in the South City. However, he did not know what it meant for this demon rabbit to appear before him of its own accord. After all, Zai He had been avoiding him. Whoosh! Chen Fan vaulted directly out the window and landed in front of the demon rabbit. This time the rabbit did not run away, but simply gazed at Chen Fan quietly. You can talk, cannot you? Chen Fan asked. The demon rabbit did not speak, but it gave a nod. Did you come to see me on your own, or did your master send you? Seeing that the rabbit was willing to communicate, Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief. What do you mean? Seeing the rabbit shake its head, Chen Fan frowned slightly. I did not come to find you. The demon rabbit's voice was cold and aloof, just like its master's. Are you looking for our vice captain? Chen Fan asked, only to be met with the rabbit shaking its head again. Do not tell me you are just passing by. Chen Fan was growing impatient. The rabbit was just like its master, always so inscrutable and difficult to talk to. By my master's order, I have come to find your sister. Sensing Chen Fan's impatience, the demon rabbit finally spoke, though its voice remained icy cold. Looking for Meng Meng's. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes, quickly replaced by vigilance. Zaihe was far too mysterious, and Chen Fan was genuinely wary of her. Regardless of her combat strength, her ability to foresee the future alone was terrifying. With the power to foresee the future, she could manipulate so many outcomes. And there was so much she could plan. Why would someone who can foresee the future suddenly come for Meng Meng? Did she foresee something regarding her? My master says she is here to repay a favor she owes you. The demon rabbit said indifferently. A favor? She does not owe me any favor. Chen Fan shook his head. He had only met Zaihe once. How could she possibly owe him a favor? I do not know, as my master did not explain further. The demon rabbit shook its head. If she does not explain, you do not ask more. Chen Fan was speechless. There is a clear hierarchy between master and servant. How could I overstep my bounds? The demon rabbit looked at Chen Fan with an indifferent gaze, much like an antique living in the ancient past. Repaying a favor to me, yet coming to look for Meng Meng. How much of your words should I believe? Chen Fan frowned slightly, feeling a growing vague sense of anxiety. Is Meng Meng really in danger this time? For a moment, Chen Fan's mind was in turmoil. Believe it or not, I will be here until the tide completely ends. Also, my master told me to warn you, you must not take your sister away from South City. The demon rabbit left those words coldly and vanished instantly, leaving behind only plants flattened by the wind. One could tell just how fast it was. Chen Fan's mood sank into the depths, and he barely even noticed the rabbit's departure. Can she even predict my thoughts and the arrangements made by the captain and vice captain? She told me not to take Meng Meng away from South City. The appearance of the demon rabbit is definitely centered on Meng Meng. If she holds no hostility toward me. Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Although his conversation with the demon rabbit had been brief, the amount of information revealed was significant. And it was mostly focused on Meng Meng. This coming of eternal night seems to have something aimed specifically at Meng Meng. Meng Meng seems to be getting drawn into some kind of vortex. Thinking of this, Chen Fan felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Repay a favor. Chen Fan muttered, taking the note out of his pocket. Do not search. The two characters were elegant yet cold. I should be able to trust her. Chen Fan muttered to himself. Thinking of the handwriting on the tombstone in the lonely graveyard, he chose to believe Zaihe. He also felt a bit relieved. At the very least, he could be certain that this somewhat intimidating young girl was currently on his side. She might be a divine messenger, and behind her could be a deity that has already manifested. And this deity is likely formidable. What a frightening speed. Coming back to his senses, Chen Fan finally looked at the mess left behind by the powerful winds, clicking his tongue in disbelief. He pulled out his phone, then put it back down. His original plan was to send Meng Meng to his father's place after school tomorrow, and then return to wait for the outbreak of the eternal night tide. Because he knew his father worked in another city. Now that he had chosen to trust Zaihe, he naturally abandoned that plan. Returning from the courtyard to the villa, Qin Mu had still not returned. Looking at Meng Meng reading alone in her room, Chen Fan returned to his own room and began to meditate. Soon, Chen Fan entered his own spiritual world. The fire and light remained incredibly intense, yet to Chen Fan they felt warm and soothing. Chen Fan was quite infatuated with this sensation of meditation, as if he could grow stronger simply by basking in the warm sunlight. Soon, Chen Fan's consciousness merged with his own world. Here, he could wander endlessly. However, this world seemed to have no boundaries at all. Instinctively, Chen Fan's consciousness moved toward the scorching sun in the sky, wanting to explore and see the golden crow slumbering within it. Yet as soon as he got close, he found himself back where he started. I actually cannot get close to my own spirit. Chen Fan could not help but laugh bitterly. Naturally, it was not because the dream spirit golden crow did not want to deal with him. He knew its true form had already acknowledged him as master in the lonely graveyard dream. The only explanation was that his level was too low to touch the sun in the sky. Qin Mu once said that the more powerful a dream spirit is, the harder it is to summon. The three-legged heaven-eye golden crow must be superior to all other golden crows. Since the golden crow is also slumbering, is my dream spirit also gathering strength? Chen Fan could not help but wonder to himself. Suddenly, within the blazing sun, a massive black shadow emerged, obscuring the sky, its body surging with scorching flames. The golden crow appeared once more, its cold and majestic eyes showing a hint of tenderness as it looked at Chen Fan. Then the golden crow flapped its wings, stirring up black light and fire as it shot toward Chen Fan. Mid-flight, the black light and fire transformed into a sharp blade, instantly vanishing into the center of Chen Fan's brow. Another gift from my dream spirit. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's face, and at the same time, new information surfaced in his mind. Phew. The halo vanished, and Chen Fan slowly awakened from his meditation with delight. With a thought, a blade of light and fire extended from Chen Fan's palm. It was a long saber with black flames rolling upon it, looking extraordinarily imposing. As if it could slay everything. The golden crow blade. With this weapon, my combat capability will see an extreme boost. A happy smile spread across Chen Fan's face. However, the blade extending from his palm vanished quickly, and his face turned slightly pale. This golden crow blade is too domineering and too powerful. It consumes too much spiritual energy to wield. It can only be used as a powerful trump card. Chen Fan felt a love-hate relationship with it. No matter what, at least I finally have a weapon that fits me perfectly. Besides, as my cultivation level improves, the time I can wield the blade of the golden crow will surely get longer and longer. Chen Fan smiled. He composed himself and checked the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. He walked out of the room and the house lights were still on. Chin Mu had not returned yet. Looking at Meng Meng's room, he saw that she had already fallen asleep peacefully. She was tucked in well, but the light was still on. I wonder if Meng Meng came to look for me before she fell asleep. Still, she probably sensed something too. Chen Fan sighed inwardly, quietly turned off the light for her and closed the door. The entire villa was quiet. Nighthawk had not returned either. I suppose it is going to fight until the very end tonight. During the last tide, a rat king awakened and launched a rat swarm. I imagine many night watchers still have some lingering trauma regarding rats. Especially now that the tide is about to descend. He was browsing through information online. Before he knew it, it was already late into the night. Chen Mu probably will not be back tonight. Checking the time again, Chen Fan took a shower and went back to his own room. Although he was not sleepy, he still needed to sleep. For one, it could boost his strength, and for another, he could gain clues about the future through the dream of the solitary grave. Not long after, Chen Fan drifted into the familiar dreamscape. Has nothing changed yet? As soon as he entered the dream, Chen Fan observed the grave, focusing mainly on the epitaph on the tombstone. You are the light that illuminates the dark night. You are the fire that warms the entire city. A lone hero fighting the underworld king, you shall be remembered by history. The epitaph had not changed. No, the handwriting on the epitaph has changed. This is Meng Meng's handwriting. Chen Fan's eyes lit up instantly. Although the epitaph on the tombstone was carved, Chen Fan could clearly see it was Meng Meng's handwriting. She must have written it first, and then someone else came to carve it. It changed. I finally saw Meng Meng's mark in the dream. Chen Fan smiled and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. At the very least, he could be certain of one thing: Meng Meng would survive this future catastrophe. The spirit rabbit. Is it because of the protection of the spirit rabbit? This was Chen Fan's first reaction. Because the only change today was that Zai He had sent the spirit rabbit to guard Meng Meng in secret. Of course, there was also the powerful ability the golden crow had just bestowed upon him. But Chen Fan was more inclined to believe the change was caused by the arrival of the spirit rabbit. So is there something coming for Meng Meng? A murderous intent flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. If so, is it the Underworld King? Why would the Underworld King target Meng Meng? On the epitaph, he died fighting the Underworld King, so Chen Fan could not help but speculate along those lines. But the praise on the epitaph clearly states that I fought the Underworld King for the sake of the entire city. Looking at the epitaph again, Chen Fan shook his head. For a moment, he could not help but think of Zai He and envy her ability. If he could directly foresee the future, he would not need to waste so much brainpower analyzing and guessing. God! The lone raven landed on Chen Fan's shoulder and gave a soft cry. Chen Fan smiled and reached out to stroke the raven's head. Do not worry, everything can be changed, I will not die. Chen Fan's tone was extremely firm. He firmly believed that all of this was merely a sign and a warning, not the unchangeable future. Now he had an extra trump card, the Blade of the Golden Crow. At a critical moment, it might become his ace to counterkill the Underworld King. This time, Chen Fan felt significantly more relaxed. I wonder if I can meditate here. Chen Fan had a sudden inspiration, wanting to complete a meditation session within his own dream. If you think it, you have to be bold enough to try it. Chen Fan had always been that way. So he sat cross-legged right in the weeds and tried to enter a state of meditation. However, this time he was disappointed. His idea was not feasible. Not feasible for now. Trying to meditate here, I always feel like something is missing. A long while later, Chen Fan opened his eyes and sighed with regret. Finally, accompanied by the lone raven, Chen Fan completed another round of clearing the weeds. Should I dig up the grave and see? A crazy thought appeared in his mind, but he immediately crushed it. After calming down, Chen Fan once again offered pious respects to his own grave. What? I must be insane to actually want to dig up my own solitary grave in my dream to get to the bottom of it. Waking up, Chen Fan felt both amused and exasperated. Then he faintly felt a warm current flowing through his body. He knew he had become stronger again. He breathed a sigh of relief internally. His grave had not shown any anomalies because of his stray thought. But I really do want to know if there is any truth hidden inside that grave. Normally, if you open the coffin for an autopsy, you would at least know how I died, assuming it has not rotted away. A strange feeling rose in Chen Fan's heart. Performing an autopsy on oneself, that really is a bizarre tale. Still, I always feel that there is some truth hidden within that grave. Chen Fan shook his head, trying to calm himself down. He walked toward the washroom. Every day there was an increase in speed and strength, but it was always within a normal range. Chen Fan was long accustomed to it, so he could always adapt quickly each time. When he walked out of the room, he saw Meng Meng had already started obediently heating up some milk. Her hair was not tied up yet, but she was already washed and dressed. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Chen Fan found the hair bow that Meng Meng liked. Come here, big brother will tie your hair. Chen Fan smiled and picked Meng Meng up. Meng Meng nodded heavily, a sweet smile on her face. She vaguely sensed that Chen Fan's mood today was much better than yesterday's. Sister Chin Mu still has not come back. Meng Meng asked curiously. She had some urgent matters to handle and called me last night. Chen Fan explained, glancing up at the rafters, where the night hawk had returned and was dozing off. It must have been exhausted last night. What? Dad? Daddy? What? In the hospital, Dad woke up from his dream with a start, drenched in sweat. Realizing he was still in the hospital and that it was just a dream, Dad breathed a sigh of relief. Total solar eclipse tied Nanshi disaster area. If you dare to lie to me, I will swallow you alive. A cold look flashed in Dad's eyes. What are you doing? Let me tell you, there is no reason allowed for you to be discharged this time. The young nurse was startled by Dad sitting up suddenly, and she muttered in annoyance. Painkillers, get me a few more doses. Dad regained his focus and spoke calmly. No, do not even think about it, you lunatic. The young nurse refused without a second thought. Xiao Zhao. Dad could not be bothered with her. What? Chin Mu did not return all day long. Aside from picking up and dropping off Meng Meng at school, Chen Fan spent the entire day in meditation and, of course, took a nap at noon. It was still the same dream from last night. In the evening, Chen Fan finished making dinner, and Chin Mu finally returned. She looked slightly exhausted. Zai often take Meng Meng on a trip tomorrow. I have already bought the plane tickets for you both. After dinner, Chin Mu lay languidly on the sofa and handed 2 plane tickets to Chen Fan. Tomorrow, we are not going anywhere. Chen Fan took the tickets and tore them up immediately. You? Chin Mu sat up abruptly and glared at Chen Fan. Brothers? Meng Meng, who was to the side, looked at Chen Fan, feeling at a loss. Be good, Meng Meng. Brother is feeling a bit unwell. How about we go for a weekend trip next time instead? Chen Fan smiled and comforted Meng Meng. You will come out with me. Chin Mu gave Chen Fan a look and walked down the stairs. Chen Fan followed her silently. Why? The eternal night tide is the day after tomorrow. You cannot afford any mistakes. We will not have any spare energy to protect you then. Even if you are not afraid, should not you at least consider Meng Meng's safety? Chin Mu calmed down. She knew that Chen Fan valued Meng Meng more than anyone and anything else. Therefore, she wanted to know Chen Fan's reason. The demon rabbit came by. For some reason, it has chosen to protect Meng Meng. Furthermore, it brought a warning from Zis, telling me not to take Meng Meng away from Nancy. Chen Fan explained softly. Protecting Meng Meng. Chin Mu narrowed her eyes slightly and fell into deep thought. Do you all know Meng Meng's true identity? Chen Fan asked. He felt as though there was a layer of mystery surrounding Meng Meng. Not yet. I have not had the time to investigate during this period. I have not told anyone else either. I only know that she is not your biological sister. Chin Mu shook her head and asked, are you worried that Meng Meng will be targeted when the tide hits? I trust Zehi. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan spoke. With the demon rabbit protecting her, I can rest easy. After all, that rabbit is highly likely a divine pet belonging to a divine envoy. When the time comes, just stay by Meng Meng's side and do not go anywhere. Chin Mu let out a sigh of relief and explained. All right, no problems. Chen Fan agreed readily. The captain had not assigned him any tasks, and he did not know what to do on his own anyway. 3.5 days, what an incredible improvement. I will try to break through to the 4th layer of the dream realm by tomorrow. A higher realm means more strength. I am going back to catch some sleep now, make yourselves at home. With a look of approval at Chen Fan, Chin Mu yawned and headed toward the 2nd floor. Chen Fan had intended to ask about the reinforcements, but decided against it in the end. Vice Captain, our fate has not changed. I only calculated that Meng Meng is still alive. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Fan spoke up. Chin Mu stopped in her tracks. 2 mobile task forces and 2 special defense regiments arriving before the tide hits the day after tomorrow is the maximum support we can get. After a long silence, Chin Mu spoke calmly. Furthermore, a night watcher must never rely on fate. We can only rely on our own strength. We must believe in ourselves. We are the Great Wall of the Kinzia Sanctuary, and behind us are the lights of 10,000 homes. Chin Mu turned around and said to Chen Fan, so at all times believe in your sanctuary. After saying this, Chin Mu continued walking but suddenly stopped again. Did South City survive? Chin Mu did not look back this time. It survived. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan nodded. That is good. Chen Mu looked relieved. Tonight I stand guard, may the demon gods keep their distance. Until the night ends, I shall not sleep, I shall not cease my fight. As if she were chanting, Chin Mu's voice was solemn, serious, and carried a sense of dignity. Tonight I stand guard, may the demon gods keep their distance. Until the night ends, I shall not sleep. Chen Fan muttered to himself. At any other time, he might have found it a bit cringy, but thinking of Chin Mu's behavior just now and her relentless efforts these past few days, he could not help but be deeply moved. Dad? Coming back to his senses, Chen Fan thought of his father. His father had not appeared in the lonely grave dream either. However, Chen Fan knew that his father's will could not be interfered with by him. He had originally planned to send Meng Meng to the city where his father worked, but now with the protection of the demon rabbit, and the knowledge from his dreams that Meng Meng would be fine, he felt it was no longer necessary. Now he was considering whether he should call his father back. He hesitated as his father was certainly safer in another city. Nancy had a high danger coefficient. Chen Fan was not sure if the demon rabbit could protect 2 people at once. In the end, Chen Fan put down the phone he had just picked up. Meditation, meditation. After that, Chen Fan did nothing else. He gave up on accompanying Meng Meng and ordered takeout for all 3 meals every day. The 3 lonely grave dreams showed no changes, and the handwriting on the tombstone remained Meng Meng's, which gave Chen Fan some peace of mind. September 20th. Chen Fan woke up early that day. He found that Chin Mu was already fully equipped and ready to go. The tide will arrive at 9:30. Stay at home and do not go anywhere. Chin Mu told Chen Fan solemnly, be careful and do not stray from Meng Meng. I do not know what you will be facing either. Understood. Chen Fan's expression was also very serious. Night Hawk. Chin Mu raised her arm, letting the Night Hawk land on it. This time it is up to you. Chin Mu smiled at the Night Hawk. Do not worry, I could swallow it once, I can kill it again this time. The Night Hawk was full of confidence. Ding-a-ling. Just then Chin Mu's phone rang. With a frown, Chin Mu answered the call. Her face turned pale in an instant. What is wrong? Chen Fan's face sank abruptly. Nothing, just a mission. Chin Mu forced herself to regain her composure and spoke slowly. However, she suddenly turned back, grabbed Chen Fan's face and kissed him fiercely. Chen Fan felt like he was suffocating. I am off. Chin Mu suddenly let go of Chen Fan, leaped down to the 1st floor, leaving a stunned Chen Fan behind. Zaiofan, remember what I told you before, you must dream of me. Chin Mu's voice roused Chen Fan, followed immediately by the roar of an engine. No way did you really fall in love with that kid. In the car, the Nighthawk asked Chin Mew, full of curiosity. Love? Chin Mew shook her head. I am just unwilling to give up and I want to live on in another way. You? Chin Mew's words gave the Nighthawk a very ominous premonition. Nighthawk, this battle is a suicide mission. Are you prepared? Chin Mew's bluntness made the Nighthawk's pupils dilate. Impossible. According to our contract, I only fight for you humans. I cannot die for you humans. The Nighthawk's tone was exceptionally firm. Just do your best. After I die, follow Xiaofan. He is a shepherd of gods. Chin Mew said calmly. What happened? The Nighthawk asked in a deep voice. There are no reinforcements. The Hades organization has been revived and is causing chaos in another city right now. The mobile task forces meant for us have to prioritize clearing them out. Chin Mew spoke slowly, making the Nighthawk's heart sink to the bottom. What? Something huge has happened. Chen Fan came to his senses, his face darkening abruptly. After taking a phone call, Chin Mew had turned deathly pale, and her subsequent behavior was incredibly bizarre. He understood that it was impossible for Chin Mew to have feelings for him. The only reason she acted that way was to give him a memory he could never forget. His first kiss was gone just like that in this very way. How could Chen Fan ever forget this moment? He knew that Chin Mew wanted to revive from his dream, to live another life as a dream spirit and continue protecting the pure land of Qinzia. What she had said to him earlier now seemed to be her final words. What on earth happened? Chen Fan knew that Chin Mew had prepared herself for death. I am too weak, I cannot do anything at all. A deep sense of powerlessness washed over Chen Fan. He felt that he was truly too weak, incapable of doing a single thing. At this moment, he once again longed for power more than anything. He stared deeply at Meng Meng's room. Meng Meng had the demon rabbit to protect her. Chen Fan was torn. You had better not leave her side. The demon rabbit's cold, crisp voice drifted over. When did you get here? Turning around, Chen Fan realized the demon rabbit had appeared in the hall without him noticing. Since when had the demon rabbit's movements become so silent? Usually, its arrival and departure were accompanied by windstorms and intense gusts. Previously, that was just my raw physical speed. This time, I used my innate ability. Noticing Chen Fan's confusion, the demon rabbit explained calmly. What are Meng Meng and I going to face? Chen Fan did not dwell on the previous point and asked the question he cared about most. I do not know and neither can my master predict it. But my master knows that she will be in danger today. My master told me to inform you, you must not leave her side. The demon rabbit's tone was incredibly calm, yet Chen Fan's brows furrowed deeply. As expected, something really is coming for Meng Meng. Is it related to me as well? Did she say anything else? Chen Fan asked, only to receive a shake of the head from the demon rabbit. Chen Fan said nothing more. He stared at the still slumbering Meng Meng, his fists clenched tight. He could not calm his racing heart, because he did not know what kind of disaster was unfolding. Yet he could not leave Meng Meng. His dream from last night remained unchanged. Thinking of this, Chen Fan smiled. He was about to die, yet he was still worrying about Chin Mew and the others. Being able to protect Meng Meng was the greatest effort he had made over these past few days. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Meng Meng, Chen Fan's eyes were filled with tenderness and reluctance. Then let me look at her a few more times. Today's sun seemed damned bright. Just past 9 o'clock, the sun was already more scorching than it usually was at noon. A halo had even appeared around the sun. A total solar eclipse was a rare sight for a single city. Since today happened to be Sunday, many people had already appeared on the streets, quietly waiting for the eclipse to arrive. The higher-ups did not stop them, nor did they issue any announcements. However, Chen Fan knew that at least 4 legions of special forces had long since blended into the crowds, and some were standing in strategic positions, ready to deal with any sudden dangers. If I happen to go out in a blaze of glory, please make sure to take Meng Meng to your master. Meng Meng is well-behaved and also very special. I ask that your master take her in. Chen Fan got up, left Meng Meng's room, and said this to the demon rabbit. Meng Meng was sleeping soundly. Before Chin Mew left, she had been given a dream-soothing substance, so she had not woken up yet. It seemed it was so she would not witness the arrival of darkness. Chen Fan felt that if Meng Meng could stay by Zai He's side, she would be safest. After all, behind Zai He was a powerful deity. Hearing Chen Fan's request, the demon rabbit looked at him in surprise. Although it did not answer, it still nodded. Also, your master must be extraordinary. If possible, I beg her to step in and make Meng Meng forget everything later. Chen Fan added he could not imagine how Meng Meng would cope after losing him. All right. The demon rabbit's tone was heavy. Thanks. Chen Fan smiled. With things arranged, he felt relieved, as if a boulder that had been pressing on his heart had been lifted. A powerful fighting spirit welled up within him. I am the shepherd of gods, the master of the golden crows. Chen Fan gazed at the scorching sun and muttered. Ring rings. The sound of a phone call interrupted Chen Fan's thoughts. Dad? Chen Fan frowned. Ziofen, where are you guys? As soon as the call connected, his father's urgent voice came through. Dad, are you back? Chen Fan was incredibly surprised, his heart sinking slightly. At this time, his father should still be recovering from his injuries. I am back. Tell me where you are and do not move until I come to pick you up. Remember, find cover at any time, preferably a sealed space. His father spoke very quickly. I will send you my location. Chen Fan did not say anything more and directly sent his father a location tag. It looks like Dad probably knows something. No one knows a father like his son. From his father's tone, Chen Fan guessed that he might know about the Evernight Tide. Would it be a problem if you protected one more person? If we are talking about returning favors, your master should know that my father is my closest family. After sending the location, Chen Fan said this to the demon rabbit. The last bit of unease in his heart finally settled. The demon rabbit did not speak, it neither refused nor agreed. Chen Fan took that as a tacit agreement. I think I should have remembered your master. That little girl in the wheelchair who tried to take her own life back then. Chen Fan suddenly smiled. At that time he was 7 and she was 6. But she was a 6-year-old girl who had tried to end her life. The demon rabbit watched Chen Fan silently, not taking the conversation further. Chen Fan's gaze also turned toward the window. Black clouds had started to gather around the sun without him noticing. The sky-covering black clouds were centering on the sun, converging toward it as if they were going to swallow it completely. Tidal anomaly. The first sign of the Evernight. The demon rabbit muttered, and Chen Fan's face became serious. He faintly realized that those were not just black clouds, at least not normal meteorological ones. It seemed like some mysterious force was pulling and pushing them. Suddenly, the scorching rays of the sun seemed to be suppressed by a mysterious force, becoming dim. At the same time, cheers erupted from the streets below. The solar eclipse is here. It was as if an invisible monster had taken a bite out of the sun and was now slowly devouring it. The world began to grow incredibly dim. Soon, the entire city would be engulfed in darkness. Brothers. Just then, Meng Meng's murmuring voice rang out, filled with sobs. Chen Fan turned back abruptly and found that the sleeping Meng Meng's face was pale, covered in terror. Pain, fear, helplessness, her face was deathly pale. A nightmare. Chen Fan felt a chill travel from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He completely lost his composure. If he remembered correctly, Meng Meng had never had a nightmare since she was little. Yet at this very moment, the tide was descending. What? Meng Meng? Big brother is here. Chen Fan, feeling somewhat flustered and lost, could only comfort her loudly as he firmly gripped her hands. I am here, Meng Meng, wake up. Chen Fan tried to shake Meng Meng awake. At that moment, the total solar eclipse had occurred, and the gathering dark clouds completely shrouded the sun. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be plunged into darkness. Enveloped completely by darkness, not a single glimmer of light could be seen. It was as if one were standing in the darkness with a blindfold tied tightly over their eyes. This was darkness in its most extreme form. At the same time, an inexplicable chill began to descend. The world seemed to drop in temperature suddenly. In an instant, all the streetlights, neon signs, and plaza floodlights across the city ignited, bringing light and warmth to the suffocating night. The demon rabbit's expression became incredibly grave, its eyes fixed intently on Meng Meng. Big brother. As Chen Fan picked her up, Meng Meng murmured softly, the terror on her face fading as she slowly opened her eyes. Big brother, I think I just had a nightmare. There was such a huge rat. It felt like I had seen it somewhere before. Meng Meng quickly pressed her face into Chen Fan's chest, looking a bit frightened as she spoke. It is okay, big brother is here. Seeing Meng Meng wake up from her nightmare, Chen Fan felt his heart finally settle and let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. However, his pupils constricted slightly as the implications dawned on him. A rat. Such a huge rat. And she has seen it somewhere before. The underworld rat king. That was Chen Fan's immediate reaction. Unable to keep comforting Meng Meng, Chen Fan took out his phone, ready to call Chin Mu. Just as he pulled out the phone, he instinctively sensed danger, dropped the device and jumped away with Meng Meng, intending to flee the room. Get out of the way. At the same time, the demon rabbit moved. In a split second, it appeared behind Chen Fan and unleashed a powerful kick with its hind leg. Snap! A dark shadow resembling a black iron whip was kicked flying and slammed into the wall. Boom! The wall crumbled like tofu, punched through and collapsing instantly. The Underworld King. Chen Fan stood his ground, shielding Meng Meng behind him, and saw a monstrously large bipedal rat standing in Meng Meng's room. The giant rat was over a head taller than a human, emitting a thick black mist, with fur like steel needles and a tail that looked like a forged steel whip. Those teeth were like sharp daggers. This was definitely a rat king, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. No one could have predicted that the Underworld King would actually hatch from Zio Dream. No wonders, no wonders. Chen Fan muttered to himself. No wonder in his own dream he had died fighting the Underworld King. No wonder before the demon rabbit arrived, there had been no traces of Meng Meng appearing in his dreams. The Underworld King had hatched directly from Meng Meng's dream. This meant the danger was born right beside him and Meng Meng, catching them completely off guard. No wonder Zai He had told him not to take Meng Meng away from Nan City. On his own, he could never hope to stand against this Underworld King. Tamed. Without hesitation, a strong fighting spirit flared up within Chen Fan as golden crow flames erupted, forming a suit of burning battle armor around him. A 4-day dream realm, how arrogant. Sensing Chen Fan's fighting intent, the Underworld King narrowed its eyes and spoke with utter disdain. We are in big trouble. The demon rabbit's tone was extremely grave. Are you no match for it? Chen Fan asked in a low voice. Normally, I would not even pay a mere beginner king any mind, even one resurrected from a dream. But your sister seems very special. The dream creature born from her dream seems to have obtained some unknown, powerful enhancement. The demon rabbit said solemnly. Unknown enhancement. Chen Fan's expression darkened. A mere demon rabbit, and yet you have such insight. It seems your identity is not simple. The Underworld King stared at the demon rabbit and said coolly. My master knew long ago that you would come back, so what do you think? The demon rabbit answered indifferently. Is that so? Then I will not kill you. The Underworld King narrowed its eyes, feeling a hint of caution. My master intends to protect them. The demon rabbit replied. Then there is nothing more to say. The Underworld King shook its head, murderous intent rising, but its gaze shifted to Chen Fan as it asked, a night watcher from Qinzia. An intern night watcher. Chen Fan replied. An intern? Then let me teach you a lesson. To see if you are qualified. The Underworld King's eyes were filled with mockery. Hand your sister over to me, and I will leave immediately without launching a rat tide. Refuse me and the rat tide will start immediately, turning Nan City into a living hell. Millions of innocents and your own flesh and blood, what will you choose? The Underworld King said calmly. If I kill you, I will not have to choose. Chen Fan's voice was ice cold. Even if his cultivation was meager, so what? Tell him. The Underworld King laughed. All night watchers must die, all humans must die. Roars. After the laughter stopped, the Underworld King threw its head back and let out a roar like a wild beast. Demonic energy churned and dark power surged. It was already a demon king, and upon recovering from the dream, it had taken on the identity of a demon lord as well. With that roar, the terrifying sound wave seemed to transform into a surging, sweeping tidal wave. Snap, snap. The villa's windows were shattered by the force and exploded. Even the lights inside the villa were blown out, leaving the space in endless darkness, with only sparks and electrical flashes flickering. My children, wake up. If not now, when will the rat tide form an army? Devour them all. The Underworld King roared, carrying monstrous anger, declaring the return of its kingdom. Take Meng Meng and lives. Chen Fan's expression sank instantly as he commanded the demon rabbit. The demon rabbit's response was to vanish and reappear in front of the Underworld King in an instant, kicking out fiercely with its hind leg. Boom! The demon rabbit's speed was too fast. The Underworld King clearly could not react in time. However, the Underworld King transformed into black mist, effectively nullifying the demon rabbit's physical attack. A rat tide is not enough. Now that I am a demon, let a nightmare descend upon the entire city. After neutralizing the demon rabbit's attack, the Underworld King said coldly, its voice unnervingly sinister. Chen Fan felt his scalp tingle. If a demon lord were to cast an illusion over the entire city, the disaster would be unimaginable. This underworld king's desire to kill was far too strong. Kill? Chen Fan's eyes flickered with golden light, and in an instant, everything in his field of vision slowed down. He had to stop it. Otherwise, his dad would be caught, and Meng Meng would be caught too. Boom! Seemingly responding to Chen Fan's will, the flames on his body flared instantly, erupting with an incredibly intense light that enveloped the entire villa. At that moment, it felt like he had lit up the whole city. Accompanied by this, there was a suffocating pressure. Fan Meng Mengs. In the darkness, the Hummer roared and his dad was yelling. His anxious eyes burned with cold fury. Divine affinity. Damn it. The Pluto, just about to unleash a massive illusion, was suddenly engulfed by the bursting flames from Chen Fan. Smoke began to rise directly from its body, and it could not help but roar in anger. Boom! The demon rabbit instantly seized the opportunity. It pounced toward the roaring Pluto, its sharp buckteeth biting a chunk of flesh right off the Pluto's neck. Boom! However, the demon rabbit was also struck hard in the waist by the Pluto's rat tail. Boom! Chen Fan also charged over and threw a punch fueled by scorching flames, actually sending the Pluto flying back more than a meter and leaving a burn mark on its face. Roared! The once high and mighty Pluto found itself suppressed and sent flying by a mere ant who had only been in the dream realm for 4 days. The Pluto roared with brutal rage. Keep going. Keep suppressing it. Your golden crow flames are countering its demonic power and nature, and the divine affinity is further purifying that demonic energy. It does not dare to turn into pure demonic form. Seeing Chen Fan erupt with such powerful momentum and combat capability, the demon rabbit was shocked while also encouraging him. Right? Chen Fan nodded. Man and rabbit working together for the first time. Rat tide appearing, activate the barrier isolation. Prepare to purge. On the streets and in every corner of the city, cold voices rang out. At this moment, rats began to crawl out from every corner. Regardless of size, they acted as if possessed, pouncing on anyone they saw. They were spreading information like a spark, and with more and more rats appearing, no longer fearing humans, they quickly gained momentum and would soon form a terrifying tide. The members of the garrison's special operations group no longer held back and revealed themselves one after another. Layer after layer of barriers were activated by the artifacts they brought, covering area after area. Humanity's sanctuary demons stop here. Kill. After setting up the defenses, the commander of the garrison's special operations group roared. Lone Blade Squad, it is all up to you now. The commander's heart was filled with deep sorrow. In this battle, how many of these young soldiers will return alive? Only by finding the Rat King as soon as possible and killing it can this crisis be averted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After the barriers were erected, the rat swarm lost its perception of ordinary people, and their scarlet eyes immediately turned toward the young soldiers. I patrol the night, let no demon come near. Until the dawn breaks, I do not sleep, the battle does not cease, the killing does not end. The commander's voice was hoarse as he took the initiative to launch an attack on the rat tide. I patrol the night, let no demon come near. Until the dawn breaks, I do not sleep, the battle does not cease, the killing does not end. A calm voice does not imply a lack of fear. It represents a heart set on death, a spirit of self-sacrifice where one follows the other. Boom. Inside the villa, the demon rabbit was sent flying again, appearing unable to stand. Blood spilled from the corner of Chen Fan's mouth, and the webbing between his thumb and index finger split open, dripping blood. The flames on his body had vanished. The Pluto was in a bad state too. Its iron whip-like tail had been partially snapped by the demon rabbit, and its body was covered in burn marks from the punches. The battle between the three had moved from the second floor down to the first. No more divine affinity left, are there? I am going to kill you. The Pluto roared. As a returning king, it felt utterly humiliated. Boom! Just then, the villa's front door was blown off its hinges by a powerful force. The sudden change caught everyone's attention, including the Pluto's. A Humvee crashed inside before losing power. Who is it who wants to kill my child? A man slowly stepped out of the vehicle. With an expressionless face, he reached up, tore a rat hanging from his neck right off, ripping away a piece of flesh along with it, blood dripping everywhere. Smack! Without a word, the man threw the rat onto the ground and crushed it with his foot. The demon rabbit could not help but gasp in shock, looking at the man with a hint of wariness. This is immortal. That is too ruthless. Does he not feel the pain? Daddy? On the second floor, Meng Meng's voice rang out, filled with tears. Dad? Witnessing his dad's toughness again, Chen Fan felt an unexplainable ache in his nose. Be good, Meng Mengs. No one can bully my daughter, not even the gods themselves. Looking toward Meng Meng, the expressionless father showed a gentle smile. Chen Fan, you have been hiding your true strength well. After comforting Meng Meng, he turned his gaze to Chen Fan. He smiled, but seeing the wounds on Chen Fan's body, he felt intense heartache and his anger surged. Dad, are you also? Chen Fan asked. I am not. To be accurate, not yet. Dad shook his head. A mere mortal daring to be insolent. The father's ruthlessness had indeed stunned the Rat King. Once it came to its senses, it grew even more enraged and ashamed. It had actually been suppressed by a mere mortal. It transformed into a black shadow and lunged at the father. Kill? Seeing this, Chen Fan was frantic. His eyes glowed with golden light as he lunged at the Pluto once more. Ant, without your divine affinity, you are nothing but an ant. The Pluto was extremely dismissive, its claws swiping casually across Chen Fan's shoulder, tearing a gash. However, the very next moment, the Pluto's face was filled with disbelief and terror. It looked down and saw its abdomen pierced by a blade of black flame. Its entire body was burning, undergoing purification. I have been holding back for so long, just waiting for the moment you would let your guard down. Having landed the hit, Chen Fan grinned cruelly. Boom! The Pluto shook violently, throwing Chen Fan, who was still grinning with a look of disdain, away. Boom! The Pluto exploded, its body completely atomizing. When it gathered itself again, its size had shrunk by a significant margin. However, it had successfully countered the golden crow flames. What a pity is it over. Chen Fan muttered. He thought this was his one-hit kill, but he had not expected the Pluto to neutralize it. Even though he had critically wounded the Pluto. It was only a critical wound after all. No, it is not over yet. Looking at Meng Meng and his dad, Chen Fan steeled himself to die. You deserve to die. The Pluto's voice sounded as if it came from hell. You are the one who deserves to die. A second voice sounded, this one from the deepest depths of the abyss. The Pluto was terrified, its scalp tingling. As it turned back to look, its body trembled. The father was undergoing a metamorphosis. His originally blackened white hair was turning scarlet, growing at a visible speed until it became flowing blood-colored locks. A cold, brutal, and even evil aura was spreading. His eyes were vivid crimson, as if they were dripping with blood. Hez, do you need power? Look, your son, your daughter, they are going to die soon. Your son is dying just to save you. That is a king, that rabbit is impossible to hold it back. The king's dominion, it has not even fully unleashed it yet. What can you, a mere mortal, do to protect your loved ones? The moment Chen Fan was thrown aside, the father felt like he had lost his entire world. His consciousness was forcibly dragged into his own ruins of a world, where he was met with the whispering seduction of the blood shadow. Seeing the father's scarlet, vacant eyes, it was satisfied. It knew the father's corruption was happening right then and there. Snap! However, the father's next move was to snap the spirit's neck, leaving it completely bewildered. If I want your power, I do not need your permission, much less your gift. The father stepped on the spirit, speaking with utter calmness, before systematically taking it apart and devouring it piece by piece. Are you consuming me, number? The spirit panicked, roaring in terror. Its voice was miserable and filled with helplessness. What? Dad? Chen Fan also noticed the change in his dad. Is this a ruin awakening? A cold, brutal, and even evil aura was spreading, and his scarlet eyes were filled with destruction. At this moment, his dad seemed to be completely demonized. It was incredibly savage. This is simply the most terrifying ruin awakening in legend. No, it is not an awakening. He must be performing soul devouring, consuming his own evil spirits. And it is very likely he is devouring his own ruins too, consuming his own mental world. This is truly the great evil. The demon rabbit's eyes flickered with immense fear, and it even felt its scalp tingling. A sense of suffocation washed over them. Soul-devouring great evil. A bad premonition arose in Chen Fan's heart. Evil spirits and ruins are evil enough, right? If someone dares to devour and is capable of devouring evil spirits and ruins, what else could they be if not a great evil? The great evil is a taboo that spells certain death. Legend says even the gods avoid such existences. Legend has it that even when gods fight to the death, they only dare to shatter their godhood or burn their life force. None would ever dare to devour their own mental world. Your dad is too insane. What kind of existence is he to dare to do and actually succeed in doing, something that even gods cannot? The demon rabbit explained, its eyes filled with terror. At this moment, his dad's transformation was basically complete. No, my dad is not a great evil, he is a hero. Chen Fan muttered. Roar. The Pluto was so frightened it did not dare to move. Seeing that his dad was about to transform into the most terrifying existence, it let out a roar and mustered the courage to pounce toward him. His dad did not even lift an eyelid. He just lifted his hand slightly, and the arrogant Pluto was grabbed directly by the throat. Roars. Pluto felt suffocated, even its soul was gasping for air. Perhaps now it finally understood just how terrifying and ruthless this man truly was. Who the hell are you? What kind of monster are you? Pluto roared in horrors. Tamed. His dad finally opened his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all emotion. Boom. With a light squeeze of his palm, the arrogant rat king in his hand burst apart directly. Squeak, squeak, squeaka. The shattered rat king turned into a small rat in its final moments, trying to scurry toward the second floor. Chen Fan snapped back to reality, swift as lightning. He grabbed the small rat and summoned the golden crow flame to purify it. His recovery was incredibly astonishing. The wound on his shoulder was already halfway healed. Daddy. His dad's appearance seemed to fill Meng Meng with a dark premonition, and she cried out in sorrow. Meng Meng, be a good girl. Daddy said that as long as I am here, no one can hurt you. Does Daddy look cool right now? Hearing Meng Meng's call, the expressionless dad came to his senses, finally revealing a smile on his face as he asked happily. At this moment he was covered in blood, and his scarlet long hair danced without wind. He looked exactly like a demon lord, which was extremely frightening. Cool, daddy is cool, my daddy is the coolest, cooler than even brother. Meng Meng did not laugh through her tears, her voice was choked with intense sobs. In her world there were only two men. Meng Meng, how about daddy acts as the hero who saves the world today? From now on, your dad is the greatest. His dad gazed lovingly at Meng Meng, then turned his eyes toward the rioting rat tide, his killing intent turning incredibly chilling. Numbers, I do not want daddy to be a hero. I do not want daddy to be great, I just want my daddy. Meng Meng realized something, wailing in sorrow, and stumbled down from the stairs. Dad? Seeing his dad step out of the villa without hesitation, Chen Fan stood up. Little Fan, you have grown up, I can rest easy now. Take good care of your sister from now on. As always, his dad waved his hand coolly with his back to Chen Fan. Dad? Chen Fan's chest felt tight. The word he had wanted to say for years but never could finally escaped his lips. Haha, I am happy today. It is a pity I am running out of time. Otherwise, I would definitely drag one of those so-called gods down to keep me company. Chen Fan's call of dad stunned him, making his mood incredibly light, and he could not help but laugh out loud. Squeak, squeak, squeaka. The rat tide rioted in extreme fear, retreating like an ebbing tide. Little rat, you have got some skills hiding deep, but how could you possibly take away my daughter's spiritual power? His dad said calmly, grabbing the air, and a rat was lifted up by an invisible force. That must still be the Rat King, the incarnation of Pluto. Spare me. The small rat pleaded in absolute horror, only to turn into a pool of blood the next moment. Tamed. With another squeeze of his palm, the entire rat tide was grabbed by the neck by an invisible force, suffocating instantly. Is this what a taboo is? A pity it is just a fleeting flash. But why is he, a great evil, still so clear-headed? The demon rabbit muttered, feeling as if its brain was not enough to process this. Kill? Damn the ruins circle for taking this opportunity to riot. At this moment, Chin Mu looked pale. Her black coffin was placed before her, and countless chains turned into giant pythons, battling against an old man in front of her. The old man was composed, standing with the phantom of a nine-tailed black fox behind him, looking exceptionally brutal. Nighthawk, Chen Fan, and the others are in danger. Go back and support that rabbit. The captain and the others are dealing with the Bat King and the Bat Tide. Chin Mu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and gave the order to Nighthawk. It is useless, you are all going to die. In recent years, you have compressed our living space too severely. Humans, pure land, the southern heaven gate. In front of the gods, they are so laughable. The old man spoke calmly, but his eyes were exceptionally cold and flickered with brutality. Roar! The phantom of the nine-tailed black fox whipped its tails, and the protective barrier activated by the Defense Special Forces was directly blown away by an invisible force, with the soldiers sent flying. The Nanchi disaster was just a lesson. The old man said calmly, "What do you mean?" Chin Mu's expression turned extremely grim. Are you stupid, or do you just not want to believe what you already know? Tidal abnormalities, the appearance of dual kings, Pluto coming back to lure reinforcements, the ruin riot. Do you really think there are so many coincidences? It is just a scheme set up by a god. The old man explained coldly. Gods? Have they been in contact with you? Chen Mu's voice was extremely somber. No, he stands with us and you are the best sacrifice. The old man shook his head. You were originally a ruin, you and I are of the same kind, now I will give you a chance. The old man said calmly, ask my black coffin if it agrees first. Chen Mu said coldly, since that is the case, I will not let you live. The old man felt murderous intent. Black coffin, bury me, on the condition that I want them as the sacrifice. Chen Mu said word by word, then smiled, looking surprisingly calm. Crack. The black coffin slowly opened, and a suffocating evil began to spread crazily. Chen Mu, you jerk. We had a deal that you would help me become a god. Nighthawk, who had been blown into the dirt in the distance, roared, flapped his wings, and struck the sky like an eagle. Roar. Like a beast's roar, black flames suddenly ignited on Nighthawk's body, his size expanding instantly to blot out the sky. Nighthawk, it is not necessary, you will die, I am enough to take them all down. Chen Mu turned back and said calmly, shut up, silly girl, I will not die. How could I, a noble existence, die for you hypocritical humans? Nighthawk's voice was hoarse as he burned his life force. I knew you Night Watchers would fight to the death. Did you really think we had no precautions? The old man looked solemn, then took a statue from his bosom. A mere outer god daring to lay a hand on my Chin Zia. Do you think Chin Zia has no one left? A faint voice echoed as a bloodied hand tore through space and time. What? Number? The bloody hand that tore through space and time made the unshakable old man, and even the black fox phantom behind him, hiss in instinctive terror. The moment the bloody hand appeared, they were instantly frozen in place. The idol in the old man's palm slowly opened its eyes. After you fall for the next 10 years, I shall not enter the divine province. The idol spoke slowly. I do not understand that, but you are in no position to negotiate. Dad's icy voice rang out. Snap! As soon as the words fell, the idol shattered. And at the same time, the frozen old man and the phantom demon fox behind him were directly erased by the bloody hand. Yes, just completely erased. After the blood hand passed, nothing was left behind. The scene went deathly silent. Creak. Chen Mu's black coffin slowly closed, making a sound that made one's skin crawl. Nighthawk also stopped burning his life force and returned to his original form. What just happened? Who made a move that was terrifying? To think it even forced a deity to compromise. Nighthawk asked in absolute shock. I do not know, let us head back first. The Pluto has appeared right over by Xiao Fan's side. Chen Mu did not have time to think. He found a car on the street and immediately the roar of an engine echoed through the road. What? Is my time up? Dad wanted to keep raising his hand to strike down more powerful foes, but realized he no longer had the strength. He simply reached into his pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out to put in his mouth and let the rest scatter. Snap! He lit the cigarette and took a deep drag, the smoke surging into his lungs. He truly cherished this feeling. I am just a simple man. I did not go to school for many years and I do not know many profound truths. But I have guarded the Chin Zia kingdom for over 30 years. Today, I am going to leave a final warning. Dad raised his hand, pointed toward the position of the sun and spoke calmly. Finally, using what seemed to be the last of his strength, he snarled with chilling murderous intent. After I die, this burial ground shall be a sanctuary for the people of Chin Zia. No demon god shall step within 100 miles. As if his final strength was exhausted, Dad's scarlet long hair slowly faded and gradually shortened. In the end, his hair turned completely white. At the same time, the black clouds obscuring the sun slowly dispersed, and the first ray of light fell upon Dad. With the cigarette still dangling from his lips and smoke still swirling, he appeared as if he had become a statue. Looking cool and roguish even in death. The clouds parted to reveal the sun. The sunlight seemed to turn golden, beginning to drive the darkness from the entire city. Dad? What? Chen Fan held Meng Meng and stumbled over toward him. Each cry was heartbreaking. However, Dad could no longer hear them. He stood statue-like, completely motionless. Seeing this, Chen Fan felt as if his heart were blocked by a giant boulder. He felt like he could not breathe. Dad? As he drew closer, Chen Fan slowed his pace, calling out cautiously, his voice trembling. Boom! Sensing that Dad had completely lost all signs of life and any trace of vitality, Chen Fan felt his mind go blank. He had completely lost the ability to think. His world had collapsed. The entire world descended into darkness. Dad? Meng Meng broke free from Chen Fan's arms, ran directly toward Dad and hugged his leg. But she only felt rigidity and coldness. Dad, wake up quickly. Meng Meng will not play games with you anymore, just wake up. Quick, give Meng Meng a hug and praise her. Meng Meng has been very good today. What? Meng Meng's vocal cords seemed to have been strained, her voice turning hoarse. But she received no response, and as her eyes went black, she cried until she fainted. Whether by coincidence or intent, the moment Meng Meng fainted, Dad's palm was positioned to support her, though he no longer had any strength left. However, Meng Meng was caught by Chen Fan. Holding Meng Meng, Chen Fan sniffled hard. "Do not you dare think you will see me cry," Chen Fan said fiercely, yet he lifted his hand with immense gentleness to remove the cigarette butt that was about to burn Dad's lip. He tried his best to hold it in, but tears streamed down uncontrollably. "Salute! Salute!" The garrison troops supported each other as they slowly approached, surrounding Dad. Accompanied by the commander's order. "Snap! Snap!" The soldiers stood with impeccable posture. The demon rabbit in the distance could not help but stand tall, then bowed slightly, lowering its gaze, not daring to look directly at Dad's face. Is this the potential power of humanity? Man conquering heaven, mortals slaying gods. Taboos that no one could calculate. The demon rabbit felt a sense of solemn respect. Sigh. A sigh echoed from the vast blue sky. The eternal night shall be pushed back another 10 years. It is what you earned and what you deserve. The ancient voice resonated slowly, though few were qualified to hear it. Boom! The roar of Chin Mu's car came to an abrupt halt. What happened? Chin Mu asked Nighthawk in the air. A god has fallen. Behind them, a middle-aged man had appeared at some point, his sharp eyes flashing with sorrow. Reporting, sir. Seeing the Skygate emblem on the man's arm, Chin Mu immediately saluted with solemn respect. This was a powerful figure from the Skygate project. We were late and we underestimated the audacity of the foreign gods. The man sounded self-reproachful, but there was far more anger in his eyes. Snap! The man turned toward Dad's direction and gave a solemn military salute. Then his figure slowly faded away. It seemed he was in a great hurry. A god has fallen. Chin Mu muttered, his eyes filled with immense grief. A god has fallen. Did this tidal event actually cause a god of humanity to fall? And this was merely one eternal night tide. I saw Meng Meng and Xiao Fan. Meng Meng cried until she fainted. That god might be their closest kin. Nighthawk landed in front of Chin Mu, his tone incredibly heavy. Xiao Fan and Meng Meng's kin. Chin Mu was stunned, Chen Fan's dad. A god has fallen. Could a mortal really stand shoulder to shoulder with a true god? Chin Mu could not help but mutter. Dad, I am taking you home. Gently smoothing out Dad's deathly pale hair, Chen Fan whispered. Afterward, he took off his coat, tied the unconscious Meng Meng to his back, and gently lifted Dad into his arms. The commander nearby hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, intending to stop him. He is my dad, he was away from home for years. I am taking him home for a visit. Tonight I will keep vigil for him. Chen Fan looked at the commander with an incredibly calm gaze, his voice equally calm. Calm to an unnatural degree. All right. After hesitating for a long time, the commander spoke softly, then saluted Dad once more. Dad, let us go home. Chen Fan's voice was choked and trembling, yet exceptionally loud. Sobbing. Nearby, some of the citizens who had caught a glimpse of the truth could not help but choke back sobs. What? Xiao Fan. Chin Mu's voice came from behind, filled with worry. Nancy is safe now. I will take Dad home for the night, and tomorrow he will be laid to rest. Chen Fan did not turn back, his voice very calm. He had managed to control his emotions. Clear the path for the hero. The captain of the garrison gave a soft order to several soldiers. Nancy is safe, all thanks to my father alone. Chen Fan did not speak, while Meng Meng on his back was breathing rhythmically. She seemed to have cried herself to sleep. Chen Fan's steps were steady and measured, as if he were taking his father to see the scenery along the way one last time. This city was the one he had saved. More and more barriers were being lifted. Many people did not even know what had happened. They only saw some houses smoking and catching fire. On the road, many vehicles had collided, were crushed, or had been gnawed on by something. It was as if the city had just gone through a brief disaster. What? After a long time, Chen Fan finally arrived back at his building. Chen Fan gestured his gratitude to the few soldiers who had escorted them. The soldiers saluted his father with solemn respect before continuing to assist with the post-disaster cleanup. Dad, we are home. He unlocked the door and the entire house was empty. An indescribable desolation filled Chen Fan's heart. He gently placed his father on his own bed, and an unspeakable sorrow washed over him. At this moment, he felt his world was black. It was as if he had returned to 10 years ago. So powerless, so helpless. Lost. I still have Meng Meng. Thinking of Meng Meng on his back, Chen Fan felt a ray of sunshine pierce through his heart. He carried Meng Meng back to her room. Looking at the tear tracks on Meng Meng's face, Chen Fan felt his heart ache terribly. I must be strong. Chen Fan cheered himself up. He kissed Meng Meng on the forehead and tucked her in. Returning to his father's room, he opened the bottom of the trunk and took out the uniform that had been folded so neatly. 10 years ago, for my sake, you took off this sacred uniform. 10 years later, I am the one putting it on you in such a way. What? After cleaning his father up and combing his hair neatly, Chen Fan carefully helped him put on the uniform. Chen Fan knew this was the one his father loved the most. In his heart, this was the most sacred battle attire. I told you not to push yourself, I told you. See, now you cannot even bicker with me anymore. Sitting by the bed, Chen Fan spoke softly, as if he were chatting with his father. Only this time, his father could no longer bicker back. What? Brothers? He did not know how long it had been when Meng Meng's voice drifted over. Chen Fan stood up quickly and walked toward her room. He found she was still asleep, merely murmuring in her dreams. There. Chen Fan took her hand, comforting her. His expression darkened slightly. Meng Meng's palm was very hot. She has a high fever. Pressing against Meng Meng's forehead, Chen Fan felt it was scalding and grew immediately anxious. He then took out his phone and called Chin Mu. I am downstairs. The moment the call connected, a voice came through. Meng Meng has a fever. Chen Fan paused for a second and quickly said, I am downstairs now, coming up immediately. Chin Mu said and hung up the phone. Not long after, the doorbell rang. I will take Meng Meng to the hospital first. After entering, Chin Mu spoke immediately. Thank you. Chen Fan was moved. It is okay, you still have Meng Meng, you still have us. Chin Mu felt a pang of heartache, opened her arms, and pulled Chen Fan into her embrace. This 16-year-old boy had lost two of his closest relatives in just a few days. When he was 6, he also lost his 2 closest relatives. She could not imagine how dark Chen Fan's inner world must be at this moment. She had been here twice. The first time was just after Grandma Li had passed away, and this time his father had become the most heroic martyr. Chen Fan nodded slightly, not saying much else. Releasing Chen Fan, Chin Mu went straight to Meng Meng's room, touched her forehead, and immediately picked her up. She has a high fever caused by excessive shock and grief. I need to take Meng Meng to the hospital right away. Chin Mu asked, are you coming with us? I need to stay with Dad for his final journey. Please take good care of Meng Meng for me. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Fan shook his head. Chin Mu said nothing. She simply pulled Chen Fan's neck toward her and kissed him on the forehead. She could not express her comfort in words, nor did she know how to. This was the only way she could. Watching Chin Mu leave with Meng Meng, Chen Fan walked silently back to his father's side. He had so much to say. 10 years of life together, bit by bit, all turned into the most precious memories. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked again. Chen Fan frowned slightly but still walked out of the room. When he opened the door, he saw a rabbit with blood-stained fur and wounds all over, holding a green vine with leaves in its mouth. The demon rabbit glanced at Chen Fan, slipped into the house, and then stood in front of his father's room, watching him in silence. Chen Fan ignored it, sat down next to his father, and quietly gazed at his firm, handsome face. After a long while, the demon rabbit jumped gently onto the bedside and placed the vine from its mouth onto his father's chest. What is this? Chen Fan finally spoke. An ivy vine, a token of my respect. The demon rabbit spoke calmly, with a sense of reverence. Chen Fan looked at the ivy, not asking any more questions nor continuing to speak. It seemed he had lost interest in everything. Few people have earned the respect of a deity. Your Kingxia of Shenzhou has gained another one. The usually cold demon rabbit had taken the initiative to speak today. Are you a god? Chen Fan asked indifferently. I am not. The demon rabbit shook its head, but I also respect him very much. Whether intentional or unintentional, he achieved what all of humanity could not. The demon rabbit added. Chen Fan responded softly. Then the room fell into silence once more. Everything in Nanxi was gradually recovering. After tomorrow, everything that happened today might be forgotten again. Just like the year before last. I must return now. The ivy can preserve the remains from decaying. Do not know how much time passed before the demon rabbit stood up and said softly, "Can my father still be resurrected? Like the underworld king, or perhaps after I become a god?" Chen Fan suddenly became incredibly excited. Legend has it that when deities battle, even if they choose self-destruction, death at the enemy's hands, or being devoured, they dare not and refuse to consume their own spiritual world. Do you know why? It is a taboo, besides the less than 1 in a billion chance of success. The greatest reason is that there is no reincarnation. The demon rabbit cruelly extinguished Chen Fan's hope. What? The demon rabbit has left. The whole house was empty, with only Chen Fan left inside. It was deathly silent. What? It was the middle of the night, and the lights were shining bright. Chen Fan did not have the slightest bit of sleepiness now. Knock, knock, knock. In the middle of the night, the sound of knocking on the door rang out again. Chen Fan could not help but feel puzzled. When he opened the door, the exhausted-looking captain appeared before him. "May I come in?" The captain asked softly. "Yeah." Chen Fan replied and made some space for him. The captain walked in and pulled Chen Fan into a tight embrace, wanting to comfort the gloomy youth. "I am fine." Chen Fan shook his head, feeling touched nonetheless. "Prepare yourself well. Tomorrow we will give your old man a divine burial." The captain said quietly. "What is a divine burial?" Chen Fan asked. "The highest-ranking funeral of the Night Watchers. It is a funeral that only those who are like gods, having made the greatest sacrifices for humanity's pure land, are qualified to receive. This was decided by the top brass." The captain explained. "My dad was a Night Watcher too." Chen Fan asked. "He was a drug enforcement officer. But the drugs he fought were phantom drugs, a kind of poison related to dreams. The danger level was extremely, extremely high. Regardless of his previous identity, after today, he is one of our Night Watchers. A Night Watcher who will be remembered by all of us." As he spoke, the captain took out a badge, gently placed it on the old man's chest, and then gave a solemn salute. "Divine burial," Chen Fan murmured. "A divine burial should have taken place in the Pure Land opened up by the Qinzia Divine Province, but we respect his choice and will bury him at the gateway of our Qinzia. As for the ceremony, there is none. However, he will be buried in a divine coffin crafted by humanity's most powerful beings, and the tombstone will also be a divine steel made by them. The 3 great masters of our Qinzia should have come to see him off personally, but they are tied up at the moment." The captain explained softly, his eyes flashing with longing. Longings? Perhaps he had long been prepared to sacrifice himself. The gateway of Qinzia. Chen Fan was a bit confused. No matter where he is buried, this place shall be the gateway to the divine province. Of course, it is also our pure land. Your old man started a precedent. There are deities who were willing to step aside for him. The captain's gaze was full of respect. Before today, he was still just an ordinary person. As far as I know, he had just taken a few painkillers from the hospital. At this point, the captain was deeply moved. "Yeah?" Chen Fan nodded. He was still keeping those few painkillers. They are the best mementos, carrying so much paternal love. "Did something happen today?" After a long silence, Chen Fan asked. "Outer gods are plotting against us. The 2 squads that were originally supposed to support us were drawn away by the resurrected Hades organization. The powerful ones in the ruins also took the opportunity to stir up trouble and prevent our operations. Honestly, without your old man's appearance, the prophecies of you and Zai He would have all come true." "What?" The captain sighed with great emotion. "Outer gods? What about our gods? Are there no consciousnesses in the domain?" Chen Fan frowned slightly. "I do not know. However, the gods born to humanity in this era in our Qinzia country have been held back." The captain shook his head. "Our Qinzia has always been called the Divine Province, and I fear the truth behind this will lead to an even more cruel reality in the future." The captain's expression was extremely serious. Divine Province, outer gods. Chen Fan also fell into deep thought. The captain did not speak either, and the 2 sat there quietly. Just before dawn, the captain opened his eyes. "It is here. The divine coffin has arrived, let us begin." The captain said softly, "I will go open the door." "Yeah?" Chen Fan nodded and did not get up. Right now, he just wanted to look at his old man a little longer. Soon, a middle-aged man carrying a bronze coffin slowly walked into the room. The heavy bronze coffin seemed to have no weight on him at all. But when he gently set the coffin down, the floor tiles all cracked. "Summon the spirit." The middle-aged man spoke calmly, but his gaze towards the old man was filled with respect. Then he gently pushed open the coffin lid, and the heavy lid made no sound at all. Tone. After a long while, having firmly etched the old man's appearance into his mind, Chen Fan took a deep breath, picked the old man up, placed him gently into the divine coffin, and then covered him with a quilt. In his heart, his dad was just sleeping. You may follow as far as you can, everyone else must stop here. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Fan and spoke calmly. Chen Fan looked up and saw the insignia of the Southern Heaven Gate on the middle-aged man's armband. Then his gaze turned to the captain. The captain nodded gently, so he did not ask anything else. I want to personally see my dad off, Chen Fan said calmly. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Fan calmly, meeting his gaze. After a long while, the middle-aged man nodded. Chen Fan took a deep breath and began to lift the bronze coffin with both hands. Heavy, incredibly heavy. The veins on Chen Fan's arms bulged, and both his legs were trembling. Finally, the bronze coffin rose slowly. When the divine coffin landed on his shoulder, Chen Fan felt as if he were carrying a great mountain. The middle-aged man's previously calm eyes showed a look of surprise. You walk for the divine, and the place where the coffin lands shall be the place of the divine burial. The middle-aged man's voice had a rare hint of tenderness. What if it were you? Chen Fan asked. The same. I would also walk until I had no strength left. This is the highest divine burial ceremony that belongs to your old man. The middle-aged man nodded. Chen Fan said nothing more. He wanted to save his strength to walk a little further for his dad. Every time a step fell, the floor shook. It was also incredibly silent just before dawn. The clear daytime had somehow turned into a drizzle. On the street, it seemed as if Chen Fan left a deep mark with every step. Walking for the divine, his footsteps seemed to be the footprints of a deity. 10 minutes, half an hour, an hour. It was already morning. Chen Fan's shoulders had been rubbed raw with blood. The divine coffin was too heavy, and Chen Fan's consciousness had long been blurred. He could no longer see the road ahead and was relying entirely on willpower to hold on. Finally, he could vaguely see his goal. Dad, we are here. Chen Fan murmured, and everything went black. He fell straight down. The middle-aged man who had been slowly following Chen Fan reached out, caught the divine coffin, and supported Chen Fan. Chen Gu. Looking at the name on a tombstone in the Martyrs Park, the middle-aged man sighed, deeply moved. Did you guess something? It was kind of you. The middle-aged man murmured. At the same time, the coffin began to sink into the ground, as if merging with the earth, slowly disappearing. The middle-aged man waved his hand, as if pulling something from thin air, and a golden steel appeared out of nowhere. On the golden steel there was only one word, forbidden. Just as the golden steel appeared, it also merged directly into the earth like the divine coffin. Finally, it vanished. Waking up again, Chen Fan found himself already back in his own room. This time, his unconsciousness had not been accompanied by a single dream. You are awake. The voice of a middle-aged man came from the window, where he stood gazing out at the sky. Do you still remember where your old man is buried? The middle-aged man asked. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. Keep that knowledge to yourself. Do not tell anyone. And do not tell me either. The middle-aged man said calmly. Why? Chen Fan asked. His burial site is a forbidden zone for the gods, even they are prohibited from entering. It is our pure land capable of shielding this region. This was your father's final wish. However, the gods are too mysterious to us. In return, we must also create some mystery for the gods. We will not let them know where your father's burial site is. The middle-aged man's tone remained calm, though his eyes flashed with reverence. Our intention is to ensure no one knows his resting place, to prevent the gods from prying into our memories. He is truly great. Chen Fan murmured. He really is great. He bought us another 10 years. With nothing but his own burial site, he deterred all the gods. As long as they do not know where he is buried, they dare not easily set foot in the divine province before the eternal night descends. The middle-aged man muttered. What did he rely on to do that? Chen Fan was a bit confused. Great disaster, not dying is a taboo. He relied on the fact that your father dared to do what the gods feared. He relied on the fact that he became a taboo for the gods. He relied on the fact that your father could consume his own ruins and still remain clear-headed. The middle-aged man's voice seemed a bit agitated. Do you think you have the ability to consume your own pure land? The middle-aged man asked. Chen Fan shook his head, Let alone consuming it, he could not even get close to the core of his own pure land. Your father's ruins are also terrifying. At the very least, they are of mythic level. With that, the middle-aged man walked out of Chen Fan's room and appeared to have left. I come from the Nanshan Gate, codenamed Mystery One. I hope to see you at the Nanshan Gate someday. As he spoke, the middle-aged man vanished. Nanshan Gate, Mystery One. The first person of the mystery squad. Chen Fan murmured. Thinking that such a being had personally come to see his father off, Chen Fan felt proud of him. If his old man knew, he would surely be gratified, right? Your final wish, I will carry it out for you. Staring at his father's empty room, Chen Fan thought silently. He did not know when the captain had left. He must be busy. Post-disaster cleanup and clearing out the demons and monsters that awakened last night. He had taken time out of his busy schedule to stay with his father. Chen Fan was very grateful. Besides, he probably also worried that he would not be able to handle the blow. My father's son is not that fragile. Chen Fan stood up and walked into his father's room to tidy up his belongings. Boom. After a long while, the door was slammed shut and locked. From now on, this would be the place where his memories were sealed. What? Meng. He opened his phone and saw no missed calls from Chin Mu. He dialed her numbers. Vice Captain, how is Meng? Once the call connected, Chen Fan asked urgently. Her fever broke yesterday and all her vital signs are normal. But she is still asleep. Chin Mu's voice was calm, but her tone was serious. Where is she? Chen Fan's heart sank slightly. If anything else happened to Meng, he could not guarantee what he might do. I have already brought Meng home. I will send you an address. With that, Chin Mu hung up, and soon an address location was sent over. Chen Fan did not overthink it and flagged down a taxi. On the way, Chen Fan stared out the window, lost in silence. Everything had returned to normal, and the city was orderly. It seemed as if everything that happened yesterday was just a dream. Pedestrians on the street were laughing and talking or rushing about. Perhaps they were preoccupied with making money. They seemed to have forgotten everything. However, yesterday's barrier covered almost the entire city, so those who truly knew the truth must be few and far between. Casting a glance, he happened to see the martyrs park in the distance, and Chen Fan's mood inevitably darkened. You deterred the gods, yet you have become a forgotten soul to the masses. Chen Fan murmured. What? Not long after, the taxi slowly drove Chen Fan into a high-end villa area. I have to say, Chen Mu is truly wealthy. The previous villa was destroyed in yesterday's battle, and now she has moved into another one. But Chen Fan did not have the heart to care about that right now. He walked directly toward the villa. Inside the villa, he found the style and decor were exactly the same as the previous one. He headed familiarly to the second floor, just as Chin Mu was walking out of a room. Is Meng okay? Chen Fan asked urgently. She is just sleeping, not in a coma. Chin Mu said softly. Yeah. Chen Fan walked straight into the room. Meng was sleeping soundly, with a bit of drool at the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Chen Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief. He placed his hand on her forehead and felt a normal temperature, which finally put him at ease. You did not sleep last night, did you? I have tidied up your room, so get some rest. I will call you when Meng wakes up. Seeing Chen Fan looking so haggard, Chin Mu said gently. I am fine. Chen Fan shook his head. It is all my fault. If I had known, I would have had Nighthawk follow you all. I was too confident in my layout. Chen Fan's current state made Chin Mu feel both heartache and self-reproach. It would have been useless. Even if the captain had stayed, it would not have helped. Chen Fan shook his head. That Rat King was too strong. Born from Meng's dream, it received some kind of mysterious enhancement. Even the king-level demon rabbit that was confident it could crush it was no match for it. His golden crow blade, his lethal trump card, was only able to inflict a serious wound on it. If it were not for his father's arrival, his father's sacrifice, everyone would have died. And his dreams would have come true one by one. What exactly is Meng's identity? Looking at the sleeping Meng, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Why did the King of Hell emerge from her dream? Could it be that more than a year ago, Meng had met the King of Hell? And her memories were erased back then? Did the arrival of the eternal night tide restore her memories? If so, Meng must be a reincarnator by now. With my father gone, Meng's identity will likely remain a mystery forever. Chen Fan thought inwardly. Reaching out to gently hold Meng's hand, Chen Fan hoped she would wake up soon, yet wished she would continue sleeping to forget the sorrow. Is Meng really just sleeping? Chen Fan asked. It has been a day and a night. Who could sleep that long? It would be a lie to say he was not worried. She does not want to wake up. Sighing lightly, Chen Mu said. Then let her sleep. Chen Fan murmured. Big brother. Meng Meng mumbled in her sleep, her grip instinctively tightening on Chen Fan's palm. Big brother is here. Lin Fan quickly responded, only to find Meng Meng slowly opening her eyes. In that instant, they were unfathomably deep. Brother, why did I fall asleep? The deep, profound look in her eyes faded away, becoming incredibly bright and flickering with curiosity. Because Meng Meng was sleepy. Meng Meng's reaction left Chen Fan stunned. Right now, there was no trace of sadness on her face. She seemed to be in a very pleasant mood. Hello? Meng Meng nodded, glanced at Chen Mu, and then whispered into Chen Fan's ear, brother, who is this big sister? For a moment, Chen Fan was struck dumb. Meng Meng actually did not remember Chen Mu. Though the voice was soft, Chen Mu heard it too. She was clearly stunned and fell into deep thought. Brother, I feel like I cannot remember anything. Before Chen Fan could reply, Meng Meng frowned tightly. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly let out a sigh of relief. Meng Meng had clearly lost her memory. Losing her memory was a good thing. She had forgotten the grief and the sorrow. Once she regained her memories, the new ones should be enough to cover up the past pain. Meng Meng, do not you remember me? Chen Mu sat by the bedside and asked softly. I only remember brothers. Meng Meng hid directly in Chen Fan's arms, looking timidly at Chen Mu. I am your big sister. Chen Mu said with a smile. Big sister? But why do not I have any impression of you at all? Meng Meng was very confused, then looked at Chen Fan. Well, you see, Meng Meng, you took a tumble yesterday, so you must have gotten amnesia. But it does not matter. Once you get better, you will naturally remember everything. However, you should not let your mind wander too much right now. Chen Fan hurriedly explained and comforted her. Okay. Meng Meng is very smart. I will definitely remember it. Meng Meng nodded heavily. Meng Meng, you must be hungry. I made some pigeon porridge. Let me pour you a bowl. Seeing that Meng Meng was in a good mood, Chen Yu quickly got up and poured a bowl for her. Shall brother feed you? Taking the meat porridge from Chen Mu, Chen Fan smiled. Meng Meng can eat by herself. Meng Meng was about to nod, but seeing Chen Mu nearby, she felt embarrassed and declined. Then ate slowly. Chen Fan said softly, I have not brushed my teeth yet. Meng Meng hurriedly got out of bed and trotted toward the washroom. Meng Meng has lost her memory. Chen Fan muttered. If someone is in too much pain or suffers extreme grief and mental trauma, they can lose their memory. But Meng Meng's mental state is excellent. This morning, the captain also examined her and found absolutely nothing wrong with her mind. Chen Mu explained. Then why is this happening? Chen Fan asked. I have always suspected that there is a powerful force sleeping within her. This force can be called hidden potential. Her potential has been autonomously protecting her all along. It is the same this time. She was overcome with grief, and her potential instinctively made her forget everything. Except for you. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mu analyzed. In any case, this is a good thing. For her, it is a blessing, as long as there is nothing wrong with her mental state. Chen Mu added. Yeah. Hearing that there was nothing wrong with Meng Meng's mental state, Chen Fan felt completely at ease. Did the Pluto awaken from Meng Meng's body? Chen Mu asked suddenly. Yeah, Chen Fan did not hide it. There was no point in hiding it. Because Chen Mu had surveillance installed throughout the villa. She could check it whenever she wanted. It was my oversight. I should have realized it when Meng Meng was able to resist the hypnosis used by me and Night Eagle. More than a year ago, Meng Meng must have met the Pluto, though she might have forgot about it at the time. But the arrival of the tide should have been enough for her to remember everything. Chen Mu's words were filled with self-reproach. Chen Fan did not respond, because he knew that even if Chen Mu had thought of it, it would not have changed anything. If the Pluto had not awakened yesterday morning, it would have awakened last night while Meng Meng was sleeping. The awakened Pluto had received a mysterious blessing. It was just too powerful. Do you know something? When the captain was observing Meng Meng's mental state, he tried to explore her dreams. He did not find any marks of reincarnation. Chen Mu remarked, Are you saying the Pluto did not awaken from Meng Meng's dreams? Chen Fan asked, frowning. No. Chen Mu shook her head and said, I mean, Meng Meng is very special. Crash. A sound of something shattering suddenly came from the washroom. Chen Fan ran out immediately and saw Meng Meng standing there stunned, with ceramic shards scattered at her feet. Brothers. Meng Meng pounced directly into Chen Fan's arms, feeling a bit fearful. It is okay. Chen Fan comforted her, but he was incredibly shocked inwardly, because when Meng Meng rushed at him, he clearly felt a powerful force of impact. If it were before he awakened, he would surely have been knocked flying. Brother, the cup was too fragile. I grabbed it with a little force and it broke. Meng Meng did not mean to. Meng Meng explained in a hurry. Yes, Meng Meng is a good girl. It is fine as long as you are not hurt. Chen Fan quickly reassured her, his heart filled with beyond-the-limit shock. He knew his guess was correct. Meng Meng's strength had increased. And it had increased by a lot. He had thought of this when she pounced on him. Now he could basically confirm it. After all, that was a ceramic cup. Will the big sister blame me? Meng Meng asked worriedly. The cup was so pretty. It is fine. As long as Meng Meng likes it, you can smash whatever you want. Qin Mu had also recovered from the shock, a gentle smile on her face. The awe and excitement in her eyes were hard to suppress. No, Meng Meng does not want to be a bad kid. Meng Meng shook her head quickly. Meng Meng, you were always very strong. You just do not remember it now, so you cannot control your strength. Qin Mu made up a reason for Meng Meng. Really, brothers? Meng Meng looked at Chen Fan. Yeah, Chen Fan nodded. Meng Meng, try squeezing this crystal ball with all your might to see if your strength has grown. Qin Mu turned and retrieved the bead of truth, handing it to Meng Meng with a smile. It is so pretty. But what if I break it? Meng Meng's eyes lit up slightly, then she shook her head and refused. If you can break it, that would be a good thing. So far, only your brother has been able to break it. Qin Mu looked at Meng Meng with great expectation. Only brother can do it. I will give it a try. Meng Meng became interested, took the bead of truth and squeezed it hard with both hands. However, there was absolutely no reaction. Qin Mu was incredibly shocked. Meng Meng was not an awakened one. She clearly had not awakened yet. But then, where did her strength come from? She was not a reincarnator either. No marks of reincarnation were found in her mind. Clearly, Meng Meng had once again exceeded her understanding. It does not work. She used all her strength, her face turning red. Finally, Meng Meng disheartenedly handed the bead of truth back to the dazed Qin Mu. Qin Mu took the bead of truth in a daze. What on earth is Meng Meng? A demigod? But would a mere Pluto dare to be born from the dreams of a demigod? A demigod should also have a demigod mark, right? What? Meng Meng, shall we start training your control over your strength now? Qin Mu snapped back to reality, bent down and spoke softly to Meng Meng. Okay. If I can control my strength, I will not break things anymore. Meng Meng nodded heavily. Although she had lost her memory, her well-behaved nature had not changed at all. Good girl. Qin Mu felt a pang of heartache and pulled Meng Meng into her arms. In just a few short days, this gentle girl had lost two of her closest relatives. How much pain must she have been in for her potential to autonomously seal away all her memories, retaining only the ones of Chen Fan? Chen Fan watched silently from the side, saying nothing. This is for the best. Besides him, there is someone else to care for Meng Meng. Let us go have some porridge. Big sister will feed you. Letting go of Meng Meng, Qin Mu took her by the hand and walked towards the dining room. Okay. Meng Meng glanced at Chen Fan and nodded heavily. Seeing that Meng Meng could accept Qin Mu's kindness, Chen Fan felt relieved. He went back and took out the meat porridge Qin Mu had prepared earlier. Little Fan, you must have been hungry for a whole day too. Go ahead and have some porridge quickly, then get a good night's sleep. Leave Meng Meng for me to take care of. Qin Mu gently urged Chen Fan. She knew that Chen Fan, consumed by grief, had not eaten, drunk, or slept for a day and a night. Even though he had awakened his pure land, he was still mortal after all. Okay. This time, Chen Fan did not refuse and walked toward the kitchen. On the way, he saw the night hawk lying on the sofa, listless. Its once dark, shiny feathers were now dull and lusterless. Chen Fan could clearly perceive that the night hawk was very weak right now. It must have fought very hard yesterday. This fellow, despite being so cowardly and only caring about its own interests. Chen Fan did not know how many people had sacrificed their lives yesterday. But it must have been heroic. Big brother, come over and eat with me. Seeing Meng Meng bring a bowl of porridge out, she waved to him from across the room. Okay, Chen Fan replied. At the dining table, Meng Meng's joyful voice made Chen Fan gradually smile, as if he had temporarily forgotten all his troubles. Qin Mu watched the brother and sister quietly, and a knowing smile appeared on her lips without her realizing it. He took a shower and washed away the blood and mud from his body. The shoulder that was nearly shattered by the Pluto yesterday showed no signs of injury. He could not help but marvel at his own incredible recovery powers. Returning to the room Chin Mu had prepared for him, he found everything tidied up and arranged warmly. His heart felt warmed. Chen Mu must be exhausted too. When he saw her yesterday, she had quite a few wounds on her. Perhaps he was too tired, or perhaps he just wanted to forget everything. Chen Fan fell asleep quickly. Barren ridges, a lonely crow. A single lonely grave, the tombstone intact. Has the epitaph finally changed? Entering his dream, Chen Fan looked at the epitaph on his tombstone first thing. He discovered it had changed. He should have been excited, but he felt incredibly melancholy. Because all these changes came at the cost of his father's life. You guided the world to a future, yet you fell first. On the tombstone, the epitaph had completely changed. The handwriting had become bold and powerful, yet with a hint of elegance. It was not Meng Meng's handwriting, nor was it Zai He's. Could it be Deputy Team Leader Chen Mu? She was supposed to have died in battle. Dad's arrival reversed everything. Looking at the somewhat familiar handwriting, Chen Fan thought to himself. The epitaph changed, guiding the world. Is it because I started showing the ability to foresee the future? But this kind of ability comes at the price of my death. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. Or is it because Zai He is willing to communicate with me and guide my direction? Chen Fan thought silently, naturally hoping that this was the reason. No one wishes for their own death. God. The lonely crow landed on Chen Fan's shoulder, calling out happily. See, I can still come here, I did not die. Reality really can be changed. Chen Fan said to the crow with a smile, though the smile was somewhat bitter and his eyes were dull. If only it did not come at the cost of Dad's life, then such a change would be truly perfect. God. Seeming to understand Chen Fan's mood, the crow called softly, rubbing its head against his cheek to comfort him. I am okay. Chen Fan shook his head. God. The crow gave a soft cry, took flight, and dove toward the thick grass like a falcon. When it soared up, Chen Fan was stunned. Because the crow was tightly clutching a mouse in its talons. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seemingly suppressed by a powerful bloodline, the mouse in the crow's talons dared not struggle at all, only whimpering. The crow ignored the mouse entirely and tossed it directly at Chen Fan's feet. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The moment the mouse landed, it headed straight for the thick grass, trying to escape. However, Chen Fan had already stepped down and pinned the mouse's tail. He found it strange that a mouse had appeared in his dream. Before, every time he entered his dream, the only things that had changed were the crow's submission and the tombstone and its epitaph. Other than the crow, there were no other living creatures here. Chen Fan was certain of this. Watching the struggling mouse under his feet, Chen Fan felt an increasing sense of familiarity. Pluto. Finally, Chen Fan recognized this mouse. Squeak. Seeing that Chen Fan had recognized him, Pluto struggled even more violently, letting out a faint roar and turning his head to bite at Chen Fan's foot. Pluto. Recognizing Pluto, Chen Fan laughed up at the sky. He reached out his hand and picked up the struggling mouse. Were not you very strong? Come on, put on a show for us. Chen Fan's voice was cold. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Pluto could no longer speak, only squeak, but his scarlet eyes were full of anger and resentment as he looked at Chen Fan. Resentment is exactly right. Seeing the look in Pluto's eyes, the hatred in Chen Fan's heart felt strangely released. The reason you appeared in my dream is because I killed you, right? Chen Fan remembered that after his father exploded Pluto, a small remnant of Pluto's power had turned into a mouse, trying to run toward Meng Meng before being intercepted and killed by him. This was surely the reason Pluto appeared here. Is this another powerful ability of my lonely grave dream? Creatures I have killed appear in my lonely grave dream. A happy smile could not help but appear on Chen Fan's lips. If I had known this earlier, I would have let Dad die by my own hands. Chen Fan muttered. What am I going to do with you? Chen Fan looked down at the struggling Rat King in his hand with a sinister grin. If nothing goes wrong, there are only two paths for you now that you have appeared in my lonely grave dream. First, you can become my grave keeper, worship at my lonely tomb, and provide me with the power of incense. However, you clearly are not qualified for that. Chen Fan smiled, even though the lonely grave could not provide him with information and the lonely crow could not communicate with him. But that did not stop him from making his own guesses. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing Chen Fan's expression, the Underworld King grew panicked and let out terrified cries. Then there is only one possibility left, you shall become my offering. Chen Fan spoke calmly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Squeak squeak squeaka. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the Underworld King let out an incredibly terrified shriek. That terror seemed to suggest it was facing something far worse than death. I do not like eating things raw, so I might as well roast you. With that, Chen Fan tossed the Underworld King to the Lonely Crow and began to clear the weeds himself. Squeak squeak squeaka. Pinned to the ground by the Lonely Crow's sharp claws, the Underworld King kept screeching in terror and struggling frantically. At this moment, it had completely lost the kingly dominance it had only just regained yesterday. Why do your terrified screams sound so delightful? While clearing the weeds, Chen Fan enjoyed the sound of the Underworld King's shrieking. It seemed as though the Underworld King's screams could calm his anger and soothe the wounds in his heart. Before long, Chen Fan finished clearing the weeds. He happened to find a tree branch, sharpened one end with his hands, and began walking step by step toward the Underworld King. Squeak squeak squeaka. The Rat King shrieked in terror, as if staring at a demon. Regrettably, it seemed unable to speak anymore, otherwise, it would be begging for mercy right now. Chen Fan remained expressionless as he took the Underworld King from under the crow's claws. The branch pierced straight through the Rat King's mouth. The Rat King's shriek was cut short as blood began to drip down. A physical entity. The creatures in the dream world truly exist as physical beings within the dream, existing in the form of a physical entity. Watching the dead Underworld King, Chen Fan pondered quietly. Soon flames rose from his palm, and he began to roast the Rat King. The pungent smell of burning fur wafted over quickly. There was no water here, so Chen Fan had to clean the rat with blades of grass. After dressing it, Chen Fan started a fire. It was not long before the mouth-watering scent of roasted meat filled the air. The Lonely Crow seemed to be swallowing its saliva. Why do not you have a taste first? Chen Fan asked. The Lonely Crow shook its head. Then you can eat it after I offer it as a sacrifice. Chen Fan said, and this time the crow nodded excitedly. Thanks for your hard work. Chen Fan said softly. He did not know what this place would be like after he left. Would it be lonely, boring, and without even food? The Lonely Crow would just have to keep silently guarding his solitary grave. Finally, the meat was cooked. Chen Fan took the stick and placed the steaming, fragrant roast meat in front of his tomb. I must be the first person to use rat meat as an offering. Chen Fan felt inexplicably strange. Rats were never among the traditional offerings. However, he was never a picky eater, and there were no other offerings in the dream anyway. This rat meat offering was better than nothing. He left the offering for a moment and began to pay respects at his lonely grave. Unexpectedly, after the ritual, Chen Fan found that he did not wake up from the dream immediately. Eat up. Although curious, Chen Fan told the Lonely Crow. With a joyful cry, the Lonely Crow swooped down and swallowed the rat meat in one gulp. This left Chen Fan shocked. It seems this Lonely Crow possesses supernatural abilities within the lonely grave dream. The next moment, Chen Fan slowly woke up. I actually slept until evening. Upon waking, Chen Fan looked out the window and saw that night had fallen, shaking his head inwardly. It seems he was truly exhausted today. Strangely, Chen Fan felt that there was extra information in his mind. Earth cleaving. Chen Fan discovered he had awakened a new superpower. Could this be the Rat King's power? Did I acquire one of its abilities after killing it and sacrificing it to myself? Chen Fan guessed, and there was no doubt that this ability of the Lonely Grave was truly insane. It was equivalent to stripping away someone else's superpower and bestowing it upon him. Besides the earth-cleaving power, the boost to my strength and speed this time seems greater than before. My senses are also much more powerful. Chen Fan was stunned. He realized his perception could now cover the entire villa. As expected, worshipping oneself with an offering makes a difference. If this were usual, he would have been overjoyed. Do all the creatures I slay enter my lonely grave dream? Or is it only those of king level that are qualified? Chen Fan was surprisingly calm now. He leaned more toward the second hypothesis. Because when he was cooking a few days ago, he had slaughtered live fish and shrimp himself. Those creatures he killed did not appear in his dream. He felt that the Underworld King's ability to appear in his dream had to do with some mechanism. Whether it was the creature's level or related to his own emotions and hatred. His lonely grave dream was too mysterious, and no one could explain it for him. To understand it, he could only explore, observe, and discover for himself. Looking out the window, Chen Fan took a light leap and landed in the villa's backyard. He wanted to test the new ability he had just acquired. After leaving the villa, Chen Fan found a wide, empty space, raised his foot and stomped down hard. Boom! Starting from where his soul landed, a crack over 10 meters long appeared beneath his feet. The crack was about 10 meters deep. The destructive power is immense, but it is a bit of a mixed bag. Of course, it deals massive damage when used against creatures hiding underground. Chen Fan made his judgment. Earth cleaving is exactly what the name suggests, shattering the earth. It is powerful and useful, but also has its limitations. It is rarely used in combat, but when needed, it is incredibly potent. Boom! He slapped his palm against the crack in the earth. An incredible scene unfolded as the massive crack automatically healed and returned to normal. That is more like it. Once I develop even greater power, it will definitely have miraculous effects against legions. Chen Fan smiled. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this ability. I must strive to reach the illusory stage soon and hope to awaken my own exclusive skill. A burning desire flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. Right now, he was craving power intensely. When I returned home, Chin Mu was cooking and Meng Meng was helping her on the side. The scene was very heartwarming, and a faint smile could not help but appear on Chen Fan's lips. Nighthawk also seemed to have recovered some of its spirits. It was perched right on the roof beam. Seeing Chen Fan return from outside, Nighthawk could not help but feel a bit curious. However, it was not in a very good state now, having lost its usual liveliness. Big brother, I can control my power now. Seeing Chen Fan, Meng Meng rushed directly toward him. Yeah, Meng Meng is the best. Chen Fan gently stroked Meng Meng's head. Go wash up, dinner is ready. Chin Mu said with a gentle smile. Perhaps considering Chen Fan's condition, Chin Mu had been especially gentle over the past 2 days. I am hungry too. Nighthawk finally spoke up. There is something you love to eat this time. As Chin Mu spoke, she served the dishes directly. I have to say, Chin Mu's cooking skills are truly excellent. Perhaps because his physique had changed, Chen Fan ate several bowls of rice this time. Meng Meng's appetite had also greatly increased, which was likely related to the sudden surge in her power. Although Chen Fan craved power, however, he did not rush to cultivate after the meal. Instead, he kept Meng Meng company. Or rather, he let Meng Meng keep him company. Being with Meng Meng, he could always feel a sense of healing. Meng Meng had very good habits. Before 10 o'clock, she would fall asleep early. She never needed to be urged. Chen Mu once again placed the remaining few dream-inducing substances in her room. After tucking her in, Chen Fan walked out of the room and found that Chin Mu was already waiting on the sofa. I am going on a mission, Chin Mu said softly. Count me in this time. Nighthawk is not in a good state, so it will stay home tonight to keep guard and keep Meng Meng company. Chen Fan said calmly. Are you sure you can do it? Chin Mu was a bit surprised. My condition is much better than yours. Chen Fan glanced at Chin Mu. With his current perception, he could tell that her injuries had not fully healed. Fine. Chin Mu thought for a moment and agreed. She thought that Chen Fan might want to kill the enemy to vent the hatred in his heart. However, she was wrong. Chen Fan was not as fragile as she imagined. Chen Fan did intend to hunt the enemy, but his primary goal was to conduct an experiment. He wanted to see if the monsters and demons he killed would all appear in his dreams. The night was dark. However, the city's neon lights were bright and dazzling. Who are we clearing out this time? In the car, Chen Fan asked. The Bat King. Murderous intent flashed in Chin Mu's eyes. The other demon king that awakened yesterday. Chen Fan asked. Yes. This guy collaborated with the Rat King to launch a bat tide. Yesterday, your father wiped out many monsters and powerful entities in the ruins of the South City. However, this guy managed to escape by sheer luck. This is definitely an evil demon. As long as it is not removed, it will remain a threat. Chin Mu spoke while keeping an eye on Chen Fan's expression and found his face to be very calm. Could not even the captain keep it there? Chen Fan asked. It is a dark creature, and its power is greatly bolstered at night and in darkness. The most terrifying thing is that it can disperse its power into other bats and use their bodies to be reborn. Additionally, its perception and tracking abilities are terrifying. It is very difficult to deal with. Chin Mu explained. It is indeed powerful, so why do not we choose to strike at it during the day? Chen Fan asked. During the day, its power lies completely dormant, just like an ordinary bat, and it is impossible to detect it at all. This is an even more terrifying king than the underworld king. If it gets injured, it can also recover at lightning speed by drinking blood. Another thing is that it can fly, which is extremely hard to deal with. At night, Nighthawk should be able to contend with it. However, Nighthawk burned its life force yesterday and is still very weak right now. Chen Mu's voice was low. That guy actually burned its life force. Chen Fan felt a sense of awe. A long while later, Chen Mu's SUV drove out of the city and headed toward the deep mountains. Did the Bat King escape the city? Chen Fan asked. It was scared off by your father's aura. But since it is on the liquidation list, even if it runs to the ends of the earth, it cannot escape its fate. Chen Mu's voice was icy. Yesterday, the riot caused by the Bat King brought immeasurable damage to the South City. Many soldiers of the Special Defense Brigade alone made the ultimate sacrifice. Countless others were injured. Yeah? Chen Fan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the pitch-black shadows of the mountains. He felt as if there were eyes watching them. There is a mountain god here. Chen Mu's expression was grave. A mountain god? Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Self-proclaimed. A pseudo-realm existence. Chen Mu explained. Meaning a demigod. Chen Fan's expression also grew heavy. A demigod can at the very least control some elements of nature. They can trigger natural disasters. Such existence is already on another dimension compared to the void realm. An ancient existence that has coexisted peacefully with humans regardless of dynasty changes. So it is difficult for us to expel it. Chen Mu knew what Chen Fan was thinking and took the initiative to explain. How many known demigods are there? Chen Fan asked. Quite a few. However, they basically keep away from the human world. The Nanshan Gate is currently primarily dealing with them. Chen Mu murmured, looking a bit melancholic. There are quite a few demigods, but they do not belong to the human side. For now, they can still coexist with humans. Did the Bat King escape here to seek the protection of the mountain god? Chen Fan asked. That is not the case, otherwise we would not be the ones dispatched. The mountain god does not interfere with our target liquidation missions. Chen Mu shook her head. That is a relief. Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief. I think there must be more than just the Bat King in these mountains. Over so many years, many kings must have been born here. Chen Fan thought for a moment and asked. Not many kings, but quite a few demons. Chen Mu shook her head. This is a powerful force, one we cannot master, one we cannot even sway, which has invisibly formed an encirclement around us. Chen Fan's expression turned grim. He truly did not expect humanity's situation to be this dangerous. Every gathering of such power is a potential powder keg. What we can do is trust the leadership and trust ourselves. Chen Mu was incredibly firm in her belief. Chen Fan did not speak. He also believed that the leadership must have made corresponding deployments. At the very least, they can ensure the survival of humanity's fire. A long time later, lights appeared in front. The captain and the others arrived first. Chen Mu slowed the car down and soon came to a stop on the emergency lane of the highway. Chen Fan carefully observed that transparent barriers had been erected on both sides of the highway. These barriers naturally could not stop the attacks of king-level monsters, but they could deceive the eyes of ordinary people, keeping them from seeing the truth of what was happening. After all, even at night, there were vehicles traveling on the road. After parking the car, Chen Fan and Chen Mu climbed over the roadside fence and headed toward the mountains. Soon, Chen Fan saw Captain Ling Ying, who looked slightly weary. To Chen Fan's surprise, Li Titan had actually come as well. The guy seemed vaguely excited. In addition to Ling Ying and Li Titan, there was also an old man. The old man was not tall, and his back was even slightly hunched. He held a long-stemmed pipe in his hand, puffing away with a series of sucking sounds, blowing out thick clouds of smoke. Chen Fan had long since acquired the ability of night vision. In the darkness, the old man's eyes looked a bit cloudy, though they flashed with a sharp glint from time to time. Brother, you are here. Seeing Chen Fan approach, Li Titan was visibly excited. He walked right up to him and gave him a big hug. This time, Chen Fan did not refuse. Feeling Li Titan patting his back firmly with his palm, Chen Fan knew this was Titan's way of offering comfort and encouragement. He must have heard about what happened to his father. Where is Master Bird? Li Titan let go of Chen Fan and asked. He did not come. Chen Mu shook her head. Zio Fan, are you all right? Captain Ling Ying asked. He was still quite worried about Chen Fan. He was also a bit surprised by Chen Fan's arrival. I am fine, I just wanted to come for a pure and simple killing spree. Chen Fan's voice was very calm. By the way, are there only 5 of us? Chen Fan asked, not wanting to waste too much conversation on himself. He was not that fragile. As of now, the Lone Blade team only has us 5 left who can still fight. Captain Ling Ying offered a bitter smile. We were fortunate during this eternal night tide. At least none of our members died in battle. Titan, can you handle this? Chen Fan asked with a frown. The guy had only been a demon feeder for 3 or 4 days. Are you joking? Your brother here is super brave. Li Titan hated it most when people said he could not do something. As soon as he heard Chen Fan's question, he immediately blew up. Zio Fan, let me introduce you, this is Old Master. He is the evergreen of our Lone Blade team. Captain Ling Ying pointed to the old man and introduced him with a smile. Nice to meet you, Old Master. Chen Fan greeted him. The old master nodded, silently smoking his pipe without saying a word. All right. Everyone is here, so I will now arrange the operation plan. Captain Ling Ying took a deep breath. The Bat King has been severely wounded, and according to reliable information, it is healing its injuries in the Gaio Cave. I will be responsible for a full blockade and provide you with any coordinates. Old Master, proceed according to the plan. Captain Ling said to the Old Master. The Old Master nodded, extinguished his pipe, and walked into the mountain forest with a slightly shaky gait, disappearing into the darkness. Qin Mu, you are responsible for taking down the Bat King. Chen Fan and Titan, you two are responsible for clearing the small fry for Qin Mu. Any problems? Ling Ying continued his deployment. No problems. Qin Mu replied. I have no problem either. Li Titan was eager to give it a try. I have no problem either. Although he had some doubts, Chen Fan knew this was not the time to ask questions. Then let us start the operation. Captain Ling Ying gave the order, then sat cross-legged on the ground and actually closed his eyes. However, Chen Fan noticed that with Captain Ling Ying at the center, a formless energy spread outward, instantly enveloping the surrounding mountains. Subconsciously, Chen Fan felt that the surrounding peaks had become even gloomier. This is the captain's exclusive skill, the Dark Dream Barrier. Once the Dark Dream Barrier is activated, it can seal off all creatures and monsters weaker than the captain. Furthermore, every movement within the barrier is under his control, allowing him to give us precise positioning. However, there is a drawback. After the captain deploys the barrier, his own body is unable to engage in combat. Seeing Chen Fan's confusion, Qin Mu explained to him. What a versatile captain! Chen Fan could not help but exclaim in admiration. He had been puzzled earlier about how just a few of them dared to come into these deep mountains to clear out the Bat King, given its powerful abilities. Even though the Bat King was severely wounded, it would be too easy for it to hide a small bat somewhere in these endless mountains. Before death, the Bat King could easily transfer its power into a small bat to be reborn. The powerful captain has significant combat prowess himself, incredible speed, strong concealment and stealth abilities in the dark, and can even enter others' dreams. Now he even has such powerful auxiliary energy that can seal off the surrounding area and act as a radar. However, the flaw in the Dark Dream Barrier is indeed quite obvious. If there had been a captain-level combatant to face the Bat King during yesterday's Eternal Night Tide, the creature would certainly have been kept here. And the Rat Tide and Bat Tide would never have caused any waves at all. Unfortunately, the two support teams were drawn away by the Underworld organization, and once the captain activates the Dark Dream Barrier, there is no one left to contend with and suppress the Bat King. Target is at 10 o'clock, 5 kilometers away in a straight line. It is currently waking up. Captain Ling Ying quickly communicated the Bat King's exact location. Let us move. Qin Mu signaled, her figure flashing as she wove through the mountain forest. Chen Fan and Li Titan did not hesitate and followed immediately. Qin Mu was moving very fast. The thorns and vines ahead seemed to dodge her automatically. Chen Fan followed closely, and to his surprise, Li Titan had not fallen behind either. A few kilometers of distance was no longer a long journey for the current Chen Fan. Squeak, squeak, squeaka. Soon, chattering and squeaking sounds came from up ahead. A massive army of bats had already formed a churning black cloud in the night sky. They flapped their wings, making the mountain shadows seem restless. Countless wild beasts were trembling in fear. Is this a tide? Chen Fan felt his scalp tingle. There was no telling how many bats were in the forest, but there were at least tens of thousands circling in the night sky. If an ordinary person were to face the onslaught of this bat swarm, they would probably be stripped down to their bones in an instant. Prepare for battle. Chen Mu ordered in a low voice, and a black coffin appeared behind her. In its phantom form, it passed through vines and thorns without obstruction. Chains rose up like giant pythons, flicking their tongues. Li Titan showed no fear at all. Instead, a look of eagerness appeared on his face. He suddenly manifested a phantom of a weasel behind him. It was pitch black, enormous in size, and had piercing crimson eyes. Chen Fan dared not be careless. Golden crow flames erupted from his body, forming his battle armor, the flames churning. His eyes automatically entered their golden state, and his perception enveloped the surroundings. After receiving a short blade tossed over by Chen Mu from the front, Chen Fan felt an impulsive urge rising within him. He just wanted to start a killing spree. Clang! A crisp sound of chains colliding rang out, and a wave of magical energy rippled outward like a shockwave, rushing toward the diving swarm of bats. The next moment, the first wave of bats fell like raindrops. When they hit the ground, they were already lifeless, their expressions incredibly grotesque. This is the power of an awakened. Especially considering Chen Mu is already a Void Realm powerhouse. These bats were merely controlled by the Bat King. Their biological vital signs remained those of ordinary bats. In front of Chen Mu, they were being harvested completely. However, the swarm of bats was simply too large. In just a short time, it had surged to at least over 100,000. They charged one after another, utterly fearless and disregarding death. Roared! The yellow weasel phantom behind Li Titan suddenly roared, opening its mouth wide as if it were devouring a whale. In Chen Fan's perception, the life force of the bats lunging at Li Titan seemed to be drained, and then they began to fall like rain. For a moment, Chen Fan felt like he had become the weakest one, because he lacked any area of effect killing ability. It was not that he had none, but his ground-shattering skill could not be used in midair. Against such a bloodthirsty swarm of bats, it was quite difficult for him to kill them in large batches. However, he was truly not weak. To deal with these ordinary bats, he really did not need to use any skills. With every swing of the short blade in his hand, an arc of light flashed through the night. As the light arc passed, every bat that got close was sliced in two, and endless blood sprayed down like rain. In an instant, he was covered in blood. His slaughter was not elegant at all, it was filled with gore. Every bat that neared him was under his perception. To his eyes, each bat looked like a snail crawling. Moreover, his movements were so fast, swinging without any need for technique. Wherever a bat appeared, his short blade would appear right there. In an instant, a flurry of blade shadows formed around Chen Fan, and the short blade hummed in the air. The next moment, the bat swarm stopped its desperate charging and began to circle orderly in the air. The Bat King has appeared. Chen Mu's face darkened suddenly, and he said, he has bestowed some of his commanding power onto certain bats. No sooner had Chen Mu spoken than the bats circling in the air collectively emitted ultrasonic waves. The ultrasonic waves of ordinary bats are not scary, but what if over 100,000 of them emit them simultaneously at the same frequency? Not to mention that this also contained the power of the Bat King. In an instant, a terrifying resonant ultrasonic wave was formed. The plants and trees in front were instantly shattered. Clang! Chen Mu slammed his palm onto the black coffin, and the chains struck violently, erupting with a thunderous sound that formed a wave of energy to counter the incoming ultrasonic wave. Instantly, the air exploded, the mountain roared, and boulders rolled. It was filled with flying sand and stones. Whoosh! At the same time, Chen Fan threw the short blade from his hand, locked onto one bat in the swarm and pierced it through. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Instantly, the one-sorterly swarm of bats fell into chaos again, violently diving toward Chen Fan and the others. Well done. Zio Fan, can you find the power of the Bat King? Chen Mu's voice filled with surprise came through. I have sensed it, but I am out of weapons now. Chen Fan nodded. Indeed, in his perception, he had sensed that one of the bats was completely different. Brother, that is impressive. Do not tell me you even know the color of my underwear. Li Titan looked at Chen Fan with envy. Get lost, I am not interested in you. Chen Fan had black lines running down his forehead. Look at this guy making jokes even at a time like this. Haha, what about our vice captains? Li Titan winked at Chen Fan. He was the most relaxed one among them, as the great immortal Huang Phantom behind him was protecting him and would automatically engage the enemies. Are not you afraid your wife will make you kneel on a durian tonight? Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly as he could not help but retort. She would not dare. Li Titan said proudly, besides would she bear to. Eating soft rice with such hardness, and being so righteous about it. Chen Fan could not help but mutter. Roar! The great immortal Huang let out a low roar, devouring again, absorbing the life force of the bat swarm. What a terrifying monster! Chen Fan sighed inwardly. At this moment, the chain on Chen Mu's black coffin coiled around the short blade and delivered it back into Chen Fan's hand, while he simultaneously struck out and smashed the diving bats into a mist of blood. Hiss. Seeing this, Li Titan shrank his head. He had witnessed Chen Mu's brutality. Kill. With the short blade in hand, Chen Fan was full of killing intent. I will open a path, save your energy to deal with the Bat King later. Passing Chen Mu, Chen Fan spoke calmly. By now, he was becoming increasingly adept at using the short blade. Moreover, he also sensed that the material of the short blade was very special and could conduct his light flames. With one slash, a light flame blade over 10 meters long flashed in front of Chen Fan, carrying a scorching heat. In an instant, countless bats fell completely scorched. Blade energies. My god, the legendary martial arts grandmaster. So cool. Li Titan exclaimed with envy. Great blade. Chen Fan could not help but praise. This blade was extraordinary. It could not only conduct his energy, but also independently stimulate his light flames, boosting their power. With this blade in hand, his combat strength would be doubled. This is your blade. Chen Mu said calmly, a FTER Chinese letter, shocking to death a batch of bats. Mine? Chen Fan was extremely surprised. It was left for you by that officer last night. As for why he did not give it to you in person, I do not know. Chen Mu explained. Mystery 1. Chen Fan muttered. Roar. Ahead, an incredibly majestic roar came, carrying a kind of tyrannical aura. A black shadow that blocked out the sky rose from the forest, reaching hundreds of meters into the air in an instant. It was a bat incredibly huge. In Chen Fan's sight, its wingspan was at least 6 or 7 meters. Undoubtedly, this was the Bat King. The Bat King? I am definitely going to slay it. Chen Fan's eyes flashed with intensity. At the very least, he had to land the finishing blow. After slaying the Bat King, he would go back and sleep to see if it would appear in his lonely grave dreamscape. Roar! The Bat King roared again, and instantly all the bats surged in its direction. At an altitude of several hundred meters, it is difficult for ordinary bats to do so. However, drawn by a mysterious power, they actually managed it. Roar! However, the next moment, a terrifying scene occurred. The Bat King roared again and opened its massive mouth, which seemed to turn into a black hole. All the bats were actually surging into the Bat King's mouth like moths to a flame. We are in big trouble. Chen Mu's face sank. It is actually cannibalizing its own kind. We have to find a way to stop it. No sooner had Chen Mu finished speaking than the chains shot upward. However, the location of the Bat King was at least several hundred meters in the air. What should we do? We cannot reach that height to attack. Li Titan also realized the severity of the situation, his expression becoming extremely grave. Chen Mu was helpless, his eyes fixed firmly on the Bat King in the sky. The team members were not all here. Otherwise, such a height would not have been a problem for the Lone Blade Squad. At this moment, the Bat King was crazily devouring countless bats. As those bats entered its body, it was as if they had directly merged with the Bat King. The Bat King's size was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, soon blotting out the sky and sun. An incredibly tyrannical aura radiated from its body. Demonic energy was churning. Just at this moment, the entire space distorted slightly. In an instant, a net woven from mysterious energy appeared out of thin air. Roared. The Bat King sensed it immediately and let out an angry roar. However, that net was clearly not aimed at the Bat King, but rather towards the swarm of bats that had already become like a tidal wave. In a split second, most of the bats were caught in one fell swoop. Following that, the dream net shrank directly, pulling countless bats down with it, turning into a supermassive meteorite. Roars. The Bat King was stunned, then completely enraged. With a flap of its wings, it dived in pursuit. However, the dream net was being pulled by a mysterious force, and its descent speed accelerated sharply. Captain, well done. Chen Mu could not help but praise, while simultaneously preparing for battle. What rich combat experience. Chen Fan felt like he had been given a lesson. When he saw that net appear, he thought it was headed for the Bat King. He did not expect the net to pass right through the Bat King and catch almost all the bats in one go. This cut off the Bat King's supply of blood food. Without the replenishment of blood food, the Bat King could not recover its strength, let alone break through. If it could not recover its strength, it would be forever trapped within the barrier created by Captain Lingying. At this point, the Bat King would either have to fight to the death or wear itself out against Chin Mu and the others. Is this the power of the captain? Using a single point to break the whole structure. Chen Fan was genuinely impressed. In such a short time, the captain had neutralized the Bat King's desperate gamble with minimal effort. Roar! The Bat King roared, sending a powerful shockwave from its mouth that instantly distorted the air. Puff! The dream net was torn apart instantly, and countless bats turned into blood mist. However, the surviving bats began to flee. I have to say, the Bat King is truly ruthless. It would rather personally kill a large number of bats just to devour the remaining survivors. Unfortunately, it was overthinking things. Because another net had appeared out of thin air. This place was already enveloped by the barrier created by Captain Lingying. To a certain extent, this was the captain's domain. Since that is the case, I will eliminate you first. Swallow you. The Bat King realized it was being played by these humans, and sensed that Lingying was the mastermind behind it all. It reacted quickly, knowing that only by eliminating Lingying could everything be resolved. Perhaps this damned human had already laid a trap, but it could not worry about that anymore. This was the second time clashing with this human. It knew how troublesome he was. Oh no, the Bat King is going after the captain. Li Titan was suddenly filled with panic and worry. He knew the captain had no combat ability in this state. Charge back. Chin Mu did not finish his sentence before he took off running. I hate flying demons and monsters the most. Li Titan muttered, though he was quite fast, completely ignoring the bloody scratches left on his legs by the vines and thorns. Yet their speed was still too slow compared to the Bat King. Roared. The Bat King reached 100 meters from the captain in an instant, and to be safe, it started its sonic attack from afar. In a split second, the surrounding trees and vegetation were shattered. Tamed. Just then, the old master appeared as if out of thin air, blocking the front of the captain, drawing his blade horizontally and slashing out. That slash shimmered with silver light, like a bolt of lightning, as if delivered by a god. The terrifying sonic attack was actually split into two by the old master's blade light. However, the terrifying aftermath and shockwave continued to crash into the old master. The old master's aged face was contorted by the violent wind, and wounds were torn open on his face. His clothes were shredded, revealing hideous scars on his body. Yet Captain Lingying behind the old master remained unharmed. Damn old gazer. Let us see how you block the second wave. Seeing his attack thwarted by an old human, the Bat King was furious and opened its mouth again, preparing an even more terrifying sonic attack. Within 50 meters, now it is my turn to ask, how will you stop me? The old master remained expressionless. In an instant, the old master vanished. He was so fast that no one could see his movements. Puff. The blade light was too fast. Blood splattered 3 feet high in an instant. Boom. The Bat King landed heavily, leaving a large crater in the ground. Conversely, the old master appeared about 50 meters away from the captain. Holding his blade, his slightly stooped figure looked incredibly upright at this moment. Damn human, I was almost finished off by you. Good thing I did not refine all that blood food earlier. The Bat King struggled to stand up, blood gushing from its throat as it spoke, but the knife wound on its neck was healing at a speed visible to the eye. Talhug, you have used that strike, have not you? At such close range, let us see how you protect your captain. I will swallow him alive. The Bat King sneered, looking at the captain close at hand. You have underestimated me. The first slash was just to prepare to clear you out completely. The old master smiled, raised his blade, and plunged it deep into his own heart. Puff. The old master pierced himself and blood gushed out. At the same time, the Bat King's heart was pierced by an invisible blade. Roared. The Bat King shrieked in agony and collapsed to the ground once again. Old master. Old master. What? Li Titan's heart-wrenching cry rang out, and Chen Fan's pupils shrank. His heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife. Although he had only met the old master once, his resolution and heroic sacrifice were truly shocking. Invisible fury instantly filled his entire body. Damn human. The fallen Bat King spoke in a hoarse voice, then flapped its wings violently and flew away. Its vitality was too robust. Besides, it had just devoured countless amounts of blood food. Old master, do not scare me. Li Titan cried, rushing out to support the old master as he fell. Old man like me will not die, you go after it. You must finish off the Bat King. The old master spoke, blood constantly spilling from the corner of his mouth. Li Titan, Chen Fan, pursue him. Chinmu gritted his teeth and gave the order to Li Titan and Chen Fan. Vice Captain. Li Titan suddenly turned stubborn. Execute the mission. The old master stared coldly at Li Titan. Fine. Li Titan dared not disobey the old master, stood up, and charged forward violently. Chen Fan also gave chase. He sensed the old master and discovered he was just extremely weak, not dying, so he immediately set his mind at ease, reason overcoming his anger. Click. The old master took out his pipe, lit it, and then began to cough violently. His gaze, however, remained fixed on the distance, as if waiting for something to appear. Before the mountain forest, the Bat King stumbled and dived onto a giant rock. At this moment, its chest was still bleeding, but the wound had already begun to heal slowly. However, the price was extremely heavy, and it now looked incredibly weak. Damn humans, this place will finally become your burial ground. No, your burial ground shall be inside my belly. It must be said that the Bat King's vitality is extremely tenacious. Moreover, upon seeing Chin Mu and the others catching up, the Bat King not only showed no panic but instead laughed arrogantly. The Bat King's reaction made Chen Fan narrow his eyes slightly. Being so calm, is it bluffing or does it have an ace up its sleeve? Or perhaps are there reinforcements? Bat King, you are a death's door. Li Titan's voice turned chillingly cold, and the phantom of the great immortal Huang behind him let out a low roar, with demonic energy churning. Clang! Clang! What? Chin Mu did not waste any time. Chains transformed into black giant pythons and roared out. Roar! Facing Chin Mu's attack, the Bat King dared not be careless, rising straight into the air and unleashing a powerful sonic attack with a roar. It forced the chains to interweave into a grid to block in front of the three, while radiating mysterious energy to counter the sound waves. The surrounding environment exploded instantly. 1, 2, 3. Chen Fan counted silently, and the moment the sound wave dissipated, he vaulted into the air. Titan, help me. Chen Fan whispered. Understood. Li Titan instantly understood Chen Fan's intention. The massive phantom of the great immortal Huang behind him solidified, appearing as if it had become physical. It caught Chen Fan with its palm and then flung him with great force. In an instant, Chen Fan was hurled away like a cannonball. Chen Fan's golden eyes were locked tightly on the Bat King in the air, his perception expanding fully. The golden crow flames on his body permeated with divine power, and he channeled them into his short blade. Damn human! The Bat King had not taken Chen Fan and Li Titan seriously at all. Although Chen Fan's divine power was strong, he had no way to get close. The demonic shadow behind Li Titan was also powerful, but it could not fly. It never expected that these two young humans, whom it had completely disregarded, would devise such a method and develop this aerial skill together. It was impossible to dodge now. It had just unleashed a sonic wave, and a second one would be too late. It had no choice but to face it head-on and tear this human boy to shreds. The Bat King swiped its giant fleshy wings fiercely at Chen Fan. The talons on the wings extended, turning into sharp curved blades. Slash! Chen Fan let out a low roar, the flames amplified by the broken blade, transforming into a 10-meter-long blade aura that met the Bat King's wings. Puff! The sound of canvas being ripped by a sharp blade echoed. Roars! The excruciating pain from its wings caused the Bat King to scream, losing its balance and plummeting toward the ground. I have cut off one of your wings, let us see how you can remain arrogant now. Chen Fan was falling as well, but he showed no sign of panic. Indeed, just as Chen Fan was about to hit the ground, Chin Mu's chains coiled around him and caught him. She was deeply shocked inside. She realized that Chen Fan's combat intuition was terrifying. He had actually come up with such a way to negate the Bat King's greatest advantage. And the timing was impeccable. Besides, the coordination between Li Titan and Chen Fan was truly perfect. Time for reckoning. Watching the Bat King now missing a wing, Chen Mu knew the situation was decided. What? Come out. Old Master took a puff of his pipe, stared at the bushes under the mountain's shadow and spoke calmly. The grass finally moved, and in the darkness a pair of greenish eyes appeared, glowing with a scarlet hue. Following that, a giant wolf the size of a calf slowly emerged. Greedy wolf, it really is you. The old master showed no surprise at the giant wolf's appearance. As expected of Lone Blade, you actually guessed it was me. The giant wolf spoke calmly and unhurriedly, but its voice was incredibly cold. Before you fully revealed yourself, it was just a guess. The old master's tone was also very calm. Why? I believed I had no flaws. The giant wolf asked in a deep voice. Who said you had no flaws? The old master smiled. Do enlighten me. The giant wolf seemed not at all afraid of the old master stalling for time. It was when you provided us with the lead on the Bat King. Everyone else might have voluntarily provided us with information, but you were the one least likely to. The old master was happy to explain, seemingly having other plans. Why was I the least likely? I require payments. The giant wolf was very confused. Because we hold a grudge against you for the killing of your offspring. Moreover, your son had the potential to be a king. 5 years ago, it participated in the riot and was killed by us. The old master explained calmly, "It's been 5 years and you have not said a word, nor have you demanded an explanation from us. Tell hug. You actually knew you killed my wolf cub. You actually knew." The giant wolf laughed out of extreme rage. Why? The giant wolf roared. It deserved to die, nothing more. The old master was expressionless. Since you knew it was my son, why did not you give me an explanation why? The giant wolf's voice was filled with coldness. There was no need. But if you had asked proactively, we would have explained and offered you consolation. As the saying goes, a biting dog does not bark. We have been guarding against you all along. The old master's tone remained incredibly calm. Since you were guarding against me, you still dared to come. Are you that confident? The giant wolf seemed to calm down and asked coldly. If we did not come, how could we find a reason to purge you and eliminate future troubles? Purging you has always been part of our plan, but we abide by the contract, waiting for you to give us a reason. Tonight you gave it. The old master provided the reason. I would like to see what methods you have. Even if Ling Ying woke up now, she would have no combat power. Old man, your 2 major skills have already been broken by the Bat King. Those 3 ants have already been stalled by the Bat King. Who can save you? Do not tell me you have reinforcements. As the giant wolf spoke, its size was slowly increasing, and a violent demonic energy was spreading. I am curious, how did you persuade the Bat King to risk its life to break my 2 finishing moves? The old master was unafraid and asked calmly. We used my physical body as a sacrifice. The giant wolf spoke coldly, but the next moment its pupils suddenly constricted. Because it saw the old master pull a firearm directly out of his pocket. The small weapon instantly expanded. Its shape looked like a Gatling gun. A magically modified Gatling gun, it can definitely deal with you demonic beings. Do not underestimate the power of humans. We are making progress every day. The old master braced the Gatling gun, slowly stood up, and locked onto the giant wolf. Shameless. The giant wolf finally understood where the old master's confidence came from. A dignified awakened, a dignified lone blade team, actually using firearms. The giant wolf roared in unwillingness. The giant wolf was in a complete panic. The rows of dark, menacing gun barrels radiated an eerie chill. For years, it had been gathering information on the lone blade squad. It was already aware of the injuries the squad sustained in the battle the day before yesterday. The only ones who could threaten the Bat King were Captain Ling Ying, Vice Captain Qin Mu, and the Old Master. In its plan to completely eliminate the Bat King, Captain Ling Ying would inevitably use a boundary to seal off the Bat King's retreat. This would render Ling Ying incapable of further combat. And when Captain Ling Ying cast the boundary, someone would surely remain to guard her. The Old Master was the best candidate for that. So in its scheme, the Bat King would counterattack, needing only to break the Old Master's 2 most powerful skills, and then lure Qin Mu away while severely wounded. Then it could appear and easily execute Ling Ying and the Old Master. Once that was done, it would join forces with the Bat King to completely wipe out the Lone Blade Squad. Everything was going exactly according to its plan. However, despite all its calculations, the Lone Blade Squad had brought along human-made, magically enhanced heavy weapons. How could they have brought such a massive Gatling gun? Why did they pull it out of their pockets? It did not understand because it lacked any intelligence on this. Human evolution is truly terrifying. Roared. What? With a thunderous roar, the giant wolf whipped up a fierce wind and lunged at the Old Master. At such close range, this was its only chance. Flee? It did not dare to even think about it. It knew that being on the human night watchman's blacklist meant it was already marked for death. It was fast, but compared to the magically enhanced Gatling gun, it was still way too slow. Red tad-tad-tads. Endless blue flames erupted as the magical Gatling gun spun at an unimaginable speed. The bullets were also made of metal, but they seemed to be fused with some special substance. They were designed to shatter demonic energy. Puffy puffy puffs. What? The terrifying Demon King was instantly shredded like a sieve. There was no difference between it and an ordinary wild wolf now. Click. The old master took a drag of his pipe as the rapidly spinning Gatling gun began to idle and slowly came to a stop. Inside the mountain forest within the boundary, some powerful beings watched the old master from afar, as if looking at the most ferocious monster in existence. Why bother? Trying to outsmart our captain, or not you just asking for death? Looking at the twitching wolf, its dimming eyes filled with unwillingness, the old master said flatly. Finally, as if using its last ounce of strength, it slowly sat down, then collapsed, staring blankly into the deep starry sky with a hazy darkness hidden in its depths. Whoa! The Bat King was now tightly bound by Chen Mu's black chains, its hideous mouth wrapped round after round, leaving it to only moan in dying struggle. Sorry, but the greedy wolf is dead. Your plans were nothing but a pipe dream, and the price is your complete annihilation. Chen Mu mocked with a blank expression. Whoa! The Bat King could not even roar anymore, reduced to making whimpering sounds. But its eyes spoke volumes of the resentment in its heart. Let me send it on its way. Chen Fan stepped away from Chen Mu's chains, walked up to the Bat King and spoke calmly. You deserve it. Without that strike of yours, it would have been quite difficult for us to finish it off. Chen Mu nodded. Even now, that strike from Chen Fan still seemed absolutely stunning to her. Chen Fan said nothing, his palm condensing the blade of the golden crow with black flames churning so intensely. Whoa! The moment the blade of the golden crow appeared, the Bat King whimpered in terror. Li Taidan's Huang De Xian projection instinctively cowered away. Chen Mu even instinctively stepped back. What kind of skill is this? It is so terrifying. Puff. Chen Fan did not speak. He drove the blade of the golden crow straight into the center of the Bat King's forehead, piercing it instantly. The Bat King did not even have a chance to wail before it breathed its last, immediately swallowed by the black flames. Crackle. To avoid accidental injury the moment the Bat King died, Chen Mu withdrew her chains. They watched silently as the Bat King was completely purified. Zio Fan, next time you slay a demon, try not to use this skill. Leave the demon's body intact. Demon remains are very valuable, and this was a demon king. Coming back to her senses, Chen Mu smiled bitterly at Chen Fan. Her eyes were full of regret. After fighting so hard, the demon king's body was gone. Are demon corpses really that valuable? Chen Fan felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he did not know. If he had known, he would not have used the blade of the golden crow to finish it off. In any case, the Bat King was already at his mercy. Yes, they are of great research value. Chen Mu nodded. I will try next time. Chen Fan smiled. Brother, what skill is that? It is so terrifying. If you had used it sooner, this guy would have been finished off long ago, right? Li Taidan finally realized just how powerful Chen Fan truly was. For now, I can only use this skill by surprise. It drains too much mana. Chen Fan explained. He felt that to use the blade of the golden crow permanently, he would need to at least reach the void realm. Rest assured, the old master will not die. But he will probably be quite severely injured this time. Chen Mu explained with a smile. What is going on? Did not the old master pierce his own heart? And what about that rapid gunfire earlier? Li Taidan asked hurriedly. The short blade in the old master's hand is his dream spirit. It will not actually take his life. As for the gunfire, you can see for yourselves when we get back. Chen Mu explained. What a magical ability. Chen Fan was immensely amazed. The old master has many stories. Every scar on his body is a story. He has always walked on the edge of death, and he even has a fearsome title, the Grim Reaper. Chen Mu's voice was calm. Does not that make him stronger than the captain? Chen Fan asked. At certain times you could say that, but his level is a bit low, only at the peak of the dream realm and has been for over a decade. As for why, rumor has it he once fell from a higher state. Chen Mu sighed with deep emotion. Fell from a higher state. Only at the peak of the dream realms. Chen Fan muttered. And yet in his eyes, the old master was truly too strong. Within 50 meters, a sure kill. Once he draws the enemy's blood, death is certain. The Bat King is definitely eliminated. Let us go back. Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief. The threat posed by the Bat King was truly too great. Chen Fan looked at the horizon. It was starting to turn white. He could still have a dream on the way back. If all goes well, a king will become his sacrifice. Old masters, you are not dead. When they returned to the starting point, Captain Ling Ying had already regained consciousness and was bandaging Old Master's wounds. Seeing this, Li Titan lunged forward in excitement. His intention was to show how happy and excited he was. However, the words that came out of his mouth sounded completely wrong. "Titan, do you even know how to talk?" Ling Ying's mouth twitched violently, his face dark with annoyance and utter disdain. "Are you really that eager for me to die?" Old Master, though weak and breathless, could not help but snap back at Li Titan. "Captain Old Master, that is not what I meant." Li Titan wished he could slap himself. "Tell me, how did you become best friends with a guy like that?" Chen Mu smiled, looking at Chen Fan with curiosity. "He is not a bad person. His mouth can be a bit venomous at times, but he is mostly just a goofball, always full of joy." Chen Fan chuckled, his gaze falling on the giant wolf ahead, which had been riddled with bullets. He was incredibly curious. This greed wolf guy really had no good intentions, but luckily, everything was within the captain's calculations. Chen Mu felt genuine admiration. So this giant wolf was also a target for this mission. Chen Fan asked, stunned. If that is the case, did Captain Ling Ying cast the barrier not just to trap the Bat King, but also to lure out this giant wolf? Yes. Chen Mu nodded. So the captain and Old Master were both playing out a ruse of suffering. Chen Fan asked. No wonder they sent Li Titan away back then, even though Old Master looked like he was about to kick the bucket, and the Bat King was already severely injured, enough for Chen Mu to handle alone. They were probably afraid that this cautious giant wolf would not show itself. Exactly. Otherwise, why would Old Master have unleashed all his strongest skills the moment the fight started? It was just to give the greed wolf the illusion that victory was in its grasp. Chen Mu seemed to be in on the plan. Only the two newcomers, Chen Fan and Li Titan, had been kept in the dark. It was still way too risky. Why not finish off the Bat King first, and then team up to take down this greed wolf? Chen Fan did not agree with their methods, because he really did not want to see any more sacrifices. There was no other way. The greed wolf signed a contract with us. According to the contract, we cannot attack it until it becomes an active threat. Otherwise, what would the other contract holders think of us? By our assessment, it had been a threat for 5 full years, but it was cunning and patient, never making a move, so we could not find an opening. Chen Mu explained helplessly. I see. Chen Fan murmured. It seems the contract does not just bind the monstrified beings, but also restricts the Night Watchers. Actually, come to think of it, no creature would ever sign a contract that was unilaterally binding. Zio Fan, you did a great job this time. I did not expect your combat awareness to be so sharp. Titan was also excellent, with incredible coordination skills. Captain Ling Ying finally finished bandaging Old Master and could not help but offer his praise. The entire battle took place within his barrier, so everything was naturally under his control. Thus, the strike that Chen Fan and Li Titan pulled off together truly amazed him. Old Master could not help but look at Chen Fan with newfound respect. It was all thanks to Titan's coordination. Chen Fan smiled, being very humble. Well, that is only natural. Li Titan, however, was not one for modesty and instead looked quite smug. You talk too much, you are in charge of carrying this wolf back. Ling Ying glared at Li Titan. Is this wolf a male? Li Titan stared intently at the giant wolf's belly with burning eyes. What do you want to do? Ling Ying watched Li Titan with suspicion. I have to harvest some nourishing parts, of course. Li Titan declared with perfect righteousness. Harvest your head. Ling Ying, caught between laughter and tears, kicked Li Titan in the rear and scolded playfully. Just how weak are you? Captain, I am not weak, I am quite heroic. As a man, my goal is only ever to be more heroic, never the most heroic. Li Titan explained with a stern face, then laughingly hoisted the giant wolf onto his shoulder. Chen Fan smiled, watching the scene from the side. He tried to reach out to support Old Master, but Ling Ying stepped in first. As the horizon began to pale, the 4 of them slowly returned to the highway. This mission was a complete success. Additionally, we have cleared away a thorn in our side that has been there for 5 years. Before getting into the car, Captain Ling Ying gave a brief summary. Chen Fan could clearly feel that the captain had finally let out a long sigh of relief. With the Bat King purged, the South City would see a period of peace. Even if an occasional awakener or dream creature appeared, they could handle it completely. They brought the car onto the return lane, and the engine began to roar. Who exactly is Old Master? In the car, Chen Fan asked curiously. I do not know the specifics myself. When I joined the Solitary Blade team, he had already been with them for over a decade. It is said he joined because his son and daughter-in-law used to be members of the Solitary Blade team. After a moment of thought, Chin Mu explained, "Members of the Solitary Blade team." "And now?" Chen Fan asked, though he quickly realized the implication. Chin Mu fell silent and did not answer, but the answer was already understood without words. Chen Fan could not help but sigh inwardly. He suddenly felt that perhaps his own troubles were insignificant in old master's eyes. The pain of the white-haired burying the black-haired is something even time cannot erase. On the way, the two fell into a brief silence. When they returned to the villa, the sky was already completely bright. Thankfully, Meng Meng was not awake yet. The reason she did not get up so early was that Chin Mu had specifically taken a day off for her. Nighthawk was already feeling much better, and seeing Chin Mu return, he started clamoring for food. He carried himself with a touch of arrogance, as if seeking credit for his service. Chen Fan ignored him, took a shower, and could not wait to return to his room. After being awake all night, he was really getting sleepy. Besides, he was eager to see if the Bat King had appeared in his lonely grave dreamscape. This time, besides the Bat King, he had also slaughtered countless bats. If they were all in his dream, the offerings this time would definitely be enough. God. Just as he entered the lonely grave dreamscape, the sound of the solitary crow reached his ears. Immediately after, the crow landed right on his shoulder. Chen Fan was stunned. The solitary crow was significantly larger. Its black feathers now appeared pitch black and lustrous, exceptionally striking. The gold between its brows was even more brilliant. It felt like a heavenly eye was about to crack open. The solitary crow has grown. Is it because it consumed the offerings? Chen Fan was amazed and his heart filled with joy. This was the first time he had witnessed the transformation of the solitary crow. The crow could actually grow and become stronger within his lonely grave dreamscape. "What? You have actually grown?" Chen Fan asked happily. "God." The lone crow gave a proud cry. "That is truly wonderful. I hope one day you will grow enough to leave my dream world, and then you will be free." Chen Fan smiled and said. The lone crow did not respond this time, as if it had become accustomed to being here and did not want to go anywhere else. Chen Fan did not pay much attention to it. He took a look at the lone grave and the tombstone epitaph, which had not changed at all, just like last time. Afterward, Chen Fan looked up at the sky, seemingly searching for the Bat King. However, the Bat King was not in the air. That seemed normal enough, because it was daytime in the dream, and bats are nocturnal creatures by nature. The lone crow seemed to understand Chen Fan's intention. It flapped its wings and darted out like a streak of black light. What incredible speed, absolutely no less than that of the Nighthawk. Chen Fan was shocked. It seemed the lone crow's metamorphosis was not just on the surface, its strength had evolved as well. The next moment, a bat rose from the dense weeds. It was a small bat. Chen Fan was a bit stunned. Is the Bat King this small? However, Chen Fan was clearly mistaken. With a roar, the Bat King revealed its true form, instantly transforming into a behemoth. Its outstretched wings spanned a full 7 or 8 meters. A single flap of its wings stirred up a violent gust of wind. Roar! Accompanying a furious roar, a terrifying sonic wave swept out, as if it intended to shatter the lone crow. However, the figure of the lone crow vanished in an instant. Snap! When it reappeared, the lone crow was already above the Bat King's head, digging its sharp claws deep and piercing through the Bat King's skull. Roar! The Bat King wailed in agony as blood and shattered bones splattered everywhere. Snap! The lone crow's figure vanished again, and when it reappeared, its three-toed claws had pierced directly through the Bat King's wing bones. Boom! The off-balance Bat King, like a fighter jet out of control, dove downward and crashed heavily into the ground. What a ferocious lone crow! Chen Fan could not help but mutter. The ferocity of the lone crow fully displayed the dominance of the golden crow. Its combat power was simply off the charts. And the opponent was a demon king. In its hands, there was no room for retaliation. It was essentially a dimension reduction strike. Chen Fan felt that the current strength of the lone crow was definitely above that of the Nighthawk, the demon rabbit, and the underworld king. Secretly praising it, Chen Fan slowly walked toward the Bat King. Roar! The fallen Bat King, upon seeing Chen Fan, filled its eyes with endless resentment and fury. From a great distance, it unleashed a sonic wave attack directly at Chen Fan. It seemed this was its most powerful attack method. What a joke, trying to hurt me in my own dream. Chen Fan smiled with extreme disdain. With a light clap of his palm, the sonic wave emitted by the Bat King was shattered by an invisible force. Here he was essentially the master. He could fully dominate everything about the intruders. Lone Crow, let us roast it again this time, Lu Fan said calmly, while simultaneously beginning to sense the surrounding weeds. He discovered that apart from the Bat King, there were no other bats. As expected, ordinary creatures do not appear in my lone grave dream world after being killed by me. Only demon kings have the qualifications to enter my dream, to become my sacrifices or gravekeepers. This experiment was half successful, confirming his hypothesis. At the very least, ordinary living beings cannot enter his dream after being killed by him. Or perhaps they are not qualified. What about other non-king level demon monsters or other dream demons? Chen Fan speculated again. To get a precise answer, he would have to experiment and see. I wonder if when I kill a powerhouse from the ruins, they will enter my dream. Chen Fan was feeling eager to try. The most suitable candidates for his gravekeepers should be humanoid creatures, right? Roars. Hearing that Chen Fan wanted to roast it, the Bat King, both terrified and furious, let out a low growl. However, upon hearing there was food, the Lone Crow became incredibly excited. It flapped its wings, turned into a black bolt, and sliced past the Bat King's neck like a black blade. Puff! Blood sprayed 3 yards high, staining the surrounding weeds red. Boom! What? The Bat King, which was just trying to struggle up, had its massive body slam heavily into the ground once again. The once insufferably arrogant Bat King was actually killed in an instant by the Lone Crow, without any ability to resist. Chen Fan could not help but feel sympathy for the Bat King. The Bat King had heavily wounded the Lone Blade team, and during the second cleanup, it took the coordinated efforts of those few to finally bring it down. Yet here, it was killed instantly by the Lone Crow. It feels like the Bat King and the Lone Crow are not even in the same dimension. If only the Lone Crow could be summoned. What a pity. Chen Fan could not help but sigh. How large of a branch would I need to support such a huge Bat King? Looking at the massive Bat King, Chen Fan suddenly felt a bit of a headache. It really was not easy to deal with. Afterward, he headed toward the distance and cut down a piece of dead wood the size of a bowl. In the end, he had to resort to using the Golden Crow blade to sharpen both ends of the dead wood. Finding firewood alone took Chen Fan half a day. Cleaning and preparing the Bat King's corpse was an even more troublesome task. After all, this was the first time Chen Fan had dealt with such a gigantic demon monster. To get it roasted, he would probably need the assistance of the Golden Crow's light flame. After the better part of a day, the behemoth Bat King was finally set up by Chen Fan. After starting the fire, Chen Fan began clearing the weeds around his lone grave. This was something he did every single time. Perhaps he did not have to, but Chen Fan had already gotten used to it. Besides, if you do not even treat yourself well, who else can you expect to do so? After clearing all the weeds, a fragrant aroma began to drift through the surroundings. As expected of a demon king, the meat must be exceptionally delicious. Chen Fan thought to himself. Without any seasonings, and even without Chen Fan using any particular techniques, as the fire burned, the aroma emitted by the Bat King made him feel hungry. Since he had nothing to do, Chen Fan came to the side of the bonfire, using his Golden Crow light flame to intensify the heat, while also starting to turn the meat. Occasionally, Chen Fan would also use the Golden Crow blade to make a few cuts in the roasted meat. The meat was too thick and did not cook easily. The Demon King, it seemed, was truly hard to scorch. After another large chunk of time, the Bat King was finally cooked. Chen Fan removed the wood and brought the Bat King before his lone grave. This was the second offering. Although the Lone Crow was greedy, it quietly waited alongside Chen Fan. It is ready, I usually eat very quickly. Chen Fan smiled and gestured to the Lone Crow. God. The Lone Crow was very excited. It dove down and tore off a leg of the Bat King, then returned and placed the roasted leg into Chen Fan's hand. You want me to eat? Chen Fan felt a bit strange. However, he really did have an appetite right now. So he tore off a piece and started chewing. The fragrance filled his mouth. It was indeed a delicacy not found in the human world. At the same time, Chen Fan felt his body becoming warm and toasty, as if a warm current was nourishing him. What? The dream of the lonely grave is truly extraordinary. Feeling a mysterious power flowing through his body, Chen Fan felt incredibly refreshed. It was as if he had been through some kind of baptism. After eating another roasted leg of the Bat King, Chen Fan felt satisfied. The rest was actually devoured by the Lonely Crow. Chen Fan had to admire it. The Lonely Crow seemed to have an endless stomach. The next moment, Chen Fan woke up from his dream. Hearing Meng Meng and Chin Mu talking in the living room, a smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. The feeling of fullness is gone. Was it just a dream? The hunger pangs from his stomach made Chen Fan want to laugh and cry at the same time. In the dream, he had clearly eaten until he was stuffed. Wait. Soon, Chen Fan felt that he was a little different. He discovered that his perceptions seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. Before, his perception was only limited to the surface. Now, it seemed his perception had begun to turn inward. Is it because I ate that roasted meat? Chen Fan was a little puzzled. He was not entirely sure, because worshipping at his own lonely grave would also grant him power. Just then, he faintly felt a warm current nourishing him. Then he felt his strength growing and his range of perception expanding. This must be the divine power gained from worship and offerings. It seems that eating the roasted meat in the dream of the lonely grave also caused some kind of transformation. It should be a transformation of mental power. Chen Fan smiled instantly. The next moment he froze again, because some information had inexplicably appeared in his mind. Sound wave ability. I have also seized the Bat King's ability. After absorbing the information, a happy smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. Now he finally possessed an effective group attack skill. This skill might not be very powerful. After all, it was not granted by his pure land, but came from the Bat King. But for him right now, it was enough. Besides, the Bat King's ultrasonic waves were quite powerful and had great destructive force. Anyway, you can never have too many skills. Even if it is not world-shattering, as long as it is used cleverly, it will always have unexpected effects. What is more, as my level improves, my sound wave attacks should also get stronger. Chen Fan thought to himself. Now he could incorporate sound wave attacks into his speech. Not to mention anything else during a fight, others' roars are just roars, but his roars carry sound wave attacks. His requirements were not too high for now. As long as he could stun his opponents, he would win. Break! He shouted at a glass on the table. Crack! The glass shattered in response and the water flowed everywhere. The power was definitely not weak. If an ordinary person were faced with his light shout, their eardrums would probably be shattered. Could this be called speaking the law into existence? This skill is really not weak, I must practice it more. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. However, the King of Hell and the Bat King clearly had more than one skill. But each of the two offerings only allowed me to take one skill. Chen Fan thought silently, his heart beginning to burn with excitement. The dream of the lonely grave had already given him a cheat code. It would be a real shame if I did not hunt more demon kings and monsters. Brother! Hearing the commotion from Chen Fan's room, Meng Meng ran towards his room immediately. Qin Mu followed behind her. They saw Chen Fan sitting on the bed in his shorts, while the glass on the desk in the distance had cracked. I am fine, I just mastered a sound wave ability and tried it out. Chen Fan smiled. This time he did not hide it from Meng Meng. After Meng Meng lost her memory, she awakened her power. On the way back this morning, they had already discussed it. Take advantage of her amnesia to slowly tell her the truth about this world. Anyway, she was already a part of it. The amnesiac Meng Meng would surely be able to accept and adapt to it quickly. Wow, brother is so amazing. I only have one kind of power. Meng Meng was extremely happy and started clapping. It seems that Qin Mu had already told her a lot while Chen Fan was sleeping. And she mistakenly thought that the world was like this before she lost her memory. Meng Meng is still young. When you grow up, you will definitely be stronger than me. Chen Fan smiled. Yes, then I can protect brother and sister. Meng Meng said with great confidence. Zio Fan, did you shatter this glass? Qin Mu came back to her senses and asked in shock. Just how monstrous is this guy? I do not know when he awakened a terrifying blade of black flame, which directly purified the Bat King. Now he has also awakened a sound wave attack skill. You have to know Chen Fan is still in the dream state. He has not even broken through to the illusion state yet, and he has already mastered 2 of his own skills. Yes, did not you hear my voice just now? Chen Fan admitted it directly. He is simply a monster. Qin Mu murmured. Alright, Meng Meng and I have finished making lunch. Get up, wash up and eat. Coming to her senses, Qin Mu became very gentle. Right away. Chen Fan did not hesitate, got dressed and finished washing up quickly. Zio Fan, I heard you took down that Bat King guy. As soon as he came out, the Night Hawk landed on Chen Fan's shoulder impatiently, looking much more energetic. Just lucky, just lucky. Chen Fan was very modest this time and did not bicker with the Night Hawk. I hate this kind of fake modest attitude the most. The Nighthawk seemed very dissatisfied and muttered, leaving Chen Fan speechless. Sister Mew, I feel like this guy would be a perfect match for Lee Titan. Maybe we should send him over one of these days. Chen Fan suggested. You too, biting the hand that feeds you. You will not let me cling to the thighs of the shepherd, and you want me to follow someone who relies on others for a living. The Nighthawk wailed, adding drama to itself, and the act was full of flair. Here, have a chicken leg. Meng Meng seemed unable to take it anymore and shoved a chicken leg into the Nighthawk's mouth, which finally made it quiet. The documents are in. Emergency special training. You might have to leave tomorrow. After lunch, the three of them sat on the sofa watching TV, and Chen Mew said to Chen Fan, "Is it that urgent?" Chen Fan frowned. There is a secret mission that can only be executed by newcomers. And it is an urgent mission. Time is tight, we must complete the special training as quickly as possible, and then pick the most elite people to form a temporary squad. Chen Mew explained. An urgent mission. Chen Fan looked serious. It involves overseas. I do not know any more than that. Chen Mew felt a bit helpless. What about Titan, will he be going too? Chen Fan asked. What? No, he is a demon feeder and he will go to another place for special training. The special training camp you're going to is quite unique. I expect all the newcomers there will be like you, extremely special or powerful. It should involve the selection for overseas mission execution this time. Chen Mew explained. Is it that rushed, leaving already tomorrow? Chen Fan was a bit puzzled. It is an urgent file, I doubt your training will last more than a few days. Do not worry, I have already asked for leave from the captain, and I will be keeping Meng Meng company from now on. Chen Mew knew that Chen Fan was worried about Meng Meng. All right. This time Chen Fan agreed readily, without his previous hesitation. Seeing this, Chen Mew felt relieved. I think it is time for me to meditate. Speaking softly to Chen Mew, Chen Fan closed his eyes. Almost instantly, Chen Fan entered his world of pure land. It was much faster than before. Here it remained incredibly warm, with the entire world filled with flames of light. Looking at the scorching sun in the sky, Chen Fan began to meditate mentally, sensing his spiritual world. It seems the flow of time has accelerated quite a bit. Is it because I consumed the sacrifice, and my spiritual power has been sublimated in some way? Feeling the accelerated flow of time, Chen Fan felt a sense of joy in his heart. Within 10 years, I must break through to the true realm and become a deity. This thought arose in Chen Fan's mind. Once he becomes a god, the Golden Crow will surely become one too. With the power of the Golden Crow, even the gods would have to step aside. Time flowed on, and the same was true for the world outside. His cultivation speed has broken through again. And is not Chen Fan's meditation lasting a bit too long? Chen Mew in the room saw the circle of light surrounding Chen Fan constantly expanding, and guessed that Chen Fan's cultivation speed had increased again. This made her very curious. I suspect he has a high chance of breaking through to the true realm and becoming a god within 10 years. Nighthawk chimed in from the side. It really thought highly of Chen Fan. 10 years? Chen Mew murmured, finding it hard to believe. Finally, in the afternoon at sunset, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. This was the longest meditation session he had ever had. Moreover, he had made a breakthrough this time. The 5th day of the dream. On the 5th day of the dream, in just half a day's time, you actually broke through again and spent a whole day in your pure land. Chen Mew was incredibly shocked. It is a breakthrough, my strength has grown a little, but it is not significant. Chen Fan was somewhat dissatisfied. His main combat power came from the gift of the lonely grave. Small breakthroughs in the pure land level could not bring him much improvement in power. The pure land granted him abilities, but these abilities formed his terrifying combat power only under the blessing of the divine attribute. Otherwise, if he relied solely on the power of the Pure Land, he would not be able to slay a demon king. You know, a demon king is at least a void realm powerhouse, a natural void realm powerhouse. He was now very much looking forward to whether he would awaken his own powerful exclusive skills after breaking through to the illusion realm. You should be content. You are already strong enough to slay half-god powerhouses. Nighthawk said, sounding annoyed. It is always like this. When everyone else is marveling at Chen Fan's breakthroughs in combat power, only he feels dissatisfied and unsatisfied. Impossible. Pseudo-gods are on an entirely different dimension, capable of controlling nature itself. I cannot even get close to them, let alone slay them. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Nighthawk. He naturally knew he was strong, especially under the blessing of the divine attribute. However, cross-dimensional combat is basically impossible. Although the Void Realm is powerful, it has not yet transcended, so it cannot achieve cross-dimensional combat. Alright, I have finished cooking, let us eat. Chen Mu said, heading toward Meng Meng's room. Chen Fan was a bit confused. Normally, Meng Meng would never be asleep at this time. After losing her memories, Meng Meng seems to have become somewhat prone to sleeping. Nighthawk glanced at Chen Fan and muttered, "You have noticed it too?" Chen Fan asked, "Of course. I remember that although she used to go to bed on time, she never complained about being sleepy. For the past 2 days I have been playing with her, but she kept yawning after not playing for long." Thoughtful expressions flickered in Nighthawk's eyes. "Do you have any conclusions?" Chen Fan asked, feeling somewhat worried. "Everything about her is normal. Moreover, her strength is growing on its own. Overall, this is a good thing, a very good thing." Nighthawk had actually reached a conclusion. "Brothers." Meng Meng was woken up, and the first thing she did was look for Chen Fan, then she flew at him, knocking him onto the sofa. Sure enough, her strength and speed are much greater than they were this afternoon. Catching Meng Meng, Chen Fan thought to himself, "I am going to brush my teeth and eat." Climbing off Chen Fan, Meng Meng happily trotted toward the wash basin. Meng Meng's strength has increased again, has not it? Nighthawk asked. "Yes." Chen Fan nodded, deep in thought. "It is more than just an increase, it is a massive surge. Let us eat. What did Sister Mu cook tonight? Meng Meng is so hungry." After washing up, Meng Meng went straight to the dining table with a greatly increased appetite. Braised pork trotters, Meng Meng's favorite. Chen Mu smiled gently while serving the food. The night passed without a word. Chen Fan meditated after dinner and fell asleep in the middle of the night. It may seem tedious and dull, but Chen Fan found joy in it. In the morning, after saying goodbye to the lonely crow in his dream, he slowly woke up. Sure enough, without a sacrifice to worship, there was no massive surge in power. Sensing the increase in his power and perception, it just felt too weak compared to the previous 2 times. Special training. What a pity, otherwise I could have gone on missions today and tried to hunt more monsters. Chen Fan murmured. After tasting the benefits twice, he had a craving for sacrifices. Worshipping with a sacrifice not only caused a massive surge in power, but also allowed him to strip skills from the sacrifice. Anyone would find themselves reluctant to stop. Brothers. Because he was in a rush, Chen Fan got up quite early. Unexpectedly, Meng Meng was also up early, yawning while carrying Chen Fan's bag for him. "Brother, you must miss Meng Meng, just as Meng Meng misses you." Meng Meng looked reluctant to let him go, but still obediently handed the backpack to Chen Fan. Chen Fan picked up Meng Meng and kissed her on the cheek. "I am off." Chen Fan took the backpack and waved at Chen Mu and Meng Meng. Chen Mu had intended to see him off, but he declined. When he stepped out, the pre-booked airport car was already waiting. This time he was flying to the city where the Eastern Theater Command was located. Overseas mission, new recruits forming temporary teams. Chen Fan fell into deep thought. His instincts told him this trip would definitely not be smooth sailing. However, in his heart, he was actually faintly looking forward to it. More than 2 hours later, Chen Fan stepped off the plane. Soon, he spotted 2 military off-road vehicles at the pickup area. No one was holding a sign, and there was no one outside the vehicles either. Is this the treatment for the elites? Chen Fan thought to himself, his powerful senses telling him that at least a few gazes were fixed on him. They seemed to be observing his every move. He guessed that perhaps the team selection had already begun the moment he got off the plane. With that, he walked straight towards the military off-road vehicle. Even when he reached the side of the car, no one paid him any mind. The next moment, a surge of invisible energy transformed into a sharp projectile, piercing toward the center of Chen Fan's brows. Yet in Chen Fan's eyes, the speed of the projectile was neither fast nor slow. However, Chen Fan instinctively felt that the piercing power of this projectile was extremely strong. Therefore, he chose not to take it head-on, but instead tilted his head to the side, dodging the attack. Click. The off-road vehicle door was heavily opened, revealing an expressionless face. Chen Fan from Nancy, reporting for duty. Chen Fan spoke. "Tell me, behind you is the airport and the ordinary people. Facing danger, why did you choose to dodge, leaving the danger to the people behind you?" The middle-aged man asked with a blank expression. "It was just a probe, why should I have taken it head-on?" Chen Fan frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. This was supposed to be an assessment, and if the criteria required him to take a hit to pass, he He felt it was time to pack up and go home. How did you determine that my attack was just a probe? The middle-aged man asked, still expressionless. If it had not been, then you would already be on the blacklist for elimination. If I had died trying to take it head-on, who would be there to expose you? Chen Fan's calm response left the middle-aged man slightly stunned. Get in the car, you are the last one to arrive. The middle-aged man snapped back to reality and said coolly. Chen Fan did not waste words and got straight into the car. Aside from the middle-aged man, there were 5 others in the car, making it a bit crowded. Among the 5, there were 3 men and 1 woman, all in their teens or early 20s, plus 1 very young boy. It seems that young people are more prone to dreaming. The 4 of them were currently sizing Chen Fan up, and Chen Fan was observing them as well, except for the boy who kept his head down. Soon, the slightly shy young boy made some room for Chen Fan. Thank you. Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement. You are welcome. The boy was still a bit shy. My name is Ling Ju. An extremely burly young man was the first to introduce himself. He lived up to his name. He was about 2 meters tall and took up the space of 2 people. His voice boomed when he spoke. Chen Mo. Another young man pushed up his glasses, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. He was rather thin and stood about 1.75 meters. His speech was very concise. My name is Zhao Shen from Sucheng. The last young man nodded. He carried himself with an imposing air and a certain dignity. Older brothers and sister, my name is Li Chen. My pure land is a bit special. It is called the 100 Beasts Pure Land, and my dream spirit is a beast king, the white tiger. The shy boy introduced himself, feeling a bit embarrassed. 100 Beasts Pure Land. A white tiger dream spirit. The white tiger is one of the 4 holy beasts and represents slaughter. Could yours be a mythical grade pure land? The last young woman asked with a smile. She wore a ponytail, was quite attractive, and possessed an intellectual beauty. It is not. My dream spirit is not the mythical holy beast. It is just an ordinary white tiger. The shy boy was a bit nervous, but there was no disappointment in his tone. Instead, he radiated a deep affection for the white tiger. Still calling it just a white tiger, you are so shy you should be more imposing. Ling Ju placed a palm the size of a folding fan on Li Chen's shoulder and laughed. By the way, I am Ling Shu. My pure land is a library and my dream spirit is a pen. The woman smiled and introduced herself. Finally, the 4 of them turned their gazes to Chen Fan. My name is Chen Fan from Nanxi. Chen Fan said softly, also very concisely. If his pure land were ordinary, he would have shared it. But the Golden Crow Pure Land, a mythical legendary grade, would come across as showing off. Haha, brother Chen Fan, I admire you for daring to stand up to the instructor. Ling Ju chuckled and gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. I was not standing up to him, I was just telling the truth. Chen Fan shook his head. Actually, your reasoning was the most logical. Chen Mo's glasses glinted as he praised Chen Fan. You are very calm. To be able to reason so critically in that kind of situation. Zhao Shen, who appeared imposing, agreed strongly. Are you saying that you were just speaking the truth? Meaning you were deliberate in dodging the instructor's probe? Ling Shu seemed to have caught on to something key and asked. At once the expressions of Chen Mo and Zhao Shen turned slightly serious. Yeah, Chen Fan nodded. What a monster. A freak. Everyone admired him in unison. They were all peers and of the same caliber. Once the conversation started, they soon grew comfortable with each other. A while later, the military vehicle rattled into a mountainous area. Not long after, the vehicle came to a stop. Stay in the vehicle for now. The middle-aged man's voice came through, sounding stern and hurried, followed by the sound of doors opening and closing. Chen Fan closed his eyes and began to sense his surroundings. He discovered that other military vehicles were parked around them, all filled with awakened individuals. And all of the instructors had mysteriously vanished. It felt like they were up to something. I suggest we get out of the vehicle. Chen Mo adjusted his glasses and said coolly. But the instructor told us to stay in the vehicle. Li Chen hesitated, appearing very obedient. The instructor has disappeared. Chen Fan said calmly. The vehicle fell into silence and everyone became alert. Boom! Chen Fan did not hesitate, throwing a punch directly at the car frame with power strong enough to pierce steel. However, he felt as if his fist had struck cotton candy. It was clear that a barrier had been set up around the vehicle. Everyone was shocked. Shocked by Chen Fan's strength and also by the terrifying defense of the vehicle. Looks like they are really trying to stir something up. Has the assessment already begun? Zhao Shen narrowed his eyes and speculated. Move aside, Chen Fan said calmly, manifesting the blade of the golden crow in his palm, which terrified those around him. The supposedly indestructible cabin wall was torn open by the blade of the golden crow. Brother Chen Fan, you are definitely someone worth hanging out with. Haha, let me lend a hand. Lingju was stunned for a moment, let out a loud laugh and then threw a punch of his own. He shattered the car panel that had already been ripped open. At that moment he looked like a giant deity. Two monsters, Chen Mo muttered. What? As I expected, they really are looking for trouble. Chen Fan and Ling Ju were the first to scramble out of the military vehicle. Chen Mo and the others followed. I can feel the restlessness of the beasts in the mountains, Li Chen said, sounding a bit nervous. This made Chen Fan take another look at him. Can he sense the emotions of beasts? That would make him an absolute top-tier scout with great team support capabilities. There is a barrier around us. Ling Shu's expression was also very grave. It looks like we need to prepare for a fight. Zhao Shen spoke slowly with a serious look on his face. Boom, boom, what? Explosions started to come from the other vehicles as well. They seemed to have sensed the abnormality too and were forcing their way out of the cars. With about 10 vehicles, it did not take long for 40 or 50 people to appear on the scene. They were all young people or teenagers. Roars. Soon roars of beasts echoed from the surrounding mountains. The mountain beasts were restless and terrified. Are these our targets for this time? A sinister and cold voice rang out. A middle-aged man walked slowly out of the mountain forest. His face bore a savage scar, and he exuded an icy, brutal aura with faint traces of black mist lingering around him. At that moment, everyone's expression turned incredibly solemn. Not bad. They are all fresh meats. From another side came a hoarse voice. A blonde beauty slowly emerged from the ground, boasting exquisite features and a stunning figure. However, her eyes were blood red, and she appeared to be on the verge of a rampage. There are quite a lot of talented youngsters from Shenzhou. A figure shrouded in a cloak appeared from another direction, their voice sounding ancient and frail. The three appeared from 3 different directions, surrounding everyone. These must be the legendary Ruin Awakens. A flash of excitement crossed Chen Mo's eyes. To think there is actually someone feeling excited. Do you really think this is just your assessment? The first middle-aged man gave a sinister smile, and the image of a giant python appeared behind him. In the next instant, the python spat out a corpse. Instructor. What? Upon seeing the uniform on the corpse, everyone gasped in terror. Chen Mo's expression also sank heavily. Could it be an illusion? Zhao Shen murmured. They had thought this was just an assessment, but now it was clear something was very wrong. Splat. The blonde beauty moved and vanished. Reappearing, her hand pierced straight through a young man's chest. The young man looked around in total disbelief, his life fading away, full of unwillingness. Impossible. Chen Fan's expression dropped sharply. He wanted to find the flaw, but he truly sensed the young man's life force fading. He sensed that the instructor who had been spat out had no trace of life left. Roar! The python phantom behind the middle-aged man roared and charged directly into the crowd. Its savage jaws were wide enough to swallow 2 people in one bite. Too strong. These 3 are at least near-void tier ruin powerhouses. In contrast, Chen Fan and the others were all just newly awakened. Probably none of them have reached the illusion tier yet. Kill? Chen Fan could not care about anything else. He drew his short blade and let out a roar. In an instant, a terrifying sonic wave surged, carrying the majestic dominance of the Golden Crow and Chen Fan's divine essence, precisely locking onto the Python Phantom. Roar! The Python Phantom, which had been about to swallow a teenager, shrieked in pain and retracted its massive body. Everyone gather together and stay behind me. A young woman stepped forward, her voice cold. A suit of golden armor manifested around her, and she wielded a long golden spear, looking every bit like a Valkyrie. Golden flame armor began to ignite on Chen Fan, and a fierce battle intent permeated the air. Brother, we just met, and now we are fighting side by side. Thrilling. Lingju laughed loudly, and his body began to swell, instantly transforming into a 5 or 6 meter tall giant, a brutal aura radiating from him. How could I be left out? Zhao Shen looked at Lingju with surprise and spoke calmly, looking incredibly dignified. His aura also began to surge, and he gripped a sword tightly. I will cast a defensive barrier for everyone. Ling Shu said nervously, a pen appearing in her palm as she began drawing talismans in the air. I did not expect a young powerhouse to be hiding here. To have such power at the 5th level of the Dream Realm. The 3 ruined powerhouses did not rush to attack, instead adopting the posture of a cat playing with a mouse, showing particular interest in Chen Fan. He is mine. The blonde beauty licked her lips, looking exactly like a predator eyeing its prey. You guys fall back. Safety first. If there is a chance, protect the others. Try to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. Chen Fan said in a deep voice. However, just as he finished speaking, the blonde beauty vanished. But her figure was still captured by Chen Fan's golden eyes. She had sunk directly into the ground and soon entered Chen Fan's sensing range. This guy can actually traverse the ground as if she were a subterranean creature. In an instant, she had reached right beneath Chen Fan's feet. Death wish. Chen Fan growled. He did not expect his earth-shattering skill to be needed so soon. Boom! He stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to shatter as if exploded, opening a giant crack 20 meters long and 20 meters deep. Puff! Within the crack, the blonde beauty was struck by the overwhelming force, sustaining a massive wound and coughing up blood. Everything happened too suddenly. The blonde beauty would never have believed that a Dream Awakener could master 2 powerful skills. Especially skills of different attributes, which had nothing to do with the flaming glow on Wang Fan. Die! Chen Fan roared, sonic waves rolling as they slammed into the blonde beauty inside the crack. At the same time, he slammed his palm onto the fissure at his feet. Boom! The crack closed, the earth shuddered, and the ground shook violently. Even if she had a golden body and bronze bones, she would likely be crushed to dust. One-shot kill. An unexpected, instantaneous kill. Hardly anyone could react, including the old man under the black robe and the python-wielding middle-aged man, who stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. If they knew that Chen Fan had fought against the Pluto and beheaded the Bat King, they probably would not have been so shocked. Chen Fan's cultivation level was not high, but his divine essence granted him terrifying power. Every dream allowed him to evolve. You all work together to hold him off. I will deal with this old man first and then come to your aid. Having eliminated one ruined powerhouse, Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief. Among the few dozen people, there were many talents and strong individuals, so holding off the middle-aged man should not be a problem. He was not too worried about a one-on-one fight with the old man. Judging from the old man's aura, he had not entered the void tier yet, so he could definitely fight him. With a surprise attack, he might even be able to kill him. A hero among the youths. You even managed to take down the dragon princess. From now on, we cannot afford to let our guard down. The old man in the black cloak spoke with an eerie tone. The next moment, Chen Fan felt his feet being bound by black vines. When did this happen? Chen Fan was shocked. The vines wrapped around him grew wildly, transforming into blades to shred him apart. And illusions. Despite the sharp pain, Chen Fan remained incredibly calm. He realized instantly that this old man was a formidable illusion master. Beyond his superpowers, he could cast illusions to harm others. Having come to his senses, Chen Fan began to channel his divine gifts. In an instant, the vines binding him vanished. The sharp pain disappeared as well. Before him, the old man appeared, charging at him with a hideous grin. Die! Chen Fan let out a low roar and slashed his short blade, sending a shockwave over 10 meters long through the air. Damn it! The old man braced himself against the impact of the sonic wave and retreated wildly. A dream-awakened user, actually capable of resisting my 7-day illusion. The old man's expression turned grim as he looked at Chen Fan with wariness. He found Chen Fan to be an incredibly difficult opponent. After all, Chen Fan possessed 2 powerful skills, whereas he, despite being an illusion master, had only mastered 1. His superpower was manipulating vines. However, this area was far too open. Kill. After a brief exchange, Chen Fan realized that the old man was nothing special. He drew his blade and charged straight at him. His speed was like a startling swan, reaching the front of the old man in an instant. The old man retreated in a panic, as countless vines erupted from the ground to entangle Chen Fan. Slash. Facing these vines, Chen Fan was completely fearless. He swung his short blade horizontally, and with flashes of sword light, the surging vines were sliced clean through. I thought you were a master. Chen Fan sneered and continued his assault. His golden eyes captured every movement, while his perception enveloped the entire surroundings. Ling Ju, transformed into a giant, was currently holding off the middle-aged man's black giant python. Ling Shu, looking pale, used her brush to draw runes in the air, providing support from the side. To the left, Chen Mo was directing the battle from the sidelines, occasionally ordering Zhao Shen to attack. And surprisingly, Zhao Shen listened, and every single strike left wounds on the middle-aged man. The others seemed encouraged. They were no longer afraid and began to counterattack together. They pushed the middle-aged man back, forcing him to retreat towards the mountains. The existence who looked like a Valkyrie was slacking off at this moment. Roar! The beast in the mountains seemed to have received some kind of summons, roaring as they rushed out to block the middle-aged man's retreat. Perceiving everything, Chen Fan threw himself heart and soul into the battle with the old man. I have to say, although the old man was not strong, his combat experience was extremely rich. After a short fight, he had already seen through Chen Fan's reach, making sure not to let him get close. Endless vines were madly blocking Chen Fan. An ordinary person would have been shredded to pieces by now. Trying to wear out my stamina and setting up an array in secret, Chen Fan instantly caught onto the old man's intentions. He could not help but sneer. The old man's stealthy, subtle movements were all under his perception. Boom! During another charge, Chen Fan stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating a 10-meter-long crack that destroyed the old man's layout. Damn it! Seeing that the nearly completed layout had been crushed by Chen Fan's stomp, the old man cursed, realizing his plan had been exposed. Retreat! The old man felt the urge to leave and roared at the middle-aged man, who was completely pinned down. His figure flickered as he headed toward the mountain forest. Just then, the Valkyrie who had been slacking off made her move. Pointing her spear, a terrifying light beam locked onto the old man and pierced through him. Damn it! You do not keep your word. The remaining middle-aged man let out a roar full of sorrow. Sorry, as far as we are concerned, you did not complete the mission. The Valkyrie spoke coldly, sweeping her spear and severing the middle-aged man's head. Instant kill. Two powerful ruin masters were killed instantly. For a moment, the scene was silent. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. As I thought, it really was an assessment. Chen Mo adjusted his glasses and breathed a huge sigh of relief. Then what about the instructors who died? Ling Ju reverted to his normal form and slumped onto the ground. If nothing else, we should still be inside an illusion. Chen Mo analyzed. So those three ruin masters were also illusions. Ling Shu asked, "From now on, you are my little brother and I will protect you. Only by mixing the true with the false can one make the fake look real." Chen Mo shook his head. Clap, clap. The Valkyrie could not help but clap her hands. Not bad, your reactions and coordination completely exceeded our expectations. The woman who looked like a Valkyrie spoke with satisfaction. The instructors who had disappeared earlier all walked out from the forest with stern expressions. The boy who had been killed earlier dusted off his clothes and slowly stood up. The instructor who had been swallowed and spat out by the python also stood straight up. It was as if they were all actors. As I thought. Was it just an assessment? Chen Fan murmured. Snap! The Valkyrie snapped her fingers and the mysterious power vanished. However, the bodies of the two ruin masters still lay on the ground. As you suspected, this was just a half-true, half-false assessment. We just wanted to see your abilities, reactions, and how you use your powers. The Valkyrie explained calmly, letting everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Some of them felt very embarrassed, because just moments ago, they had nearly wet themselves in fear. Tamed. Just then, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face appeared out of thin air, followed by a young man walking through the air. Chen Fan, Ling Ju, Chen Mo, Zhao Shen, Li Chen, Qin Gu, Ling Long, step out. The Valkyrie began to call names, totaling 15 people. Chen Mo and the others exchanged glances, then stepped forward. Follow us. The rest of you continue boarding the transport. The scarred young man said indifferently, then started walking in another direction. Let us go. The Valkyrie said calmly. This should have to do with the overseas mission. Chen Fan thought to himself, then began to walk and follow them. Winding and turning for a long distance, Chen Fan felt he had entered some kind of formation. Even if he were asked to find his way back now, he certainly could not. Soon the group entered a secret canyon. The valley is vast and foundations have been laid across it. Soon the group was led into a completely sealed room. The room was surrounded by layers of barriers. Everyone sit down. The middle-aged man with a scar spoke, his voice incredibly deep. After Chen Fan and the others were all seated, the Valkyrie took out a stack of paper, handing one sheet and a pen to each person. I assume you all know that this special training involves an overseas mission. The middle-aged man asked. Yes. Everyone nodded. Very good. You have been chosen. But there is no time left for special training. The middle-aged man spoke, leaving everyone stunned. Without training, how are we supposed to carry out the mission? Lingju frowned and asked in a low voice. I know this overseas mission is specifically for newcomers. I suspect it is not just because of the lack of time. It is because the fresher you are, the better. Chen Mo said. Yes. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Mo with approval. So are you asking us to write our last will and testament? Although Chen Mo phrased it as a question, his tone was very certain. Yes. This is a choice for you. Those willing to leave a will can stay and carry out the mission. Those who are not can return and continue with normal training. The middle-aged man nodded. Remember, this is not an assessment. This mission is definitely a suicide mission. We chose you based on your abilities, and now it is your turn to choose whether you want to carry out the mission. There is no forced obligation. Because this is a suicide mission, you will have no support until it is completed. The Valkyrie added solemnly. In an instant, everyone's expression became incredibly solemn. Li Chen's legs began to tremble instinctively. Chen Fan did not speak, but he had already made up his mind. He held his pen and scribbled his name onto the paper. Aside from that, he wrote nothing else. A last will. He only had Meng Meng left in this world. If he were to die in action, he would not leave a will for her. Without a will, at least Meng Meng would still have hope. After finishing, Chen Fan handed the paper to the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie took it and gazed at Chen Fan deeply. Haha, brother Chen Fan is decisive. What is there to be afraid of? If I die serving the country, I can be added to the family genealogy. Every Kingoming festival, the first incense will be offered to me. I must be a fool to hesitate. Lingju laughed heartily and scribbled his name onto the paper. How could I Chen Mo ever die? Chen Mo smiled and confidently picked up his pen. Good grief, you guys are showing off so hard, what can I even say? Zhao Shen rolled his eyes and picked up his pen to sign his name as well. Mom, Dad, your son is unfilial. Li Chen started writing, but his hand was trembling and tears streamed down his face, yet he remained stubbornly silent. Li Chen, there is no need to force yourself. Even the Valkyrie, who was used to seeing life and death, was deeply moved. As far as she knew, Li Chen had not even turned 15 yet. He was the youngest of them all. She wanted to offer comfort, but she was not good at it. Sister, I am afraid. I am afraid of dying, but I can still be brave. At most, I will just cry while I fight. Li Chen wiped his tears and said stubbornly, Brother, what is there to be afraid of? From now on, you are my little brother, and I will look after you. With your big brother here, you absolutely will not die. Lingju was deeply moved, quickly putting his arm around Li Chen's shoulder and patting his own chest in assurance. If we die, we die. If we do not, we live 10,000 years. What? The others, who had been hesitant and wanting to back out, were all deeply touched by Li Chen. In a moment, everyone gathered their courage and scribbled on the paper, either leaving a will or simply signing their names. Though I am a girl, I can still shoulder the armor. When the country calls, I will never refuse. Ling Shu wrote with a powerful, dragon-like hand, not as if writing a will but declaring her ambition. If the youth are strong, the country will be strong. Watching these youths write with such fervor, the middle-aged man felt a surge of heroism in his heart. Soon, all the wills were handed in. The room became incredibly quiet for a moment. My name is Hu Gyuon. Like you, I am a night watcher, but our duty is to deal with external threats. The middle-aged man introduced himself. You all represent the future. Sending you on an overseas mission alone is a last resort. Hu Gyuon's expression softened significantly, his tone filled with guilt and reluctance. But this mission is too important. It concerns the very foundation of our nation and our pure land. Hu Gyuon took a deep breath and spoke calmly. A servant of the gods, a messenger of a god, brought us news. In our Kinzia divine state, an old scientist sacrificed his reputation and gave up his citizenship to do research in the lighthouse country. He discovered a way to stimulate the awakening of dream spirits. He wanted to return to the country, but before he could send the news, he was captured. Hu Gyuon's tone was heavy and agitated, with murderous intent seeping through. Everyone was dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe. I do not need to explain what this means, right? Hu Gyuon lowered his voice and said gravely, this means our Kinzia divine state will be able to awaken naturally, everyone can become a dragon, everyone can have a pure land, and everyone can become a great wall. Just think if we have millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of awakened ones. Then the eternal night is nothing. Hogyeon became more and more excited as he spoke. So our mission is to bring the old man back. Chen Fan was the first to calm down and ask. Inside, he was also extremely thrilled. No, on your own you cannot bring him back. You only need to find him and provide us with the location. We will strike directly, Hogyeon said, filled with killing intent. The reason we chose newcomers and did not put you through special training is because we are afraid of alerting the enemy. Our intelligence has already been compromised by them. They would likely discover us before we even reach their border. Hogyeon explained helplessly. The intel came from a divine messenger, meaning that on the lighthouse side, they believe their secret has not been leaked. To an extent, we are in the light and the enemy is in the dark. Chen Fan murmured. Yes. Hogyeon nodded. Is it possible that their gods or messengers have calculated that we have received the information and that we are about to set out? Chen Mo asked. They do not have that ability. We have already laid our plans. Hogyeon said with disdain, then instructed, at that time, we will give you a jade pendant from the hand of God. Do not take it off under any circumstances. From the hand of God, it seems we have gods on our side. Chen Fan thought to himself, what? You do not have much time left. You must set off no later than tomorrow afternoon. Because we cannot be sure if our elder is currently being interrogated under duress. Because all the data has been destroyed by him. The only copy exists solely within his memory. Hogyeon said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Chen Fan and the others were filled with renewed respect. You 15 people will be divided into 3 squads. Chen Fan, Chen Mo, and Ying Yingsu, you 3 will be the temporary team leaders. The woman who looked like a Valkyrie took out the files and made the arrangements. She held the files, and it was she who had been collecting data on site during the assessment and selection. Chen Fan looked at the woman named Ying Yingsu with some curiosity. She was in her early 20s, with long loose hair and a pair of large-rimmed glasses. She spoke very little, but she was calm, and her emotions rarely fluctuated. Chen Fan did not know what My Mo's ability was, but his insight, predictive ability, and analytical skills were all very strong, making him well qualified to be a leader. Report. Can I not be a team leader? I want to be in a squad with Chen Fan and serve as his team member. Hearing that he was appointed as a leader, Chen Mo was stunned, wearing a bitter and reluctant expression. Report. I also feel that I am not qualified for the position of team leader. Chen Fan also quickly spoke up. Just kidding, being a leader meant huge responsibilities and heavy burdens, not to mention how many brain cells it would waste. Most importantly, he did not want to be responsible for the safety and lives of others. He did not have that much capacity. However, as soon as his voice fell, everyone rolled their eyes at him. He had insta-killed a powerful ruins survivor and forced an old ruins expert to retreat in a one-on-one fight. If he was not qualified to be a leader, who was? This is an order. Do you think this is a game? There is no room for choice. Hogyeon said irritably. Inside, however, he smiled. The fact that these 2 guys refused so decisively proved that he had indeed chosen the right people. Chen Mo and Chen Fan exchanged a glance, smiling bitterly in helplessness. Now for the team member assignments. Ling Ju, Li Chen, Zhao Shen, Ling Shu, you will follow Chen Mo. Hogyeon continued. What? We want to follow Captain Chen Fan. Ling Ju said with dissatisfaction. Big guy, are you looking down on me? Chen Mo was exasperated. You do not even value yourself, how dare you criticize me? Ling Ju looked very innocent, making Chen Mo roll his eyes. It is for the balance of the teams. You do not put all your eggs in one basket. Hogyeon explained. Chen Fan felt incredibly envious. Ling Ju was pure physical strength and defense, Li Chen was the ultimate intelligence scout and crisis early warner, Ling Shu was the best support, and Zhao Shen was a mobile fighter who could handle both long and short ranges. Add to that Chen Mo, the mastermind. Once this team reached a level of coordinated synergy, they would definitely exert immense combat power. If only this team were his. Li Yunfeng, Zhao Yihen, Chen Han, Chu Fan, you 4 follow Ying Yingsu. Hogyeon continued with the arrangements. Received. Received. The 4 of them shouted in unison. As for the rest of you, your captain is Chen Fan. Before setting off, you have half a day to get to know your comrades. Tonight, your equipment and flight tickets will be delivered to you. Tomorrow, you will travel to various cities according to your tickets to enter the Lighthouse Nation. Once there, you will find ways to rendezvous with each other. You have only one goal: determine the Elder's exact location and report it to us for target acquisition. The Elder's documents will be transmitted to you tonight, and there will be civilians over there to contact you. Hu Gyuon gave his orders and deployments in one breath for over 10 minutes before dismissing everyone. Let us go. Chen Mo gave a light smile and left with his team. Watching them leave, especially Li Chen's thin frame, and thinking of his youthful face, Chen Fan fell into silence. Honestly, he still hoped that this timid yet brave boy was in his group. It might have been safer. However, with Ling Ju following him, it should be quite good. After all, in terms of defense, Ling Ju was more proficient than he was. Let us go too. After exchanging contact information with Chen Fan, Ying Yingsu left with her teammates. In the entire secret chamber, only Chen Fan and his 4 remained. 4 members, 2 men and 2 women. My name is Chen Fan. My abilities are self-healing, suppression, strength, speed, perception, and dynamic vision. Additionally, I have 2 more skills, which I presume you have all seen. Chen Fan took the lead in introducing himself. For a moment, his 4 team members looked at him with eyes wide open, as if they had just swallowed an egg. They knew Chen Fan was strong, but they had not expected him to be so well-rounded and so monstrously capable. He was practically an all-rounder. At the same time, they were overjoyed. Having such a powerful captain would definitely make things much safer. My name is Lu Meng. My pure land is a cold weapon armory. My superpower is controlling cold weapons, and my spirit is the heavenly bow, so I excel at marksmanship and can provide absolute long-range firepower. A young man stood up and introduced himself in detail. My name is Lin Han. My pure land is also an armory, but it is for firearms. My power is controlling modern weapons, and my spirit is a nuclear bomb. When I first awakened, I was almost classified as a ruined survivor. It is a pity we currently cannot summon our spirits, otherwise one blast would bloom like a flower. The other young man introduced himself, feeling both proud and slightly embarrassed. My goodness. Everyone was dumbfounded. Did not they say a person's character reflects their name? This guy Lin Han, his name sounded scholarly, but he was far too fierce. His spirit is actually a nuclear bomb. Hell, if that thing were summoned, even a demigod would have to back down. This guy is really something. My name is Bing Meng Han. My pure land is a world of extreme ice. My power is creating and controlling frost, and I specialize in combat. A cold-tempered woman introduced herself. I am Li Qinglan. My pure land is a divine sea, my spirit is a young dragon, and my power is the strength of a dragon. The last woman spoke softly. Divine sea, young dragon. From legends. For a moment, everyone stared at Li Qinglan in shock. It is only at the mythological level, not yet the mythical legend level. Li Qinglan explained with some embarrassment. Captain, what is your pure land? Li Qinglan asked out of curiosity. Golden Crow pure land, and my spirit is a golden crow. Chen Fan smiled. Hiss. At once everyone gasped. A golden crow is definitely at the mythical legend level. No wonder he was so powerful. Have you noticed that our squad is entirely combat-oriented and offensive? The 5 of us have no support members. After getting to know his members, Chen Fan furrowed his brows slightly. What? 5 people, all of them are standard damage dealers. That is indeed a bit strange. Chen Fan is not very clear about Ying Yingsu's team. However, Chen Mo's team is all around. Indeed, we are all damage-dealing members. Captain, did you think of something? Lin Han frowned slightly and asked. I do not know about Ying Yingsu's team, but in Chen Mo's team, Li Chen is the most suitable for gathering intelligence. Chen Mo should be the same. Captain Hu Gyuan must have his reasons for such an arrangement. If nothing goes wrong, Chen Mo's team should be the ones truly looking for clues and pinpointing the target. When necessary, our team is responsible for providing cover, creating opportunities, and drawing enemy fire and attention. Of course, this is after someone stirs the hornet's nest. Chen Fan analyzed. Why not just say it out loud? Li Qinglan asked curiously. It would not be interesting if it were said directly. Besides, this is just a precaution. This arrangement is for a contingency plan. Of course, this plan will not be initiated unless absolutely necessary. It is already a 9 deaths but 1 life mission. If our sacrifice can ensure the Elder is brought back, at least it is worth it. After a brief silence, Chen Fan spoke up. It is fine. The moment I chose to become a night watcher, I was already prepared to sacrifice. Li Qinglan murmured. Do not worry, as long as a demigod does not make a move, I can guarantee your safety. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan comforted them. Right now, he is in the 5th heaven of the dream realm. He hopes to break through to the illusion realm soon, and then perhaps he can awaken a powerful exclusive skill. Before I die, I can still let out one core blast. So if we really have to die, please let me go first. Do not you dare fight me for it. Lin Han spoke coldly. Let us head out too. Let me see what you are capable of. Chen Fan stood up. The most important thing now is to understand the combat strength of his team members. Once they depart, they will not have such an opportunity. All right. Several people also stood up and followed Chen Fan towards a training camp. Captain Chen Fan's analytical ability seems to be even above Chen Mo's. Just by looking at the arrangement of the team members, he analyzed our intentions. After Chen Fan and the others left, the Valkyrie asked curiously. Their insight and analysis are on par. However, in terms of raw combat strength, Chen Mo does not even have a tenth of Chen Fan's power. But Ying Mo has a very strong advantage, which is his deductive capability. Also, he has a skill called scene reconstruction. Li Chen and him together definitely make the best combination. Of course, it would be even more perfect if Chen Fan could be added to that. But you cannot put all your eggs in one basket. Besides, only Chen Fan has the combat power to keep these guys in check. The young man who had not spoken until now said, "Cannot Ying Yingsu do it?" The Valkyrie asked with a frown. Do not jump to conclusions. Although Ying Yingsu is very strong, she lacks Chen Fan's experience, and her ability to handle emergencies is far from being as strong as his. In the previous test, her performance was indeed poor at the beginning. Chen Fan, on the other hand, performed so excessively well that the 3 ruined masters we arranged could not achieve the expected results. The young man rolled his eyes. Who told him to be such a freak? It is bad enough he is a shepherd, but he is also the only one with god-tier lineage. The Valkyrie murmured, Captain, can we ensure Chen Fan's safety? This seed must be absolutely foolproof. The young man asked with extreme seriousness. The mysterious number 1 at Nanshan Gate has already been reserved. Chen Fan is important, and the Elder is also very important. Chen Fan is an absolute sharp blade for our future. The Elder is our future Aegis. Nancheng Fan cannot afford to fail, and neither can the Elder. We have already signed a military order to bring the Elder back. Hu Gyuan appeared conflicted on the surface, but was actually in immense pain internally. If slitting my throat right now could bring the Elder back, I would do it without hesitation. The 3 fell into silence quickly. Come on, attack me. Arriving at the training camp, Chen Fan took a stance and said to his 4 team members. However, in the next moment his figure vanished. He landed a punch directly on Lin Han's stomach, and followed up with a sweep to kick Lu Meng away. Kill! A low roar shook Li Qinglin, causing her to lose focus and stumble to the ground. Boom! He stomped his foot gently, and a crack spread right to Bing Meng's feet. The 2 female team members turned pale. Sneak attack. Does not count. Lu Meng stood up very upset. Does not count. Next time you go tell your enemies that. Chen Fan said coldly, do you think your enemy will wait for you to get into a stance before attacking? But Lin Han wanted to retort but was interrupted. Was the incident today not enough to wake you guys up? You said that when you became Night Watchers, you were prepared for sacrifice. But are you prepared to fight at any moment? Chen Fan asked, leaving them speechless for a moment. Do not wait until you have lost a comrade to wake up your fighting spirit. Chen Fan added indifferently. Again. After saying that, Chen Fan pounced on them again. Kill. This time, the reaction of several people was much better. Although they were knocked down by Chen Fan again quickly, they performed much better. Again, summon the resolve to kill me, you are too weak. Lin Han, if you have the guts, use your self-detonation. Chen Fan provoked them while releasing his own god-tier lineage, putting powerful pressure and suppression on them. Is this all Chen Fan the instructor? In the distance, everyone else was dumbfounded. For half a day, Chen Fan had been fighting with his team members, basically treating them like dogs. That was essentially dimensional suppression. Alright, I have a pretty good understanding of your strength and abilities now. If you still have any strength left, meditate. Watching his 4 team members lying on the ground, unwilling to move, Chen Fan gave a smug smile, and the response he got was 4 raised middle fingers. Chen Fan chuckled, sat cross-legged on the ground and began meditating. Right now, what Chen Fan looked forward to most was a good sleep to see if that so-called dragon princess would enter his dream. But it was not time to sleep yet, so he could only meditate for now. Is this guy the captain so driven? He bullied us all day and is already meditating to cultivate. A long time later, Lu Meng finally regained his strength. Seeing Chen Fan already in meditation, he could not help but wail. Could it be that we were too weak and did not satisfy him? Lin Han wanted to cry but had no tears. His strength is actually far above mine, and I possess the dragon's power. Li Qinglan was even more deeply bothered. Could this flame be the Golden Crow flame? I feel a powerful sense of oppression. Li Qinglan was shocked. Her domain was the Divine Sea domain, and Chen Fan's Golden Crow flame seemed capable of suppressing it. My Polar Ice domain is also being suppressed. Bing Menghan's expression was somewhat bitter. When the Golden Crow appears, the Polar Ice melts. We do not feel like we are being suppressed. But this flame does give us a powerful sense of intimidation. Lu Meng and Lin Han both shook their heads. This captain is too strong. He completely dominates them in every aspect. Even though they were just brutally trained by Chen Fan, seeing him so strong yet still practicing so desperately. No matter how tired they were too embarrassed to complain. They could only sit cross-legged around Chen Fan and begin their meditation. Is this monster Chen Fan planning to raise a group of freaks? After dinner and a shower, Chen Mo walked to the training camp and saw Chen Fan and the others still meditating, which made him feel a bit discouraged. This is what a qualified captain looks like, leading by example and constantly improving himself. Lingju could not help but say with envy, "How about I step down and let you take over?" Chen Mo was not angry, instead he said with a smile, "I am not stupid. You and Chen Fan are both geniuses who do not even want to be captains. How could I possibly handle it?" Lingju widened his eyes and said speechlessly, "He is good at charging into battle, but he knows his limitations when it comes to strategy. Besides searching for people in a vast crowd right now, there is not a single clue." Chen Mo did not speak. He just stared at Chen Fan quietly, looking a bit distracted. He wondered if Chen Fan had guessed something. Chen Fan finally woke up from his meditation. Day 5 evening. This meditation session was truly rewarding. Give him 2 more days, and he is confident he can break through to day 6. If he could meditate properly every day, Chen Fan felt he could break through the illusion within 10 days. Did everyone leave? Looking at the empty surroundings, Chen Fan was a bit speechless. However, he quickly realized it was already late at night. It must be around 11 o'clock. Rumble. His stomach growled, and Chen Fan realized he had only eaten breakfast on the plane today. He missed both lunch and dinner. He was starving now. Captains, you are finally awake. The bad news is that the cafeteria is already closed. The good news is that we have already packed some for you. Lin Han's voice came from afar, sounding a bit gloating. Thanks. Chen Fan stood up and smiled. You do not know where the accommodation is, do you? Follow me and you call yourself a captain. Lin Han said with some disdain. These are not things I should have to worry about as a captain. If I still had to worry about eating and sleeping, what use would you guys be? Also, from now on, Lin Han, you are in charge of all our food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Chen Fan gave a wicked grin. My God, why me? Lin Han wailed. Because it is what you are best at. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Good grief, I have really shot myself in the foot this time. Lin Han was extremely depressed. It did not take long before Chen Fan, led by Lin Han, found his room. A large single suite, quite luxurious. The packed food was already on the table. Chen Fan did not care if it was cold, he devoured it hungrily. Soon he let out a satisfied belch. After a hot shower, it was not long before Hu Gyuhun arrived. This is the old man's profile. And this is your equipment. Hu Gyuhun handed over a file and a backpack. This backpack is specially made so you can easily pass through security. Also, this jade pendant was crafted by divine hands. As long as you do not use your powers, neither their awakened ones nor their gods will be able to tell that you are awakened. Hu Gyuhun instructed. If an emergency arises, can we strike back? Chen Fan asked. The mission comes first, but it depends on the situation. Once you strike back, you must fight without restraint until the end. Hu Gyuhun said in a deep voice. Understood. Chen Fan nodded, meaning that if they had to act, they must be clean and decisive. Each of you also has an invisible earpiece. Once put in your ear, it will become invisible. Finally, Hu Gyuhun handed over an earpiece and introduced it. Chen Fan was surprised and curious. He had not expected the world to have so much superpowered technology. Powerful and convenient. You have guessed the true purpose of your team, have not you? Hu Gyuhun was silent for a long time before asking. Yes, if necessary, we are responsible for providing cover for Chen Mo's team and actively drawing fire. Once the enemy notices something, we must be in the open while they remain in the shadows. Chen Fan nodded. The codename for this operation is Old Man. Destroy his profile immediately after reading it. I am entrusting him to you. Also, safety first. I want to believe in you. After hearing Chen Fan's thoughts, Hu Gyuan remained silent for a long time before speaking in a very solemn tone. The fist inside his sleeve was trembling. Sending a group of naive youngsters on such a mission where they walk on a razor's edge, his heart was not just anxious, it was bleeding. No training, no special preparation, no support. Captain, do not worry. The old man's the great wall of our Kinxia's future. We will definitely bring him back. Chen Fan said seriously. The old man is too important. He is the great wall in the eternal night. It is getting late. After reading the documents, get some rest. Your plane tickets are in the bag. Hu Gyuan gave his final instructions, then turned and walked out of the room. Old man. Chen Fan was incredibly curious. He took out the file and started reading. Upon seeing the old man's name, Chen Fan already felt a sense of reverence. Unsurprisingly, this old man was someone he had scolded in his heart before. Definitely the most typical example of a villain. Yet who could have known that he was bearing the curses of the entire nation, enduring humiliation, and silently carrying out a task with no deadline? The old man never married. It must have been to move forward better. Chen Fan murmured as he looked at the files. If the old man had not achieved this heaven-shaking result, this lifelong infamy would never have been washed away. Until midnight, the documents were burnt by Chen Fan and flushed down the toilet. Calming his emotions, Chen Fan lay on the bed, adjusted his mindset, and began to fall into a peaceful sleep. When he appeared in his lonely grave dream, Chen Fan smiled. You? Damn it, why are you here? Will not you leave me alone? Haha, I get it now, you died too. Then we have some scores to settle. When she saw Chen Fan, the golden-haired dragon princess was shocked and furious. After realizing something, she could not help but laugh out loud. Neil. Chen Fan smiled faintly, then commanded softly. Boom. The dragon princess, who was just acting triumphant, felt her legs uncontrollably buckle and slam into the ground. How can this be? The dragon princess looked at Chen Fan in horror. Is it a surprise? Is it unexpected? Is it fun? Chen Fan laughed quite happily. What? Where is this? The dragon princess asked in terror. She felt as if everything here was completely under Chen Fan's control. This place here is my dreamscape. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fan muttered. Your dreamscape? Impossible. How could I be in your dreamscape? Is this your pure land? The dragon princess was incredulous, but after realizing Chen Fan could control everything here, she vaguely understood something. Pure land? You could say that. As for why you are here, have you forgotten how you died? Chen Fan asked. Am I dead? The dragon princess muttered, recalling the final scene of being crushed by the earth, and she abandoned the last shred of hope in her heart. But if I am dead, why am I appearing in your dream? The dragon princess could not understand. If she were dead, why was she still alive? That I do not know. I only know that once you were killed by me, you appeared in my dream. Chen Fan crouched slightly and pinched her chin. It had to be said she had a great figure and a beautiful face. It is just a pity she is not a good person. What are you trying to do? The dragon princess blushed, though it was unclear if she was just acting. You are overthinking it, you are just a dead person. Chen Fan stood up and shook his head, which instinctively annoyed the dragon princess, and she even dared to glare at him. However, for now you can serve as a test subject. After giving it some thought, Chen Fan said softly. A test subject? Chen Fan's words filled the dragon princess with a sense of foreboding. Do you see that lone grave? Chen Fan asked. The dragon princess followed his finger, and indeed saw a solitary grave covered in weeds. Is this a solitary grave pure land? I see it, and then what? The dragon princess frowned and asked. That is my grave. Chen Fan said calmly. Impossible. How can your own grave be your pure land? Impossible. What? For some reason, when the dragon princess heard Chen Fan say it was his grave, she felt an ominous feeling in her heart. She felt her scalp tingling. It was like an ordinary person in a graveyard being suddenly told by someone, do not you dare step on my grave. Every time I dream, I come here to pay my respects. But every time I do not have any offerings. The first 2 times I slew a rat king and a bat king, and they both became my offerings. It feels quite nice. Chen Fan seemed to be talking to himself, or perhaps he was saying it for the dragon princess to hear. Do not, you lunatic. You are the real ruins, you are the great evil. You cannot do this. Chen Fan's malicious gaze made the dragon princess turn pale, screaming in agitation until she eventually passed out from fright. God. The lonely crow looked at the dragon princess with utter disdain. The crow had grown much larger since last time, looking remarkably noble and imposing. Its aura had also become much more powerful. It is so strange, whether it is the underworld king, the bat king, or the dragon princess, they all feel immense terror when they hear about being offerings, far greater terror than facing death. Chen Fan muttered, gazing at his lone grave. If there is any connection, then this lone grave of mine is truly a source of great horror. Powerful rune awakeners are scared to the point of passing out just being in its presence. God. The crow nodded in response, seemingly agreeing with Chen Fan's words. Could it be a taboo? A true taboo? Chen Fan thought to himself. Afterward, Chen Fan did not wake the dragon princess. He just squatted beside her, waiting for her to wake up. A long time later, the dragon princess slowly woke up, and upon finding she was still alive, she let out a sigh of relief. Are you awake? Chen Fan's calm voice rang out, making the dragon princess's body tense up, and she could not help but shiver. My lord, please do not turn me into an offering. I can do anything for you. I am willing to be your slave. I will do anything, as long as you do not turn me into an offering. The dragon princess fell to her knees and pleaded, appearing pitiable and endearing. Tell me you have already died once. Why are you so terrified of becoming an offering? I remember when you were being slaughtered, you did not have this look of terror on your face. Chen Fan crouched down and asked, genuinely curious. According to her, she would sell everything, including her soul, just to avoid becoming an offering. I do not know either. It is an instinctive reaction. Just hearing you say it makes my whole body tremble instinctively. It feels like the most terrifying punishment, like it is thousands or tens of thousands of times worse than death. The dragon princess held nothing back and carefully described her feelings. She did not have an exact answer, and fearing she might anger Chen Fan, she tried her best to explain her feelings clearly. That is strange. The Bat King and the Underworld King had almost the same expression. Chen Fan thought to himself, how does it compare to facing the gods? Chen Fan asked again. I have never seen a god, but when gods are mentioned, I feel more reverence. But when you mention an offering, I only feel fear, terror, and helplessness, with no other thoughts or emotions. The dragon princess explained quickly. A taboo. As far as I know, only taboos are more terrifying than deities, and only taboos can make deities stop in their tracks. Chen Fan shook his head. He could not figure it out either. Your real name probably is not Dragon Princess. Why are you called the Dragon Princess? Chen Fan asked. Because the evil spirit of my wasteland is a brutal earth dragon. That is why I am known as the Dragon Princess. The Dragon Princess explained. An earth dragon. Chen Fan was somewhat interested. It is a type of dragon that gave up the right to the sky to become the master of the earth. It can travel freely through the ground and create earthquakes. It is a disaster. In fact, my ruin is the crumbling earth. When I awakened, I triggered an earthquake. With just one question, Chen Fan got the Dragon Princess to tell him everything about herself. She seemed to be trying to earn favor, hoping to leave a good impression on Chen Fan. After I came to the land of Shenzhou, I have not hurt anyone. Thinking of something, the Dragon Princess added. Can you summon your Earth Dragon now? If you can, it could die in your place. Chen Fan said calmly. It seems I cannot. The Dragon Princess's face turned pale once again. What a pity. Chen Fan lamented. Seeming to hear her own judgment, the Dragon Princess fainted again. Chen Fan was completely speechless. That pity did not mean that kind of pity. I was not going to turn you into an offering. Chen Fan felt helpless. He had not expected her to be so easily frightened. What? I am not dead. Waking up once again to find herself still conscious, Long Jai breathed a sigh of relief, having survived another brush with death. If you are this easily frightened, why did you choose not to be a night watcher? Chen Fan asked. I wanted to, but they would not take me. Long Jai looked at Chen Fan timidly, then said with a helpless sigh. They would not take you. Are there really so many Pure Land Awakeners in your country? Chen Fan was extremely surprised. Chin Mu had told him that the first thing they must do upon discovering ruin awakeners was to recruit them and help them turn the ruins into pure land. Not many, but they are afraid that there are too many. Do you think the Night Watchers in every country are the same as your Chin Zia divine land? Your Night Watchers are the real ones, and the land your Night Watchers tread upon is the true pure land on Earth. In our country, there is no such thing as wasteland or pure land, only awakeners. The Night Watchers are just an organization that holds the power of life and death. As far as I know, one of our Night Watcher leaders is actually an evil god. Tell me, whose night are our Night Watchers really watching? They are guarding the night of wealth and resources to prevent the common people from stealing them. Have you seen The Boys? A film from the old world. Long Jai poured it all out, as if she had finally found an outlet for her grievances. Yes, I have seen it. Chen Fan nodded. Our Night Watchers are just like that group. Long Jai said bitterly. I understand now. A sense of inexplicable pride welled up inside Chen Fan. Besides being a sacrifice, you are willing to do anything else, right? Chen Fan asked. Yes. Long Jai nodded heavily, a spark of hope rising in her eyes. Then become my gravekeeper. Chen Fan said calmly. Gravekeeper? Long Jai murmured. A tomb guardian, I think you understand what that means. Are you willing? Chen Fan asked. I am willing, my lords. At that moment, Long Jai was almost moved to tears. Finally, she would not have to be a sacrifice. Then go ahead and clear all the weeds around the solitary grave first. Chen Fan gave the order. Yes, my lord. Long Jai quickly stepped into her new role, immediately starting to clear the weeds. Finally, I do not have to do it myself. Watching the hardworking Long Jai, a smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. He finally had his own gravekeeper. After Long Jai finished clearing the weeds, Chen Fan brought her along to perform a rite of worship for himself. Ring rings. Chen Fan woke up slowly to the sound of his alarm clock. He stretched, feeling a surge of power within him. Sure enough, it seems I received an extra baptism of power. However, this extra power is much less than what I gained from my own worship. It must be related to her status or perhaps the level of her ruins. Chen Fan closed his eyes and sensed for a long time, eventually reaching a conclusion. I can basically confirm that this mysterious power is the power of incense, also known as divine tribute. Chen Fan smiled. He vaguely felt that he had developed a certain mystical sensation. It was as if he had established a connection with someone. A faith channel. Chen Fan thought to himself, and a new direction formed in his mind. The power brought by one gravekeeper is not much. What about thousands? What about the gravekeepers of false gods or true gods? And I can be certain of one thing. The awakeners I kill can enter my dreamscape, where I rule over them. With that, the tasks ahead will be much easier. As long as I find the relevant clues and kill the corresponding awakeners, there is no information I cannot obtain. In this way, the so-called 9 deaths and 1 life missions will no longer exist. Thinking of this, the pressure in Chen Fan's heart was cut in half. He felt incredibly relaxed. Honestly, this is his first time leading a team on such a mission, and he really had zero experience and no confidence. He would prefer a combat mission where he is just told who to fight and be done with it. After a quick wash, Chen Fan packed his luggage. When he stepped out of his dorm, his car was already waiting downstairs. It is you. Seeing the young woman with the golden gun from yesterday, Chen Fan could not help but feel curious. My name is Hua Ling, and I am one of the personnel responsible for your support during this mission. The woman introduced herself. Nice to meet you, Captain Hua Ling. Chen Fan greeted her. You are the captain. Hua Ling smiled, but she was deeply astonished inside. She vaguely felt that Chen Fan seemed even stronger than he was yesterday. Furthermore, she noticed that Chen Fan's mental state was excellent. No nervousness, no anxiety, completely composed. Can a teenager truly have this level of composure? Truth be told, having been on so many missions, she felt extremely nervous even just performing this support task. Put on your jade pendants. I can vaguely sense your aura. Hua Ling started the car and reminded him. Yes. Chen Fan took out the jade pendant and hung it around his neck. By the way, can wearing this jade pendant mask the aura from my meditation? Chen Fan asked. Even though he was on a mission, he did not want to waste any opportunity to practice. I would advise against it. Especially for you, the phenomena that appear during your meditation are too eye-catching. Hua Ling warned. All right, I hope this mission ends soon. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. It is just my advice. The pendant is a divine artifact after all. It should certainly be able to mask your meditation phenomena. After hesitating for a moment, Hua Ling added, That is good then. Chen Fan smiled. Not being able to practice would mean he could not break through his cultivation level and could not gain exclusive skills. With an exclusive skill, he would have an extra safeguard for this mission. The military vehicle slowly drove out of the mountainous area. 15 people taking different flights from different cities headed to the lighthouse country. One could tell that the authorities were extremely cautious about this mission. They were afraid of alarming the enemy, and even more afraid that the other side might be crazy enough to destroy everything if they could not have it. Besides, the old man seems to be just an ordinary person. If a powerful person really wanted to force the answer out, they could probably copy it by force. The reason they have not is probably because they want to keep using the old man. After all, if he could create one miracle, he surely has the ability to create others. Therefore, Chen Fan guessed that as long as they had not lost their patience, the old man would be treated well, or at least kept safe. Have you released any other information? Like about the old man's wife or children or close relatives? After some thought, Chen Fan asked. He had seen the records. The old man was unmarried. Actually, the old man does have a wife and children, and they are all here in our country. It is just that very few people know about it. The folks in Lighthouse Country have probably found out by now. Hua Ling looked back at Chen Fan, completely stunned. She did not expect Chen Fan's thinking to be so meticulous. It seems we need to hurry. If nothing goes wrong, they will be taking action soon, and they will definitely look for a breakthrough through the old man's family. Once they realize that the old man's family is under our protection, they will surely guess that the information has leaked, which means the secret is out. Chen Fan felt a sudden headache. He was not just racing against time, he was racing against the enemy. With you and Chen Mo here this time, I feel much more at ease. Seeing how sharp Chen Fan's awareness was, Hua Ling really felt her nerves relax quite a bit. I left before dawn, and by the time I reached the airport, it was already broad daylight. After saying goodbye to Hua Ling, Chen Fan picked up his luggage and hurried toward the boarding gate. Just as Captain Hu Gyun had said, his backpack was specially modified. His hidden short blade, dagger, and even the enchanted version of his firearm were able to pass through security without any issues. Before long, Chen Fan's flight took off slowly. I wonder if I am the first one to set off. Sitting in his seat after ordering breakfast, Chen Fan felt a bit bored. Chen Fan certainly would not meditate in public. Having just woken up, he definitely did not feel sleepy either. He could only take out his phone and boredly browse some news. It is said that after officially joining the Night Watchers, one can join a paranormal network. The paranormal network specifically records information or current events regarding dream creatures. However, Chen Fan did not have an account for that website yet. I wonder if the demons and gods in the sky are looking down on my flight. This thought could not help but cross Chen Fan's mind. Perhaps a god could make the plane crash with just a single thought. The power of gods completely surpassed Chen Fan's understanding. Demigods can control natural phenomena, and true gods can manifest their thoughts into reality. The theory discovered by the old man should not be able to escape the notice of the gods. Could the gods really be allowing humans to master the method of self-awakening? Could it be that they ignore humans and hold them in complete contempt? Or is there some reason they cannot intervene? But the eternal night tide in Nanxi was orchestrated by a god. And one of the leaders of the Lighthouse Country's Night Watchers is an evil god. Chen Fan fell into deep thought. There were many things he could not understand. The gods are waiting for the eternal night. Is it because of a contract, or are they waiting for an opportunity? Chen Fan muttered to himself. Sir, here is your breakfast. A flight attendant interrupted his thoughts with a professional smile as she handed him his breakfast. Thank you, Chen Fan replied politely. This was a direct flight to Seattle. They would be in the air for several hours. A standard breakfast portion was barely enough to satisfy Chen Fan's appetite. However, he was too embarrassed to order multiple servings. It would not be good to draw unnecessary attention. The boring time was eventually killed. Nothing unusual happened along the way. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He really had been worried about something happening on the plane. But thinking about it, this was a flight departing from his home country, so safety was guaranteed. The air is not fresh either. It is filled with a kind of foul miasma. After getting off the plane, Chen Fan muttered, putting on a mask with a look of disgust. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He easily sensed an aura filled with brutality and destruction all around him. This was the aura of ruin awakeners. And there was more than one of them. Beautiful scenery is everywhere. Chen Fan gave a cold smile internally. If these ruin awakeners could appear in the airport so brazenly, one could imagine what it was like elsewhere. These ruin awakeners might not be truly strong, but they were definitely much stronger than ordinary people. Who knows how many violent incidents these ruin awakeners could cause every day. Once the eternal night descends, these time bombs will likely go off everywhere. By Zens, the Middle Kingdom will become the only pure land in the whole world. Chen Fan seemed to have already seen the hell on earth of the future. However, this place really is a paradise for me. If it were not for the mission, I would really love to go on a killing spree and pick out my gravekeepers. Honestly, at this moment, Chen Fan was feeling a bit restless. Maria Hotels. Hailing a taxi, Chen Fan spoke in broken English. The driver was a woman, a blonde beauty at that. Chen Fan had to sigh that he seemed to have some good luck with romance today. Romance luck. More like a romantic disaster. After getting into the car, Chen Fan felt an eerie aura. Clearly, she was an awakener. Whether she was a ruin awakener or a pure land awakener, Chen Fan could not tell. However, in this country, there did not seem to be a distinction between pure land and ruin. Anyway, ruin awakeners could all become guardians. She was hiding it very well. Her level should be higher than Chen Fan's as well. Chen Fan made a preliminary judgment that it was likely above the dream realm. However, Chen Fan could faintly feel that this woman's aura was very cold. Handsome, which route should we take? The woman turned her head, tossing her long blonde hair, which stirred up a faint fragrance, with a beautiful and alluring smile. You or you decide. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Because he really was not familiar with the area, he had no idea which road was which. On the way, he had indeed memorized a map of Seattle, but in such a short time, he naturally could not remember it all. Handsome first time in Seattle. The beauty asked with a smile, wearing an expression that suggested she had him right where she wanted. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. I heard the air here is very fresh, so I wanted to come and experience it. How is it? Have you breathed the fresh air? The beauty asked. Not yet. Under the same sky, air is always flowing. However, inside this car, the air is very fragrant. A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. Is that so? Then shall I close all the windows? The woman was focused on driving, and through the rearview mirror, Chen Fan saw a smile on her face as if she were looking at prey. Number of fines. Chen Fan looked nervous and shy, as if he were naive to the world. That performance was as real as it could get. Chen Fan did not know what he had encountered, but he understood that he was being treated as prey. Right now, he was really torn. With his current strength, he could easily handle this blonde beauty. He just feared alerting the enemy. Big sister just loves you Oriental boys. By the way, my name is Kate Beckinsale. The beauty laughed happily and casually pressed the button to roll up the car windows. In that moment, her eyes flashed a scarlet red and sharp fangs were revealed. Although it was only for an instant, it was still captured by Chen Fan. Vampire. Chen Fan finally knew what kind of strangeness he had encountered. During his recent cram sessions, he had learned about many dream creatures and awakeners. Vampires are a relatively common type of dark creature in the West. There are many types too. One kind is the ruin awakened vampire. One is the turned vampire. One is the vampire hatched from a dream, belonging to the dream demons. And there are also the servants of the vampire progenitor, Cain. Cain, legend has it, is at least a demigod. Just do not know what kind this woman is. Chen Fan thought to himself. Thinking about it, he could basically guess the plot of this female vampire. Chen Fan was considering whether to escape or fight back. The most important thing is that Chen Fan does not know whether this female vampire is on her own or backed by an organization. If she is on her own, the brief disappearance of one vampire will not cause much of a stir for the time being. However, if she has an organization behind her, once she goes missing, an investigation will follow very soon. For a moment, Chen Fan found himself in a dilemma. He had considered finding a way to escape. But it is difficult to escape while maintaining the persona of an ordinary person. Escaping by force would inevitably expose his true strength. He cannot escape unscathed, and killing her also carries significant risks. Then Chen Fan only has one final option left. Use force to suppress her, then bind her with a contract and force her to submit. Chen Fan's perception is very powerful now. Vaguely, he sensed that Kate Beckinsale seemed to be deliberately avoiding the security cameras along the way. Discovering this, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. That makes things much easier. Soon, Chen Fan smiled. He discovered that after passing through a blind spot, the taxi had actually been modified. It had turned into a private car, and the license plates had been completely changed. It seems this female vampire does not intend to act openly either. Sister Kate, this road does not seem to be the direction to the Maria Hotel. Chen Fan asked curiously, his smile as sincere as could be. There is an old saying, all roads lead to Rome. I closed all the car windows, do not you want to spend a little more time with me? Kate looked alluring, causing Chen Fan's youthful face to show a shy smile as he stopped speaking. For a moment, the female vampire felt extremely smug. Chen Fan sneered inwardly, sensing the entire car. Finding no video or recording equipment in the car, he felt even more at ease. High-level hunters often appear in the form of prey. Chen Fan thought of this phrase. The road became increasingly remote. Chen Fan noticed that the car seemed to be heading toward the countryside. No way is there a need to be that cautious. Or is she planning to take me back to some organization to share me with other members? Chen Fan thought to himself. He decided it was time to take action. With a turn of the steering wheel to the left, the vehicle headed onto a small road. The path was somewhat bumpy, and on both sides were dense forests. An endless forest and a path that seemed to have no end. Anyone who found themselves in a strange car driving into such a place would feel nervous. Therefore, Chen Fan felt it was necessary to show his hand. Stop the car, Chen Fan said sharply. What is it? My cute little brothers. Kate laughed happily. Stop the car. Where are you taking me? Chen Fan repeated while asking. What, do not you want to have some jungle romance? My dear little brothers. Kate stopped the car, looked back at Chen Fan, and smiled with a wicked charm. Take me back. Chen Fan put on an act of being ready to strike. Take you back. It is too late. Kate laughed hysterically and unbuckled her seatbelt. The car doors were also locked tight. It seemed she was about to make a move. However, Chen Fan also chose to strike. And sitting in the back, it was even easier for him to act. His palm clamped onto her throat, and a short blade was driven directly into her heart. My dear Miss Kate, do not move. My knife has no eyes and certainly no heart to cherish a lady. Chen Fan spoke calmly, his voice tinged with a hint of chill. There was no choice but to show his hand. Chen Fan currently had two options. One was to kill her, perhaps adding another gravekeeper to his side. The other option was to suppress her and force her to serve him. However, this was more troublesome, more difficult, and prone to backlash. But if successful, it would not alert the others, and he would have an extra helper in this foreign land while carrying out his mission. Little brother, you masked your identity well. It seems your status is quite extraordinary. Finding herself being held hostage, Kate was stunned at first, then smiled faintly. She was not afraid. As a vampire, she had no fear of injury from a mere knife. Does one need an extraordinary status to strike back against a sister? Chen Fan asked coldly. Well, what if this sister is extraordinary? Kate turned around, her eyes turning into an eerie crimson, and sharp fangs slowly emerged. As expected, I knew you were not ordinaries. You are a supernatural from the east, are not you? Seeing Chen Fan remain perfectly calm, Kate's crimson eyes narrowed slightly. Then, vampire sister, where exactly were you planning to take me? Chen Fan asked. Of course, to give you a perfect embrace. I can sense that your blood is absolutely perfect. How about it, little Eastern supernatural? Becoming my slave not only grants you eternal life, but also lets you do whatever you want. Kate spoke bluntly, her voice filled with a sense of seduction. Why not be you who becomes my slave? After all, right now, I am the one in control. Chen Fan asked. Currently, without any information, he could only try to extract some. He wanted to know if Kate had a powerful organization behind her. Since you know I am a vampire, do you think I would be afraid of a knife? Kate laughed. Since you guessed I am an Eastern supernatural, do you think my knife is just an ordinary blade? Chen Fan responded with the same tone. In the next moment, the blade glowed with a faint golden light, appearing as though it could sever anything in an instant. So you are saying I am trapped? Kate's expression finally turned serious, and she looked a bit nervous. Barring any accidents, that should be the case. Along the way, not only did you avoid cameras, but the taxi also turned into a private car in a blind spot, and the plates were quietly swapped. Therefore, no one knows I got into your car. Now the vehicle is stopped on a deserted forest path. Do you think I have the ability to leave you with no trace and completely dismantle this car as well? Chen Fan asked softly. So you noticed everything that happened along the way. Kate's pupils shrank slightly, realizing now that she had encountered a powerful Eastern awakened one. I realized you were a vampire the moment I got in the car. Chen Fan admitted. Then how about we be friends? Kate asked with a smile. Friends? Sorry, I do not have the habit of making friends. I prefer to dominate everything. Chen Fan shook his head. So you have got me all figured out? Kate asked with a sneer. Theoretically, yes. After all, I only need to make one cut and you will be dead. Chen Fan stated with certainty. He was pressuring her. Do you really think you can walk away unscathed after killing me? As soon as my subordinates cannot find me, they will definitely track you down. Kate finally began to threaten Chen Fan. What? So you are a little leader then? Chen Fan smiled. As expected, there really is an organization behind this vampire. Well, things are getting a bit complicated. But if he handles it well, he might be able to tap into the powers behind her. I am also an awakened one serving the progenitor Cain. What do you think? Kate gave a cold smile, bringing up the organization behind her. Cain? At the very least, he is a demigod. Chen Fan's heart sank to the bottom. If he forced a contract, this ancient entity would surely see through it at a glance. Smack! After a moment of hesitation, Chen Fan struck the back of her head hard, knocking her unconscious. Just arrived and already giving me such a difficult problem. Chen Fan muttered. Right now, he really did not know how to deal with her. Then he squinted his eyes slightly. He sensed that Kate, who had just been knocked out, was actually waking up slowly. However, she remained motionless and silent. It seems getting rid of you is the only safe option. I will frame the werewolves for it. Vampires and werewolves are mortal enemies anyway. Chen Fan muttered and without hesitation thrust the short blade in his hand toward her heart. At this, Kate dared not keep pretending. She opened her eyes, grabbed Chen Fan's arm instantly and glared at him. Tamed. Brilliant flames erupted from Chen Fan's body, enveloping Kate. In an instant, Kate screamed in agony. Smoke began to rise from her body. The short blade pierced right through her, but it was off target. It did not hit her heart but pierced her shoulder instead. Spare me. Feeling Chen Fan's icy killing intent and his complete lack of mercy, and realizing she was about to be purified, Kate begged for mercy hurriedly. Sorry, you have a powerful organization behind you, and I think finishing you off is the only way to ensure my safety. Chen Fan's tone was somewhat cold. I submit I am willing to submit. Kate wailed, her body now looking as if it had been riddled with holes by the burning. You dare submit? I do not dare to compete for a servant with an ancient god. Chen Fan shook his head. I am dying. Kate's voice grew weak. I will not be at ease until you are dead. Chen Fan remained hard-hearted. There is a kind of contract that the progenitor cannot see through. In the face of death, Kate chose to betray Cain. Tamed. Hearing Kate say this, Chen Fan retracted the flames from his body. Really? Chen Fan asked in a low voice. Yes. Kate gasped for air, and the burns on her body began to heal slowly. For the first time, she felt death was so close to her. The decisiveness and ruthlessness of this Eastern boy were completely beyond her imagination. Upon hearing that she had an organization and Cain behind her, he immediately wanted to kill her to eliminate future trouble. This purification would have truly left her without a trace. What method? What kind of contract? Do not tell me it is just a verbal submission. I do not buy that. Chen Fan cautioned. Reverse embrace. On the surface, it looks like you have embraced me. But in reality, I have been embraced by you. Taking a deep breath, Kate's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Reverse embrace. How can I trust you? Chen Fan shook his head. It is the only way. When performing the embrace, you can release your flames and envelop me. Kate said with a bitter smile. Chen Fan did not speak. If he could really subdue the vampire Kate and have her mobilize the local dark forces to investigate the old man, it would be extremely convenient. The prerequisite is to be able to subdue her. So this risk is truly worth taking. Come on then. After pondering for a long time, Chen Fan spoke and opened his collar. Flames rose from his body. If Kate dared to play any tricks, he would summon the blade of the golden crow and cut her down. Good. Taking a deep breath, Kate lunged forward and her sharp fangs pierced Chen Fan's neck. It will be fast. Then you will not be able to kill me. Kate's expression was savage, growling inwardly. An incredibly dark power was injected sharply into Chen Fan's body, intending to form a contract. You dare cross me? Seeing Kate's expression and feeling the injection of powerful dark energy, Chen Fan instantly realized he had been tricked. The blade of the golden crow materialized instantly, piercing Kate through. The sudden counterkill caused Kate to scream and release her bite. Her whole body began to burn. I was too naive. How could a creature with faith be so easily subdued? I am not the male protagonist in a novel, who just shakes his shoulders and makes a beauty throw herself into his arms. Chen Fan muttered, fortunate that he had kept an ace up his sleeve. The flames vanished and Kate turned into ash, filled with resentment. See you in your dreams, Chen Fan said coldly. Feeling a dull ache in his neck, he sensed cold energy invading him. Chen Fan climbed into the driver's seat, started the car again and drove into the dense forest. Phew. After parking the car, Chen Fan heaved a sigh of relief. I need to find a place to meditate. Although the wound on his neck had healed, he felt it was necessary to meditate and check his condition. Hiding in a secluded spot, Chen Fan sat cross-legged. Soon he arrived at his pure land space. Roars. Just as he entered the world of light and fire, the golden sun and the golden crow appeared autonomously with a low roar. It spat a golden black flame directly at Chen Fan, which transformed into a golden crow and burrowed into Chen Fan's brow. Following this, Chen Fan felt a miserable cry coming from within his body. It sounded like the cry of a certain will. As expected, I almost got caught. Chen Fan felt a bit lucky. Lucky that he had a backup plan, and lucky that his golden crow was powerful enough against the odds. Soon, Chen Fan calmed down and spent his time in meditation. By evening, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. Day 6 of the Dreamland. I have broken through. And a blessing in disguise, too. Chen Fan smiled happily. He raised his palm slightly, condensing a rune. The rune looked like a golden bat. This is the Embrace contract. It counts as one of his skills. The will Kate injected into him was erased by the golden crow's will, and the contract mark was refined, forming a contract he could master. He only needs to forcefully implant this contract into others to control their wills and thoughts. The condition is that the person being contracted must not have a very strong will. Moreover, he can only use this skill once a day for now. Time to head out. Looking at the sky, Chen Fan muttered with a hint of helplessness. At least after turning danger into safety, the gains were quite significant. Thinking of his gains, Chen Fan felt much better.